Chapter 1. If there is another life, may we never meet. Lin Yang, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If there is another life, may we never meet. Very well. If there is another life, may we never meet. The haunting oath still echoed in her ears. Xiao Yuex's eyes snapped open. What greeted her gaze was not the resplendent supreme heavenly palace, but a dim and damp thatched cottage. What is happening? How did I suddenly end up here? Xiao Yuex's expression was one of astonishment. It should be known that she was one of the most powerful 7 exquisite immortal maidens of the Lingxian continent, that I in the entire Lingxian continent. Only the supreme Emperor Lin Yang could rival her strength. Xiao Yueshi distinctly remembered that just moments ago, she and her 6 fellow immortal sisters had stealthily ambushed and collectively slain the supreme Emperor Lin Yang. Yet at the very moment Lin Yang was to be executed, the world around her spun violently. Time warped, and she was suddenly transported from the supreme heavenly palace, where they had attacked Lin Yang, to this current place. Could it be that Lin Yang was not killed by us? What trickery is this? Or has he cast some illusion? With such thoughts, Xiao Yuex's expression grew grave. The Emperor Lin Yang they had slain had once been closely related to all 7 of them. Especially her relationship with Lin Yang was particularly intimate. They had known each other since childhood and had trained together, eventually leading one to become a dominant emperor and the other a renowned 7 exquisite immortal. Given this connection, Xiao Yueshi should never have betrayed Lin Yang, nor should she have united with others to slay him. However, even now, Xiao Yueshi felt no remorse or guilt over Lin Yang's demise. This was because, after Lin Yang ascended to the throne as emperor, he had waged a massacre against the cultivators of the Lingxian continent that in less than a decade. Lin Yang had annihilated countless sects and families of cultivators. The number of lives extinguished by Lin Yang exceeded 1,000,000, that all the cultivators of the Lingxian continent trembled in fear, dreading the sudden appearance of the Emperor Lin Yang above them, ready to slaughter them. Within the Lingxian continent, Lin Yang had come to be secretly referred to as the Demon Emperor, but it was precisely due to Lin Yang's tyrannical acts that the 7 exquisite immortal maidens, including Xiao Yueshi, chose to decisively betray him and ultimately united to slay their once close Emperor Lin Yang. Of course, before deciding to betray Lin Yang, they had attempted to persuade him to cease his indiscriminate killings. Yet Lin Yang's explanations had prompted them to shake their heads in disbelief, but he had claimed to them that he was not a being of the Lingxian continent, but rather a traveler from a world known as Blue Star. As for the Lingxian continent, it was merely a realm of fantasy fiction. This world was destined to erupt into an unprecedented dark turmoil. Such turmoil would lead to the extinction of over 90% of the beings in the Lingxian continent. What appeared to be Lin Yang's wanton slaughter was, in truth, a means to mitigate the impending damage caused by the dark turmoil. The cultivators he hunted down were mere puppets of this chaos, and once it arrived, they would inflict immense harm upon the Lingxian continent. By eliminating them now, countless lives could be spared in the future. Such a ludicrous assertion was met with disbelief. After numerous failed attempts to dissuade Lin Yang from his carnage, the 7 ultimately chose to betray him, ambushing him in secret and uniting to kill him. Only through such actions could they halt Lin Yang's continued massacre in the Lingxian continent. The oath that had resonated in Xiao Yuex's ears was the collective vow of the 7 at the final moment of Lin Yang's ambush. Though they had once shared a close bond with Lin Yang, the moment they resolved to end his life, they had already severed all ties with him in their hearts, just as their oath declared, "If there is another life, may we never meet." They truly wished to cut off all connections with Lin Yang, even shunning any association with such a tyrant. What surprised them was that even as they surrounded and killed him, Lin Yang, the emperor, displayed a calm demeanor, save for a hint of surprise in his eyes. This composure had once earned their respect. But now, they pondered whether Lin Yang had simply not been pushed to his limits, allowing him to remain so unfazed. Images of the past flashed through Xiao Yuex's mind. She propped herself up with her hands, attempting to sit up. However, halfway through, she was taken aback, for what met her gaze was a diminutive figure. This 7 exquisite immortal maiden had inexplicably transformed into a little girl of merely 10 years that in disbelief. Xiao Yueshi quickly extended her hands before her. Indeed, the hands that appeared were those of a child. Moreover, perhaps due to years of toil, these small hands bore remnants of scars and were far from the delicate skin of the future immortal Yueshi that I have actually turned into a child. Wait! Before Xiao Yueshi could recover from the shock of her transformation, she suddenly realized that her once formidable cultivation had vanished without a trace. Impressive, Lin Yang. You have concealed your depths well. You claimed we 7 were your most trusted companions, that you would not hide any secrets from us. Yet you secretly executed such a profound technique. Xiao Yueshi scoffed. They had long recognized that while Lin Yang appeared close to them, he had been deceitful, never genuinely investing in their relationship. This realization only deepened Xiao Yuex's conviction. At this moment, she was utterly certain that this situation was the result of some hidden technique employed by Lin Yang. Otherwise, how could she have inexplicably transformed into this bewildering child? And how could her entire cultivation simply vanish? Yet despite her current predicament, Xiao Yueshi remained unperturbed, for she was well aware that their ambush had already shattered Lin Yang's true essence, significantly diminishing his power. Even if Lin Yang could wield such a terrifying technique now, it could not last long. Soon enough, she would reclaim her position as the exalted immortal Yueshi. With a cold smile, Xiao Yueshi settled into a meditative posture, content to wait patiently. However, just as she awaited in silence, the curtain of the thatched cottage was abruptly lifted. Two figures, one large and one small, rushed in from outside. Chapter 2. I will never regret killing him, little sister. Come with me quickly. Mother is on the verge of collapse. You must go and see her. A tall figure and a small one rushed through the door, speaking as they reached out to grasp Xiao Yueshi's hand. Observing these two, Xiao Yueshi's expression grew peculiar. For the individuals before her were none other than her most familiar kin. The stout young man was named Xiao Dashan, her biological brother, while the small boy, no more than 4 or 5 years old, was Xiao Yun, Xiao Dashan's son and her beloved nephew. Both were Xiao Yueshi's closest relatives, and their unexpected presence here elicited a cold smile from her lips. Lin Yang, you dare to conjure the forms of my brother and nephew in an attempt to deceive me? I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Before Xiao Yueshi's thoughts could settle, an abrupt voice echoed in her mind. Master, this is not an illusion. It is a real scene. You and the other 6 fairies are on the brink of besieging the heavenly Emperor Lin Yang. Time has reversed, and you have returned to your childhood. All of your other treasures have dissipated, yet I have withstood the reversal of time and remain by your side, though my energy is nearly depleted. I will soon be unable to protect you further. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Xiao Yueshi's face registered astonishment. She recognized the voice's owner, her most powerful treasure, the heart-guarding scale. Having accompanied her for over a century, she could never mistake its familiar sound. What shocked her were the implications of its words. A reversal of time? A return to childhood? How could this be? Even the heavenly Emperor Lin Yang could not manipulate time. Heart-guarding scale? What do you mean by time reversal? Xiao Yueshi urgently sought answers, but to her dismay, the scale's energy seemed to have indeed waned, leaving it unable to respond to her inquiries. With a resigned expression, Xiao Yueshi ceased her attempts to converse with the scale. Meanwhile, Xiao Dashan, standing before her, was already filled with urgency. Little sister, why are you dawdling? Come with me. Without waiting for a reply, he grasped her arm and pulled her up. At that moment, Xiao Yueshi was merely a 10-year-old girl, and as Xiao Dashan forcibly led her, she found herself following him, unable to resist, towards the outside. As they walked, Xiao Yueshi scanned her surroundings. Long-buried memories surged forth in her mind like a tide. This was Shuanyo Town, indeed the home of her childhood. Here, she had lived for many years with her brother, sister-in-law, father, mother, and the most cherished little nephew, Xiao Yun, until she had eventually achieved her cultivation and moved away with her family. After so many years, she had not recognized this place until the heart-guarding scale's reminder brought clarity. Had she truly returned to her childhood? Though doubt lingered on her face, her demeanor gradually grew composed. After all, she was one of the 7 absolute fairies of Lingxian continent. Even if she had returned to her childhood, it mattered little. She could simply tread the path of cultivation once more. What concerned her most was the fate of heavenly Emperor Lin Yang. If time had indeed reversed, then had he returned as well? More importantly, she had met Lin Yang in her childhood. If he had also returned, he might very well be nearby. While Xiao Yueshi pondered these thoughts, Xiao Dashan had already pulled her into a dimly lit, thatched hut. The air was thick with the scent of herbs. Besides the 3 of them who had just entered, there were 3 others in the room. Xiao Yueshi's gaze swept across the figures within. The wrinkled man, who appeared honest and simple, was her father. The slightly plump woman beside him was her sister-in-law, Xiao Dashan's wife. And on the bed between them lay an elderly woman, frail and weak, her mother. The individuals present were Xiao Yueshi's only family in this world. As she looked upon them, her eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had spent most of her time away from home, rarely in the company of her family. Now, returning to her childhood and seeing these familiar faces stirred an indescribable emotion within her. She could not help but silently thank Lin Yang. Though I know not how you achieved this reversal of time, you have allowed me to once more feel the warmth of family, which can be considered a good deed on your part. No one noticed Xiao Yueshi's peculiar demeanor, for all attention was focused on her mother, who appeared pale and weak, as if she could depart from this world at any moment. Xiao Dashan knelt by the bedside. Grief-stricken. "Mother, my little sister has come. Open your eyes and see her." Xiao Yueshi's mother stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering, but she could not muster the strength to open them. This sight cast a shadow of sorrow over the room, particularly for Xiao Dashan, who broke down in tears. "Mother, hold on. I will find a doctor. The doctor will surely be able to save you." Standing silently aside, Xiao Yueshi observed the weeping scene with an unusual calm. She was increasingly adapting to her surroundings. The scene before her had played out in her memory. It had occurred in her previous life as well. At that time, her mother had been gravely ill, on the brink of death. Xiao Yueshi vividly recalled how, at the tender age of 10, she had wept beside her mother's bed, believing she would never see her again. In that critical moment, it was Lin Yang who had burst in with herbs, pulling her mother back from the brink of death. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yueshi felt a rare pang of loss. It had been so long, she had almost forgotten how Lin Yang had once helped her. With a silent acknowledgement, Xiao Yueshi swiftly adjusted her mindset. The immediate priority was to heal her mother. Stepping forward with confidence, she declared, "Father, brother, there is no need for sorrow. Mother will be fine." Xiao Yueshi intended to assert that she could cure her mother's ailment. Yet, fearing disbelief from her father and brother, who saw her merely as a mischievous little girl, she altered her words. "Lin Yang has a way to cure mother. I will fetch him right away." Though she wished to sever ties with Lin Yang, her mother's critical condition compelled her to set aside her reservations. Despite being of similar age, Lin Yang was remarkably mature, in the eyes of her father, brother, and indeed the entire Shuanyo town. He was regarded as a genuine prodigy. By invoking Lin Yang's name, Xiao Yueshi hoped to impress her father and brother. As for the matter of treating her mother, Xiao Yueshi knew she could handle it herself. She was thoroughly familiar with the composition of the herbs Lin Yang had once provided. All she needed to do was follow the formula and gather the necessary ingredients. However, upon mentioning Lin Yang, astonishment spread across the faces of those in the room. Xiao Dashan could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Little sister, what nonsense are you speaking? Lin Yang? Who is Lin Yang?" Chapter 3. In this rebirth, I will live even more vividly. The reactions of the people in the room left Xiao Yueshi momentarily bewildered. Lin Yang? How could you not know him? Xiao Yueshi fixed her gaze on the faces of those present. She gestured as she spoke. Lin Yang is the most talented individual in our Shuanyo town. During last year's drought, he invented a water wheel that helped our entire town survive the calamity. He also created wonderfully fragrant soap. Although her words could be seen as excessive praise, Xiao Yueshi felt compelled to continue. After all, Lin Yang had indeed exhibited extraordinary talents that were unparalleled. However, it was regrettable that the more brilliant a person is, the more malevolent they may become. While Xiao Yueshi verbally lauded Lin Yang, her heart secretly scoffed. The genius he had been in his youth paled in comparison to the evils he later committed. Inside the humble cottage, Xiao Yueshi endeavored to paint a vivid picture of Lin Yang. But to her astonishment, the expressions of the few individuals in the room grew increasingly perplexed. As if they were listening to an incomprehensible text, it seemed as though they were utterly unaware of Lin Yang's existence. How could this be? Xiao Yueshi felt a surge of frustration. How could everyone be oblivious to Lin Yang? Wait! The unusual expression on her face had not yet faded when a previous vow suddenly surfaced in her mind. Lin Yang, if there is an afterlife, we shall never meet again. This vow had been uttered collectively by the 7 of them at the moment they surrounded and attacked Lin Yang. Remarkably, Lin Yang had responded without hesitation, echoing their words. "Very well. If there is an afterlife, we shall never meet again." Initially, Xiao Yueshi had dismissed this vow. However, at this moment, a chill ran down her spine. Could it be that the vow they made had come true, and in this life, the 7 of them would never cross paths with Lin Yang again? As this thought crossed her mind, she swiftly turned and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, "I'm going to find medicine for mother." Without waiting for her father and brother to object, Xiao Yueshi bolted out of the house. Her urgency stemmed not only from the need to procure medicine for her mother, but also from the desire to validate her suspicions. Had that vow truly been fulfilled? With a complex expression, Xiao Yueshi raced towards the northeast of the town. The town where the Xiao family resided was called Shuanyo Town. It was not particularly large, with only a few hundred residents. Xiao Yueshi clearly remembered that Lin Yang lived in the northeastern corner of Shuanyo Town. After they embarked on their journey of cultivation together, they had left the town behind. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi paid no heed to familiar faces in the town as she hurried to the northeastern corner, only to be struck dumb. The location where a residence should have stood was now completely barren, overgrown with weeds, indicating that no one had visited in a long time. Gone. Lin Yang had truly vanished. It was as if all traces of his existence had been erased from this world. Standing there, Xiao Yuexi's expression grew increasingly complex. She had never anticipated that Lin Yang would completely disappear from her life. Without Lin Yang's involvement, her life would undoubtedly change drastically compared to her previous existence. Wait, a change in life. This could be good news. Xiao Yuexi's eyes suddenly sparkled. The 7 absolute female immortals had ambushed and killed Lin Yang to eliminate evil and uphold justice. While they felt justified in their actions, they had once shared a close bond with Lin Yang. Killing him had inevitably left them with a sense of unease. This discomfort stemmed partly from their past interactions with Lin Yang, but primarily from the words he had once spoken to them. Lin Yang had informed them that they, the 7 absolute female immortals, were the protagonists of this fantasy world, each possessing a unique fate that was often tragic. For instance, Xiao Yuexi's fate was that of a celestial misfortune star. If she were to become a child, her parents would perish unjustly. If she were a sibling, her brothers and sisters would meet untimely deaths. If she were a disciple, her sect would face calamity. In short, she would bring death to those around her. The only reason her family had remained safe in her previous life was due to Lin Yang's intervention. When Lin Yang had revealed these truths to them in their past life, they had not turned against him, merely laughing it off. However, after they severed ties and personally killed him, Lin Yang's words became like a sharp thorn embedded deep within their hearts. After all, if what Lin Yang had said was true, it meant they owed him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Such a debt could not be repaid even with their lives. Yet, they had not only failed to appreciate Lin Yang, but had ultimately betrayed him, a treacherous act that anyone would scorn. But now, the tides had turned. Time had flowed backward, and Xiao Yuexi found herself returned to the past, with Lin Yang having vanished without a trace. This signified that she could use her current experiences to prove that Lin Yang's previous claims were mere fabrications. He had no real obligation to them, and they owed him nothing. If she could establish this fact, the lingering feelings of discomfort in her heart would dissipate, allowing them to stand tall and claim they were guiltless. Xiao Yuexi's lips even curled into a smile. Perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate Lin Yang's actions, thus granting her the opportunity to return to the past and verify his lies, preventing her from harboring any inner demons. She wondered if her sisters, Lioli and Moon Goddess, had also experienced this temporal reversal and arrived in the present. If they were in the same situation as her, it would be ideal. Xiao Yuexi mused that Lin Yang had long since lost any credibility in the hearts of the 7 absolute female immortals. Concepts such as fantasy worlds and time travelers, along with the impending darkness he had spoken of, were met with skepticism. They found his words too absurd to believe. It was not only the 7 of them. Even others would find it hard to accept such notions. However, disbelief aside, the opportunity to personally validate that Lin Yang's claims were lies was an opportunity not to be missed. Standing at the edge of Shuai town, Xiao Yuexi quickly assessed her situation. Lin Yang's complete disappearance was, to her, a delightful surprise. Initially, she had felt some dissatisfaction with the reversal of time and her return to the past. Now, however, she was filled with joy. Next, she would prove that without Lin Yang, her life would not only not wither, but would blossom even more vibrantly. Xiao Yuexi silently declared. She then turned and strode into Shuai town. A single thought danced in her mind. Lin Yang, just wait and see. Without you, I will not only escape the fate of being a celestial misfortune star, but I will also ensure my family lives better than in my past life. Chapter 4. It was merely an accident. Upon arriving at the medicine shop in Shuai town, Xiao Yuexi retrieved a prescription from her memory. The cost of this medicine was considerable, and Xiao Yuexi could not afford it at the moment. Fortunately, Shuai town was small, and everyone knew each other well. The Xiao family had a good reputation. Thus, the shopkeeper was willing to extend credit, allowing Xiao Yuexi to take the medicine. Holding the package of medicine, Xiao Yuexi felt as though the world had transformed into a more beautiful place. With Lin Yang gone, it meant that this world would likely never again witness the emergence of a bloodthirsty demon emperor. The 7 absolute female immortals. There was no longer a need to feel guilt while ambushing Lin Yang. However, this fleeting moment of tranquility was shattered in an instant. Upon returning home with a bag of medicine, Xiao Yuexi was met with a heart-wrenching wail echoing from within her courtyard. Mother, open your eyes and look at me. Don't leave us. The anguished cries of her elder brother pierced through her heart, stirring a dreadful premonition within her. Gripping the medicinal package tightly, Xiao Yueshi rushed into the house, calling out, "I brought back the medicine. Sister-in-law, quickly boil water to prepare it. I assure you, once mother takes my medicine, she will be healed." Yet, her fervent voice could not dispel the sorrow that enveloped the room. The occupants turned to face her, and tears streamed down her father's aged face as he beckoned her closer. "Daughter, come see your mother. This is her last moment." "What do you mean last moment?" A frown creased Xiao Yueshi's brow as she approached her mother, who lay on the bed. Her elder brother was now sobbing hoarsely, while her young nephew, Xiao Yun, with innocent confusion, remarked, "Annie, Grandma has died." "Grandma is dead?" The medicinal bag fell from Xiao Yueshi's grasp, and she stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. How could her mother have passed away? She vividly recalled that in her previous life, after Lin Yang brought the medicine, her mother had endured until her sister-in-law had prepared it, and after taking just one dose, her condition had improved remarkably. Within a month, her mother's chronic ailments had vanished, and she had lived on until Xiao Yueshi had returned with a miraculous elixir to extend her lifespan. Though lacking in cultivation talent, her mother had embarked on the path of immortality, thriving for centuries until Xiao Yueshi's rebirth. But now, how could this be happening? Why had her mother suddenly departed? Xiao Yueshi, in utter disbelief, rushed forward and grasped her mother's wrist, desperate to confirm the truth. She refused to accept that her mother could succumb to illness. Despite not being a healer, as one of the 7 absolute fairies, taking a pulse was child's play for her. As her fingers touched her mother's wrist, a tremor coursed through her. It was gone. Her mother's pulse had indeed vanished, and the warmth from her body was dissipating. A chilling aura of death began to envelop her mother. Though a formidable fairy, Xiao Yueshi had never faced the death of a loved one, and she remained rooted in shock. This was impossible. Xiao Yueshi clung to disbelief, her mind racing back to her previous life. In that life, her family, despite lacking cultivation talent, had survived until the moment she reached her own accomplishments. Thanks to the elixir she had brought, the entire Xiao family had enjoyed prolonged lives. Even more astonishing was her nephew, Xiao Yun, a spirited child who had shown remarkable talent for cultivation, following in her footsteps to become a renowned practitioner on the Lingxian continent, second only to Lin Yang and the 7 absolute fairies. This had been the natural course for the Xiao family. How could it be that her mother had died so prematurely? Frozen in place, Xiao Yueshi felt utterly lost. Life and death were part of the grand cycle, and even practitioners could not easily intervene. If her mother had truly passed, no matter how powerful she became, she could never resurrect her. Was Lin Yang's claim true, that her mother's demise was due to her cursed fate as a calamity star? A terrifying thought crept into her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. It must have been an accident. She had returned too late with the medicine. Muttering in despair, Xiao Yueshi's face reflected her profound grief. Regardless of the circumstances, her mother would never return. The sorrow on the faces of her father and family members deepened as they observed her despondency. With her mother gone, the Xiao family was engulfed in mourning. Yet, they still had to attend to the funeral rites. Soon, white banners signifying a death were hung outside the Xiao residence, and the family donned white mourning garments. The mournful sound of a suona began to echo throughout the town of Water Buffalo. For 3 days, the family observed the mourning period. During this time, Xiao Yueshi remained in a daze, unable to accept the reality of her mother's death. The others in the Xiao family assumed her sorrow was simply excessive, as they too were overwhelmed with grief and occupied with funeral arrangements, leaving little room for concern for her state. Xiao Yueshi stood, watching as the last remnants of warmth faded from her mother's body, as she was dressed in burial garments and gently laid into a coffin, ultimately interred in the cemetery outside Water Buffalo Town to the sound of the suona. The loving image of her mother was now reduced to a mere mound of earth amidst the vastness of the world. Kneeling before her mother's grave, Xiao Yueshi felt as if she were drowning in an ocean of sorrow. Yet, in that moment, she was suddenly awakened by a realization. She had been reborn in her childhood, not only losing her powers, but also regressing in spirit. This was not a time for mourning. Though her face bore the marks of grief, a spark ignited in her eyes. Her mother's passing was but a tragic accident, and Xiao Yueshi realized that her immediate focus should be on preventing such occurrences in the future. If she were still a 7 absolute fairy, ailments like her mother's could be easily cured with a single elixir. Thus, for Xiao Yueshi, the most pressing matter was not to wallow in sorrow, but to commence her cultivation anew. Only by regaining her powers could she confront any challenges and protect her family. Rest assured, mother, I vow to safeguard father and the family, ensuring their long lives filled with happiness and health. With this solemn promise etched in her heart, Xiao Yueshi steeled herself for the path ahead. Chapter 5. Nightmare in the majestic and imposing Supreme Heavenly Palace. Xiao Yueshi found herself standing at its entrance. She distinctly remembered having been reborn into her childhood, yet here she was again, filled with doubt. As she advanced, she quickly sensed something amiss. The once sacred and vibrant palace now lay deserted, as if it had succumbed to decay long ago. However, as she ventured deeper, she soon spotted a striking figure seated upon the highest throne of the heavenly palace, a tall, handsome man. Lin Yang, you are indeed alive. Upon recognizing the man on the throne, Xiao Yueshi's expression shifted dramatically. The figure seated before her was none other than Lin Yang, the heavenly emperor whom they had thought slain. As the heavenly emperor, he loomed over the realm from his throne, casting an imposing presence that Xiao Yueshi had felt countless times before, a sensation she would never forget. Confronted by Xiao Yueshi's stunned expression, Lin Yang remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm, a hint of derision curling his lips. Sister Yueshi, without me, your calamity-star fate has begun to awaken. Now that your mother has passed, your father, elder brother, sister-in-law, and your dear nephew shall follow. No! Xiao Yueshi shouted vehemently, her fury igniting. You are mistaken, Lin Yang. Your lies cannot deceive me. With that, she summoned a celestial sword, lunging fiercely towards Lin Yang. The enchanted sword pierced Lin Yang without any hindrance. The brilliant crimson flowed from the wound on Lin Yang's body. Yet, he appeared utterly unconcerned, merely gazing at Xiao Yueshi with a peculiar half-smile. As the seven absolute fairy, Xiao Yueshi felt a twinge of unease under his gaze. Just as she intended to act again, everything before her suddenly vanished. Water Buffalo Town. The Xiao residence. Xiao Yueshi gasped for breath, abruptly sitting up in bed. At that moment, she was not only drenched but also covered in cold sweat. I actually had a nightmare. Xiao Yueshi shook her head in disbelief. In her previous life, she hadn't dreamt for centuries. Only mortals have dreams. Cultivators possess formidable mental fortitude and do not squander their energy in dreams, let alone nightmares. However, recalling the nightmare, her expression turned grave. It is said that what one contemplates during the day often manifests in dreams at night. The fact that I dreamt such a nightmare is largely due to my excessive concern over everything Lin Yang said back then. Moreover, if he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be waiting to see me falter. I absolutely cannot fulfill his wishes. With a cold snort in her heart, Xiao Yueshi resolutely sat cross-legged. Adopting a meditative posture, she had already decided to commence her cultivation as soon as possible to regain her strength. Now, this nightmare left her with no trace of sleepiness. Thus, she began her practice immediately. As the seven absolute fairy, embarking on the path of cultivation was a simple task for her. In fact, in this life, her cultivation journey would be even smoother than in the last. Take the foundational stage of cultivation, for instance. In her previous life, she practiced the most ordinary foundational technique in the cultivation world. Not only was her progress slow, but the foundation she established was also unstable, greatly affecting her future cultivation. Yet now, she could directly employ the most advanced techniques stored in her memory for her foundational practice. This time, she was destined to be even more formidable than in her past life. Xiao Yueshi even had confidence that her future strength would surpass that of Lin Yang in her previous life. Which foundational technique should I choose? Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Xiao Yueshi silently contemplated. It was not that she lacked suitable foundational techniques. On the contrary, she was aware of an overwhelming number of cultivation methods. In her previous life, she was among the most elite in the cultivation realm, naturally familiar with the various paths of cultivation throughout the spirit mystic continent. The more ordinary techniques did not even catch her eye. Now, any technique she randomly selected could be considered exceptional, enough to incite fierce competition if revealed. However, even among these top-tier foundational techniques, the discerning Xiao Yueshi found herself unimpressed. After much contemplation, a particularly unique cultivation technique emerged in her mind, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. This technique was perfectly suited for the foundational stage and could serve as the core method for Xiao Yueshi, allowing her to cultivate to the pinnacle. Indeed, among all the techniques she knew, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra ranked among the best. The problem was that this technique had been bestowed upon her by Lin Yang. Now resolved to sever any ties with him, Xiao Yueshi hesitated at the thought of this technique. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, she shook her head. How could I be so mundane? Techniques are techniques, and people are people. Practicing the Reincarnation Heart Sutra does not necessarily mean I must remain entangled with Lin Yang. With a silent affirmation, Xiao Yuexi's demeanor swiftly regained its tranquility. Following the principles of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, she adopted a uniquely distinctive posture. As she silently channeled the cultivation method of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, a substantial amount of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her. Even more astonishingly, a minuscule vortex, invisible to the naked eye, manifested around her. As this vortex slowly spun, it devoured the surrounding spiritual energy, ultimately integrating it into Xiao Yuexi's body. As this energy coursed through her, Xiao Yuexi's physique was swiftly nourished, and even her skin began to radiate a newfound luster. Feeling the changes within her, a look of delight spread across Xiao Yuexi's face. I have indeed made the right choice. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra is extraordinarily powerful. Using it for foundational cultivation yields astonishing speed, and I shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. In the cultivation hierarchy of the spirit mystic continent, the stages range from the foundational level to the more advanced innate stage, spiritual body, harmonization, sacred realm, and ultimately ascension to immortality. Each cultivation stage is crucial. In her previous life, even with Xiao Yuexi's prodigious talent, it took her over 3 years to complete her foundational cultivation. However, in this life, she was confident she could achieve it within half a year. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to swift progress. If Xiao Yuexi could cultivate so rapidly in the foundational stage, the subsequent path would undoubtedly become increasingly smooth. Chapter 6. The Plague. A night passed. On the morning when Xiao Yuexi rose, her elder sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast for the family. As her father emerged from his room, the family gathered to eat. "Little sister, have some meat." Xiao Dashin, with a fond expression, placed the only piece of meat from his bowl on his Xiao Yuexi's plate. As the youngest in the family, aside from her nephew Xiao Yun, she was always doted upon by the Xiao family, especially by her elder brother Xiao Dashin. Xiao Yuexi still vividly remembered how, when she was younger, her brother would carry her on his shoulders to the hills outside Water Buffalo Town to gather mushrooms and wild fruits. Once, she was frightened by wild dogs outside the town and cried out in terror. It was her brother Xiao Dashin who rushed over and, in a frenzy, killed the wild dog, rescuing her at the cost of several bloody wounds on his body. Those childhood moments were the most cherished memories in her mind. Even after she became the renowned 7 Absolute Fairy, those beautiful recollections would occasionally flash through her memory. Now, as she reminisced about these warm moments, Xiao Yuexi felt a warmth in her heart. Although there was still some sorrow due to her mother's passing, she smiled at her brother and handed the piece of meat he had given her to her nephew Xiao Yun. "Let Xiao Yun have it. He is about to lose his baby teeth. Eating more meat will help his new teeth grow stronger." The plump Xiao Yun's eyes lit up at the sudden addition of meat in his bowl. While munching on the meat, he mumbled, "Annie, good. Auntie." Huh? This scene brought smiles to the faces of everyone in the Xiao family, including Xiao Yuexi. The sorrow over their mother's passing had been considerably alleviated at that moment. Silently watching as her family finished their meal, their father, with his wrinkled face and kind demeanor, gently tapped the table and said, "Your mother has passed, but life must go on. Dashin, you will accompany me to do some work outside the town later. Eldest daughter-in-law, you will need to take charge of the household from now on. As for Yuexi, you stay at home to help your sister-in-law with Xiao Yun." "Understood, father." Xiao Dashin and his wife quickly nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuexi followed suit, relishing the unique warmth that permeated their family. She especially enjoyed listening to her father as he detailed the day's tasks for everyone. However, before he could finish, a large group of people clamored through the front gate. Old Xiao! Old Xiao!" Standing in the Xiao family's courtyard, a boisterous man shouted at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing the commotion, the Xiao family quickly stood up and walked outside. The people in the courtyard were all familiar faces from Water Buffalo Town. "What brings you here at this hour? Have you had breakfast yet?" Xiao Yuexi's father greeted them as he approached. The few standing in the yard, however, appeared somewhat flustered. Before Father Xiao could approach, the loud voice from earlier could no longer contain itself. "Who has the heart to eat?" "Old Xiao just now." Guzi went to the neighboring town and said there is an outbreak of plague there, with many already deceased. Our 2 towns are not far apart. This plague is bound to spread to us sooner or later. The words plague cast a heavy pall over everyone's expressions. In Shuanyo town, the populace consists of ordinary folk, and if the plague indeed erupts, it is likely that many lives will be lost. With a grave demeanor, Father Xiao nodded solemnly. "Is the news credible? If it is, we must not be careless. We need to seal the town and prevent any outsiders from entering. Indeed, We share the same thoughts, which is why we came to discuss this with you. A group of people began exchanging opinions, their voices blending together. No one noticed the peculiar expression on Xiao Yueshi's face as she stood aside. The plague, has it truly arrived? With a complicated expression, Xiao Yueshi sighed inwardly. She was aware of this plague. In her previous life, Xuanyo Town experienced a similar outbreak, albeit at a later time. Fortunately, that plague subsided quickly, causing minimal casualties. Now, however, it had come earlier than expected. Xiao Yueshi hesitated, contemplating whether she should intervene in this outbreak. In her past life, the reason the plague had been quelled so swiftly was due to Lin Yang proposing various countermeasures, such as using quicklime for disinfection, inventing masks and gloves, and teaching methods for isolating the infected. Thanks to Lin Yang's numerous strategies, Xuanyo Town had managed to weather the storm of the plague. Yet in this life, Lin Yang did not exist. If she chose not to act, once the plague spread to Xuanyo Town, the situation would undoubtedly be far more severe than in her previous life. Many lives would be at stake. Though the townspeople were not her blood relatives, they shared a bond of kinship, and she could not bear to watch them perish. Finally, Xiao Yueshi sighed within herself, resolving to assist the people of Xuanyo Town in overcoming this plague. Yet, such a decision made her feel somewhat conflicted. After all, if she were to help the townsfolk, she would inevitably rely on the methods Lin Yang had proposed in her past life. She truly wished to sever ties with Lin Yang completely. Alas, even in this rebirth, Lin Yang seemed omnipresent, casting a shadow over her existence. Having resolved to distance herself from him, she had first practiced the reincarnation scripture he had given her, and now she was compelled to utilize his strategies to aid others in their time of crisis. Oh, Lin Yang, how I wish you would not become that tyrant in the future. With her emotions in turmoil, Xiao Yueshi took a deep breath, her expression returning to normal. She stepped forward and said, "Father, esteemed uncles, I possess methods to combat the plague." Upon hearing that someone could provide a solution, Father Xiao and the others displayed expressions of joy, immediately turning their gazes toward Xiao Yueshi. However, upon realizing it was Xiao Yueshi speaking, their expressions of joy quickly faded, replaced by looks of helplessness, as they shook their heads in unison. Even Xiao Yueshi's father could not help but shake his head, saying, "Yueshi, we are discussing serious matters. Do not be mischievous." It was evident that in the eyes of Father Xiao and the townsfolk, Xiao Yueshi was still perceived as a naive little girl who knew nothing but how to play pranks. This was not entirely unfounded, as she had indeed been like that in the past. Xiao Yueshi recognized that her words held little credibility in their eyes, so she refrained from further discussion and simply raised her hand, gathering a sphere of spiritual energy. Boom! A fireball erupted in Xiao Yueshi's hand, leaving everyone around in stunned amazement. The people of Xuanyo Town stared in disbelief at Xiao Yueshi, who had conjured a small fireball with her bare hands. To them, such a feat could only be accomplished by a true immortal. Not only the townsfolk, but even the Xiao family members looked at Xiao Yueshi with astonishment. They had been with her daily, but had never known that she had become an immortal. Scanning the astonished faces around her, Xiao Yueshi could not help but smile slightly. Admittedly, this feeling was quite delightful, even though she had been revered as the 7th absolute female immortal in her previous life. That feeling could not compare to this moment, especially since those before her were her childhood neighbors. Calm down, calm down. My state of mind has regressed too much. I'm feeling joy over such a trivial matter, almost like a true child, Xiao Yueshi mused inwardly. Regaining her composure, she addressed the crowd. Father, esteemed uncles, I received teachings from an immortal in my dreams. Not only did I learn cultivation methods, but I also acquired ways to combat the plague. The townsfolk, who had previously held little faith in Xiao Yueshi, were compelled to take her seriously after witnessing her demonstrate immortal techniques and hearing her claim to have received guidance from an immortal. Father Xiao, however, scrutinized Xiao Yueshi from head to toe and finally could not help but ask, "Daughter, is what you say true?" As her father, he knew her well. Given the gravity of the situation regarding the plague, he needed to emphasize his inquiry. "Father, you must trust me this time," Xiao Yueshi assured him, nodding. His doubts left her feeling somewhat helpless. In her past life, when Lin Yang had proposed his methods to combat the plague, the entire Xuanyo Town, especially her father, had shown no skepticism and immediately entrusted Lin Yang with managing the town. But now, with her in the same position, even after demonstrating her abilities, there were still doubts cast upon her. The unfairness of it all was exasperating. Seeing Xiao Yueshi's earnestness, Father Xiao felt somewhat reassured, yet he still expressed his unease. "Yueshi, your uncles and elders are present. Please share your methods for combating the plague, so everyone can assess their validity. His statement served a dual purpose: to express his lingering doubts about his daughter, who was merely a 10-year-old girl, and to help her share the responsibility. Combating a plague was no small matter. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. By having Xiao Yueshi articulate her methods, they could collectively decide, ensuring that if any errors occurred, the blame would not fall solely upon her shoulders. Xiao Yueshi understood her father's intentions and nodded slightly. She then began, "Esteemed uncles, the plague spreads fundamentally due to a contagious disease. Why does disease spread? It is because the agents that cause our illness are countless minuscule entities invisible to the naked eye. We can refer to these entities as viruses or bacteria." As Xiao Yueshi spoke eloquently, an image of Lin Yang addressing the crowd in her past life surfaced in her mind. The content she relayed was precisely what Lin Yang had articulated previously. She did not change a single word, not because she was unwilling, but rather because she did not know how. Illness arises from these tiny creatures, which are termed viruses and bacteria. Even as the 7 absolute female immortal, she had never fully comprehended these strange entities. However, that was inconsequential, although she did not grasp the underlying principles. As long as she emulated Lin Yang's actions from her past life, the outcome should be the same. The townsfolk of Shuanyo Town, observing Xiao Yueshi's articulate discourse, although the audience grasped little of what she said, they nonetheless felt an inexplicable sense of admiration for her prowess. Regardless, it sufficed that she was impressive. As Xiao Yueshi scrutinized the reactions of those around her, she continued, "To combat the spread of the plague, we merely need to sever the transmission routes of these minuscule pests. Upon returning home, I urge you all to procure ample quicklime and scatter it throughout Water Buffalo Town. This substance can effectively isolate those pests. Furthermore, we must craft gloves and masks from silk to prevent these minuscule creatures from infiltrating our bodies. Additionally, we should prepare some vacant houses. Should anyone fall ill, they can take refuge in these spaces to prevent the spread of the pests to others." Once Xiao Yueshi concluded her address, an elderly man from the crowd stepped forward to inquire, "We can certainly prepare the silk. But what exactly is this mask you speak of? We have never seen one before." Xiao Yueshi waved her hand, reassuringly. "I will create a sample shortly. You need only to replicate it." The townsfolk nodded eagerly, their faith in Xiao Yueshi solidified. Some even proposed that she temporarily oversee the management of Water Buffalo Town to facilitate their efforts against the plague. Without hesitation, Xiao Yueshi accepted this significant responsibility. Being the illustrious 7 absolute fairy, assisting a group of mortals in warding off a plague was, in her view, a trivial matter. In a nearby corner, watching his sister steal the spotlight, Xiao Dashan was both astonished and unable to suppress a grin. Xiao Yueshi was his sister, and now she seemed to have transformed overnight into someone both wise and capable, possibly even a celestial master. This realization filled him with joy, genuine happiness for his sister's growth. "Yueshi seems a bit off today." Xiao Dashan's wife suddenly tugged at his arm, breaking his reverie. This modest woman, who typically spoke little, could not help but voice her concerns upon observing Xiao Yueshi's unusual demeanor. Xiao Dashan turned to his wife with a smile. "There's nothing amiss. Yueshi is 10 years old now. It's time she matured." "That's not what I meant," his wife replied, her bashful face revealing a hint of trepidation. "Do you recall what the celestial master said at Yueshi's birth? He claimed she possessed extraordinary roots, a natural talent for cultivation, yet her fate was too formidable. She would bring misfortune to our family." Xiao Dashan's countenance darkened instantly. Without uttering a word, he quickly covered his wife's mouth. Scanning the surroundings and ensuring no one was eavesdropping, he grimaced, "My dear, please refrain from discussing such matters in the future. Who knows the origins of that old Taoist? His words cannot be taken at face value, especially since our family has thrived all these years." His wife nodded, but couldn't help but retort. Yet the old Taoist was not entirely mistaken. Yueshi truly has a talent for cultivation. We've been with her daily and are oblivious to when she became a celestial master. Moreover, hesitating briefly, she continued in a hushed tone, "Could our mother's passing be connected to this?" Xiao Dashan's brow furrowed deeply as he shook his head vehemently. "Do not speak such nonsense. Mother passed due to illness, and it has nothing to do with Yueshi." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Xiao Yueshi ahead. Memories flooded back of the day she was born, when the town witnessed extraordinary phenomena, a rainbow of clouds and an enchanting fragrance wafting from their home, attracting a genuine celestial master. That master had initially intended to take Xiao Yueshi as a disciple, but upon assessing her roots, withdrew in alarm and merely named her before departing. This incident was known only to a few in the Xiao family. Now, 10 years later, Xiao Dashin had nearly forgotten, but his wife's sudden mention brought it all rushing back. Regardless, he cherished his sister too deeply to entertain any notion of harm befalling her. After reiterating that this topic should remain unspoken, he turned his attention to the townsfolk. With the need to combat the plague, everyone must contribute, and Xiao Dashin was determined to do his part. At the town's entrance and outside each home, quicklime was to be scattered. Those returning from outside the town must undergo a 2-week quarantine. The town's wells and drainage systems required regular inspections to ensure the water source remained uncontaminated. As news of the plague spread, the entire population of Water Buffalo Town sprang into action. As the appointed commander in this fight against the plague, Xiao Yueshi busied herself daily, directing the implementation of various preventive measures. Initially, some townsfolk dismissed her commands, viewing her merely as a 10-year-old girl. However, with her subtle yet effective methods, she quickly gained their respect and compliance. After all, Xiao Yueshi had once been the esteemed 7 absolute fairy, and subduing a group of ordinary mortals was a simple feat for her. Yet as she gradually won over every resident of Water Buffalo Town, a sense of reflection began to stir within her. Having been reborn with all the memories of her past life as the 7 absolute fairy, she navigated this situation with remarkable poise. In contrast, the boy Lin Yang had never cultivated in his previous life. He had merely been an ordinary 10-year-old child. Yet he had managed to organize the hundreds of residents in Water Buffalo Town, earning their unwavering trust. In this light, it was evident that Lin Yang possessed an innate regal charisma, which foretold his future as the supreme emperor of the Lingxian continent. Who could have anticipated such rapid transformation? With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi was lost in thought when Xiao Dashin approached, basket in hand. "Sister, you must be weary. Come, have something to eat." He reached into the basket and pulled out some food. Xiao Yueshi, unceremoniously accepting the offering, devoured it eagerly. With a smile on his face, Xiao Dashin watched her. Once she had eaten her fill, he scratched his head and asked, "Sister, do you truly believe these measures will combat the plague? I've never heard of boiling water as a preventive measure before." "You and T understand," Xiao Yueshi replied with a smile. Shaking her head, "This is called scientific prevention." As Lin Yang, she instinctively uttered Lin Yang's name, the phrase scientific prevention echoing memories from her past life when he had shared such knowledge with her. However, realizing that Lin Yang no longer existed in this world, she abruptly fell silent. Intrigued by her unfinished thought, Xiao Dashin probed, "Who exactly is this Lin Yang? You've mentioned him before, and now again." "He's merely an unrelated individual," Xiao Yueshi dismissed, attempting to change the subject. Yet, the more she tried to evade it, the more curious Xiao Dashin became. With an odd smile gracing his face, Xiao Dashin fixed his gaze on Xiao Yueshi and asked, "Little sister, be honest with me. Is that Lin Yang the son of some prominent family? Do you have feelings for him? Otherwise, why would you mention his name repeatedly? Only someone you truly care about would elicit such attention from you." "Do I like Lin Yang?" Xiao Yueshi's eyes widened in disbelief, and she almost immediately waved her hands in denial. "Big brother, don't speak nonsense. I have no connection with Lin Yang whatsoever." Yet, despite her words, her tone grew somewhat subdued, lacking conviction. Years ago, she had lived alongside Lin Yang in Water Buffalo Town, and they had trained and grown together. Calling them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. At that time, she could not deny that she harbored a modicum of admiration for the exceptionally gifted and strikingly handsome Lin Yang. It was not only her. She could sense that the other 6 sisters of the 7 absolute immortal maidens also had feelings of admiration for him, albeit buried deep as their cultivation levels rose. Eventually, they even chose to eliminate Lin Yang as a means to eradicate evil and uphold justice, thereby relinquishing those feelings entirely. If there were a next life, they would remain strangers. The thought of such a vow abruptly surfaced in Xiao Yueshi's mind. How could one who made such a promise still entertain notions of affection? Her expression turned cold as she stood up and declared, "Big brother, please do not mention Lin Yang's name in my presence again. I do not like him." With that, she turned and walked away into the distance. Watching her retreat, Xiao Dashin couldn't help but shake his head. It was the first time he had seen his sister speak with such solemnity. He picked up the basket from the ground and headed home, wrapping his cloak tightly around himself. Although the sun blazed brightly, he felt a subtle chill creeping over him, though he dismissed it as trivial. Youthful and vigorous, a mere draft would not faze him. Chapter 9. Xiao Yueshi's moment of glory in the morning. Shortly after the sun had risen, a thin mist enveloped Water Buffalo Town. The weather was rather ordinary, yet the townsfolk were already bustling about, for they were accustomed to early labor. Furthermore, Recent rumors of an impending plague had left everyone restless, prompting them to rise early to either work or prepare for the impending crisis. As the sun ascended higher, the mist gradually dissipated. A piercing scream, laced with terror, suddenly echoed throughout Water Buffalo Town. The plague! The plague has come! The voice emanated from the town's center, where numerous villagers had gathered, their faces pale with fear as they gazed at the ground before them. There lay a small, frail man, his complexion ashen, covered in a multitude of alarming red rashes, a clear sign of plague infection. Upon witnessing the reality of the plague in Water Buffalo Town, the surrounding crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively turned to flee back to their homes, believing that reaching their sanctuaries would shield them from the disease. Even the infected man, unconscious on the ground, went unassisted as no one dared approach him. Quickly, we must transport the patient to the quarantine area to prevent the spread of the plague. Upon learning of the plague victim, Xiao Yueshi swiftly assembled her medical team and rushed to the scene. Despite her team's formation, no one dared to approach the fallen man. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yueshi, donned in gloves and a mask, who stepped forward to examine him. As she assessed the man's condition, she addressed the onlookers. This plague is not as fearsome as it seems. With proper precautions, we can significantly reduce the risk of transmission. Observing the bravery of this young girl, the anxiety of the assembled villagers lessened considerably. Following Xiao Yueshi's instructions, they carefully lifted the afflicted man onto a stretcher and transported him to the prearranged quarantine facility. Once that was accomplished, Xiao Yueshi led them to the infected man's home, utilizing freshly distilled strong liquor and quicklime to sanitize the premises thoroughly. Though she appeared merely as a young girl, her composure and efficiency earned the respect of everyone in Water Buffalo Town, who were now thoroughly convinced of her capabilities. Thanks to Yueshi, our town has avoided chaos. Indeed, this girl is a gift from the heavens to Water Buffalo Town. The old Xiao family must be truly blessed to have a daughter like Yueshi. Whenever Xiao Yueshi hurried to assist the sick, a chorus of praise would arise around her. She had become the most beloved figure in Water Buffalo Town, even garnering respect from the esteemed elders. This elevated status brought her a mix of enjoyment and distress, for she vividly remembered how, in her previous life, the townsfolk had similarly lauded Lin Yang. He had shone like the brightest star, overshadowing her and her peers. Now, she had become the brightest star in Water Buffalo Town, yet her actions were merely a reflection of Lin Yang's deeds. Each time she heard the accolades, she felt as though Lin Yang were still present, and the praise was directed at him. During such moments, she would silently reassure herself that Lin Yang truly no longer existed. Time passed swiftly, and more than a month had gone by. Following a relentless month of battling the plague, the situation in Water Buffalo Town began to stabilize. During this period, over 100 individuals had contracted the disease. Yet proper care ensured that most recovered, with only 7 casualties, a negligible number in the context of a plague outbreak. Xiao Yueshi's reputation soared alongside the crisis, transforming her from a mischievous, inconspicuous girl into a revered noblewoman of the Xiao family. The news of her impending ascension to become an immortal master had spread throughout the town. One evening, as darkness began to envelop the sky, Xiao Yueshi was patrolling with her medical team, ensuring the plague did not spread further. Unexpectedly, a massive fireball appeared overhead, streaking across the sky and illuminating Water Buffalo Town with its brilliance. This astonishing sight captured the attention of every resident, given that the plague had yet to dissipate. The sudden emergence of such an anomaly left the townsfolk uneasy. Only Xiao Yueshi, gazing up at the fireball, exhibited a hint of intrigue. This fireball was clearly a magical artifact employed by cultivators. How could it have fallen here? At that moment, Xiao Yueshi felt a mix of surprise and curiosity, for such an occurrence had never transpired in her previous life. This meant that this celestial fireball had not existed in her memories. Continue your patrol. I shall investigate, she instructed, before leaping into the air and dashing towards the outskirts of Water Buffalo Town. Her astonishing speed left her medical team in awe, despite her recent focus on combating the plague. Yet she had not forgotten her cultivation. After a month, her internal spiritual energy had grown increasingly abundant, resulting in significant changes to her physique. Previously, she appeared merely as a young girl of 10. However, under the influence of this spiritual energy, she seemed to have matured considerably, now resembling a graceful maiden. Furthermore, her physical capabilities had surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Thus, executing such agile movements had become child's play for her, akin to a light and nimble bird. With a gentle leap from the branches outside the town, Xiao Yueshi effortlessly soared into the air, flickering in and out of visibility multiple times. A wave of heat enveloped her, revealing an expansive sea of flames before her. Within this fiery expanse stood a short sword of brilliant crimson, thrust firmly into the ground. Chapter 10. The flow of fortunes upon seeing the short sword not far away. Xiao Yueshi was initially taken aback, soon overwhelmed with joy. In her previous life, as one of the pinnacle cultivators of the Lingxian continent, even a top-tier magical artifact had never elicited such elation from her. Yet this short sword was different. Presenting itself before Xiao Yueshi was the fire sword spirit. Its primary function was to allow fire attribute cultivators to integrate it within themselves, thereby accelerating their cultivation process. Once assimilated, it could continuously draw in surrounding spiritual energy and automatically convert it into fire attribute energy. For a fire attribute cultivator, such a treasure was indeed invaluable. Moreover, the fire sword spirit was renowned for its unpredictable emergence. Even the most esteemed immortals could not foresee where it might appear. Furthermore, if not assimilated within half a day, it would dissipate completely. These stringent conditions meant that among the vast expanse of the Lingxian continent, the number of cultivators who had successfully integrated the fire sword spirit was exceedingly few. To successfully merge with such a treasure, one required an exceptionally deep reservoir of fortune. Thus, the fire sword spirit was often referred to as a treasure of fortune. If Lin Yang were here, he would never be able to obtain this fire sword spirit. Perhaps he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of it, Xiao Yueshi remarked playfully. Her mood lifted as she gazed at the distant sword. Since her rebirth, despite possessing memories of her past life, she often felt overshadowed by Lin Yang, particularly in dealing with matters of the plague, where she had merely imitated him. Now, she finally felt a sense of triumph. Lin Yang's fortune was notoriously poor. Treasures like the fire sword spirit were beyond his reach. Though fortune may seem an ethereal concept, nearly every cultivator in the Lingxian continent acknowledged its existence. Those with high fortune could encounter treasures merely by stepping outside, and even dangerous situations often turned fortuitous. Their cultivation would also yield greater rewards with less effort. Conversely, cultivators with low fortune were often plagued by misfortune, frequently failing to acquire treasures even when they were within reach, and facing numerous risks on their cultivation journey. In her previous life, Lin Yang exemplified this. Lacking fortune, his path was fraught with obstacles. Yet his extraordinary talent in cultivation propelled him to the pinnacle, ultimately allowing him to become a legendary emperor. Xiao Yueshi sighed, shaking her head, before refocusing her attention on the fire sword spirit. With this sword, her cultivation journey in this life would undoubtedly be smoother than in her past. However, possessing memories and experience from her previous life, the fire sword spirit was merely an embellishment for her. If given to her nephew, Xiao Yun, the true potential of the fire sword spirit could be realized. After a brief contemplation, she made her decision. It would be a waste for her to possess the fire sword spirit. Xiao Yun, lacking the memories of a past life, would benefit immensely from it, allowing him to progress more swiftly and steadily on his cultivation path. With resolve, Xiao Yueshi leaped into the fiery circle ahead of her. Although she had yet to complete her foundation establishment, her past life's experiences made it effortless for her to subdue the fire sword spirit. In the blink of an eye, she stood before the crimson sword, which radiated an overwhelming heat. Extending her hand, she gathered spiritual energy and deftly created a strand of it. The exquisite control of spiritual energy would astound any onlooker, for even those of the spirit body stage would find it difficult to achieve such finesse. Only a reincarnated powerhouse like Xiao Yueshi could accomplish this with such ease. Once she had formed a slender strand of spiritual energy, she cast it forth, wrapping one end around the fire sword spirit as if fishing, while the other end connected to a nearby tree. Boom! The moment the spiritual energy strand linked the tree to the fire sword spirit, an intense heat erupted, traveling along the strand to the tree. The tree, lacking any resistance, was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into a colossal fireball. Within mere moments, it was entirely consumed, leaving only ashes to scatter in the wind. Xiao Yueshi replicated this process, connecting the spiritual energy strand to other nearby trees. Each one met the same fiery fate as the first, reduced to ashes in an instant. After incinerating at least several dozen trees, the oppressive heat radiating from the fire sword spirit began to diminish gradually. Once the scorching aura had mostly dissipated, Xiao Yueshi approached and extracted the fire sword spirit from the ground. Clutching it tightly, she turned and hurried away. Time was of the essence, as the spirit would vanish within half a day. If she wished to integrate it into her nephew Xiao Yun, she had little time to spare. Upon returning to Water Buffalo Town, darkness had enveloped the sky, and scattered lights illuminated the town. Following familiar pathways, Xiao Yueshi swiftly arrived home. Elder brother, sister-in-law, quickly bring Xiao Yun out. I have an extraordinary gift for him, she exclaimed with delight, knocking on her elder brother and sister-in-law's door. After a flurry of movement, her brother, Xiao Dashin, and his wife emerged from their room. Little sister, what time is it? Can't this wait until tomorrow? Your nephew has long since gone to sleep, they responded, slightly annoyed. Xiao Yueshi's expression turned serious as she shook her head. No, it cannot wait. Wake him immediately. What follows is of utmost importance. If we miss this opportunity, he may never have such a chance again. Chapter 11. The 5 Declines of Heaven and Man. Seeing Xiao Yueshi's gravity, Xiao Dashin and his wife immediately understood the urgency and quickly went to awaken Xiao Yun, bringing him to her. The commotion even roused their father, who donned a coat and stepped out. Without pausing for further explanation, Xiao Yueshi instructed Xiao Yun to sit cross-legged on the ground and promptly produce the fire sword spirit. This was a treasure of immense value. If integrated into Xiao Yun's being, it could elevate him to the ranks of celestial masters. With a brief explanation, she prepared to proceed. As she began to gradually infuse her spiritual energy into the fire sword spirit, it was activated, and an intense heat immediately radiated outward, transforming the surrounding temperature to resemble the sweltering summer. Zhao's father and the other two stood nearby, their expressions tense as they observed the unfolding spectacle. In the past, they would have certainly tried to stop Xiao Yueshi, but they had witnessed her recent transformation, especially after she led the people of Water Buffalo Town through the plague. Even in the eyes of the Xiao family, Xiao Yueshi's words now held significant weight. Furthermore, with her assertion that Xiao Yun could also become an immortal master, it was joyous news indeed. 2 immortal masters emerging from one family would surely allow the Xiao clan to soar. Thus, the family felt a blend of worry and elation. As Xiao Yueshi activated the fire sword spirit, it morphed into an ethereal presence, which explained why it could not be preserved for long. The fire sword spirit was merely a manifestation of fire element within the cosmos, said to contain a trace of the heavenly Tao's power, which rendered it so extraordinary. What Xiao Yueshi aimed to do was transfer this fragment of heavenly power into Xiao Yun's body. With cautious precision, she maneuvered the fire sword spirit closer to Xiao Yun's crown. Under the anxious gaze of the Xiao family, she suddenly plunged the fire sword spirit into the back of Xiao Yun's head. "Oh dear!" exclaimed the young boy, who had been somewhat drowsy, now instantaneously awakened, letting out a startled cry. The other 3 members of the Xiao family, upon hearing Xiao Yun shout, became even more anxious, particularly Xiao Yun's mother, who, feeling distress for her son, could not help but lean closer and anxiously inquire, "Yuner, are you all right?" With curious eyes, Xiao Yun blinked and shook his head. "I'm fine. It just feels like my whole body is warm and cozy." Upon hearing this, the Xiao family finally relaxed. A smile crept on Zhao's father's face as he turned to Xiao Yueshi, "Daughter, do tell us what that was just now." With a light chuckle, Xiao Yueshi explained, "Father, even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Just know that this item is exceptionally rare, even among immortal masters. With it, Xiao Yun will not only become an immortal master, but a remarkably powerful one." "Ah, splendid." Zhao's father and Xiao Dashin rubbed their hands together gleefully. The future of the Xiao family appeared increasingly promising. Meanwhile, Xiao Dashin, smiling at Xiao Yueshi, was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This peculiar reaction caught the attention of both Xiao Yueshi and Xiao's father. Turning to Xiao Dashin, Xiao's father asked with concern, "Dashin, what is wrong? You seemed off lately." Xiao Dashin shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I must have caught a chill. I've been feeling a bit cold. But it's nothing serious. See, I can still eat and sleep just fine. A couple more days, and I'll be all right." Xiao's father's expression turned grave. "With the plague being so severe recently, we cannot afford to be careless if you are ill." He then turned to Xiao Yueshi, "Daughter, you know the most about the plague. Please check on your brother, lest he also fall victim to it." "That is unlikely. Those afflicted with the plague show distinct red rashes, which I do not have," Xiao Dashin argued. Indeed, the symptoms of the plague were quite evident, making it easy to differentiate. Thus, Xiao Yueshi felt at ease and approached Xiao Dashin, saying, "Elder brother, let me see what is wrong." Though reluctant, Xiao Dashin did not wish to upset his sister, and obediently sat before her, resting her palm on his back. Xiao Yueshi channeled her spiritual energy into him to begin her examination. After only a brief moment, her expression drastically changed and she gasped. The 5 declines of heaven and man. How is this possible? Seeing Xiao Yueshi's alarmed demeanor, Xiao's father and Zhao's mother grew tense once more. Ultimately, it was Xiao's father who could no longer contain his curiosity. Daughter, what is wrong with your brother? What do you mean by the 5 declines of heaven and man? Xiao Yueshi's face had turned extremely pale, and she could hardly respond to her father's inquiry. Instead, she closed her eyes, concentrating all her energy as she continued to investigate Xiao Dashan's condition. However, the more she probed, the graver her expression became, until it turned ashen, beads of sweat pouring down her brow. Her alarming state caused Xiao's father and Zhao's mother to wear expressions of deep concern, while Xiao Dashan, the one in question, remained oblivious, cheerfully stating, Sister, you needn't worry. I know my body well. There is nothing major at all. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yueshi finally withdrew her hand from Xiao Dashan's back. She felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had evaporated, causing her to sway slightly and nearly collapse. Xiao's father hurried to support her and pressed, Yueshi, what is truly wrong with your brother? You must tell us. We are anxious. Xiao Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, scanning the worried faces of her family. With a forced smile, she replied, It's nothing. I'm not entirely clear on my brother's condition either. I'll need to study this further. Though Xiao's father and Zhao's mother sensed something was amiss in Xiao Yueshi's reaction, they chose not to dwell on it after her reassurance. After all, she was not a physician by trade. Had it not been for her extraordinary capabilities in combating the plague, they would have never thought to ask her for assistance. As night fell, the Xiao family lingered for a while longer, conversing before each returned to their respective rooms to sleep. After examining Xiao Dashan, Xiao Yueshi spoke very little. Upon entering her own room and shutting the door, she collapsed onto the floor, her complexion once again turning ghostly pale. The 5 declines of heaven and man. How could her elder brother possibly exhibit such symptoms? Chapter 12. Treatment. The phrase 5 declines of heaven and man is a term that evokes dread among practitioners in the realm of Lingxian. It signifies a punishment from the heavenly Tao. Once a practitioner exhibits symptoms of the 5 declines of heaven and man, their fate is sealed. Only death awaits. Even the most extraordinary elixirs cannot remedy this affliction. Moreover, these symptoms are exclusive to practitioners. Mortals have lifespans too brief to ever experience such a condition. Thus, even in her previous life as a renowned immortal, Xiao Yueshi had never encountered a mortal displaying the symptoms of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Yet now, she found herself confronted with such a reality. Her elder brother, Xiao Dashan, was indeed exhibiting these ominous signs. Currently, Xiao Dashan felt merely a chill. Yet this coldness would only intensify, ultimately leading to his demise. The duration of this process was unpredictable, potentially lasting a decade, a century, a month, or even merely a few hours. The unpredictability and lack of treatment options were hallmarks of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Understanding the true horror of this affliction was precisely why Xiao Yueshi had been so taken aback upon discovering its presence in her brother. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure just in time, refraining from disclosing the grim truth to the rest of the Xiao family. Otherwise, chaos would have surely ensued. Despite momentarily stabilizing the situation, Xiao Yueshi remained plagued by anxiety, fully aware that her elder brother's life hung by a thread. In her previous life, he had been perfectly healthy. How could he suddenly exhibit the symptoms of an immortal? She sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Xiao Yueshi's complexion was ashen, and she spoke in a whisper. Such peculiar symptoms, even during her past life as the 7 absolute fairy, left her utterly powerless. At this moment, the words Lin Yang once uttered to her surged abruptly in her mind. You, Xiao Yueshi, are destined to be a celestial solitary star. If you are a child, your parents will surely meet a tragic end. If you have siblings, they too will face untimely death. Her mother had already passed away, and now it seemed her elder brother was next. In a state of despair, Xiao Yueshi began to tremble slightly. For an instant, she found herself unexpectedly believing a fragment of Lin Yang's ominous prophecy. No, this cannot be true. Her mother's death was merely an accident. She had suffered from illness for many years, and it was only natural for her to succumb. As for her elder brother, Xiao Yueshi's expression tightened. This too must be an accident. A mortal suffering from the celestial decline is an unforeseen misfortune indeed. With a silent resolve, Xiao Yueshi gradually regained her composure. She had no time to wallow in sorrow. Every fleeting moment must be seized to investigate the celestial decline afflicting Xiao Dashan. If a cultivator were to suffer from such an ailment, recovery would indeed be impossible. Yet, her brother was merely immortal. Perhaps there was a way to cure him. Hope reignited in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed. The plague in Water Buffalo Town had finally dissipated, restoring normalcy. The shadows that loomed over everyone had lifted, and smiles returned to the faces of the townsfolk. "Miss Xiao, are you heading out?" "Benefactor, here are the fruits I've grown. Please have a taste." "Dashan, you must take good care of your sister." On a sunny morning, Xiao Yueshi and Xiao Dashan walked together down the main street of Water Buffalo Town. Residents greeted them warmly, especially when addressing Xiao Yueshi. Her prowess in combating the plague had won the admiration of every individual in Water Buffalo Town. Xiao Dashan smiled amiably, engaging with those around them, while Xiao Yueshi maintained a stoic expression, appearing remarkably indifferent. As they exited the town, Xiao Dashan, slightly displeased, turned to Xiao Yueshi and said, "Little sister, what is wrong with you lately? You always were such a stern face, even ignoring the neighbors who greet you." Xiao Yueshi furrowed her brows slightly, responding, "I will pay more attention in the future." Though she spoke those words, the truth was that her recent preoccupation with researching the celestial decline afflicting Xiao Dashan had left her nearly on the verge of losing her hair from worry, leaving her little inclination for mundane matters. Today, she had brought her brother out to test a treatment she had devised. Leading Xiao Dashan to a small hill outside the town, Xiao Yueshi instructed, "Elder brother, sit here and do not move. Follow my instructions." Xiao Dashan, observing his busy sister, replied cheerfully, "All right." Xiao Yueshi then retrieved several luminous jade stones, placing them strategically around Xiao Dashan. She was preparing to set up a fire array, hoping to draw the elemental fire from the surroundings into Xiao Dashan's body to combat the celestial decline symptoms. These jade stones were precious spirit stones she had diligently acquired over the past few days, sacrificing her cultivation time for their procurement. Once everything was set, Xiao Yueshi reiterated, "Elder brother, no matter what unusual reactions you experience, hold on." Xiao Dashan nodded earnestly, "I trust you." Although he was unaware of her exact intentions, he believed his sister would never harm him. After ensuring the formation was correct, she unleashed her spiritual energy to activate the fire array. Though not particularly remarkable in the cultivation world, its primary function was to ensnare and injure foes. Xiao Yueshi had devoted countless efforts to ensure it would work effectively on her mortal brother without causing him harm. It was thanks to her extensive knowledge from her past life as the Seven Absolute Fairy that she could achieve this. Otherwise, a less experienced cultivator would have struggled to set up such a healing formation. With a thunderous roar, the fire array erupted into flames around Xiao Dashan. As he found himself engulfed in fire, a look of fear spread across his face. Yet, recalling Xiao Yueshi's instructions, he endured the searing pain and remained still. The flames surged toward him as if alive, swiftly entering his body. "Elder brother, how do you feel?" Xiao Yueshi inquired urgently. Xiao Dashan furrowed his brow, sensing for a moment before breaking into a smile, "It feels quite pleasant. Little sister, you are truly remarkable. I don't feel cold at all." Chapter 13. What if everything he said is true? Xiao Dashan's words filled Xiao Yueshi with joy, and she hurried to examine him further. However, after a brief assessment, disappointment washed over her. While the fire array had slightly improved his condition, it had not genuinely resolved the celestial decline afflicting him. "It seemed I must devise another method," she thought, shaking her head in disappointment. Seeing her demeanor, Xiao Dashan could not help but ask, "Little sister, is something wrong with me?" Xiao Yueshi forced a smile, intending to brush him off, but Xiao Dashan turned to her with a grave expression. "Little sister, I have noticed something amiss with you these past few days. I am your elder brother. Do you truly wish to keep secrets from me?" Xiao Dashan had never looked so serious before, and his demeanor silenced Xiao Yueshi. After a moment, she finally spoke, "Elder brother, your body does indeed show some abnormalities, and I am seeking ways to treat you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dashan relaxed slightly. Continuing, "Is it serious?" "Very serious." Xiao Yueshi nodded almost immediately. "The affliction you suffer is unlike anything I have encountered before, and thus far, I have not conceived a treatment plan." Xiao Dashan hesitated before asking, "Am I going to die?" The gravity of that question hung heavily in the air. Yet, now that the subject had been broached, further concealment was futile. Xiao Yueshi could only nod silently. "Yes, it is a possibility, and it could happen at any moment." Xiao Dashan's expression turned solemn once more. "Little sister, didn't you say we should use science to combat the plague? That we should treat our ailments scientifically? Does that mean science has no means to cure me?" The concept of scientific healing momentarily stunned Xiao Yueshi, conjuring Lin Yang's image in her mind. In her previous life, he had imparted vast knowledge of science to her, such as viruses, bacteria, and the principles of gravity and magnetism. Yet, he had ultimately emphasized that the Lingxian continent was a realm of fantasy where science could not elucidate the mystical. In her previous life, Xiao Yueshi had not fully grasped the weight of Lin Yang's words, but now she understood. He was indeed correct. Science could address certain issues, but could not resolve the fantastical. And her brother's affliction, the celestial decline, was clearly a mystical malady. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yueshi turned to Xiao Dashan and explained, "Elder brother, your condition is quite complex, and it cannot be succinctly described. However, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save you. I absolutely will not let anything happen to you. I trust you, for you are my sister." Xiao Dashan approached, ruffling Xiao Yueshi's hair with his hand. A smile soon adorned his face as he said, "In truth, I fear not death. It is merely that father is advanced in years, your nephew is still but a child, you remain unmarried, and there is also your sister-in-law. Thus, I cannot permit myself to perish." With that, Xiao Dashan plopped down onto the grass, gesturing towards the distance, diverting the conversation. "Little sister, do you recall that small pond? A few years back, I took you there to catch fish and dig for loaches. In a few days, I shall take you and Xiao Yun there to play. We shall fry the fish we catch in lard, and the flavor will undoubtedly be delightful." Xiao Yueshi lifted her gaze towards the horizon. Beneath the hill, there indeed lay a modest pond. In her childhood, Xiao Dashan often took her there to fish, with their mother frying the catch into crispy delights. Alas, their mother was no longer with them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped Xiao Yueshi. Observing her change in demeanor, Xiao Dashan intentionally recounted tales from their childhood, gradually lifting Xiao Yueshi's spirits. The sun shone brightly that day. Xiao Dashan boldly pulled Xiao Yueshi down into the grass beside him, both gazing up at the azure sky. He chuckled, "Little sister, last time when I inquired about that Lin Yang young gentleman, you were quite furious. Might you share with me now the details of that matter?" Upon hearing Lin Yang's name, Xiao Yueshi's expression darkened once more. At any other time, even if her brother inquired, she would not utter a word. Yet now, with her brother's safety hanging in the balance, she gradually nodded and began to recount her tale. "I once had a dream wherein a person named Lin Yang grew alongside me, and later we even practiced cultivation together." Xiao Yueshi slightly altered the narrative, claiming that the events of her previous life were merely dreams. This way, she hoped to avoid alarming Xiao Dashan. He listened intently until she spoke of the 7 of them teaming up to confront Lin Yang, prompting him to interject, "Little sister, have you considered that the story you tell may hold truth? That the young gentleman Lin Yang might not be deceiving you? That is impossible." Xiao Yueshi immediately shook her head. "How could you believe those absurdities, dear brother? Do you truly think there are reincarnators from other worlds? Or that our world is merely a realm from a novel? Or that it might succumb to a so-called dark upheaval? Such notions are far-fetched." Though he acknowledged the absurdity, Xiao Dashan continued, "But little sister, did you not also undergo a sudden transformation, maturing overnight?" She instinctively began to reveal her truth of reincarnation, but hesitated. If she could return from the future, what if Lin Yang too had returned? This thought sent her mind into a whirlwind. Observing her confusion, Xiao Dashan shook his head, resting his hands behind his head as he chuckled. "Little sister, I'll take a moment to rest. Wake me when you're ready." Xiao Yueshi remained troubled by the earlier conversation. Yet upon reflection, she shook her head. Her own return was a miracle. The likelihood of such a phenomenon occurring twice was minuscule. Moreover, Lin Yang had shared much, but had never claimed to be a reincarnator. Instead, he suggested their world was a fictional creation. After a prolonged contemplation, she regained her composure. Ultimately, Lin Yang's fabrications were merely excuses for his wanton slaughter. Just as Xiao Yueshi adjusted her mindset, she heard Xiao Dashan's voice resound near her. "Little sister, should I depart, I entrust father, Xiao Yun, and your sister-in-law to you." Upon hearing her brother's seemingly final words, Xiao Yueshi instinctively shook her head. "Brother, rest assured, I will never allow you." Yet as the words lingered, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Engrossed in her thoughts, she had failed to notice that Xiao Dashan lay quietly on the grass, eyes closed, expression serene, as if in slumber. However, upon closer inspection, she realized his aura had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill emanating from him. The celestial decline had erupted. In that instant, Xiao Yueshi was frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Though she had long been aware of the imminent danger posed by her brother's celestial decline, She never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Moments ago, they had been sharing laughter, and now he was separated from her by the veil of death. She had expected to be devastated by this day, yet she found herself strangely numb, approaching her brother's lifeless form, cradling him gently as she whispered, "Brother, I shall take you home." Recently, the Xiao family had been beset by misfortune. Their mother had just passed, and now, even Dashan was gone. It was a grievous loss. Dashan had been a good man, with responsibilities weighing heavily upon him. Water Buffalo Town, the Xiao household, had once again hung the white banners of mourning outside their door, eliciting sorrowful glances from the neighbors. Inside the Xiao household, the atmosphere was unbearably heavy. Xiao father, already creased with wrinkles, seemed to age decades in mere moments, stooped and graying. Xiao Yueshi's sister-in-law had fainted multiple times from grief. Yet it was the composed Xiao Yueshi who held the family together, attending to the mourners while organizing her brother's funeral arrangements, growing increasingly adept at the process. The same mournful sounds of the Suona, the same rituals, the same location. Xiao Yueshi witnessed the brother who had once cherished her transformed into a small mound of earth, akin to their mother. As she knelt before his tombstone, a tremor coursed through her. The fated star of misfortune. Had Lin Yang spoken the truth? Would she truly bring doom upon her family? At that moment, despite her reluctance to believe, doubt began to creep into Xiao Yueshi's heart. She was engulfed by fear, fearing that this was merely the beginning. With their mother and brother gone, only her father, sister-in-law, and dear nephew Xiao Yun remained. If misfortune were to befall them as well, she would find herself utterly alone in this world. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. Moreover, if that day were to come, an even harsher truth might confront her. The once defeated Emperor Lin Yang may have never deceived them, but rather, they had been blind to the reality. A wave of terror crashed over Xiao Yueshi as if she stood at the edge of a precipice, ready to plummet into the abyss. "No, it cannot be," she exclaimed, raising her head to look upon her father, sister-in-law, and nephew Xiao Yun. Only when she glanced at them did the fear within her begin to dissipate. As long as they remained by her side, it sufficed to prove that Lin Yang's words were untrustworthy. "Father, sister-in-law, I wish to venture out for a while." It was the morning of the third day after her elder brother's burial when Xiao Yueshi unexpectedly spoke these words during breakfast. Zhao's sister-in-law, who had been sitting nearby, glanced at her but remained silent. Ever since her husband, Xiao Dashan, had passed away, the once taciturn woman had become even more withdrawn. Often, even when Xiao Yueshi initiated conversation, her sister-in-law would ignore her for quite some time. Ultimately, it was their father, whose hair had turned nearly completely white, who wearily looked at Xiao Yueshi and said, "The area outside Water Buffalo Town is rather perilous. You are still young. What do you intend to do out there?" Xiao Yueshi set down her bowl and chopsticks, replying, "I am now considered a celestial master. There are certain items essential for my cultivation that I must seek outside." This reasoning was somewhat acceptable, and their father nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "If you believe it is necessary, then go. I am getting old and will not be able to assist you much longer." Hearing her father's words, Xiao Yueshi felt an immense weight in her heart. In her previous life, her father had never been as despondent as he was now. He appeared frail and exuded the melancholic aura typical of the elderly. Clearly, the death of Xiao Dashan had dealt him a devastating blow. Yet, despite recognizing her father's poor state, Xiao Yueshi remained resolute in her decision to leave. She felt a genuine fear that her presence had somehow contributed to the untimely deaths of her mother and brother. Hence, she wished to distance herself from her home for a time, so that the remaining family members would not be affected by her presence. Additionally, the atmosphere at home had become unbearable. After her mother's passing, the mood in the Xiao family had begun to sour, and with her brother's subsequent death, the home had grown eerily silent. The laughter that once filled their home had vanished, and even gatherings for meals turned into solitary affairs, with no one speaking a word. Moreover, Xiao Yueshi sensed a peculiar gaze from her sister-in-law recently, one that seemed tinged with resentment, yet also fear. The discomfort of this scrutiny puzzled her. In her memories, her sister-in-law had always been a quiet yet upright and kind-hearted person. In her past life, Xiao Yueshi had held her in high regard, as she would always prepare delicious meals whenever she returned home. However, now her sister-in-law seemed like a completely different person. For these myriad reasons, Xiao Yueshi resolved to embark on a journey of cultivation. She had already planned to seek out the other members of the 7 Absolute Maidens during her travels. If she could find them, perhaps she would no longer feel the anxiety that plagued her. "It is merely misfortune that my experiences echo Lin Yang's words. Surely my other sister's paths differ, she mused before departing Water Buffalo Town without a backward glance. Chapter 15. Master Tianqing Jinren Fairy Yueshi, we part ways here. In the sky, several beams of rainbow light flickered and vanished, leaving only a single cloud floating in the air. Standing atop this cloud, Xiao Yueshi gazed down at the ground below. A recent light rain had left the earth lush and vibrant, instilling her spirit with a sense of elation. Time had passed, and it was now the second year since she had left home. Although she had not found the other 6 sisters of the 7 absolute maidens during her journey, she had reaped considerable rewards. Her cultivation had advanced remarkably. She had not only completed her foundational training, but had also made significant strides in the innate realm. An innate cultivator can fly using magical tools. Yet as a former member of the 7 absolute maidens, Xiao Yueshi aspired to a more advanced form of cloud manipulation. The cloud beneath her feet was a manifestation of her skill. This method of flight was far superior to basic magical transportation, offering greater speed, agility, and convenience, as it required no external assistance. Furthermore, although she had not located her sisters, she had encountered numerous acquaintances from her past life. While they did not share her memories, their life stories had diverged significantly from what she had previously known, which brought her a sense of relief. If others could experience rebirth and alter their fates, it was entirely reasonable for her to do the same. Hovering above the cloud, Xiao Yueshi reflected on her journey and then regained her composure. Having been away for 2 years, it's time I return home. Additionally, my master should soon arrive in Water Buffalo Town. The thought of her master filled her with anticipation. She hastened back, eager to see her father and sister-in-law after 2 long years apart, as she missed them dearly. Moreover, she was excited to welcome her master back. In her previous life, the reason Xiao Yueshi had embarked on the path of cultivation, despite hailing from such a remote place as Water Buffalo Town, was due to her encounter with her master, Tianqing Jinren. A unique figure among practitioners, Tianqing Jinren was a solitary cultivator with a diverse array of teachings. Despite his scattered background, he possessed knowledge of various cultivation techniques. Even after becoming a member of the 7 absolute maidens, Xiao Yueshi's understanding of esoteric teachings could not surpass that of her master. Frequently, she sought his counsel when faced with challenges. Regrettably, in the second year after she became a member of the 7 absolute maidens, Tianqing Jinren suffered an accident during cultivation, leading to the disintegration of his primordial spirit and ultimately his demise. In her rebirth, Xiao Yueshi's greatest concern remained her late master, who had cared for her deeply. She was determined to alter the tragic fate that had befallen him. As memories of her master flooded her mind, a smile crept onto Xiao Yueshi's face. The image of her master and their shared moments danced vividly in her thoughts. With a growing eagerness to reunite with him, she descended from the cloud and landed outside Water Buffalo Town. Among the common folk within the town, her arrival on a cloud would likely cause quite a stir. Thus, she preferred to maintain a low profile upon her return. However, as she stepped back into her hometown, the familiar sights stirred her emotions. This was her home, and soon she would reunite with her father and sister-in-law. She wondered about Xiao Yun, who had melded with the fire sword spirit and inherited her cultivation techniques. He must have made some progress by now. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Yueshi hurried towards her home, oblivious to the curious glances cast her way from all around. Before she could reach her house, 2 elderly women intercepted her. "Yueshi, is that you?" Recognizing them instantly, Xiao Yueshi exclaimed, "Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhao, it's me, Xiao Yueshi. You didn't recognize me?" Xiao Yueshi smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing her acknowledge her identity, the 2 elder ladies before her were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it is Yueshi. You have transformed into a celestial beauty. We barely recognized you." It was no surprise that they struggled to recognize Xiao Yueshi, for the changes she had undergone in the past 2 years were monumental. 2 years prior, she was merely a youthful girl with a tender appearance, but now she had truly blossomed into an enchanting fairy. Clad in a flowing gown as white as snow, her garments billowed gracefully, giving the impression that she had descended from the clouds. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuating her delicate figure. Her complexion fair and refined, creating a stark contrast to the people of Water Buffalo Town. The appearance of such a fairy in a humble place like Water Buffalo Town felt akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Hence, while the townsfolk recognized her, few dared to approach her. In response to the elder lady's praise, Xiao Yueshi merely smiled softly and intended to continue on her way. During her 2 years of travels, she had mingled with cultivators from various regions, and her beauty was renowned even among them, let alone among mortals. As she moved toward her home, the 2 elder ladies exchanged hesitant glances and one finally mustered the courage to speak. Yueshi, why not come to my house for a moment? There are some matters I need to discuss with you. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Yueshi replied, Aunt Lu, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I am in a hurry to return home to see my father and cannot visit you right now. Upon hearing this, the two elder ladies grew even more hesitant. After a prolonged silence, Aunt Lu finally steeled herself and said, Yueshi, it is not that I wish to prevent you from going home, but your home is no more. My home is no more? Xiao Yueshi stood in stunned silence, her face etched with disbelief as she regarded the two elder ladies. Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Aunt Lu continued without reservation. Yueshi, the winter after you left, there was a heavy snowfall, and the cold was unbearable. Your father fell ill and could not survive that winter. He has passed away. At that moment, Xiao Yueshi was rendered completely speechless. It had been less than 2 years since her departure, and before she left, she had checked her father's health, which had been stable. My father is dead? She gasped, her eyes widening in shock, unable to fathom the reality of such a loss. After a moment of frozen disbelief, panic and urgency flooded her gaze as she asked, What about my sister-in-law and little Yun? Where are they? The two elder ladies had just mentioned that her family was no more. Even if her father had passed, her sister-in-law and nephew should still be alive. With a sigh, the elder ladies replied, Since Deshawn left, your sister-in-law has not been well mentally. After your father passed, only your sister-in-law and little Yun were left. Though they managed to get by, one day, they suddenly vanished. We searched for many days around Water Buffalo Town, but could not find them. Little Yun and her sister-in-law had also gone missing. Xiao Yueshi stood there, disbelief etched on her face as the gravity of the situation sank in. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, and, disregarding the presence of the two elder ladies, she dashed toward her home, no longer concerned about her celestial image. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at her doorstep. The once warm and inviting home now lay in visible ruin. The entrance gate had collapsed significantly, and the yard was overrun with weeds towering to half a person's height. The once crowded thatched cottage now stood decrepit, with the door frame missing and several large holes in the roof. The tattered paper on the windows flapped in the wind, producing a haunting sound. With each step she took into her crumbling home, her heart trembled. The house could be repaired, and the weeds in the yard could be cleared. But what of the people who once inhabited this space? They were gone. Where could she possibly search for them? Xiao Yueshi stood in her yard, dazed, as the overgrown weeds seemed to vanish, replaced by the lively scenes of the past. Her lively nephew, Xiao Yun, used to run out from the cottage, grasping her hand and asking, Annie, Annie, did you bring me candied hawthorns? Behind him, her brother and sister-in-law would emerge, smiling as they watched the scene unfold. Within the home, her father wore a gentle smile, puffing on his pipe, while her mother busied herself preparing a meal, calling out cheerfully, Come on, don't dawdle. It's time for dinner. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, Xiao Yueshi could not help but call out, Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. However, with her cry, the vision before her dissipated like a mirage, replaced once more by the desolation that surrounded her. Xiao Yueshi stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, desperately wiping them away. Yet they would not cease. Soon, her beautiful face, resembling that of a fairy, became a canvas of sorrow. Yet, she remained oblivious to her appearance. Each drop of sorrowful tears that fell to the ground intensified the tremors within her as the haunting words echoed in her mind. Xiao Yueshi, you are the harbinger of calamity. Those you hold dear will perish because of you. Lin Yang, Lin Yang, she suddenly cried out, invoking the name that had been absent from her life for 2 years. The scene before her left her chilled to the bone. Everything that Lin Yang had once foretold was now manifesting into reality. Would the other truths he spoke also hold? Their ambush on Lin Yang had been a grave mistake from the start. While other errors could be rectified, they had already taken Lin Yang's life. Such a mistake could never be undone. Tremors racked her body, as the death of her loved ones and a sudden surge of inexplicable fear enveloped her in darkness. No matter which direction she turned, she found herself surrounded by an endless void. Yueshi, this is not the time for sorrow. A voice suddenly pulled her back from the brink of despair. Turning around, she saw the two elder ladies had followed her, their expressions tinged with concern as they beheld her weeping form. Yet they spoke earnestly, Yueshi, we have been unable to find your sister-in-law and nephew. But you are a celestial master. Surely you possess the means to locate them. Little Yun is the last descendant of the Xiao family. You must try to bring them back. Indeed, my sister-in-law and little Yun. A spark of determination ignited within Xiao Yueshi. This was not the time for despair. Her family still had hope. If she could find her sister-in-law and little Yun, her family could remain whole. Nodding resolutely, she declared, "Annie's, I shall set forth immediately to bring back my sister-in-law and little Yun." The abrupt disappearance of her sister-in-law and nephew was an enigma that ordinary townsfolk could not solve. However, for a celestial master like Xiao Yueshi, locating them would not pose a challenge, especially given her previous life as the Seven Absolute Fairy. With a mere application of her tracking techniques, she could trace their whereabouts seamlessly. Ignoring the lingering presence of the two ladies, Xiao Yueshi summoned forth a garment from the dilapidated dwelling ahead. Though the garment was tattered, its color and style made it evident that it once belonged to the elder sister. Xiao Yueshi conjured a small spirit bird imbued with ethereal energy, offering a corner of the worn clothing to the creature. With a commanding voice, she uttered, "Trace the threads of fate and lead me to its owner." The spirit bird, having consumed the piece of fabric, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, darting away into the distance. A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Yueshi's face, for the bird's response indicated that her elder sister still existed in this realm. Without hesitation, she took to the skies, following the tracking bird. Chapter 17. Madness. Xiao Yueshi trailed closely behind the tracking bird, her heart racing with anxiety. The town of Water Buffalo was remote, surrounded by desolate mountains teeming with wild beasts. It was a challenge for the townsfolk to venture beyond their confines. If her elder sister and little Yun found themselves ensnared in those mountains, their plight would surely be dire. One a woman, the other a child, enduring a harsh existence. Regret began to gnaw at Xiao Yueshi. Why had she ventured out for such an extended period? Fortunately, after the tracking bird circled above, it veered towards another direction, the very path leading to the only nearby city, Cloud City. Though Cloud City paled in comparison to other grand cities of the Lingxian continent, it was infinitely more prosperous than Water Buffalo Town. If her elder sister and little Yun were within the city, their circumstances were likely better. Xiao Yueshi mused that with Cloud City's population and the presence of cultivators, the living conditions would be far superior to those of Water Buffalo. Following the tracking bird, she descended outside Cloud City, where dilapidated huts lay scattered and sewage flowed freely. As she landed, a foul odor assaulted her senses. This was clearly a place where the underprivileged resided, yet the tracking bird slowed, indicating that her elder sister was nearby. Observing the squalid surroundings filled Xiao Yueshi with a mix of sorrow and relief. Although her elder sister's life here was undoubtedly grim, they would no longer endure such suffering. Proceeding behind the tracking bird, she advanced cautiously. The throngs of people made it difficult for even the tracking bird to locate anyone. However, Xiao Yueshi's tracking technique, rooted in the threads of fate, was far superior to ordinary methods. The tracking bird led her to a decrepit temple, where her elder sister and little Yun resided. Xiao Yueshi's heart raced as she strode inside, only to halt abruptly. The scene before her was not one of a home. The temple appeared even more dilapidated inside, with debris strewn across the floor, remnants of tiles and beams scattered about, and weeds sprouting from the corners. This place bore no signs of habitation. Doubts crept into Xiao Yueshi's mind, making her question the tracking bird's accuracy. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in filthy, torn clothing, her hair a wild tangle resembling overgrown weeds. She mumbled incoherently, her demeanor erratic, clearly unhinged. Initially indifferent to the deranged woman, Xiao Yueshi's eyes widened in shock when the woman turned to face her. "Elder sister?" Xiao Yueshi gasped, astonished. She had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion, yet never anticipated finding her elder sister in such a state. In her memories, her elder sister had always been the modest, slightly plump woman with a gentle smile. Now, however, she appeared emaciated, dressed like a beggar, and her consciousness seemed clouded, mumbling nonsensically. Xiao Yueshi could scarcely fathom the tribulations her elder sister had faced over the past 2 years. But where was little Yin? A swift glance around revealed no sign of him, deepening her concern. Rushing towards her elder sister, she reached out to assist her, only to have the deranged woman fix her gaze upon her, a wild look in her eyes. Startled by the intensity of that gaze, Xiao Yueshi watched as her elder sister suddenly shouted, "Little sister." A wave of elation washed over Xiao Yueshi. Her elder sister recognized her, suggesting that her madness might not be as severe as feared and could potentially be cured. Yet, the next moment left Xiao Yueshi dumbfounded as her elder sister, in a fit of rage, began to hurl accusations. "Ha! It's you who has cursed our family. First mother, then brother Sean, and now father. And it's your turn to bring doom to me and my son." Though the words jolted Xiao Yueshi, She had no time to argue with a madwoman. She swiftly performed a calming incantation, pressing it to her elder sister's forehead. As the incantation penetrated, her elder sister's tirade subsided, her movements slowing until she eventually closed her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yueshi hurried to support her elder sister, laying her down gently, her heart heavy with concern. Glancing at her elder sister's hand, Xiao Yueshi spotted a small shoe in her grasp, crafted in the shape of a tiger's head. Instantly recognizing it as little Yun's, she realized that despite her elder sister's madness, her thoughts still lingered on him. If I can bring little Yun back, my elder sister's condition will surely improve, she resolved silently. Finding a relatively clean spot within the temple, Xiao Yueshi settled her elder sister there, casting protective wards to shield her. With this precaution in place, only a practitioner of significant power could pose a threat to her elder sister's safety. Once this was done, Xiao Yueshi invoked her tracking technique again, summoning another spirit bird to seek out little Yun's whereabouts through the threads of fate linked to the tiger-headed shoe. As the bird soared into the distance, Xiao Yueshi felt a sense of relief wash over her. It seemed little Yun was still alive. With renewed determination, she took flight, following the spirit bird. Chapter 18. The Six Harmonies Child. Outside Cloud City, two cultivators descended upon a nearby hill, their magical artifacts shimmering in the air. "Old Cloud, will you not invite us in?" one called out. An arrogant laughter echoed from the hill. "Ha! With esteemed friends visiting, I, Cloud, shall certainly welcome you." As he spoke, the hill vanished, revealing a deep ravine. The two cultivators exchanged glances before striding into the gorge. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a pungent scent of blood. The two monks scanned their surroundings, seemingly indifferent, and began to murmur quietly among themselves. The old monster Yun had secluded himself for so long that the Six Harmonies boy was likely refined by him. If the old monster Yun truly succeeded in cultivating the Six Harmonies boy, his strength would undoubtedly surpass both of us in an instant. Amidst their whispers, a figure clad in a crimson robe emerged from the canyon ahead. Trailing behind him were 6 children, all dressed in identical crimson robes. These children appeared dazed, devoid of any spark in their eyes. Upon witnessing the crimson-robed figure and the 6 children behind him, the 2 monks were taken aback, exclaiming, "Old monster Yun, you truly have succeeded in refining the Six Harmonies boy. As a congenital practitioner, you may soon be able to contend with even the strongest of spiritual body realm cultivators." Flattered by his friends, the crimson-robed man displayed a smug expression, declaring, "To be frank, among practitioners of the same rank, I am now invincible." Although the 2 monks were reluctant to acknowledge his claim, they understood that the old monster Yun, having refined the Six Harmonies boy, had indeed attained a power that defied the heavens. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a chilling voice suddenly rang out from above. "You 3 shall perish." Startled, the 3 monks looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman in white, hovering in mid-air, her face contorted with fury as she glared at them. Initially concerned by her sudden appearance, the monks felt relieved upon realizing she was merely a congenital practitioner. "May I inquire your name, fair maiden? We bear no ill will. If you would be so gracious, why not descend and share a drink with us?" The old monster Yun gazed greedily at the woman in white as he spoke. Her breathtaking beauty clearly captivated him. However, the woman paid him no heed, coldly reprimanding him before unleashing her spiritual power. This scene caused the 3 men to furrow their brows. "Since you are so indifferent to civility, let me show you the Six Harmonies boy I have newly refined." The old monster Yun scoffed. The 6 children behind him immediately leaped forward, forming a unique formation to attack the woman in white. In a flash, she appeared directly before the old monster Yun, and before he could react, an ice sword materialized in her hand, severing his head from his body. Holding his severed head, the woman in white infused her consciousness into the old monster Yun's mind, commencing a soul search. This shocking display left the other 2 monks trembling in fear. The old monster Yun was the strongest among them, having refined the Six Harmonies boy and wielding immense power. Yet, he had not even a semblance of the strength to resist. He was swiftly killed and his soul extracted. Without a moment's pause, the 2 remaining monks activated their artifacts, attempting to flee. However, just as they ascended into the sky, the icy voice of the woman rang out again. "You 2 shall also perish." Summoning 2 ice spikes with a flick of her wrist, the woman sent them hurtling toward the fleeing monks. They too found themselves without any means of resistance, their bodies instantly frozen by the ice spikes. With a series of crisp cracks, the 2 congenital practitioners shattered into fragments. After effortlessly dispatching the 3 monks, the woman in white still seemed unsatisfied. With a grim expression, She dealt with the corpse of the old monster Yun before swiftly approaching the Six Harmonies boy, Xiao Yun. She called out, her gaze fixed on one of the boys. Indeed, the woman executing this ruthless retribution against the three evil cultivators was none other than Xiao Yueshi, who had hastened from Yun City. Upon arriving, Xiao Yueshi had witnessed the gathering of these three malevolent practitioners. In the vast realm of Lingxian, numerous practitioners existed, including many like these three. Initially, she had little interest in them, but the appearance of the old monster Yun ignited her fury. For one of the boys among the six was her missing nephew, Xiao Yun. Seeing her nephew's vacant expression, Xiao Yueshi was consumed by rage, executing the three without a second thought. Though the old monster Yun and his companions were considered formidable among congenital practitioners, they were now faced with the reincarnated seven absolute immortal, Xiao Yueshi. Even with equivalent cultivation levels, she could easily vanquish them. Moreover, Xiao Yueshi deliberately left the old monster Yun alive to perform a soul search. She sought to uncover how her nephew had fallen into his clutches and learn the method by which he had refined the Six Harmonies boy. Only by understanding this method could she hope to restore her nephew to normalcy. From the soul search of the old monster Yun, Xiao Yueshi discovered that her nephew's capture had been entirely accidental. A year prior, while passing near Water Buffalo Town, the old monster Yun had stumbled upon Xiao Yun, who was engaged in cultivation. With innate talent already commendable, Xiao Yun had further enhanced his abilities by merging with the fire sword spirit, making him appear even more exceptional. The old monster Yun, upon seeing him, had nearly drooled with desire. As he was in the process of refining the Six Harmonies boy and needed another child, he stealthily abducted Xiao Yun under the cover of night. Although the old monster Yun had been silent during the abduction, a mother's intuition allowed Xiao Yun's aunt to sense his disappearance immediately, prompting her to give chase, even beyond Water Buffalo Town. This was the truth behind the sudden vanishing of Xiao Yun and his aunt. Damn it, how infuriating. Upon learning this truth, Xiao Yueshi's beautiful face twisted with rage as she shouted in frustration. Xiao Yun, having fused with the fire sword spirit, was destined for greatness. Yet, the old monster Yun's interference had now seemingly obliterated his prospects. With her expression darkening, Xiao Yueshi steeled herself, knowing she must find a way to rescue her nephew and restore him to normalcy. Chapter 19. Fortunate enough, the method of refining the Six Harmonies boy was exceedingly sinister. To cultivate the Six Harmonies boy, one must first locate six highly spiritual children. Then, before their passing, they must be administered various unique potions to enhance their physical forms. Finally, using a soul extraction technique, their souls would be drawn forth and connected with specific innate objects. Only through this intricate process could the Six Harmonies boy be successfully refined. From the soul of the old monster Yun, Xiao Yueshi gleaned the method for refining the Six Harmonies boy, explaining the dazed and lifeless state of the six children, including her nephew. They were left merely as empty vessels, devoid of souls. The current Six Harmonies boys were nothing more than living puppets. How detestable. After examining the condition of the Six Harmonies boys, Xiao Yueshi's countenance turned ashen. Were she still the seven absolute immortal of her past life, she would have had the means to attempt to summon her nephew's soul back. However, her current cultivation was far too weak, and the soul was the essence of life. A careless move could lead to its complete annihilation. Thus, she dared not act recklessly. What to do? What to do? In a fit of anxiety, Xiao Yueshi paced in circles until a sudden realization struck her. While her own cultivation was insufficient to engage with her nephew's soul, her master, the celestial star real person, was nearby. With his cultivation, he could undoubtedly assist in summoning her nephew's soul back. In this life, Xiao Yueshi had hoped to see her master, initially intending to alter the outcome of his eventual spiritual disintegration. However, it was unexpected that now the master had become the opportunity to save her nephew. This serendipitous event made Xiao Yueshi feel that her luck was indeed exceptional. She waved her hand, bringing her nephew Xiao Yun's lifeless form before her. As she gazed upon the remaining 5 Liyue children, her expression grew complex. Regardless of their backgrounds, the fate of these Liyue children, captured by the old monster Yun and turned into Liyue children, was indeed tragic. If she had the capability, Xiao Yueshi would naturally wish to rescue them all. However, the unfortunate reality was that she currently lacked such power. With a sigh in her heart, Xiao Yueshi offered her apologies to the 5 Liyue children before her, then conjured a flame of spiritual fire, incinerating their bodies to ashes. For these Liyue children, without someone to heal them, they were merely empty shells. The distinction between living and dead hardly significant. By cremating their bodies, Xiao Yueshi aimed to prevent their remains from falling into the hands of other malevolent cultivators, who might exploit them for nefarious purposes. After reducing the 5 Liu children to ashes, Xiao Yueshi erected 5 small mounds nearby, before finally taking to the skies with her nephew Xiao Yun. After flying several hundred miles, Xiao Yueshi landed on a mountain peak. She clearly remembered that in her previous life, Master Tianqing Jinren had passed through this very place. Now, as long as she waited here, she was certain to encounter Master Tianqing Jinren. Under normal circumstances, she could comfortably wait here. Even if she didn't meet her master, it would be of little consequence, as she could always seek him elsewhere. However, the situation was different now. Xiao Yueshi was anxious to find her master to save her life. Thus, from the very beginning of her wait, she felt a sense of unease. What if in this life, her master did not pass through here? Or what if he had other matters to attend to, altering the timing of his passage? While Xiao Yueshi anxiously awaited, less than a day had passed when an elderly man, with hair as white as snow and clad in a tattered robe, lay atop a massive wine gourd, swaying as he approached. Master. Upon seeing the enormous wine gourd, Xiao Yueshi's face instantly lit up with joy. This gourd was the unmistakable emblem of her master, Tianqing Jinren. Indeed, nothing had changed. Master Tianqing Jinren had arrived punctually. With a leap, she positioned herself in front of the wine gourd and exclaimed urgently, "Master, please help me." The figure reclining atop the wine gourd, reeking of alcohol, barely managed to open his bleary eyes upon hearing someone call him master. After a fleeting glance, he let out a startled cry, "Oh," and promptly fell off the gourd, landing headfirst into the grass below. Witnessing her master's childlike demeanor, reminiscent of her previous life, Xiao Yueshi felt increasingly reassured. In this life, perhaps only her master would remain unchanged. With excitement brimming, Xiao Yueshi descended from the sky and stood before Tianqing Jinren, who had now fully awakened. He gazed up at her and, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, remarked, "Are you the girl from the Xiao family in Shuanyo town?" Xiao Yueshi nodded, saying, "Master, it is I, Yueshi. You may not recognize me now, but I am destined to be your disciple." "Wait," Tianqing Jinren interjected, his expression pained. "Xiao family girl, I named you. Indeed, we have some connection, but the matter of apprenticeship must be discussed later. For one, your fate is unique. I truly cannot accept you as my disciple." As he spoke, Tianqing Jinren's face grew increasingly bitter. With Xiao Yueshi's exceptional talent, he would be overjoyed to have her as a disciple, ensuring his legacy. However, the gravity of Xiao Yueshi's fate was daunting. Even Tianqing Jinren hesitated to draw too close to her. Years ago, when Xiao Yueshi was born, he had visited the Xiao family and warned them that her fate was so formidable it could bring ruin to those around her. Now, with Xiao Yueshi approaching him, declaring her desire to be his direct disciple, Tianqing Jinren felt compelled to decline. "Master, I understand that what I say now may be incomprehensible to you, but I must tell you that I have long since become your disciple." Xiao Yueshi revealed her truth to Tianqing Jinren, unabashedly admitting she had been reborn from centuries in the future. To convince him, she swiftly formed a hand seal, causing bright stars to swirl around her. This secret technique was known only to Tianqing Jinren and Xiao Yueshi. As Tianqing Jinren witnessed her display of this unique technique, his eyes widened and his mouth fell agape. "This is unusual. How could I dare accept you as my disciple? Has someone altered your Tiansha Guxing fate?" Yet Xiao Yueshi was already too preoccupied to discuss further. Grasping Tianqing Jinren's arm, she pulled him towards her nephew Xiao Yun and implored, "Master, this is my nephew. He has fallen victim to a malevolent cultivator's wickedness, and now his soul is lost. I need your help to summon his soul back." Tianqing Jinren glanced at Xiao Yun, his brow furrowing. He is indeed a Lioha child. This will be difficult to heal. Xiao Yueshi nodded. "I am aware of the challenges, but before my rebirth, I reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Healing my nephew's condition should not be insurmountable, yet my current power is insufficient. That is why I need your assistance." Initially skeptical of her claims of rebirth, Tianqing Jinren found himself believing her as she spoke, for the ability to heal a Lioha child was a feat only achievable by a true peak cultivator. The fact that Xiao Yueshi, still in her teens, was aware of how to treat a Lioha child indicated that she was indeed extraordinary. Shaking his head, Tianqing Jinren slowly replied, "Yueshi, even if you know how to save this child, I can assure you that you will ultimately fail." "Why is that?" Xiao Yueshi inquired, her brow furrowed. Tianqing Jinren, somewhat suspicious, asked, "You claim to have been my disciple in your previous life. Did you not learn my Tianqing fate technique?" Xiao Yueshi, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Master, Your teachings are far too eclectic. I have little interest in those miscellaneous techniques, so I only learned your cultivation methods. That explains it, Tianqing Jinren remarked, his expression complex. In truth, the Tianqing Fate technique is my most prized secret. Even the top cultivators cannot match me in fate detection. Yueshi, your fate is of a uniquely rare Tiansha Guxing. You will. Before Tianqing Jinren could finish, Xiao Yueshi, her expression shifting dramatically, interjected, I will bring death to all around me. If I were a child, my parents would perish in vain. If I had siblings, they would all meet untimely ends. Observing the increasingly distressed expression on Xiao Yueshi's face, Tianqing Jinren felt a surge of sympathy. It seems I have already conveyed this to you in your previous life. Xiao Yueshi gritted her teeth. In my previous life, master, you said my fate was noble, destined to become a great cultivator. Ah! Tianqing Jinren gasped in disbelief. Momentarily stunned before he spoke. This is incorrect. How could I possibly say such a thing? Was I in some sort of frenzy in my previous life? The celestial master Tianqing felt an unusual unease, his face reflecting doubt as he scrutinized Xiao Yueshi. Since I did not divulge this in the previous life, how do you know you possess the fate of a celestial solitary star? In an instant, the image of Lin Yang emerged in Xiao Yueshi's mind. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Another person informed me of this, yet I do not trust his words. No, you must believe him, the celestial master Tianqing replied with a grimace. What he said is true. Your fate is indeed unique. Consequently, all your kin will perish because of you. For instance, your nephew, his current state is also due to you. As long as your fate remains unchanged, no matter how powerful your methods, you will be utterly incapable of reviving him. Hearing her master state this, Xiao Yueshi gritted her teeth and retorted, however, in my previous life, my family was well. Even my nephew became an extraordinary cultivator, and you yourself have stated that my fate is noble. In her previous life, it was precisely because Master Tianqing had made a judgment about her fate that Xiao Yueshi had dismissed Lin Yang's words. The celestial master surveyed her for a long moment before slowly concluding, if this is indeed the case, then I can only assume that someone has altered your fate. Alter my fate? Xiao Yueshi was utterly stunned. Lin Yang's name surged back into her thoughts. If what Master Tianqing said were true, then the only one capable of altering her fate would be Lin Yang. Had he not deceived them? Had he truly changed their fates? Which is why her fate in the previous life differed so drastically from this one. Xiao Yueshi felt a dull ache beginning to throb in her head. The truth had begun to dawn on her the moment she witnessed her family's complete ruin. Yet she was reluctant to accept it, for the reality was far too brutal. If Lin Yang had spoken the truth, then his massacre of the cultivators of Lingxian continent and his warning of impending chaos were also genuine. Were they? If Lin Yang had never deceived them, and all of this was indeed true, then the 7 absolute maiden immortals had become a mere jest. No, it was not merely a jest. They had even slain their benefactor and the one they trusted most. Xiao Yueshi stood pale and trembling, her heart gripped by a profound fear. The weight of this reality was terrifying. Even the memories of once being a 7 absolute maiden immortal offered her no solace, only deepening her dread, rendering her akin to a frightened child, trembling uncontrollably. Until the words of the celestial master roused her. Yueshi, if what you say about the previous life is true, I may have a method to attempt to bring your nephew back. Upon hearing that her nephew Xiao Yun could be revived, Xiao Yueshi suppressed her trepidation and looked at the celestial master with hope, asking, what must be done to save Xiao Yun? Will you alter my fate? Alter your fate? The celestial master shook his head. Fate is incredibly unique. Even great cultivators find it challenging to discern it, let alone alter it. As of now, I lack the ability to change a person's fate. Xiao Yueshi's voice had grown hoarse as she pressed. Then how can we save Xiao Yun? The celestial master's expression shifted oddly as he replied, I cannot change your fate, but we can discover the method to alter it. With a hint of curiosity and excitement, he continued, if you truly have been reborn, then within your memories must lie the key to changing your fate. I can employ secret arts to delve into your deepest memories and uncover the method to alter your fate. I am quite intrigued by this method. I wish to see what kind of person and what means they employed to change your fate. If we can find this method, naturally, your nephew will have a chance at life. Xiao Yueshi nodded almost immediately. If it can revive Xiao Yun, I will accept any method. Chapter 21. The Art of Dream. Recall you must hold your breath and concentrate all your spirit. The technique I am about to use is the Art of Dream Recall, a secret art that can manifest past events in your life as dreams, allowing us to discover the method to change your fate. Atop a flat hill, the celestial master instructed Xiao Yueshi to sit cross-legged on the ground. He then began to arrange the surroundings. This art of dream recall was not particularly complex, but ordinary applications merely induced pleasant dreams. The array created by the celestial master, however, was distinctly unique, enabling the exploration of a person's past. Under different circumstances, Xiao Yueshi might have smiled and praised her master. But now she sat within the array like a soulless husk, her face devoid of expression. At this moment, all she desired was to find a way to save her nephew Xiao Yun and uncover the complete truth about Lin Yang. But if all of this were true, how could she live in peace afterward? What would become of her sisters? As despair threatened to engulf her, the scenery around her began to dissolve suddenly. Soon, Xiao Yueshi found herself enveloped in darkness. Had Master S' art of dream recall commenced? She wondered, as she struggled to discern whether she was in a dream or reality. A voice, familiar and thunderous, suddenly resonated in her ear. "Thou friend, I have brought Sister Yueshi here." Though it had been years since she last heard that voice, Xiao Yueshi recognized it instantly. The speaker was Lin Yang, the heavenly emperor they had jointly slain, and his tone was unmistakably youthful, clearly that of a child. If Lin Yang's voice was so juvenile, then he must still be in Shuai town. From that single sentence, Xiao Yueshi deduced much. Simultaneously, another unfamiliar voice followed. "Lin Yang, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Altering a person's fate is no trivial matter. The price you may pay could be immense." At this, Lin Yang's voice responded almost immediately. "Having brought Sister Yueshi here, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Prepare to begin at once." Though the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, Xiao Yueshi's face turned ashen upon hearing their exchange. Just from the dialogue between the unknown cultivator and Lin Yang, she could ascertain that her fate had indeed been altered by Lin Yang and that he seemed to have paid a significant price to do so. Despite being mentally prepared for this revelation, Xiao Yueshi felt her complexion pale and her heart chilled. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, striving to listen intently to every word exchanged between Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator. Only by discovering how her fate had been altered could she hope to save her nephew Xiao Yun. "The array you have set up seems a bit off. This part is clearly incorrect. This is my first attempt at arranging a formation to alter one's fate. It's natural to make mistakes. Yet you, a mere child, seem to know so much. I have mentioned before, I have crossed over from another world, hence my knowledge. You're just rambling." As Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator busily discussed, they appeared to have arranged a formation capable of altering one's destiny. Then, at the most critical juncture, the voices of the two men seemed to fall silent. After a considerable pause, the voice of the unknown cultivator suddenly resounded once more. "Lin Yang, my friend, over the years, you have made tremendous sacrifices to ensure the safety of this girl and her family. If you forcibly alter her fate now, the repercussions on you will be even more profound. Therefore, I must confirm once again, do you truly wish to proceed with this?" Lin Yang's voice followed closely. "When did you become so overly cautious? Hurry up, stop dawdling." The unknown cultivator sighed before continuing. "To change her fate, you must transfer all your fortune to her. Without your fortune, your life will become considerably more challenging." Xiao Yueshi listened intently to every word. Even when she learned that Lin Yang had saved her entire family, her expression remained largely unchanged, for it was something she had anticipated. Yet, as she continued to listen, she could not help but tremble. Now, she finally understood why Lin Yang, despite his astonishing talent for cultivation and potential to become the heavenly emperor, had such a pitiful fortune. It was because he had transferred all of his fortune to her, sacrificing his own to fundamentally alter her fate. Such a favor could only be described as a rebirth. Ironically, she had once mocked Lin Yang for his lack of fortune. In that moment, Xiao Yueshi shut her eyes in pain, but the voices of Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator still echoed clearly in her ears. "My friend Lin Yang, I am about to begin extracting your fortune. This process will be exceedingly painful. You must endure. I know. It's truly agonizing." In the enveloping darkness, only Lin Yang's labored breathing remained. Just by listening to that breath, Xiao Yueshi could tell that Lin Yang must have suffered immensely during the extraction of his fortune. These sounds incessantly pierced her heart like daggers, nearly suffocating her with despair. Lin Yang had once treated her with such sincerity, yet she had chosen to join others in taking his life. This gratitude was something she owed him, but he had indeed slaughtered many cultivators afterward. "I was merely ridding the world of evil," Xiao Yueshi murmured, desperately seeking an excuse to hold on. Otherwise, she feared she would completely unravel, losing even the strength to continue saving her nephew, Xiao Yun. Fortunately, after just half an hour, Lin Yang's voice became noticeably lighter. It's much better now. The extraction of fortune went smoothly, right? Of course, there's no issue. I've checked. Your fortune has been infused into this girl named Xiao Yueshi, which is sufficient to alter her fate. Truly, she has struck gold to encounter someone as foolish as you. Lin Yang paused for a moment before slowly replying. What do you mean by striking gold? My choice to do this stems from my own selfish desires. What selfish desires could you possibly have? Surely you don't intend to marry this girl in the future? The unknown cultivator jested. Lin Yang's tone had become increasingly relaxed, even allowing for jest. Of course, I have given her my fortune. It wouldn't be too much to ask her to become my wife and bear me 10 children. Xiao Yueshi quietly absorbed their conversation. In her heart, already filled with despair, she found herself surprisingly warmed by Lin Yang's words. Had she and Lin Yang never left Shuanyo town, had they not embarked on the path of cultivation, it was likely that she would have married Lin Yang and borne him a multitude of children. Alas, all of that was now irretrievable. As Xiao Yueshi lost herself in thought, the voices of Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator suddenly grew faint. Lin Yang, you once told me that this world would soon erupt in dark turmoil. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. And this impending dark turmoil will lead to the extinction of more than 90% of beings in the Lingxian continent. If everything unfolds as you say, it will indeed be a catastrophe. Rest assured, I have long devised a plan to combat the dark turmoil. When I become the heavenly emperor of this world, I will eliminate all those colluding with the dark forces. Without them, the damage inflicted upon Lingxian continent will be greatly diminished. Additionally, I will seek out 7 celestial maidens, who are also crucial in resisting the dark turmoil, with Yueshi being one among them. As the voices of Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator faded away completely, the surrounding darkness swiftly receded, and the original scenery re-emerged. Clearly, the dream recollection technique had reached its conclusion. Xiao Yueshi stood dazed in place, while the excited Tian Xingzhen Ren rushed over. How was it? Did you find a way to change your fate? The moment those words left his lips, Tian Xingzhen Ren suddenly sensed something amiss. For before him stood Xiao Yueshi, her complexion shockingly pale, her eyes filled with an eerie stillness, radiating an aura of despair. Tian Xingzhen Ren scrutinized Xiao Yueshi with astonishment. What is wrong with you? I merely asked you to sense the past. Why do you seem devoid of the will to live? Xiao Yueshi stood frozen, unable to process even a single word from her master. Her mind echoed with Lin Yang's voice. Once I ascend as the heavenly emperor, I will preemptively eliminate those colluding with the dark forces. Those words pierced her heart like sharp daggers, relentlessly tormenting her psyche, creating a tempest that offered no respite. Each word felt like a heavy stone, pressing down upon her chest, rendering her breathless. When Lin Yang altered her fate, he had still been a child centuries ago. Even then, he had already been plotting everything for his future ascension as the heavenly emperor, including the subsequent massacres and his plans to thwart the dark turmoil. This indicated that Lin Yang had never deceived them. His brutal actions were indeed in pursuit of preventing the so-called dark turmoil. Xiao Yueshi now realized that the 7 absolute maidens had erred from the very beginning. Lin Yang had never misled them, yet they had refused to believe someone who had trusted them so deeply. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from Xiao Yueshi's eyes, cascading down her cheeks, yet offering no relief from the terror and despair within her heart. In her mind, she recalled the final moments when they had united to slay Lin Yang, vowing, in the next life, we shall never meet. How could we possibly be worthy of encountering him again? Xiao Yueshi felt her entire being stiffen, as if she might perish at any moment. Yet suddenly, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed into her body, reviving her from that near-death sensation. Little girl, what is the matter with you? You still have family that needs your help. Simultaneously, Tian Xingzhen Ren's voice followed, finally igniting a flicker of life within Xiao Yueshi. She numbly turned to look at her nephew, Xiao Yun, and slowly articulated the method to change her own fate, to alter my fate. Someone must transfer their fortune to me. Transfer fortune? The celestial being, Tianxing, was taken aback and, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, the source of fortune is of utmost importance to us. It is exceedingly rare to find someone willing to sacrifice themselves for you in this world. Moreover, your fate is unique. To alter your destiny, one must seek a person with an exceptionally profound source of fortune. Such individuals are even less likely to transfer their fortune to you. At that moment, Xiao Yueshi felt as though she were a mere shell of her former self. In response to his words, she wore a foolish smile and said, "There won't be anyone like that anymore. In this world, such foolishness is a rarity. Are you all right?" Tianqing expressed concern, glancing at Xiao Yueshi. He sensed that this girl before him seemed somewhat off. Yet, the extraordinary nature of her fate deterred him from lingering too long in conversation. Thus, he merely expressed his concern for her well-being. Soon after, he produced his wine gourd once more, stepping onto it as he declared, "Xiao girl, your fate is such that I cannot be of much assistance. Take care of yourself." With those words, the wine gourd soared into the void. Xiao Yueshi stood there, making no attempt to stop him. She understood that in this lifetime, she and Tianqing shared no bond of master and disciple. Turning to her nephew, Xiao Yun, she stood in a daze for a long while before suddenly conjuring a ball of flame that engulfed him. The fire consumed Xiao Yun's body, swiftly reducing him to ashes. "Xiao Yun, Annie will take you home," she murmured softly, meticulously gathering the ashes left behind. At this moment, she no longer harbored the delusion of changing her fate, nor did she wish to continue saving her nephew, Xiao Yun. "And my sister-in-law, once I ensure her safety, I will come to find you. Brother Lin Yang, I hope you can forgive me in the afterlife." After whispering these thoughts, she slowly ascended into the air, heading towards Yun City. Chapter 23, Love Him? Do not hurt him in the dilapidated temple of Yun City. Xiao Yueshi returned, only to be taken aback by the sight of her previously deranged sister-in-law, who now appeared to be entirely composed. Not only was she sitting calmly within the temple, but her clothing and hair seemed to have been intentionally tidied, looking far more presentable than before. Especially upon seeing Xiao Yueshi, her sister-in-law smiled warmly and said, "Little sister, you're back." Faced with her sister-in-law's apparent return to normalcy, Xiao Yueshi felt somewhat flustered. She would have preferred her sister-in-law to remain in a state of madness, as that would spare her the necessity of revealing her nephew's fate. However, with her sister-in-law restored to sanity, regardless of the circumstances, she would have to disclose the truth. Xiao Yueshi's already pallid complexion turned even whiter as she spoke hoarsely, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Xiao Yun back." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed her sister-in-law's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, responding calmly, "Little sister, this is not your fault. Xiao Yun was taken by the celestial master, and given the time that has passed, I have prepared myself mentally." Before Xiao Yueshi could say more, her sister-in-law continued, "Little sister, I haven't eaten properly in days. Could you fetch me something to eat?" Xiao Yueshi looked at her sister-in-law, whose gaunt appearance indeed indicated a lack of nourishment. Nodding, she replied, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll bring you the finest delicacies in Yun City." Now a celestial master, Xiao Yueshi found it effortless to procure gourmet food. As she stepped out of the temple, she soared through the air towards the grandest tavern in Yun City. Within less than half an hour, she returned with a large box of exquisite dishes. However, upon entering the temple, she was struck dumb with shock. Before her, her sister-in-law's body hung from a rope, swaying gently in the wind. The food box slipped from Xiao Yueshi's grasp, exquisite dishes tumbling to the ground. At that moment, she could scarcely pay attention to the fallen food. After a brief moment of numbness, she rushed into the temple, crying out, "Sister-in-law." She hurriedly untied her sister-in-law, but despair washed over her as she realized the life had already fled from her sister-in-law's body, now cold to the touch. It was evident that as soon as Xiao Yueshi had departed, her sister-in-law had made the irrevocable choice to end her life. Cradling her sister-in-law's lifeless form, Xiao Yueshi surprisingly felt little sorrow. Instead, a look of relief crossed her face. "Sister-in-law, once I take you to Water Buffalo Town, we will soon be reunited as a family." With a serene demeanor, Xiao Yueshi stood up and reduced her sister-in-law's body to ashes, combining them with her nephew Xiao Yun's remains. Deep down, she understood that her sister-in-law's final wish was to be with her son. As she exited the dilapidated temple, the world around Xiao Yueshi had lost all color. Though she could have easily soared back to Water Buffalo Town as a celestial master, she felt no desire to do so. Instead, she walked onward, step by step, like an ordinary mortal. Even as the rain began to pour, she paid it no mind, allowing the droplets to drench her completely, cleansing her body of its sorrow. Such suffering was the only solace she found for her weary heart. While Xiao Yueshi trudged forward through the heavy rain, a small figure suddenly emerged from beneath the eaves. A slender little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, rushed out and took hold of Xiao Yueshi's hand, pulling her towards the shelter, all the while inquiring with concern, "Big sister, why aren't you finding a place to stay dry?" Xiao Yueshi allowed herself to be led to the eaves, yet she felt like a withered tree, oblivious to the girl's words. After several repeated inquiries from the little girl, she finally snapped back to reality and numbly asked, "Why are you alone as well?" The little girl, looking forlorn, replied, "My family has all passed away, so I am all alone." Xiao Yueshi's expression remained vacant. After a long while, she murmured, "My family has also passed away." From this day forth, Xiao Yueshi realized she had no remaining kin in this world. Observing her dazed demeanor, the little girl seemed to empathize deeply, offering comfort. "Sister, don't be sad. Being without family is not frightening. Look at me. Even though my family is gone, I have met a brother, and he is my family now." As she spoke of this newly acquainted brother, the little girl appeared to brighten, chattering excitedly about the numerous things she and this supposed brother had shared. Before she could finish, a boy of about 7 or 8 emerged from the rain. A large sycamore leaf perched atop his head as a makeshift umbrella, while he held another leaf in his hand. He dashed toward Xiao Yueshi and the little girl, casting a curious glance at Xiao Yueshi before placing the leaf over the little girl's head, saying, "Xiao Rou, this sycamore leaf makes a fine umbrella. Let us hurry home." "All right," the little girl replied, her face beaming with joy. "Goodbye, big sister. My brother and I are heading home now." Following the boy, the little girl waved goodbye to Xiao Yueshi as she ventured into the rain. Initially in a daze, Xiao Yueshi's eyes followed the two figures, each relying on the leaves for shelter as they moved forward together through the downpour. Her expression suddenly grew somewhat dazed. Once, Lin Yang had held her hand in the rain, rushing home together. But now, the heavy downpour persisted, and she could no longer find that person willing to grasp her hand amidst the rain. Xiao Yueshi, feeling a surge of emotion, shouted at the two small figures ahead through the rain. "Xiao Rou, you must remember the kindness your brother shows you now. In the future, no matter what he does, you must believe in him, love him, do not harm him, and above all, do not." At this moment, Xiao Yueshi found herself choked with tears, unable to articulate the rest of her words. The two children in front turned back in astonishment, bewildered by Xiao Yueshi's words. However, terror swiftly spread across their faces as a colossal bird descended from the sky, landing where they had just sought refuge from the rain. In the next instant, a petite figure clad in green, with a playful and endearing demeanor, gracefully leaped off the back of the giant bird. "Sister Yueshi, I finally found you." Chapter 24. We were all mistaken upon seeing the enormous bird in the distance. The two children were instantly frightened and fled, quickly disappearing into the curtain of rain. Throughout Cloud City, many had witnessed the majestic bird, yet none dared approach it. The one capable of commanding such a celestial creature was undoubtedly a formidable immortal master, far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. At the spot where the celestial bird had landed, a petite woman in green, radiating joy, approached Xiao Yueshi beneath the eaves. The great bird spread its wings, shielding both the green-clad woman and Xiao Yueshi from the rain above. "Sister Yueshi, I finally found you." The green-clad woman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood before Xiao Yueshi. Initially lost and desolate, Xiao Yueshi, upon seeing this woman, stared blankly for a few moments before coming to life again, tears flowing uncontrollably as she rushed forward to embrace the green-clad woman. "Liu Li, we were wrong. We were wrong." Xiao Yueshi choked out, unable to hold back her sobs any longer. The green-clad woman looked at Xiao Yueshi in surprise. In her memory, this sister Xiao had always been aloof, like a true celestial being. Yet now, she was utterly unguarded, weeping inconsolably, her exquisite features appearing haggard. The green-clad woman, perplexed, asked, "Sister Yueshi, what has happened to you?" Having endured countless trials, Xiao Yueshi was utterly shattered, yet she had no one to confide her despair. Now, faced with the appearance of this familiar figure, she could no longer contain her emotions, pouring out her grief as if to release the pain bottled up inside. The green-clad woman could only do her best to comfort Xiao Yueshi. After a considerable time, Xiao Yueshi's condition began to stabilize, her hands gripping the green-clad woman's tightly as she exclaimed, "We were wrong. Brother Lin Yang did not deceive us. We betrayed his trust, we let him down." At the mention of his name, the green-clad woman's expression turned serious, and she glanced around, saying, "Sister Yueshi, is it possible that the tyrant emperor of heaven is nearby? Did he cause you to become this way?" It was clear that the green-clad woman harbored immense prejudice against the Emperor Lin Yang, unwilling even to utter his name, referring to him solely as the emperor. Witnessing the misunderstanding the green-clad woman held, Xiao Yueshi felt a pang of sorrow. In the past, she too had harbored disdain at the mere mention of Lin Yang's name. But now, every time she spoke it, her heart ached. It has nothing to do with brother Lin Yang. We were simply ignorant. With a downcast expression, Xiao Yueshi gradually recounted the events that had transpired. The green-clad woman, growing increasingly concerned as she listened, eventually scoffed, "I see now. This is all the emperor's doing." Rising, the green-clad woman surveyed her surroundings and explained to Xiao Yueshi, "Sister Yueshi, I have sensed through secret arts that the emperor, like us, has also been reborn in this lifetime." Xiao Yueshi, who had been gloomy, suddenly widened her eyes. Brother Lin Yang has returned as well? The reason for her deep melancholy stemmed from both the loss of her family and the guilt over their actions in the previous life that led to Lin Yang's demise. She had thought there would be no chance of redemption. Yet now, hearing the green-clad woman's words sparked a glimmer of hope within her. If brother Lin Yang had indeed been reborn, it meant she still had the opportunity to apologize to him. With eager anticipation, she looked at the green-clad woman. In response to Xiao Yueshi's hopeful gaze, the green-clad woman nodded slightly. "Indeed, the emperor has returned, which is the primary reason I sought you out. We must unite once more and eliminate this tyrant emperor before he wreaks havoc on the world again. No, in our previous life, we have already wronged brother Lin Yang once. We cannot betray him again." Xiao Yueshi shook her head vehemently, observing her unwavering stance. The green-clad woman's expression grew serious as she said, "Sister Yueshi, have you considered that everything you have endured may still be the emperor's machinations? After his rebirth, he has not approached you as he did in the past, but has instead covertly manipulated events, leading you down the same path as before, causing your spirit to shatter. Without your assistance, it will be far more challenging for us to defeat him in this life." Xiao Yueshi stood in stunned silence. It was undeniable that the green-clad woman's assertions held a significant truth. Yet after a brief contemplation, she shook her head again. "Liu Li, it is not as you believe. If you had experienced what I have, you would not doubt brother Lin Yang. Having once been a formidable celestial being herself, Xiao Yueshi understood that even Lin Yang, as the Emperor of Heaven, could not have caused her brother to suffer such dire afflictions. Moreover, the visions she had experienced through the dream return technique were not easily fabricated by others." Witnessing Xiao Yueshi's unwavering convictions, the green-clad woman sighed. "All right, from today onward, you shall accompany me. I will demonstrate, through my own experience, that everything the Emperor once claimed is utterly untrustworthy." With a hint of a cold smile, the green-clad woman continued, "Sister Yueshi, do you still remember how the Emperor described my fate in our previous life? He said I was a natural vessel of poison, destined to become a loathed figure, a heavenly poison woman, destined to suffer endless torment. I will prove that everything he said was nothing but a farce." Observing the green-clad woman's unshakable confidence, Xiao Yueshi felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, reminiscent of her own fervent resolve upon her rebirth. Back then, she too had been filled with determination, intent on using this life to prove Lin Yang wrong. Yet the outcome had been devastating and utterly despairing. Chapter 25. The Supreme Sacred Body Father, Mother, Brother, I have brought my sister-in-law and Xiao Yin back. Outside of Water Buffalo Town, Xiao Yueshi knelt before her parents' gravestone, her face etched with profound sorrow after interring the ashes of her sister-in-law and nephew. However, the arrival of Shun Liuli rekindled a flicker of hope within her. Without her presence, it is likely that Xiao Yueshi would have lacked even the courage to continue living. The young woman in green, Shun Liuli, stood behind Xiao Yueshi, casting a sympathetic glance at the graves of the Xiao family. Yet, her expression soon hardened. In her view, the trials faced by Xiao Yueshi were orchestrated by someone with malicious intent, and that someone could only be Lin Yang, the celestial emperor they had slain in their previous life. It was even possible that the very act of reincarnation was a scheme devised by the celestial emperor. "I shall uncover the truth behind it all. If it turns out that you are the one manipulating events from the shadows, I will not let you escape. In our past life, we managed to slay you, and we can certainly do so again in this one." Shun Liuli's demeanor was icy as she scoffed inwardly. Xiao Yueshi, still kneeling at her parents' grave, bowed her head in grief before slowly rising to face Shun Liuli. "Sister Liuli, I have been contemplating this. Let us seek out brother Lin Yang together. Only he can assist you with the affliction of your body. We will apologize to him." And then, her words faltered, for in their previous life, they, the 7 absolute fairies, had shown no mercy in taking Lin Yang's life. What face did they have to implore his forgiveness now? Shun Liuli, overhearing Xiao Yueshi's insistence on referring to Lin Yang as brother, furrowed her elegantly arched brows in disapproval. With a slight curl of her lips, she replied, "Sister Yueshi, do you truly believe there remains a possibility for reconciliation with that tyrant, the celestial emperor? From the moment we struck him down, Our fates became intertwined in a cycle of vengeance. Moreover, Shun Liuli emphasized, her tone dripping with scorn. Do you genuinely think that the Celestial Emperor took away my affliction out of goodwill? Xiao Yueshi stared at Shun Liuli, astonished. Do you possess knowledge regarding the affliction? The affliction was indeed peculiar, having never before manifested in this world. Even the 7 absolute fairies had been unaware of its existence until Lin Yang had mentioned it. This revelation left Xiao Yueshi visibly taken aback. Shun Liuli, with a hint of pride, continued, in our past life, the Celestial Emperor boasted of his great favor towards us. Yet I was unwilling to owe him such a monumental debt without understanding its true nature. Thus, I scoured ancient texts and finally uncovered information regarding the affliction. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she elaborated. According to the ancient texts, while my affliction is indeed perilous, it is also the most formidable cultivation physique in existence. Those endowed with such a physique, once they embark on the path of cultivation, will progress at an astonishing rate, ultimately becoming the pinnacle of existence. Observing Shun Liuli's exuberance, Xiao Yueshi couldn't help but shake her head, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate her concerns. Shun Liuli's expression morphed into a cold smirk. In our past life, the Celestial Emperor seized my affliction, leaving me the weakest among our 7. Meanwhile, he utilized my very essence to elevate his own power, rivaling even our united strength. Sister Yueshi, watch closely. In this life, I shall unleash the full potential of my affliction. Even if I confront the Celestial Emperor alone, I will vanquish him. Xiao Yueshi sighed inwardly, realizing that it would be challenging to alter Shun Liuli's conviction at this juncture. She then raised her gaze to Shun Liuli, saying, Sister Liuli, if you truly encounter Lin Yang in this life, please inform me. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi's thoughts were solely focused on finding Lin Yang, seeking his forgiveness for their past transgressions. Shun Liuli, discerning her intent, shook her head helplessly. Sister Yueshi, I shall refrain from further persuasion. All you need to do is remain by my side, and I will demonstrate that your current tribulations are the result of a calculated scheme. Xiao Yueshi opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to convince Shun Liuli. Half an hour later, the two ascended into the sky on a celestial bird. Ultimately, Shun Liuli succeeded in persuading Xiao Yueshi to depart with her. For Xiao Yueshi, Water Buffalo Town held no allure, rendering the decision to leave a simple one. Yet, she worried that her fateful designation as a celestial lone star might adversely affect Shun Liuli and the others, leading her to contemplate how best to maintain a distance from them in the future. Meanwhile, Shun Liuli had discarded her earlier thoughts, her face alight with joy as she recounted her current situation. Sister Yueshi, in my previous life as an orphan, I encountered you and that Celestial Emperor. After enduring many trials, I finally joined the Qingyan sect. However, this life is different. I returned and began cultivating immediately, rapidly advancing due to my affliction. I joined the Qingyan sect early on, and my fellow disciples are exceedingly kind. You may reside within the sect alongside me. Upon hearing the name Qingyan sect, Xiao Yueshi suddenly realized why she had been unable to locate Shun Liuli during her previous searches. She had followed the same path as in their past life, only to discover that Shun Liuli, having retained her memories, had embarked on her cultivation journey sooner. Although the Qingyan sect would eventually rise to prominence, it was currently an inconspicuous establishment. Only someone like Shun Liuli, a disciple of the sect, could easily find it. For Xiao Yueshi, searching for it would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if she inquired around, it was likely she would struggle to locate the Qingyan sect, as there were many minor sects like it throughout the Lingxian continent. As she lamented the difficulty of finding Lin Yang, a sudden thought struck her. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten? Sister Liuli mentioned she could sense brother Lin Yang's presence. If I could learn her method of sensing, I would surely be able to find him sooner. With this newfound determination, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yueshi's eyes. Let us proceed to the Qingyan sect together, Sister Yueshi. Under the radiant sun, within a picturesque valley, Shun Liuli gazed at Xiao Yueshi with exasperation. They were now merely 100 miles from the Qingyan sect, yet Xiao Yueshi remained stubbornly resistant to the idea of going there. Despite Xiao Yueshi's clear explanation that she feared her celestial lone star fate would bring misfortune to Shun Liuli and the sect, Shun Liuli dismissed such notions. Nevertheless, no matter how much she urged, Xiao Yueshi remained unmoved. Sister Liuli, there is no need for further persuasion. I will not go to the Qingyan sect, and please, do not come visit me either. If there is anything urgent, simply use your magic to communicate. Xiao Yueshi's resolve was unwavering as she faced Shun Liuli. Her appearance left Shun Liuli utterly helpless, prompting a resigned sigh as she said, "Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. During this time, I will endeavor to locate the other 5 sisters. Once I find them, I will persuade them to speak with Sister Yueshi." The 7 absolute immortal maidens hailed from diverse backgrounds and were scattered across the Lingxian continent. Even if they wished to find one another, it was no simple task given their current cultivation levels. However, as their powers grew, it was only a matter of time before they would reunite. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly. In the past, she had shared Shun Liuli's yearning to meet her other sisters soon. Yet her perspective had since transformed. Given her unique fate, if she were to encounter her sisters now, it might adversely affect them. Shun Liuli continued to offer advice to Xiao Yueshi before leaping back onto the back of the celestial bird. Just as she urged the bird to take flight, Xiao Yueshi called out to her, causing Shun Liuli's face to light up with joy. "Sister Yueshi, have you changed your mind and decided to join me at Qingyan sect?" Xiao Yueshi shook her head, her expression becoming quite peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, she finally said, "Sister Liuli, may I inquire about the secret technique you employ to sense Brother Lin Yang's presence?" Observing Xiao Yueshi's demeanor, Shun Liuli could not help but feel a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "Sister Yueshi, you still concern yourself with that tyrant and butcher?" Xiao Yueshi lowered her head and replied softly, "I merely wish to confirm if Brother Lin Yang still exists in this world. Regardless, if that heavenly emperor appears near us, I will personally slay him once more." Shun Liuli muttered in resignation before forming a series of hand seals and swiftly conjuring a set of life and death seals. "Sister Yueshi, this is the life and death seal. By utilizing these seals, one can sense the life or death of a target. It was through this technique that I sensed the heavenly emperor's existence earlier." Xiao Yueshi fixed her gaze intently on the seals that Shun Liuli had formed. In her previous life, she had been one of the most formidable 7 absolute immortal maidens. Even though she currently possessed only innate cultivation, she learned the seals with just a few glances. "Sister Yueshi, I must take my leave now. I will visit you again in a few days." After imparting the technique to Xiao Yueshi, Shun Liuli urged the celestial bird to soar into the sky. Left alone, Xiao Yueshi disregarded the notion of establishing a cave residence and hurriedly sought a suitable spot to sit cross-legged. With great speed, she began to form the life and death seal that Shun Liuli had taught her. While mastering the seals was not particularly challenging for her, their application was rather intricate. After 3 days of relentless practice and forming the seals thousands of times, she finally perfected the technique. On the 3rd day, filled with excitement, Xiao Yueshi arrived at a nearby stream. She smoothed out the sand on the ground, hesitated briefly, and began to write. Lin Yang, born in the 8th month of the Fengzi year. He once stood as the unparalleled heavenly emperor, suppressing the Lingxian continent with his sole might. Although the life and death seal could indeed sense an individual's life or death, the perception was quite vague and required an anchor point. The information she inscribed served as that anchor, with most of it pertaining to her previous life with Lin Yang. Should the life and death seal be able to sense even this, it would indicate that her beloved brother Lin Yang, like her, had been reborn with memories intact. Xiao Yueshi meticulously wrote down various details related to Lin Yang before beginning to form the life and death seal. As she gradually coalesced the entire set of seals, a mysterious power surged forth from her, causing her spiritual energy to deplete rapidly. Such a secret technique, which operated on the causal level, naturally demanded immense energy. Were it not for her past life as a 7 absolute immortal maiden, allowing her to master her spiritual energy to perfection, her current innate cultivation would have rendered her incapable of employing such a technique. Despite feeling the swift drain of her spiritual energy, Xiao Yueshi remained undeterred, deftly manipulating the seals and carefully sensing the messages they conveyed. Soon, a faint fluctuation emerged, imbued with an essence that made her tremble with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with fervor. It was Brother Lin Yang. It had to be him, although the sensation was vague. She could still discern that there existed a life on this continent that closely resembled the information she had described. The only individual who could possibly match her portrayal was Lin Yang from her previous life, for only he, as the heavenly emperor, could quell everything. Xiao Yueshi exerted herself to draw upon her spiritual energy, striving to gain clearer insight, hoping to pinpoint Brother Lin Yang's current whereabouts. Yet, before she could fully grasp this, her body jolted violently, her spiritual energy vanishing in an instant, along with all sensations. Overwhelmed by the excessive consumption of her energy, blood spilled from her mouth and nose. Nevertheless, Xiao Yueshi paid this no mind. Instead, her face bore a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy came from the realization that her beloved brother Lin Yang was indeed in this world, while the sorrow stemmed from her uncertainty about how she might face him again. If there were a next life, they would remain strangers. The vows they had made in their previous life now felt like a haunting curse, causing her heart to ache painfully whenever she recalled them. Chapter 27. Shun Liuli. Who cherishes life after parting from Xiao Yueshi? Shun Liuli rode the celestial bird back to Qingyun's sect. Currently, Qingyun's sect remained a reclusive establishment. While the disciples were quite capable, their numbers were limited. The sect's entrance was situated in a forbidden area, making it challenging for outsiders to locate it. Upon landing at the sect's gates, Shun Liuli jumped down from the bird's back, gently patting its wing as she murmured, "Xiao Hong, thank you for your hard work this trip. Go and play with your companions now." Releasing the celestial bird, Shun Liuli strode confidently into the sect. "Junior sister, you're back." "Junior sister, was your journey smooth?" "Junior sister, I just refined a batch of pills. I'll bring you a couple shortly." As she entered the sect, Shun Liuli encountered several senior brothers and sisters. Greeting them warmly, her smile grew ever brighter. In her previous life, she had shared a close bond with these peers. In this life, their connections were even more profound. Her master also cherished these disciples deeply. Overall, Shun Liuli felt exceedingly content with her current situation after her rebirth. However, she knew she could not afford to relax. The Heavenly Emperor could return at any moment, and she needed to cultivate even stronger powers. With her toxic body aiding her training, perhaps she alone could defeat that fiendish Heavenly Emperor in this life. After paying her respects to her master, Shun Liuli wandered toward her cave residence within Qingyun's sect. The sect was expansive, yet sparsely populated, allowing each disciple ample space to establish their own dwelling. Shun Liuli's abode was nestled within a valley. Upon entering, she was greeted by a vibrant aura of life. All around the valley, flowers of myriad colors bloomed, transforming the space into a veritable sea of blossoms. Moreover, among the flowers, one could spot numerous spiritual beasts. Qingyun's sect's primary cultivation method focused on wood-based techniques, which meant that every disciple excelled in nurturing spiritual plants and beasts. Cherishing life and embracing vitality as the path to enlightenment was the very essence of Qingyun's sect's philosophy. Shun Liuli, in her previous life, was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, intimately familiar with its cultivation techniques. The spiritual plants and beasts she nurtured were among the finest within the sect. For instance, the celestial bird she rode while searching for Xiao Yueshi was one she had personally raised. This celestial bird, affectionately named Xiao Hong, had developed sentience and, given time, would undoubtedly become a true celestial creature. In fact, the canyon where Shun Liuli's cave abode resided was already home to many spiritual beasts that had gained intelligence. Upon sensing their master's return, these creatures emerged from the blossoms, affectionately surrounding Shun Liuli. "Ah, do not be too mischievous," Shun Liuli chided, her face aglow with joy as she played with these spiritual beasts for a while. In her past life, she had cherished their companionship, and in this life, her fondness remained unchanged. Among them, she particularly adored the few moonlight rabbits she had cultivated herself. Their pristine white fur was free of impurities, and their gentle, adorable demeanor would endear them to anyone who beheld them. "All right, go play on your own. I must devote myself to my cultivation now." After indulging in their playful antics for a brief moment, she rose and stepped into her cave. Her journey was not solely to find Xiao Yueshi. She was also in search of suitable cultivation materials. As she ventured deeper into her cave, Shun Liuli waved her hand to close the stone door behind her. For added security, she unleashed her spiritual energy to activate the cave's defensive array. Having completed these precautions, she slowly retrieved the materials she had gathered. Before her lay an array of highly toxic substances: 5 poison spider, crystal toad, 9 poison vine. Each one was capable of claiming countless lives. Even cultivators had to tread carefully around such venomous items. Yet, Shun Liuli smiled upon seeing the collection before her. "Lin Yang, in your previous life, although you extracted my poisonous body, you inadvertently revealed the cultivation method for it. Without your intervention, I might never have discovered that the path to cultivating the poisonous body involves absorbing these toxic substances. In that regard, I owe you a measure of gratitude." Despite her resolve to avoid mentioning Lin Yang's name, she could not suppress the memories that resurfaced. In her past life, she had admired him deeply, almost like a devoted acolyte. His formidable strength and innovative ideas had often left her in awe. However, as he ascended to the status of emperor and began his reign of terror across the Lingxian continent, her admiration turned to disillusionment, aligning her perspective with that of Xiao Yueshi and the others. Yet, Her shift in viewpoint was not as fervent as that of her companions. She lacked their strong sense of justice and never entertained thoughts of vanquishing evil. It was her poisonous body that solidified her determination to join her 6 sisters in their quest to confront Lin Yang, the emperor. Initially, she believed his extraction of her poisonous body was an act of salvation. However, upon discovering an ancient tome detailing the essence of the poisonous body, she found herself speechless, her mind racing with revelations. Although she was one of the 7 absolute fairies, she had always felt inadequate compared to her sisters. In her relentless pursuit of power, she had tirelessly trained, often risking her life to seek opportunities. Yet, her efforts had only resulted in her falling further behind. The realization that she had once possessed the world's foremost sacred body, capable of unparalleled strength with minimal effort, shook her to her core. A chilling thought crept into her mind. Lin Yang's extraction of her poisonous body might not have been for her benefit, but rather a selfish act to enhance his own cultivation speed. This notion took root in her mind, proliferating like weeds after a rainstorm, filling her with resentment. She began to believe that her slow progress was due to Lin Yang's actions, and his burgeoning strength was a direct consequence of her own lost potential. As these thoughts consumed her, she felt a burgeoning animosity towards Lin Yang, especially when she recalled his disparaging remarks about the poisonous body. The more she questioned him, the more doubt she cast upon his other assertions, such as the purported dark chaos he spoke of. Shun Liuli vividly remembered when her sisters approached her to discuss confronting Lin Yang. Without hesitation, she had steadfastly expressed her support, recognizing the emperor's recent excesses and the necessity of stopping him. In the secret chamber, invoking Lin Yang's name momentarily clouded her mind with memories of her previous life. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Lin Yang, in this life, without my poisonous body, your cultivation will inevitably fall behind mine. Should you choose to forsake your dark path, perhaps I might grant you mercy. With a complex expression, Shin Liuli banished her errant thoughts, focusing on the pressing need to cultivate. With the enhancement of the poisonous body, she was confident she could surpass everyone in this life, emerging as the strongest among the 7 absolute fairies. The prospect of no longer being the weakest, as she had been in her previous life, filled her with quiet joy. Let us begin with this 5-poison spider. She grasped a vividly colored spider, her heart racing with anticipation as it was her first time utilizing the poisonous body for cultivation. With a swift motion, she extracted the toxins from the spider, a foul odor enveloping the air as the essence merged into her being. In that instant, she felt her spiritual energy surge, a subtle shift in her realm signaling a potential breakthrough. Indeed, the poisonous body lived up to its reputation as the world's foremost sacred body, and the speed of her cultivation was astonishing. Shin Liuli was taken aback by the profound realization of why it was deemed the greatest. It was no wonder Lin Yang had sought to extract it from her. His rapid advancement was undoubtedly linked to her lost power. With renewed determination, she continued to harness these toxic substances for her cultivation. Based on her estimations, it would have taken her years to break through to the innate realm under normal circumstances. But now, with the poisonous body's aid, she was confident she could achieve that in just 6 months. During her seclusion, Shin Liuli devoted 3 days to her training. After merely 3 days of secluded training, Shin Liuli's cultivation had remarkably advanced. My initial estimate of breaking through to the innate level within 6 months was overly conservative. I could achieve this in no more than 2 months. With a radiant expression, Shin Liuli emerged from her cave. She had already devised a plan to venture out in search of highly toxic substances to expedite her cultivation further. As soon as Shin Liuli stepped outside, she sensed her master's presence, and her spirit beasts rushed toward her. Among them, the beautiful moonlight rabbits leaped joyfully to greet her. In high spirits from her progress, Shin Liuli reached out to embrace one of the moonlight rabbits, but unexpectedly, the creature began to convulse violently. Within moments, blood streamed from its mouth and nose, staining its fur crimson. The sudden turn of events left Shin Liuli momentarily stunned. She urgently channeled her spiritual energy, desperate to save the rabbit. However, upon attempting to heal it, she realized that all the spirit beasts surrounding her began to bleed from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground. The essence of these creatures rapidly faded away. After a brief moment of shock, Shin Liuli quickly comprehended the cause. It was her toxic body. The potent toxins she had consumed had not dissipated, but had instead merged with her spiritual energy. To test her hypothesis, she waved her hand and directed a surge of spiritual energy toward a nearby flower. The instant her energy made contact, the flowers and their vines withered away. It was indeed her issue, Her toxic body proved to be quite troublesome. With a cold huff, Shen Liuli turned back toward her secluded chamber. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, Lin Yang had extracted her toxic body, which occasionally caused similar incidents. However, he had quickly managed to gain control. Now, in her own hands, Shen Liuli was confident she could master it completely. She spent an additional 3 days to fully regulate the toxins within her spiritual energy. To ensure her safety, she conducted several experiments until she felt secure. Once she emerged from her chamber again, her heart ached for the spirit beasts that had perished due to her momentary carelessness. She buried them herself before stepping out. As she neared the valley's exit, a kindly-looking man approached her. Upon seeing Shen Liuli, he smiled and said, "Junior sister, it has been several days since we last met. I thought you had forgotten today, as important event." Shen Liuli smiled and shook her head. "I would never forget the sect's grand competition, third senior brother. Thank you for coming to remind me." Among the many brothers and sisters of Qingyun sect, Shen Liuli shared the closest bond with this particular third senior brother. He scratched his head and chuckled. "No need for thanks. Let us hurry along. This competition holds great significance." The upcoming competition of Qingyun sect indeed bore immense importance. Firstly, it marked Shen Liuli's first major contest since joining the sect. Secondly, it would select the sect's holy son and holy daughter. According to tradition, these chosen ones often had a high probability of becoming the sect's future leader. In her previous life, after joining Qingyun sect, Shen Liuli had already witnessed the selection of the holy son, who eventually became the sect's master but nearly led it to ruin. It was only after she ascended as the 7th absolute fairy that Qingyun sect rose again. Though Shen Liuli had never blamed the brother who almost caused the sect's downfall. In this rebirth, she intended to seize the title of Holy Daughter. By doing so, she could guide Qingyun sect away from the brink of destruction and perhaps foster an even more prosperous future than in her past life. As Shen Liuli walked alongside her third senior brother, they soon arrived at the main hall of Qingyun sect, where the competition would take place. Junior sister, third junior brother. Upon their arrival, other members of Qingyun sect greeted them. Currently, the sect comprised only a few dozen members, a stark contrast to those grand sects boasting tens of thousands. Just as Shen Liuli and her companions settled in, a clear bell tolled, followed by the entrance of a slightly rotund, middle-aged man accompanied by several elderly figures with white beards. This stout man was the current sect leader, Zhongshan, and also Shen Liuli's master. After scanning the disciples in the hall, Zhongshan smiled and nodded, announcing, "The sect competition will select our holy son and holy daughter. As you all know, so I shall refrain from further chatter. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced." Zhongshan and the 6 elders took their seats at the head of the hall. A young man among the disciples sprang forward, grinning, "I am your eldest senior brother. I will take the first match." Among the younger generation of disciples, only a few had reached the pinnacle of innate cultivation. This eldest senior brother was among the best. As the others hesitated about who would challenge him, Shen Liuli gracefully leaped forward, landing nimbly before him. She bowed respectfully and said, "Eldest senior brother, I seek your guidance." Observing the aura of spiritual energy radiating from Shen Liuli, the eldest senior brother remarked, "Junior sister, despite joining later, your cultivation has already caught up to ours. Such talent is truly astonishing. It seems the position of holy daughter is destined for you." Hearing the eldest senior brother praise her exceptional talent, a smile crept onto Shen Liuli's face. In her previous life, she had always been overshadowed by her 6 sisters and Lin Yang. But this time, she would not be eclipsed. Her toxic body would radiate unprecedented brilliance. With a silent affirmation, Shen Liuli summoned her spiritual energy, causing a sprout resembling a small blade of grass to emerge before her. In an instant, it transformed into a towering tree, its branches extending like whips toward the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother gazed in astonishment, yet quickly gathered a substantial amount of spiritual energy to counter her attack. This unique combat style was a hallmark of Qingyun sect. Although Shen Liuli had been the weakest among the 7 absolute fairies, defeating an opponent at the innate level was a trivial matter. Had she not been considerate of the eldest senior brother's dignity, she could have easily dispatched him in a mere moment. After a brief tussle, Shen Liuli deftly controlled a branch of the tree, striking the eldest senior brother and dispersing his spiritual energy completely. The eldest senior brother, now pale, looked up at Shen Liuli, whose expression remained unchanged, and chuckled bitterly. "Junior sister, you have won. I concede wholeheartedly." Shen Liuli nodded with a smile and turned to the surrounding disciples, asking, "Who among you will step forward next?" The other disciples exchanged glances, realizing that with their current abilities, defeating Shen Liuli would be nearly impossible. However, faced with her extraordinary techniques, they remained uncertain. A considerable number of disciples from the Qingyun sect appeared eager to experience the formidable power of Shun Liuli's secret technique. Among them, the third senior brother, who had arrived alongside Shun Liuli, was the first to step forward, declaring, "Junior sister, I shall challenge you." As he spoke, he summoned a wolf-shaped spirit beast, and together they advanced toward Shun Liuli, launching an assault from both sides. Shun Liuli deftly manipulated the branches of a nearby tree, engaging in a fierce struggle with her senior brother. True to form, she allowed him to showcase all his abilities before ultimately defeating him. At that moment, it became evident to everyone present, including the sect leader Zhongshan and the ordinary disciples, that this junior sister had surpassed each of them in skill. "Junior sister, I too wish to engage you in combat," another disciple eagerly volunteered. Their aspirations had shifted from defeating Shun Liuli to merely gauging the chasm that lay between their capabilities and hers. As they witnessed their fellow disciples stepping forward to challenge her, Shun Liuli ceased her reservations and swiftly dispatched her next opponent. In a matter of moments, more than half of the young disciples from the Qingyun sect found themselves easily vanquished by her extraordinary prowess. This astonishing spectacle filled the sect leader Zhongshan and the 6 elders beside him with elation. Shun Liuli's exceptional talent left them both awestruck and filled with joy. For with such a gifted disciple, the rise of the Qingyun sect seemed imminent. Just as Zhongshan was about to proclaim Shun Liuli as the sect's future holy maiden, a sudden gasp erupted from the assembly of youthful disciples below. Accompanied by the first gasp, a wave of shocked exclamations began to resonate within the grand hall. All eyes turned toward the source of the initial outcry, which was none other than the sect's eldest disciple. This seemingly dignified figure now bore a pallid countenance, his features twisted with an ominous odor emanating from him. After his startled cry, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness in an instant. It was not only he. Other young disciples, including the second and third senior brothers and the eldest sister, similarly succumbed, collapsing like the first. A dense, foul stench began to permeate the grand hall, and within moments, the majority of disciples lay sprawled upon the floor, lifeless. This horrifying scene left Zhongshan and the elders in stunned disbelief. "What is happening?" they exclaimed, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurried to inspect the fallen disciples. A brief examination revealed that they were all in a state of severe poisoning, which shocked Zhongshan and the elders. Given that the Qingyun sect specialized in wood-based martial arts, particularly in nurturing spiritual plants and beasts, their expertise extended to the cultivation and treatment of toxins. The ability to poison their own disciples silently was unfathomably terrifying. The potent toxins coursing through the disciples' bodies had already begun to dissolve their spiritual energy and corrode their flesh. It was evident that if they did not act swiftly, all would be lost. In this dire moment, Zhongshan and the elders prioritized administering antidotes rather than seeking the identity of the assailant. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the hall, Shun Liuli stood pale and anxious, her expression betraying her alarm and uncertainty. "This cannot be happening. I concealed all traces of the toxin. I tested it multiple times, and it should not have harmed my brothers and sisters." As she surveyed the poisoned disciples, her heart raced with dread. Initially, she had assumed an external enemy was responsible for the poisoning, but upon recognizing the identities of those affected, she was left speechless. All those who had engaged her in combat were now afflicted, while those who had not faced her remained unharmed. This peculiar circumstance could only imply one thing. The poisoning was indeed a consequence of her actions. This realization left Shun Liuli utterly bewildered. Before departing for this place, she had confidently ensured that she could perfectly control the lethal toxin within her, convinced it would not harm her fellow disciples. Just then, Zhongshan's furious roar shattered her thoughts. The remaining disciples, witnessing the gruesome transformation of their senior brother, could not contain their horror. His flesh began to decay, dissolving into a pool of blood before their eyes. Despite being seasoned practitioners, the sight of such a grotesque scene, particularly involving someone they held in high esteem, sent waves of unease and terror rippling through the assembly. Shun Liuli, awakening from her stupor, rushed to assist one of the afflicted sisters, grasping her arm in a desperate attempt to provide aid. Yet she was helpless, as she had no understanding of how this poisoning had occurred, let alone how to treat it. In a heart-wrenching moment, the sister, like the deceased senior brother, disintegrated before her very eyes. As more disciples succumbed to the same fate, Zhongshan and the elders exerted every ounce of their strength to save them, yet none could be revived. The once numerous assembly of Qingyun sect disciples had dwindled to a mere handful. The blood pooling upon the Grand Hall's floor cast an ominous shadow over the space, transforming it into a scene of horror. Quickly retreat, but do not stray too far. The perpetrator who harmed your brothers and sisters may still be nearby, Zhongshan commanded, his complexion pale and his demeanor grave. Just moments ago, he had felt a sense of pride witnessing the display of talent among his disciples, believing the Qingyun sect's ascendance was imminent. Yet in a heartbeat, the elite disciples he had nurtured were inexplicably lost. After expelling the remaining young disciples from the hall, Zhongshan and the 6 elders remained, intent on uncovering the truth behind this calamity. Throughout this ordeal, no one suspected Shun Liuli. It was simply inconceivable that someone of her limited cultivation could orchestrate such a sophisticated act of poisoning. Who could have poisoned our brothers and sisters? Could it be an enemy of the Qingyun sect? Yet, we have never heard of such a foe. They pondered, awaiting the sect leader and elder's judgment. Outside the Grand Hall, Shun Liuli stood amidst the crowd, her pallid visage reflecting her mounting despair as she absorbed the whispers and murmurs surrounding her. Despite no one doubting her, she was internally tormented. Those deceased senior brothers and sisters were likely killed by her own hand. It was impossible. She had clearly managed to control the toxicity within her. Shun Liuli was still entangled in this dilemma. However, before she could arrive at any conclusions, an elder emerged from the Grand Hall ahead. This elder, once exuding an ethereal aura, now appeared somewhat despondent as he approached the remaining dozen disciples. His gaze quickly fell upon Shun Liuli, and with an expressionless demeanor, he said, "Liuli, come with me." Being summoned alone caused Shun Liuli's heart to skip a beat. Chapter 31, Breakthrough in Cultivation. Could it be that the sect leader and the elders have already discovered that her senior brothers died because of her? The moment she was called aside by the elder, anxiety surged within her. If this matter were to be uncovered, even if the sect leader cherished her, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment. After all, over half of the young disciples of Qingyun sect had perished in one fell swoop, and those who died were the true elite of the sect. After a moment of trepidation, a sense of determination suddenly surfaced on Shun Liuli's face. Indeed, those senior brothers and sisters had perished because of her. She must confess this to her master, even if it meant facing harsh retribution. She silently resolved to follow the elder into the Grand Hall ahead. Inside, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, and the remnants of blood on the ground were shocking. Each pool of blood once belonged to a core disciple of Qingyun sect. Master. As Shun Liuli stepped into the hall and called out, the sect leader, Zhongshan, immediately appeared before her, placing his hand upon her. A powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped Shun Liuli, binding her completely. In the next moment, Zhongshan's spiritual energy began to pour into her, swiftly scanning her internal energy. This continued for an entire half-hour. Only when Zhongshan's expression eased did he turn to the other elders and say, "Everything with Liuli is normal. Then it is peculiar. The disciples who met with misfortune were all in combat with her." "What a coincidence," one elder remarked gravely. The abruptness of the incident had left them no time to ponder, but as they regained their composure, the oddities became apparent, prompting them to summon Shun Liuli for examination. After a brief discussion, Zhongshan finally released his hold on Shun Liuli, saying, "It's nothing. You may return." At that moment, Shun Liuli felt a chill in her heart. Just now, she had distinctly sensed her master's distrust and the icy killing intent emanating from him. Initially, she had prepared to confess everything to her master, but this sudden coldness left her heart frozen as well. What she found most unbearable was her master Zhongshan's lack of trust in her. Deep within her heart, she held immense respect for him. Furthermore, throughout this ordeal, Zhongshan and the others had failed to explain anything to her. In her past life, when the 7 of them had besieged Lin Yang, had he felt this way too? At this moment, Lin Yang's figure unexpectedly appeared in Shun Liuli's mind, but she quickly shook her head. She still believed that Lin Yang had never genuinely cared for them. With a dazed expression, she exited the Grand Hall, not bothering to greet the other disciples of Qingyun sect, and returned directly to her cave dwelling. She confined herself within for several consecutive days, having resolved to fully master her toxic body before venturing out again. After over a month of diligent effort, she finally made some progress. Through her testing, whether she utilized spiritual energy or practiced secret techniques, the toxins within her had not erupted again. With a sense of relief flooding her heart, she was unexpectedly delighted to sense that her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Since activating her toxic body, her cultivation speed had been nothing short of astonishing. She had already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and after a month of seclusion, her cultivation had naturally advanced further. This was a significant breakthrough in her realm. In the past, she would have leapt for joy, but now, she felt no such inclination. The fact that her closest senior brothers and sisters had perished due to her actions weighed heavily on her heart, casting a pall over her recent accomplishments. Thus, she did not intend to inform anyone of her breakthrough. However, before formally advancing, she decided to pause her seclusion. Having spent the last month in isolation, she was unaware of the current state of affairs within the sect. If she were to begin a breakthrough to a higher realm, she would likely be secluded for days again. Therefore, before making her breakthrough, she planned to venture outside to ascertain the situation. After such a significant loss of elite disciples, Qingyun sect was undoubtedly in a weakened state. Is it true that it was the junior sister who killed the senior brothers? Without evidence, do not speak carelessly. How can I be speaking carelessly? Did you not notice that all the deceased senior brothers and sisters had engaged in combat with her? What a coincidence! Then we should distance ourselves from her to avoid dying inexplicably. In Qingyun sect, as Shun Liuli walked through the halls, whispers surrounded her. In the past, her senior brothers and sisters would greet her warmly, but now, the remaining disciples regarded her with suspicion and did not dare approach. The coldness of their demeanor was painful for Shun Liuli, but what hurt her even more were the hushed voices filled with doubt. Clearly, those who had survived had begun to suspect her involvement in the recent calamity. Although Shun Liuli understood their suspicions were not unfounded, it still left her feeling desolate. I never wished for my senior brothers to meet such a fate. Once I resolve the matters of my past life, I will seek forgiveness from my master. Feeling disheartened, Shun Liuli had intended to assess the current state of Qingyun sect, but the attitudes of her surviving senior brothers and sisters made her feel as if she were walking on needles. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned and returned to her cave dwelling. Once inside, she activated the defensive formations and sat cross-legged, preparing to initiate her breakthrough to the higher realm. With the experience from her previous life, this breakthrough posed no risk for her. Moreover, with the formidable toxic body known as the world's premier sacred body, the process would be even simpler. The key to advancing from the innate realm to the spiritual body realm lay in condensing the spiritual body. Shun Liuli began to concentrate her internal spiritual energy, which transformed into a tangible form, coalescing above her head into a colossal apparition. This apparition even pierced through her cave and manifested in the sky above. This astounding scene quickly spread throughout Qingyun sect, causing everyone within to look up in awe at the direction of Shun Liuli. Chapter 32. The Doom of Qingyun sect. Zhongshan, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, stood atop the main peak, gazing into the distance at the extraordinary phenomenon. The massive figure emanated from Shun Liuli's cave, spreading across the sky and dominating the heavens. Master, is someone attempting to break through to the innate realm and ascend to the spiritual body realm? This scene is truly astonishing. Several elders of Qingyun sect arrived, their faces reflecting astonishment as they inquired of Zhongshan. The cultivator's progress, from the innate stage to the realm of the spiritual body, indeed requires the harnessing of immense spiritual energy to coalesce into a complete spiritual form. Upon acquiring this spiritual body, the practitioner's physical structure undergoes a transformation, enabling the absorption of a greater volume of spiritual energy and significantly enhancing their affinity for it. One could even say that from this point onward, the cultivator becomes one with the spiritual energy. However, most cultivators, when condensing their spiritual bodies, typically manifest a shadow merely a few feet in height. Those with exceptional talents might produce an apparition of 3 to 5 yards, but nothing more. Now, an extraordinary phenomenon has emerged within the Qingyun sect, a projection that towers majestically, reaching at least several hundred feet in height. Such an astonishing sight naturally leaves everyone in awe, particularly the elder members like Zhongshan, who have previously condensed their spiritual bodies. Gazing at the immense spiritual projection before them, they nearly swallowed their tongues in astonishment. Zhongshan, with a grave expression, surveyed the elders nearby and slowly remarked, judging by the direction, it appears that the one breaking through to the innate realm is that girl, Lu Li. Her talent was already formidable. I underestimated her. Given this extraordinary phenomenon accompanying her breakthrough, her future achievements are boundless. Upon hearing Lu Li's name, one of the elders frowned and interjected, however, the recent sudden deaths of numerous disciples must be related to her. Although no abnormalities were detected in Lu Li, doubts lingered among Zhongshan and the others. This suspicion was only natural, for those disciples who had met untimely ends had all engaged with Lu Li in combat. This alone cast a shadow of suspicion over her. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhongshan countered, "Let us refrain from discussing matters without evidence. Who knows, in the future, Our Qingyun sect may rise again, and we might rely on this girl, Lu Li. We should proceed to assist her in safeguarding her breakthrough, lest her uncanny phenomenon draw the attention of unwanted onlookers. With that, Zhongshan led the other 6 elders towards Lu Li's location. Meanwhile, the remaining lower-tier disciples of Qingyun's sect, driven by curiosity, had already gathered outside Lu Li's cave. As they drew closer, they could sense the astonishing phenomenon of Lu Li's breakthrough. Gazing up at the colossal projection overhead, many disciples wore expressions of envy. If only they could manifest such a phenomenon during their own breakthroughs, they would be overjoyed. However, as everyone stared in admiration at the celestial projection, a thick cloud of purple mist began to emanate from it. This purple haze spread rapidly from the projection's core, enveloping the area surrounding Lu Li's cave. The newly arrived Zhongshan and the elders were momentarily stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Such an anomaly was beyond their previous experiences. Had any cultivator ever produced purple mist during a breakthrough to the realm of the spiritual body? Exchanging bewildered glances, they saw confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, they were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. The purple mist, radiating from Lu Li's cave as its epicenter, gradually enveloped the surroundings. Life forms that came into contact with the mist withered and vanished instantly. The vibrant flowers that had once flourished around Lu Li's cave now lay lifeless, and even the vines crumbled to dust. The spirit beasts inhabiting the floral paradise frantically fled, but their speed could not match that of the encroaching mist. In the blink of an eye, they too succumbed, their bodies convulsing and dissolving into a pool of blood. This terrifying spectacle invoked memories of the young disciples of Qingyun's sect who had perished a month prior. The circumstances of their demise bore an uncanny resemblance to the plight of the spirit beasts now falling victim to the purple mist. In that moment, they nearly unanimously concluded that Lu Li had been responsible for the earlier deaths. Even if she had not directly caused it, she was undoubtedly involved. Zhongshan's face turned ashen as he cursed vehemently. The elders' expressions mirrored his, each one pale with disbelief. Regardless of Lu Li's extraordinary talent, the fact that she had taken the lives of so many disciples rendered her beyond their mercy. However, they could not afford to dwell on that matter now. We must prioritize the safety of the remaining disciples, one elder urgently advised. If we allow this purple mist to reach them, Qingyun's sect's young disciples will perish here today. Heeding this warning, Zhongshan and the others abandoned thoughts of confronting Lu Li, swiftly turning to lead the remaining disciples to safety, away from the encroaching mist. Yet, the mist spread with alarming rapidity. They scarcely paused for breath as they rushed beyond the sect's boundaries. Only then did the purple haze finally cease its advance. Turning back to survey the sect, their faces turned a shade of deep despair. The Qingyun sect, once vibrant and thriving, was now nearly consumed by the purple mist. The dense haze roiled within the sect, extinguishing the spirit beasts and plants that had been nurtured over many years. Some young disciples who had been in seclusion could not escape in time and met the same fate, enveloped by the mist within their caves. The earlier tragedy, where countless young disciples had perished, had already left Qingyun's sect reeling. This incident now threatened to uproot the very foundation of the sect. Witnessing the devastation behind him, Zhongshan felt a tumultuous wave of emotion surge within him, causing him to spit blood in despair. He had invested countless efforts in nurturing exceptional disciples, hoping to witness Qingyun's sect's resurgence in his generation. Now, it seemed that not only had their hopes for revival been dashed, but the very survival of Qingyun's sect hung in the balance. What shall we do next? An elder approached, his expression grave. Zhongshan, equally somber, gestured, "Elder, you take the other 2 elders and secure the remaining disciples. I, along with the other 3 elders, will venture in and apprehend that wretched disciple. I must uncover the dark arts she has been practicing to bring our sect to such ruin." As they prepared to act, they were consumed by a rage so intense it bordered on madness. Ignoring the pervading purple toxic mist, they charged into the heart of the Qingyun sect, determined to confront Lu Li. However, after just a brief foray into the toxic haze, they emerged disheveled and shaken. The 3 elders, being of only the spiritual body realm, trembled uncontrollably, visibly weakened by the miasma. Zhongshan fared slightly better, but his pallor betrayed the toll the mist had taken. Even he, a practitioner of the Tao integration realm, found it challenging to withstand its effects. The sheer terror of the toxic mist left Zhongshan feeling apprehensive. Lu Li had only just stepped into the innate realm, yet she wielded such a fearsome miasma. If her cultivation were to advance further, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even those of higher realms would find themselves at her mercy. What was more alarming was the vast expanse of the mist. If other cultivators attempted to subdue Lu Li through sheer numbers, they would likely meet a grim fate as well. How could I have taken in such a wretched disciple? Zhongshan fumed, pacing in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. The group remained there, anxiously awaiting the next turn of events. They waited for a full month. A month later, Zhongshan and his companions observed the violet mist before them suddenly come alive, writhing incessantly. After a considerable time of tumultuous movement, the mist swiftly coalesced in one direction, as if a colossal vortex was fervently drawing it in. Once the violet mist had completely gathered, Zhongshan and the others could finally discern what it had formed, a spectral entity of pure violet essence. This ethereal being astonishingly possessed color and was amalgamated with a multitude of toxic substances. Such an extraordinary phenomenon left Zhongshan and his companions in a state of bewildered shock. However, the silver lining was that with the surrounding violet mist dissipated, they could finally venture into the Qingyun sect ahead. We must apprehend that wayward disciple. Zhongshan gritted his teeth, leading the charge into the Qingyun sect. The deeper they penetrated, the more their hearts bled. Although the Qingyun sect was merely a lesser sect, it had a lineage spanning over several millennia, cultivated through countless generations. Everything here was accumulated through the blood and lives of their forebears, all for the hope that one day, the Qingyun sect could rise to prominence and become a paramount sect in the Lingxian continent. By the time this legacy reached Zhongshan's generation, he had even glimpsed the dawn of this aspiration, having gathered several exceptionally gifted disciples. The treasures amassed within the sect began to shimmer with renewed luster. Yet now, all of it lay in ruins. The elite disciples they once took pride in were nearly all perished. The spiritual plants and beasts cultivated over millennia were similarly obliterated, effectively uprooting the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. Should the sect aspire to rise again, it would have to endure another arduous few millennia to gradually accumulate resources. In a fit of anguish over the sect's lamentable state, Zhongshan could not help but roar, "Shen Liuli, come out!" His voice, imbued with the power of the Tao body realm, resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Meanwhile, within the confines of her secluded chamber, Shen Liuli, savoring her newfound realm, opened her eyes in puzzlement at the sound. Unaware of the turmoil outside, she remained immersed in the joy of her recent breakthrough. In her previous life, as the renowned Seven Absolute Fairy, her cultivation had long surpassed the spirit body realm. Thus, returning to this realm was of little consequence to her. What truly exhilarated her was the peculiar condition within her body. She had begun to sense that the spirit body she had now coalesced was of a quality infinitely superior to that of her past life. In her previous incarnation, she had achieved prominence with an ordinary spirit body. Now, endowed with such formidable essence, she could not only rival the Seven Absolute Fairy, but could even usurp Lin Yang to become the celestial empress of this era. Yet, in the midst of her ecstatic reverie, Zhongshan's thunderous roar reverberated again. Shen Liuli, her countenance shifting to one of concern, hastily adjusted her spiritual power and rose to confront the outside world. She initially thought her master had come to congratulate her on her breakthrough. However, upon stepping out of her secluded chamber, she was utterly taken aback by the scene before her. What had once been a flourishing sea of flowers, teeming with wondrous spiritual beasts, now lay in desolation, reduced to a charred wasteland, with the remains of numerous spirit beasts scattered about. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt a wave of intense murderous intent wash over her. Looking up abruptly, she saw her master Zhongshan and the other three elders hovering in the air, their faces aflame with rage, their eyes smoldering with fury. "Master!" Shen Liuli's expression turned grave as she saluted Zhongshan. Yet Zhongshan roared in response, "Wretched disciple! Who is your master? I have never taught you such dark arts." As he spoke, a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from him, and a long whip fashioned from vine materialized in his grasp. The whip crackled ominously as it transformed into a massive weapon, striking toward Shen Liuli. Her face paled as she swiftly evaded, though she was merely at the threshold of the spirit body realm. The spirit body she had formed was immensely powerful, allowing her to conjure multiple afterimages to dodge Zhongshan's onslaught. Simultaneously, she emitted tendrils of violet mist, lunging towards him. "Master, please let me explain." Shen Liuli's expression shifted dramatically as she desperately sought to convey her unique circumstances to Zhongshan. She was confident that once he understood her extraordinary constitution and the truth of her rebirth, he would halt his assault. After all, Zhongshan's utmost concern was the resurgence of the Qingyun sect, which in her previous life had ascended to become a premier sect in the Lingxian continent. However, upon witnessing the violet mist erupting from Shun Liuli, Zhongshan's anger escalated, and the three elders beside him shared his grim countenance, denying her any opportunity to explain as they collectively launched an attack against her. Chapter 34. Despised and hated beneath the radiant sun, Xiao Yueshi stood upon a white cloud, having emerged from the secluded gorge where she had been hiding. In recent times, she had taken refuge there, enjoying the serene environment that had considerably lifted her spirits. However, after 2 months of silence from Shin Liuli, who had brought her to this place, she felt an unsettling worry and decided to visit her. I shall merely take a glance and return immediately. It should not disturb Sister Liuli, she mused inwardly. 100-mile distance was inconsequential for cultivators. Following the location left by Shun Liuli, Xiao Yueshi swiftly arrived at the site of the Qingyun sect. Yet, the scene below left her utterly astounded. The entire mountain range appeared lifeless, imbued with a toxic aura that rose menacingly, rendering the area akin to a wasteland. Such a place would not be suitable even for legitimate sects, let alone those of dark cultivation. Moreover, a mere glance revealed no presence of cultivators in the vicinity. After circling the mountains several times, Xiao Yueshi finally discerned that a sect had once existed here, now seemingly obliterated. What on earth has transpired? Bewildered, she continued to circle until she spotted a congenital realm cultivator amidst a few Foundation establishment cultivators, laboring on the ground. They appeared to have resided there for some time. Descending from the sky, Xiao Yueshi approached them to inquire about the events that had unfolded and the whereabouts of Shun Liuli. However, as she drew near, the cultivators immediately regarded her with suspicion. Xiao Yueshi halted, signaling her benign intent. The lone congenital realm cultivator leaped forward, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her beauty captivated him, prompting him to speak. "Fairy, have you come to assist the Qingyun sect in eradicating evil?" "Eradicating evil?" This phrase rendered Xiao Yueshi's expression grave as she replied. "My friend, I have heard that this place is the location of the Qingyun sect. How has it come to be in such disarray? It is better not to mention the Qingyun sect." However, upon uttering the 3 characters of the Qingyun sect, the expression of the cultivator across from her instantly darkened, as he exclaimed, "Does the fairy not know? Our Qingyun sect has recently suffered a grave calamity. The entire sect was devastated by a demon. Currently, our sect master is leading the elders in pursuit of this fiend." Observing the intense fury on the faces of the others, Xiao Yueshi discerned their profound hatred for the so-called demon. Shaking her head, she replied, "I have been in seclusion for cultivation and am not well acquainted with recent events. However, I share a long-standing acquaintance with your junior sister, Shun Liuli. I wonder." Xiao Yueshi intended to inquire about Shun Liuli's current whereabouts, but the mere mention of her name caused the Qingyun sect cultivators to change their expressions drastically, their gazes turning icy as one of them declared, "Ah, so you are also an accomplice of that demon. Though my cultivation is modest, I will not let you fiends escape." As he spoke, the Qingyun disciple summoned a magical artifact, launching an attack toward Xiao Yueshi. Such juvenile tactics did not concern her. Yet she was troubled by the implication of being associated with a demon. Just hearing that term allowed her to deduce that the so-called demon was, in fact, Shun Liuli. How could this be possible? Shock coursed through Xiao Yueshi's features. She knew Shun Liuli's character well. While often competitive, she was the most compassionate among the 7 absolute fairies. Having sheltered countless beings, how could such a person turn into a demon? Effortlessly deflecting the attack from the Qingyun disciple, Xiao Yueshi quickly said, "Friend, please hold on. I have not seen Sister Liuli in many days and truly do not understand what has transpired. How could she have suddenly become the demon you speak of?" Seeing Xiao Yueshi's bewildered expression, which seemed genuine, and noting her remarkable strength, the Qingyun disciple hesitated, slowly retracting his artifact as he frowned. "That demon, Shun Liuli, has not only slain many of my senior brothers and sisters in the Qingyun sect, but has also, in her practice of demonic arts, brought ruin to our century-old foundation. Ultimately, she even injured several elders before fleeing. This fiend is now loathed by all. It would be wise for you to avoid any dealings with her henceforth." The term "loathed by all" caused Xiao Yueshi's complexion to pale immediately. Memories surfaced of Lin Yang's foreboding judgment regarding Shun Liuli's fate. "You possess a body of toxic misfortune, destined to become the detested heavenly poison maiden, and will endure endless suffering." With her face drained of color, Xiao Yueshi murmured, "Sister Liuli, It seems you have indeed embarked on the path foretold by brother Lin Yang. With a sudden change in her expression, Xiao Yueshi could no longer afford to linger. She took to the air, soaring away in search of Shun Liuli, desperate to prevent her from sinking deeper into this path that could lead to a tragic end. Much like her own. Meanwhile, Shun Liuli, in a rather disheveled state, found herself outside of town. Having just concluded her seclusion, she was confronted by her master, Zhongshan, along with several elders. From their words, Shun Liuli quickly learned of the calamity that had befallen the Qingyun sect. The revelation that she had inadvertently brought about the sect's destruction shocked her deeply. This outcome was far from what she desired. Yet, despite the Qingyun sect's devastation, Shun Liuli believed she could accept it. As long as she cultivated successfully, she could restore the sect to its former glory, if not surpass it. The losses incurred today, she felt confident, could be repaid 1,000-fold. However, her words did nothing to quell Zhongshan's fury. Rather, they intensified it, prompting him and the others to strike mercilessly. Shun Liuli was unwilling to perish at her master's hands, so she fought back while attempting to flee. Fortuitously, having ascended to the spirit body realm and possessing a formidable toxic body, she managed to escape from the onslaught of Zhongshan, a harmonization realm expert, and several spirit body cultivators. However, the gap in their cultivation levels was significant. Though she barely escaped, she was gravely injured and urgently needed a place to recuperate. She resolved to rest briefly within the town before departing immediately. In the stillness of the night, Shun Liuli sat in her room, deep in contemplation. Having just emerged from her seclusion, she had been relentlessly pursued by Zhongshan and the others, leaving her no time to reflect on her own condition. Now, she finally had a moment to consider the dire state of the Qingyun sect, which she had glimpsed during her confrontation. The scene was indeed harrowing. However, for Shun Liuli, who was once a 7 absolute fairy, the losses seemed trivial in comparison. In her previous life, the treasure she possessed far exceeded the accumulated wealth of the Qingyun sect over a millennium. Therefore, she was confident that if she could reclaim her peak power, she could make this life as Qingyun sect even more illustrious. Her master and the others might not understand her now, but she believed they would eventually come to comprehend her intentions. In her current life, endowed with a complete toxic body, her strength surpassed her wildest expectations. Thus, Shun Liuli felt assured that her power in this life would greatly eclipse that of her past. Yet her attention returned to the matter of her toxic body. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, after Lin Yang had seized control of her toxic body, it had occasionally gone out of control, but overall, it had not caused significant casualties. This indicated that her toxic body could indeed be controlled. Could it be that my lack of training in the poison scriptures is the issue? Suddenly, a vital realization struck her. The technique she practiced was primarily based on the Qingyun sect's wood-based cultivation methods, which emphasized nurturing all things in harmony with nature. While she occasionally dealt with toxic substances, there was no relevant training method associated with it. In her previous life, Shun Liuli had harbored a deep aversion to such techniques, having never engaged with them at all. Now, reflecting on her experiences, she recognized that the frequent loss of control over her toxic body was likely due to her failure to cultivate the poison scriptures. The toxic body required the use of potent toxins for training. Without a specialized scripture for control, it was naturally prone to chaos. If my conjecture holds true, I must swiftly seek out a poison scripture. In her heart, Shun Liuli began to strategize. Although she had not previously encountered any relevant scriptures, she was aware of the whereabouts of several formidable ones, particularly the scripture once practiced by the heavenly emperor Lin Yang. With clarity about her next steps, Shun Liuli, filled with excitement, disregarded her fatigue and departed the town that very night, heading toward a specific location. She remembered that in her previous life, Lin Yang had taken her to a treasure trove where she discovered a uniquely powerful poison scripture, which she believed could hold the key to controlling her toxic body. Amidst the brilliance of the sun, Xiao Yueshi, accompanied by several cultivators, descended into a moderately sized town. Upon entering, they were met with the sounds of weeping resonating in the air. The monster has begun its murderous rampage once more. Fellow cultivators, should you encounter this woman, do not be deceived by her enchanting appearance. Though she possesses extraordinary beauty, her sinister and potent poison is exceedingly formidable, making it difficult to contend with her. Even for those of a higher realm, a cultivator by the side of Xiao Yueshi spoke through gritted teeth. This group of cultivators had been summoned by the Qingyun sect to pursue Shun Liuli. Xiao Yueshi, also in search of Shun Liuli, seized the opportunity to join this band of cultivators. Strength in numbers would surely facilitate her quest to locate Shun Liuli. However, The scenes witnessed along the way made even Xiao Yueshi's scalp tingle with unease. Wherever Shin Liuli had traversed, there seemed to be a complete annihilation of life. The toxicity emanating from her appeared to spread indiscriminately, leading any living being that encountered it to succumb to a swift and fatal poisoning. Strangely, Shin Liuli seemed oblivious to this, wandering into places teeming with mortals, resulting in countless deaths. Xiao Yueshi understood that if Shin Liuli continued her reckless journey, she would not be far from becoming a figure loathed by all. It was imperative to find her sister Liuli swiftly and prevent her from further endangering herself. This is the place, she thought, standing at the foot of a towering mountain. Shin Liuli gazed up at the endless expanse of the Black Wind Mountain. This mountain was said to have once been the stronghold of an ancient sect, now completely abandoned with remnants of dangerous prohibitions that pose significant risks even to cultivators wishing to enter. In her past life, she had accompanied Lin Yang into this very mountain, where they discovered a treasure that had brought them great excitement for days, enhancing their cultivation journey immensely. Yet, for the current Shin Liuli, the ordinary treasures within held no allure. Her sole purpose for this visit was the coveted poison manual contained within the treasure. As she prepared to enter the mountain, a voice unexpectedly rang out behind her. "My lady, are you intending to explore the Black Wind Mountain range?" Accompanying this voice was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding a hint of roguish charm, who landed with a beaming smile before Shin Liuli. Furrowing her brows, Shin Liuli inquired, "Who are you?" The youth, with a radiant smile, responded, "Greetings, my lady. I am Yi Chun." He intended to elaborate further, but upon uttering his name, Shin Liuli's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "You claim to be Yi Chun? The Yi Chun from Sky City? The one with the elderly gentleman in the ring? The one who was rejected by Yun Yao?" As she listed these details in one breath, Yi Chen's demeanor transformed from cheerful to wary, his expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance. "Who are you? How do you know this? And what is your connection to Yun Yao?" Shin Liuli scrutinized Yi Chun and casually replied, "I have no relationship with that Yun Yao. However, you pique my interest." Hearing Shin Liuli's assertion that she had no ties to Yun Yao eased Yi Chen's tension, yet he remained on guard. At the base of Black Wind Mountain, Shin Liuli regarded Yi Chun with keen interest, dismissing his alertness and suspicion. Despite Yi Chun being of the same spiritual realm, she was unfazed. Not only did she possess a formidable constitution in this life, but her past experience as the Seven Absolutes immortal also equipped her with the ability to easily handle the naive youth before her, even knowing that he possessed the soul of the harmonization realm within his ring. Her curiosity about Yi Chun stemmed from having heard his name from Lin Yang. Lin Yang had once informed her that although he had traversed from another world, he was the antagonist in this narrative. Besides him, there existed a figure known as the Child of Destiny, endowed with extraordinary fortune. Despite frequently encountering peril, each crisis served as an opportunity for growth. Lin Yang had implied that had he not intervened, the Seven Absolutes immortal women would have been entwined with this Child of Destiny. The individual before her, Yi Chun, was indeed that fabled Child of Destiny. Yi Chun hailed from Sky City, a revered sanctuary for cultivation, and had been betrothed to a girl named Yun Yao from a young age. However, as they grew older, Yun Yao's exceptional talent became evident, elevating her to a status of reverence within Sky City, while Yi Chun appeared ordinary and uninspiring by comparison. Naturally, Yun Yao was disinclined to marry someone deemed a waste, leading her to initiate the dissolution of their engagement. While such matters might seem customary, for Yi Chun, it was an egregious public humiliation. Thus, he proposed a 2-year wager, a contest to determine their fates. If Yun Yao emerged victorious, he would concede to the annulment. If he triumphed, she would publicly apologize and he would issue her a certificate of divorce, affirming that the decision to part was his, not hers. After establishing this agreement, Yi Chun departed Sky City to pursue his path of cultivation. As the Child of Destiny, he soon revealed his remarkable talent and encountered various leading ladies. Had Lin Yang not altered the course of events, Yi Chun would undoubtedly have triumphed over Yun Yao in 2 years, securing his status as the foremost prodigy of Lingxian continent. Even Lin Yang, who had usurped the role of the original antagonist, would ultimately fall to Yi Chun's prowess. Shin Liuli recalled Lin Yang's words from their previous life, where the Child of Destiny, Yi Chun, had been suppressed and killed by Lin Yang early on, leaving Shin Liuli and her companions without ever crossing paths with him. While she had been skeptical of Lin Yang's claims, the very presence of Yi Chun before her now sparked her curiosity and doubt. "Are you also heading to explore Blackwind Mountain?" Shin Liuli finally inquired. Yi Chun, fully aware that Shin Liuli had unraveled his every secret, regarded her with utmost caution. "Indeed, that is my intention," he replied through clenched teeth. "Excellent," Shun Lioli responded eagerly. "We can enter together and explore as companions." Although she harbored doubts regarding Yi Chen's status as the child of destiny, Shin Lioli resolved to accompany him for a time, intrigued by what peculiarities he might possess. After all, Lin Yang had been a figure of immense power, and anyone who could capture his attention and be dubbed the child of destiny must possess unique qualities. However, Yi Chen remained on high alert, and upon hearing Shun Lioli's proposal, he retorted with a look of exasperation. "It would be best if we each pursued our own paths." Had Shun Lioli previously suggested traveling together, Yi Chen would have been overjoyed, for her beauty was captivating enough to entice any male cultivator to seek her companionship. Initially, Yi Chen had approached Shun Lioli, drawn by her mesmerizing appearance. Now, he felt an inexplicable oddity emanating from Shun Lioli, longing to distance himself from her. Thus, he would never consent to enter the Black Wind Mountain alongside her. As he witnessed his request being denied by Yi Chen, Shun Lioli furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head, stating, "Since you are unwilling to proceed together, then so be it. I shall enter alone." Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, she soared into the air and darted into the depths of the Black Wind Mountain. The peculiar woman departed with such ease. Though Yi Chen was somewhat astonished, he breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Shun Lioli's figure vanish, lowering his gaze to the ring on his hand. "Elder Wu, have you discerned this woman's true nature?" A faint ripple of spiritual energy accompanied his words, and a weak voice immediately emanated from the ring. "This girl, although merely at the initial stage of the spiritual body realm, possesses an astonishingly profound spiritual power. Her constitution is likely quite unique. Moreover, her ability to unveil all your secrets is far from ordinary. Should you encounter her again, you must exercise utmost caution." "I understand." Yi Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to further enter the Black Wind Mountain, but instead turned and flew away into the distance, covering over 100 miles before finding a new spot to re-enter the mountain. He did this to avoid the earlier arrival of Shun Lioli. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped into the Black Wind Mountain, Shun Lioli's figure slowly materialized in the very place he had just vacated. "Child, in my previous life, I was the 7 absolute fairy. Even now, with only spiritual body realm cultivation, tracking you is exceedingly simple. Even the soul within your ring will not detect my presence." With a cold snort, Shun Lioli floated gracefully, trailing behind Yi Chen into the Black Wind Mountain. Her form was light, nearly merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the environment grow increasingly treacherous, yet this posed no concern for her. In contrast, Yi Chen appeared quite vigilant, his pace slowing as he surveyed the surroundings. Shun Lioli followed at a leisurely pace, often maintaining a mere few zhangs distance from Yi Chen, who remained utterly unaware of her presence. "Let me see just how formidable the so-called Chosen One, remembered by Lin Yang, truly is," Shun Lioli mused to herself, suddenly unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to the side. With her strike, numerous beams of light abruptly emerged from the surroundings, some shooting forth from shattered stones, others bursting from ancient trees, and still others appearing from thin air. These beams swiftly converged, forming a colossal array in mere moments. The array began to rotate slowly, a mysterious pressure pervading the vicinity. Accompanying this pressure, an immensely imposing figure gradually materialized at the center of the array. The sudden turn of events left Yi Chen, positioned within the array, momentarily dumbfounded. Since entering the Black Wind Mountain, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of attracting the attention of the terrifying beings within. Yet now, the fearsome array and the creature summoned forth were clearly beyond his capacity to contend with. More importantly, this was evidently not of his doing. Who was conspiring against me?" Yi Chen shouted in anger. Concealing her figure, Shun Lioli quietly watched Yi Chen's outburst, a trace of disdain crossing her face. To react with such panic at this minor crisis was hardly composed. Such a person hardly deserved the title of Chosen One. Shun Lioli reflected on her past life, recalling how Lin Yang had remained calm and collected during crises, effortlessly guiding her into treasure troves. Thus, if Yi Chen were truly the Chosen One, his performance should not fall short of Lin Yang's. However, it was evident that Yi Chen was merely a reckless youth, incomparable to Lin Yang's demeanor. This was understandable, as despite the Heavenly Emperor's later descent into malevolence, he had no peers in other aspects. Shun Lioli inwardly acknowledged this and lost interest in observing Yi Chen further. Moreover, her purpose in venturing to the Black Wind Mountain was to acquire the Tome of Poisons. Encountering Yi Chen, the so-called Chosen One, was merely coincidental. Whether one termed Shun Liuli arrogant or self-assured, she felt that as the former 7 absolute fairy, investing so much time in Yi Chun was already a sign of respect. As for Yi Chen's fate, she remained indifferent. The array she had activated, though seemingly terrifying and capable of endangering a practitioner in the spiritual body realm, would not truly endanger Yi Chun due to the powerful soul residing within his ring. With a flicker of her form, Shun Liuli departed from Yi Chun and ventured in another direction. The Black Wind Mountain, while perilous, posed little threat to her. Furthermore, having explored this area multiple times with Lin Yang in her past life, she was intimately familiar with its nuances. After navigating several dangerous traps, Shun Liuli emerged into a vast cavern, its walls adorned with radiant orbs, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Scattered throughout the cavern were numerous treasures, though time had eroded much of their former luster. Indifferent to these treasures, she strode purposefully towards a raised platform where a treasure chest lay, intricately engraved with complex patterns. It was evident that opening this chest would not be a simple task. Yet, Shun Liuli maintained a relaxed demeanor, even chuckling softly. "Lin Yang, I must thank you. Had you not brought me here in my previous life, I would likely be at a loss on how to open this treasure chest." With a flick of her hand, Shun Liuli produced a small porcelain vial. Upon opening it, she revealed a small quantity of bright red blood. This blood belonged entirely to ordinary mortals. Had she not witnessed the chest being opened before, Shun Liuli would never have guessed that such a revered treasure from an ancient sect required the blood of mortals to unlock. For most practitioners, mortal blood was considered impure and seldom touched. The chest was clearly designed with this psychological aversion in mind. Clutching the vial, Shun Liuli began to drip the blood onto the chest before her. These drops had been meticulously prepared in advance. Watching as the chest absorbed the blood, she took a step back and observed quietly. After merely gathering her breath, the intricate patterns on the chest began to shimmer with light. As the radiance intensified, with a sharp crack, the lid of the chest suddenly opened, and a tome radiating a metallic sheen flew forth from within. The tome of All Saints' Poisons. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters on the book, Shun Liuli could not suppress her excitement. With this tome, her poisonous constitution could finally be completely controlled, and she would no longer need to worry about losing control of it. Overjoyed, she reached out and grasped the tome, casually flipping through its pages. Deciding to sit cross-legged right there, she commenced her in-depth study. After all, at this moment, she had nowhere else to go. Remaining here to cultivate was, in fact, the safest option. Shun Liuli has already resolved that she will remain here to thoroughly master the 10,000 Saint Poison scriptures before departing from the Black Wind Mountain. Fairy, the young lady you described, I witnessed her entering this Black Wind Mountain with my own eyes. On the Black Wind Mountain, Yi Chun, who had just escaped danger, gazed at the beautiful woman before him with a beaming smile. Although this was their first encounter, an inexplicable connection stirred within him. Moreover, in terms of sheer beauty, the woman before him was extraordinary. His fiancée, Yun Yao, was already regarded as the fairest maiden of Sky City, yet this woman surpassed her in allure. Thus, Liuli has indeed entered the Black Wind Mountain. This is for the best. There are not many creatures within. Xiao Yueshi observed the Black Wind Mountain, her previously worried expression easing somewhat. She had been tracking Shun Liuli until she arrived at the mountain's entrance, where she unexpectedly encountered Yi Chun, who had just burst forth from within. Hence, their earlier exchange took place. Turning to Yi Chun, Xiao Yueshi slightly nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your guidance." With that, she soared directly into the Black Wind Mountain. Yi Chun, astonished at her unwavering determination, immediately followed, exclaiming, "Fairy, you are only at the innate stage. Entering the Black Wind Mountain is far too perilous." Chapter 38. An overflow of confidence in the long-sealed treasure vault of the Black Wind Mountain. Shun Liuli sat cross-legged on the ground, her face a canvas of astonishment. For the past few days, she had been diligently practicing the 10,000 Saint Poison scriptures. The results of her training astonished even this former 7 absolute fairy. The 10,000 Saint Poison scriptures and her poison calamity body were a match made in heaven. Their combination accelerated her cultivation speed exponentially. Originally, Shun Liuli's poison calamity body was already formidable enough to allow her to confront opponents a whole realm above her. However now, with the 10,000 Saint Poison scriptures, her training speed was amplified several-fold. Not only that, but the poison calamity body, bolstered by the scriptures, was nearing perfection. Shun Liuli estimated that if she continued at this pace, she could potentially regain her previous realm within a century, and her combat prowess would far surpass that of her past life. Had she possessed the complete poison calamity body in her previous life, she would not have languished at the bottom among the 7 absolute fairies, and even the celestial emperor Lin Yang might not have been her match. Indeed, the celestial emperor's theft of her poison calamity body was steeped in ill intentions, Shun Lioli mused. She had become somewhat entranced by her own formidable physique. Even if her poison calamity body bore minor flaws, she found them inconsequential when weighed against its might. Just as Shun Lioli intended to delve deeper into the 10,000 saint poison scriptures, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed from outside the treasure vault. Is someone approaching? Shun Lioli frowned, for she least desired interruptions at this moment. Yet, the sounds outside soon brought a smile to her face. Her sister Yueshi had unexpectedly found her here. With a joyful expression, Shun Lioli rose and stepped forward to greet her, eager to showcase her newfound strength. Outside the abandoned vault, Xiao Yueshi looked down with exasperation at Yi Chun, who lay on the ground. Initially, her sole intention had been to find Shun Lioli swiftly, which prompted her to rush into the Black Wind Mountain. Yet, to her dismay, Yi Chun had followed her in, boldly claiming he would protect her. Although Xiao Yueshi was only at the innate stage and had yet to reach the spirit body realm, her past life as one of the 7 absolute fairies was far from simple. Even spirit body cultivators would find it impossible to defeat her. Moreover, despite the dangers of the Black Wind Mountain, her extensive knowledge of secret arts rendered her quite safe. She needed no protection. As anticipated, the subsequent events unfolded precisely as Xiao Yueshi had predicted. Faced with the numerous perilous traps within the mountain, she, as an innate cultivator, encountered no issues, while Yi Chun, a spirit body cultivator, found himself tormented by these very traps. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yueshi who intervened to rescue him from danger. "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" she inquired, looking down at him with a mixture of concern and annoyance. Yi Chun lay weakly on the ground. Despite his fatigue, his mind was clear. At her words, he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. How humiliating! A dignified spirit body cultivator like himself had hoped to impress this innate fairy, perhaps even win her affections. Yet here he was, saved by her. As he lamented his misfortune, Yi Chun sensed something was amiss. The beautiful women he had recently encountered were all impressively powerful. Though he considered himself a paragon among men, confident in his standing in Lingxian continent, these 2 women made him feel utterly diminished. However, Xiao Yueshi had little time to ponder Yi Chun's thoughts. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards the treasure vault, and Shun Lioli's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. "Lioli, dear sister." Upon seeing her, Xiao Yueshi's face brightened instantly, and Shun Lioli reciprocated the joy, eager to rush over. But as she took 2 steps forward, Xiao Yueshi reached out to stop her, saying, "Lioli, hold on. Your condition seems quite unusual." The joy faded from Xiao Yueshi's face as she informed Shun Lioli about her ongoing toxicity. Shun Lioli's expression shifted slightly, yet she dismissed the concern. "Sister, I previously could not control my poison calamity body, which is why you observe those symptoms. But now things are different. After cultivating the 10,000 saint poison scriptures, my poison calamity body is under control. If you do not believe me, you may test me." To ascertain whether Shun Lioli was still emitting toxins, the method was straightforward. Check for any residual poison in the places she had occupied. After personally inspecting the areas Shun Lioli had been, Xiao Yueshi was astonished to find that it appeared she no longer exuded toxins. The locations she had visited were no longer lethal, which eased Xiao Yueshi's worries significantly. She had genuinely feared that Shun Lioli might transform into a toxic being, unable to venture anywhere. However, even with her concerns alleviated, Xiao Yueshi remained apprehensive about Shun Lioli's condition. "Although you seem better, your poison calamity body could still lose control at any moment. It is best for you to accompany me in seeking out Brother Lin Yang. He is the only one who can truly help you." Yi Chun, still lying on the ground, listened to the conversation between Shun Lioli and Xiao Yueshi. Initially shocked by Shun Lioli's unique physique, he was suddenly jolted when he heard Xiao Yueshi mention Brother Lin Yang, causing him to shudder involuntarily, a pained expression crossing his face. Xiao Yueshi was the perfect fairy in his eyes, and he had even risked life and limb to follow her, hoping to protect her. Yet now, he found himself hearing another man's name from the lips of his beloved, and she referred to him so intimately as brother. Neither Shun Lioli nor Xiao Yueshi noticed Yi Chun's distress. They remained engrossed in their discussion about Shun Lioli's poison calamity body. "Sister Yueshi, I have previously stated that there is no room for reconciliation between us and the Celestial Emperor. Just wait and see. My toxic body will radiate a brilliance beyond compare. In this life, Even if the celestial emperor himself were to come, I am confident I would slay him. In response to Xiao Yueshi's persuasion, Shen Liuli remained haughty, displaying indifference. She now possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. Ignoring Xiao Yueshi's counsel, she turned and returned to the treasure vault behind her. She yearned to thoroughly comprehend the 10,000 saints' poison scripture and, with her formidable power, compel Xiao Yueshi to acknowledge her. Chapter 39. For Brother Lin Yang, unbeknownst to her, after leaving Black Wind Mountain, what destination did the Moon Fairy intend to pursue? Inside Black Wind Mountain, the figures of Xiao Yueshi and Yi Chun intertwined amidst its depths. Yi Chun, brimming with excitement, gazed at Xiao Yueshi, relishing the opportunity to spend more time with the Moon Fairy after their departure from Black Wind Mountain. The prospect of their relationship advancing further was not entirely out of the question. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yueshi's expression was frosty, burdened with heavy thoughts. Her recent attempts to dissuade Shen Liuli had been fruitless, leaving her deeply concerned for Shen Liuli's current plight. However, in light of Shen Liuli's safety, she felt compelled to address other matters at hand, such as resolving her situation with Yi Chun. Raising her gaze to Yi Chun, Xiao Yueshi remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Young Master Yi Chun, did you not claim to be the chosen one of this world? The chosen one?" Yi Chun posed, then chuckled wryly. "Such a title is far too grand for me. We cultivators defy the heavens. Who among us would dare to assert they are the chosen? The very notion of such karma is unbearable." From his words, it was evident that Yi Chun, the so-called chosen one, was not one to boast arrogantly. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly, yet her expression revealed an even greater peculiarity. "But I have heard it said that young Master Yi Chun is indeed the chosen one of this world, destined to vanquish a notorious villain and become the paramount existence of Lingxian continent." Flattered by Xiao Yueshi's praise, Yi Chun, though mature for his age, could not help but feel a surge of pride. He smiled and replied, "I wonder which friend holds me in such high regard. Should I meet them, I would appreciate the fairy's introduction, and we may forge a friendship." Xiao Yueshi remained silent for a moment before saying, "As for friendship, it may not be advisable. Brother Lin Yang may truly dislike you. Thus I must first eliminate you on his behalf." "What?" Yi Chen's smile froze, momentarily unable to comprehend. Just moments ago, all seemed well, and now she spoke of killing him? The chilling intent emanating from Xiao Yueshi was palpable. Despite her cultivation being inferior to Yi Chen's by a significant margin, the pressure she exuded left him shaken. He hastily gestured, "Fairy, please wait. I believe I have not offended you. Why the sudden change of heart? There are no grievances between us. In fact, this is our first meeting. Alas, Brother Lin Yang does not favor you, so I must act on his behalf. Should you harbor resentment in the underworld, direct it solely at me." As she spoke, Xiao Yueshi unleashed her spiritual energy like an overwhelming tide, surging toward Yi Chun. "Lin Yang again, this Lin Yang." Yi Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't suppress his cries for help. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, for Xiao Yueshi's spiritual force enveloped him, chilling him to the core, rendering even the slightest movement arduous. Initially, Yi Chen had hoped to show mercy and engage in dialogue with Xiao Yueshi, perhaps clarifying his lack of hostility. However, in that moment, he realized that the Moon Fairy was genuinely intent on his demise. A spiritual avatar, unique to practitioners of the spirit body realm, suddenly emerged from Yi Chen's form. Utilizing this avatar, he managed to withstand Xiao Yueshi's assault. Yet before he could react further, he witnessed Xiao Yueshi conjuring several ice swords, directing them toward him. These techniques appeared ordinary, yet they instilled in Yi Chen an inescapable sense of doom, as if a single strike would lead to his demise. "Master, help!" In a state of panic, Yi Chen disregarded his pride and called upon his master for assistance. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from the ring on his finger, enveloping him and transforming him into a streak of light, soaring away into the distance. Xiao Yueshi furrowed her brow, poised to pursue, when suddenly, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy manifested within Black Wind Mountain, swirling in the sky. "It is Sister Liuli." Xiao Yueshi glanced back at Black Wind Mountain, contemplating for a moment before deciding against continuing her pursuit of Yi Chen. Instead, she turned and raced toward Black Wind Mountain. Just moments prior, she had indeed intended to kill Yi Chen. The reason was simple. The words Lin Yang had once spoken to her and Shen Liuli. Unlike Shen Liuli, who merely wished to ascertain Yi Chen's capabilities, Xiao Yueshi had ceased to doubt Lin Yang's assertions. She no longer questioned Yi Chen's identity as the chosen one. Yet if Yi Chen were truly the chosen one, he would inevitably oppose Lin Yang in the future. Although Xiao Yueshi did not believe Yi Chen posed a threat to her brother, Eliminating him in advance would spare Lin Yang much trouble. Regrettably, her lethal strike had been thwarted by the soul body emerging from Yi Chen's ring. Moreover, Shen Liuli, within Black Wind Mountain, appeared to be in a peculiar state. After mulling it over, Xiao Yueshi resolved to check on Shen Liuli's condition first. After all, the task of eliminating Yi Chen, the chosen one, could wait. Swiftly traversing through Black Wind Mountain, Xiao Yueshi returned to the entrance of the abandoned treasure vault where Shen Liuli resided in less than a short period. Standing at the vault's entrance, she gazed upward at the enormous vortex in the sky, her expression growing increasingly grave. Xiao Yueshi stood on the ground, her eyes fixed on the vortex of spiritual energy above, her demeanor profoundly serious. She sensed that this phenomenon was a manifestation of Shen Liuli's breakthrough in cultivation. The more pronounced the phenomenon, the more it indicated Shen Liuli's formidable strength. Under different circumstances, even during her previous life, witnessing such an occurrence would have brought her immense joy. However, this time was different. As she observed Shen Liuli's power surging at an alarming rate, a sense of unease began to take root within her. Deep down, she harbored concerns that Shen Liuli, like her, would experience a fate akin to what Lin Yang had once foretold. If everything unfolded as Lin Yang had predicted, Shen Liuli's subsequent fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Yet Sister Liuli refused to heed my warnings. Xiao Yueshi could not suppress a sigh. At that moment, however, from within the vault ahead, the anguished cries of Shen Liuli suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 39. Symptoms emerge. Oh no, something has happened to Sister Liuli. Xiao Yueshi's expression shifted dramatically, and she could no longer afford to linger on anything else. Charging straight into the treasure vault ahead, she swiftly dismantled several barriers set by Shen Liuli and soon beheld her within the vault. At that moment, Shen Liuli radiated an imposing pressure. Her aura startled Xiao Yueshi. In their previous lives, none of the 7 absolute fairies had possessed such overwhelming strength when they were at the spirit body realm. At this moment, although Shen Liuli exuded a formidable aura, her face was ashen as she collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress the groans escaping her lips. Liuli, what has happened to you? Xiao Yueshi asked, concern etched on her face as she rushed to support Shen Liuli. Grasping her arm, Xiao Yueshi sensed something was amiss. Shen Liuli, now possessing the spirit body realm, was considered a skilled practitioner within the spirit Xian continent. Yet, she seemed to be enduring excruciating pain, trembling slightly, her pallor strikingly alarming. Shen Liuli was too preoccupied with her agony to respond to Xiao Yueshi's inquiry. After a considerable time, her complexion gradually improved as she said, I am fine now. I merely encountered an unexpected issue while practicing the 10,000 holy poison scripture. I'll adjust shortly. Xiao Yueshi's expression was grave as she urged. Liuli, your current state is evidently abnormal. You should heed my advice and cease this form of cultivation. Taking a few deep breaths, the pain and despair that had previously clouded Shen Liuli's features vanished, replaced by excitement. Sister Yueshi, there is no need for further discussion. If you were to experience the power of my toxic physique, you too would choose to cultivate tirelessly. Observing Shen Liuli's exuberance, Xiao Yueshi sighed, uncertain how to persuade her. Very well, I shall remain here to protect you, to prevent any further mishaps, she declared, reluctant to engage too closely with Shen Liuli for fear of her unique fate impacting her. However, she felt she could no longer afford such concerns and resolved to stay by Shen Liuli's side. Shen Liuli, unfazed, nodded. With you here, Sister Yueshi, I am at ease. Wait for me to master the 10,000 holy poison scripture completely, and then we shall depart together to find our other sisters. And perhaps seek out that fellow, the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Yueshi nodded and turned to the other side of the abandoned treasure vault. This vast expanse allowed both Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi to practice without disturbance. Over the next 2 days, Shen Liuli's cultivation proceeded smoothly, with no further anomalies, and her spiritual power continued to strengthen. If this trend persisted, she would likely break through to the mid-spirit body realm soon. Even Xiao Yueshi was taken aback by the speed of her progress. It was worth noting that they had both been reborn around the same time, yet Xiao Yueshi had barely regained her innate strength, while Shen Liuli had already reached the spirit body realm, a significant gap in realms. As Xiao Yueshi began to relax, Shen Liuli's cultivation unexpectedly took a turn for the worse. Just as before, while Shen Liuli was cultivating and had reached a peak state, she suddenly let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, her complexion pale and body trembling. Xiao Yueshi, immediately sensing something was wrong, rushed to Shen Liuli's side. After helping her up, she waited silently for a moment. As expected, The strange symptoms Shun Lioli exhibited began to dissipate gradually, and soon she fully recovered. Sister Yueshi, I am fine. The 10,000 holy poison scripture is quite unique. Mastering it will likely take me some more time, Shun Lioli said with a smile. However, Xiao Yueshi's expression grew increasingly serious as she scrutinized Shun Lioli. Lioli, do you recall Lin Yang's evaluation of your fate? Upon hearing Lin Yang's name, Shun Lioli's brow furrowed. Of course, he said I was born with a toxic physique destined to become the feared poison maiden, and that I would endure endless suffering. Before she could finish, her expression turned ghastly. Endless suffering? Shun Lioli stammered, momentarily lost in thought. Though she had feigned indifference, she was acutely aware of the severity of the pain she had recently experienced. The agony was nearly unbearable, gnawing at her very core. It was this torment that had compelled her to scream uncontrollably. If such pain were to recur more frequently, she would indeed fulfill Lin Yang's prophecy, enduring ceaseless suffering every day. No, it cannot be, she thought, shaking her head fervently. This is merely a minor setback in my cultivation, and as you have seen, my power is undeniably formidable. If it requires a price, I shall accept it. Xiao Yueshi, observing Shun Lioli's obstinacy, felt a deep sense of foreboding. She was reminded of her own defiance months prior when she dismissed Lin Yang's judgment as inconsequential. Yet, ultimately, everything unfolded as he had predicted. Now, Shun Lioli mirrored that very defiance. Lioli, it is not too late to turn back. We can seek out Lin Yang together. Xiao Yueshi implored earnestly. Suddenly, Shun Lioli sprang to her feet. Sister Yueshi, there is no need for further debate. In my previous life, I was one of the 7 absolute immortal maidens, and I am well aware of the matters concerning cultivation. With that, she unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, propelling Xiao Yueshi away, before promptly sitting down to study the 10,000 holy poison scripture with great focus. This scripture resonated with her toxic physique perfectly. Shun Lioli was confident that given time, she would master the secrets contained within. Once accomplished, any residual repercussions from her toxic physique would vanish. Much like how Lin Yang had once controlled the aftereffects of her toxic condition after seizing it from her. As dawn broke, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, the Black Wind Mountain lay shrouded in a thin mist. Xiao Yueshi, seated in a corner of the abandoned treasure vault, had just opened her eyes when a familiar scream pierced the air. Lioli's affliction has flared up again. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yueshi rose slowly and made her way to the corner. It was not that she did not care for Shun Lioli. Rather, the peculiar ailment had manifested numerous times in recent days, desensitizing even an outsider like herself to its frequency. As Xiao Yueshi approached, she found Shun Lioli trembling on the ground, emitting a series of anguished cries. In these recent days, the odd symptoms had escalated, with this morning being particularly severe. Xiao Yueshi, feeling a sense of helplessness, moved closer to assist Shun Lioli. Yet, her symptoms were still starkly apparent. She shook uncontrollably, her complexion ashen. Although Xiao Yueshi could see that Shun Lioli was attempting to exert control, the affliction still compelled her to emit painful moans. It was evident that Shun Lioli's condition had deteriorated significantly, as the pain she experienced was unbearable, penetrating to the depths of her soul. The agony was fleeting, appearing suddenly and vanishing just as quickly. Initially, Shun Lioli would experience these episodes once every few days, but now they had escalated to nearly daily occurrences. Even in such dire straits, Shun Lioli, undeterred, still yearned to harness the ancient Wanqing poison scripture to control the peculiar affliction within her. Xiao Yueshi assisted Shun Lioli to her feet, and after a moment of quiet anticipation, Shun Lioli's condition began to gradually improve. As her complexion returned to normal, Xiao Yueshi softly addressed her, Sister Lioli. This marks the 7th time in recent days that I have implored you to reconsider. You cannot persist in this manner. While your strength may indeed increase through this practice, this strange ailment will ultimately lead to your demise. Gasping for breath, Shun Lioli clenched her teeth and responded, Sister Yueshi, I am fully aware of your good intentions, but I am certain I can master this bizarre affliction within me. Xiao Yueshi, with a grave expression, inquired, How do you intend to control it? Is it solely through the Wanqing poison scripture? Have you not realized that it was only after you began practicing the scripture that these peculiar symptoms manifested, and their frequency has only escalated? After a moment of silence, Shun Lioli slowly replied, However, in my previous life, after the Celestial Emperor extracted my poisonous body, it was with the aid of this Wanqing poison scripture that I managed to control the various aftereffects. If he could achieve it then, there is no reason I cannot do so in this life. Observing Shun Liuli's renewed confidence, Xiao Yueshi hesitated and said, "Have you considered that perhaps, in your previous life, Brother Lin Yang withdrew your poisonous body merely to save you? He did not absorb it for his own cultivation, nor did he practice the Wanqing poison scripture." Xiao Yueshi's words left Shun Liuli momentarily stunned. She had never contemplated this before. To her, her poisonous body was the pinnacle of cultivation, utterly irresistible to anyone. After a fleeting moment of shock, she shook her head defiantly. "Impossible, Sister Yueshi. You have yet to experience the formidable power of my poisonous body. Thus you cannot make such assertions. Furthermore," she added coldly, "without my poisonous body's assistance, how could the Celestial Emperor have progressed so rapidly in his cultivation? He undoubtedly absorbed my poisonous body and discovered a method to manage its aftereffects." With that, Shun Liuli rose and seated herself in meditation once more, plunging back into her training. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Xiao Yueshi felt a pang of helplessness. As she watched Shun Liuli once again enter a state of cultivation, she pondered whether to seek out other sisters for assistance in persuading Shun Liuli, or perhaps to find Brother Lin Yang. The mere thought of his name dimmed her countenance. Even now, she was uncertain how to face him in this life. After lingering at Black Wind Mountain for another 2 days, seeing Shun Liuli's condition improve significantly, Xiao Yueshi resolved to bid her farewell. "Sister Liuli, you should remain here to cultivate while I step out." Approaching Shun Liuli, she intended to say her goodbyes, but as she spoke, she was suddenly rendered speechless, her words swallowed. Shun Liuli, seated in a corner of the abandoned treasury, lifted her gaze at the sound of Xiao Yueshi's voice, ready to reply, but noticed the unusual expression on Xiao Yueshi's face. With a light laugh, she said, "Sister Yueshi, why do you look at me like that? My condition has improved, hasn't it? The affliction hasn't manifested in the past couple of days." Yes, but..." Xiao Yueshi stared intently at Shun Liuli, her words stumbling, her face a mask of shock as if she beheld a monster. Shun Liuli's bewilderment deepened, prompting her to ask, "Sister Yueshi, what is the matter with you?" Finally regaining her composure, Xiao Yueshi took a deep breath and said, "Sister Liuli, promise me that no matter what you see next, do not panic." Shun Liuli retorted, "Despite my previous life as the 7 Absolute Fairy, I may not be able to remain entirely composed, but I possess the necessary poise." She approached Xiao Yueshi and pressed, "What is troubling you today? You appear utterly peculiar." With a wry smile, Xiao Yueshi shook her head and conjured a water mirror before her, saying, "Sister Liuli, come take a look." Shun Liuli, puzzled, gazed into the water mirror. The moment she did, she was struck dumb, her face displaying sheer terror. Chapter 42. Despair of Shun Liuli. Shun Liuli stared in horror at the reflection in the water mirror, which revealed her exquisitely beautiful visage. As one of the 7 Absolute Fairies, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were renowned for their unparalleled beauty and unique grace. Shun Liuli, cultivating within the Qingyun sect's wood-based techniques, had always possessed skin as smooth as jade, her face adorned with rosy lips, a delicate nose, and eyes like spring waters, captivating all who beheld her. In every regard, Shun Liuli's appearance was flawless. Yet now, an unsightly black poison sore marred her face. Though small in size, its presence shattered the perfection of her countenance, akin to a crack in a pristine piece of jade, tarnishing her beauty. Despite her previous life as the 7 Absolute Fairy, she was still a woman, and it is in a woman's nature to cherish beauty. Witnessing such a grotesque blemish on her face was unutterably difficult for Shun Liuli to accept. What terrified her further was the thought that this was merely the beginning. What if more such sores were to appear? She could hardly fathom the prospect of her entire visage being ravaged by such horrific blemishes. Seeing Shun Liuli's terror-stricken expression, Xiao Yueshi, reluctant to add to her distress, gently advised, "Sister Liuli, do not despair. This poison sore may well dissipate by tomorrow." "It will not," Shun Liuli replied, her voice already hoarse. The confidence that once filled her had evaporated entirely. Xiao Yueshi intended to continue comforting her, but as the words formed on her lips, she hesitated. Uncertain of what to say, she recognized that Shun Liuli, as a spirit-level cultivator, suddenly sprouting such a sore indicated a significant internal issue. Thus, it was clear that the sore would not vanish, but rather multiply. "The Wanqing poison scripture will surely cure me," Shun Liuli muttered despondently, standing there for a moment before frantically retrieving the Wanqing poison scripture to study it closely. Witnessing Shun Liuli's frantic demeanor, Xiao Yueshi, who had initially planned to depart, found herself compelled to stay, fearing that Shun Liuli's condition would only worsen in her absence. Xiao Yueshi was acutely aware of Shun Liuli's prior despair, a state that had once driven her to contemplate death. Simultaneously, she could not suppress her lament. Indeed, Sister Liuli shares the same tragic fate that Brother Lin Yang once spoke of. This is retribution, the consequence of our betrayal of Brother Lin Yang. Sister Yueshi, save me. Less than a day had passed when, while meditating, Xiao Yueshi suddenly heard Shun Liuli's cries for help. This caused her complexion to change instantly, for she had spent days accompanying Shun Liuli, and even during her most agonizing moments, Shun Liuli had never called out for her aid until now. With a grave expression, Xiao Yueshi rushed to Shun Liuli's side. Before Shun could utter a word, her steps abruptly halted, revealing a look of sheer terror on her face. Before her stood Shun Liuli, trembling in agony, her exquisitely beautiful visage marred by several festering sores. These lesions resembled ink spots on pristine paper, utterly defacing Shun Liuli's flawless features. To make matters worse, Xiao Yueshi clearly observed similar sores appearing on Shun Liuli's neck. "Liuli, I'm here," Xiao Yueshi said, unsure of how to console her friend. She could only grasp Shun Liuli's hand, attempting to offer her some encouragement. However, Shun Liuli trembled violently, the intense, pain-causing despair to linger in her eyes. Moments before her cry for help, Shun Liuli had gathered her water mirror, examining her reflection, and was left in shock at the sight of her own grotesque face. She never imagined that she would one day look like this. What deepened her despair was the recurrence of her bizarre affliction, now intensified and leading her to the brink of losing control. At this moment, Shun Liuli truly began to feel hopeless. Although she sensed her cultivation was still growing stronger, the cost of this progression was unbearably steep. The thought of enduring such pain daily, coupled with the transformation into a grotesque creature covered in sores, filled her with profound despair. Compared to such a future, she began to long for her past life, where, despite being the weakest among her 7 sisters, she had lived rather well. Although she was the least capable, they were the 7 absolute fairies, standing atop the Lingxian continent, and even the weakest among them surpassed many other cultivators. Moreover, in her previous life, she did not have to endure this torment or fear the emergence of sores on her body. Instead, she spent her days nurturing rare, spiritual plants and beasts, a life she now recalled with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. This bliss was granted to her by the Emperor of Heaven. No, by Lin Yang himself. At that moment, Shun Liuli felt a familiar sentiment arise within her, akin to what Xiao Yueshi had experienced earlier. Lin Yang. Had he truly never deceived us? As this thought blossomed in her mind, it grew wildly like weeds, exacerbating her already profound anguish. Suddenly, a menacing aura erupted from Shun Liuli, filling the air with dread. "Yueshi, I regret it, but it is too late to turn back. If you ever find him, please tell him I'm sorry." Her gaze turned to Xiao Yueshi, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. In an instant, Shun Liuli dashed toward the outside world. Xiao Yueshi understood who Shun Liuli referred to and, under different circumstances, would have been elated by her realization. However, at this moment, she could not afford the luxury of joy and desperately sought to stop Shun Liuli. Yet, Shun Liuli's current prowess far surpassed her own, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. By the time Xiao Yueshi emerged from the abandoned treasury, Shun Liuli's figure was already lost to her. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from outside Black Wind Mountain. "This monster has killed so many. Today we shall vanquish her." Chapter 43. Rebirth. Oh no, it's those cultivators pursuing Sister Liuli. Hearing that overwhelming voice, Xiao Yueshi's expression changed drastically. Previously, she had mingled with those hunting Shun Liuli, thus she was acutely aware of their ways. They had evidently discovered Shun Liuli hiding within Black Wind Mountain, prompting their relentless search. The mountain was fraught with numerous dangers, and had Shun Liuli remained there, she might have eluded their attention. But now, in her reckless rush outside, she was bound to collide with them. As expected, with that booming proclamation, a series of explosive sounds resonated through the surroundings. With a somber expression, Xiao Yueshi hastily made her way out of Black Wind Mountain. Yet, upon her arrival, she was met with devastation and the smiling faces of the victorious cultivators. "Finally, we have slain the monster of Qingyun sect. Indeed, what madness drove that monster to attack us so recklessly while leaving our secret arts unimpeded? She was once quite beautiful. How did she end up in such a ghastly state? Her demise serves her right." Just standing aside, Xiao Yueshi was momentarily stunned. It was clear that the monster they spoke of was Shun Liuli. Though reluctant to accept this grim reality, Xiao Yueshi understood that Shun Liuli, in her frenzied state, had likely sought death as her only escape. Living on would subject her to endless torment, enduring unbearable pain daily while becoming a grotesque creature devoid of humanity. Retribution. This is the retribution we deserve. A wave of desolation washed over Xiao Yueshi as she silently rose to survey the area. With only the remnants left behind, she could deduce the events that had just transpired. The pursuers had arrived at the mountain, only for Shun Liuli to charge out and confront them. Yet, her attack was merely a fade, lacking any real lethality. The pursuing cultivators, however, showed no mercy, unleashing their ruthless methods upon her until she was reduced to nothing. Sister Liuli. Xiao Yueshi gazed at the spot where Shun Liuli had fallen, feeling a profound sense of confusion. It was Shun Liuli's presence that had reignited her hope and allowed her to survive until now. Yet Shun Liuli had left her first. In that moment, Xiao Yueshi found herself at a loss for what to do next. Should she seek out the other sisters? She feared they might meet the same tragic fate as she and Shun Liuli. Should she search for Lin Yang? She longed to, yet lacked the courage to face him. As the cultivators gradually dispersed, Xiao Yueshi found herself standing alone, motionless for a long time. Suddenly, she noticed a vibrant seven-colored butterfly dancing in the air nearby. "Girl, wake up! Why are you sleeping here?" A gentle voice broke through Shun Liuli's unconsciousness. She remained still, unwilling to move. Is this the sensation of death? Why do I still hear someone speaking? Shun Liuli mused to herself. But the next moment, she felt someone gently nudging her. "Child, wake up! You'll catch a chill sleeping here." "No way!" Shun Liuli suddenly realized. "I'm not dead?" Her eyes flew open, and the blinding sunlight flooded her vision, leaving her momentarily disoriented. After a while, she slowly acclimated to her surroundings. To her astonishment, she lay on a patch of grass, surrounded by a variety of wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, appearing exceptionally beautiful. The sunlight streamed down from above, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Beside Shun Liuli, a kindly old woman with a gentle smile was gazing at her. Upon noticing Shun Liuli's eyes flutter open, the old woman continued with a smile, "My dear, you mustn't sleep here. The ground is cool, and you might catch a chill." Shun Liuli stared blankly at her, utterly bewildered by the situation. She was certain she had perished, having been slain by the combined might of at least a dozen spiritual practitioners, leaving no trace of her remains. Yet here she was, inexplicably alive and in this peculiar place. Lost in her thoughts, the old woman, now visibly concerned, gently called out to her, "Child, are you all right?" Shun Liuli shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. After all, I am a practitioner of the spiritual realm, so I surely want tea." However, as she spoke, she froze in astonishment. To her dismay, she realized that her cultivation had seemingly vanished entirely. She had reverted to being an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual prowess. What could this possibly mean? With a look of shock plastered on her face, Shun Liuli struggled to rise, rushing toward a small puddle nearby. As she glanced at her reflection in the water's surface, she could see that she appeared utterly haggard, her clothes tattered and worn. Yet, the grotesque sores that once marred her face had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the peculiar nature of her body had granted her rebirth, albeit at the cost of her cultivation? Shun Liuli pondered this quietly, convinced that this was the only explanation that aligned with her current state. This second chance at life left Shun Liuli in a quandary, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. It was evident, however, that with the loss of her cultivation, the terrifying side effects associated with her unique condition had also dissipated. Was this a divine blessing, granting her an opportunity to start anew? A glimmer of joy crossed her face before her expression darkened once more. What difference would it make to begin anew? While her unique condition could elevate her to unimaginable heights, the horrifying repercussions it carried haunted her. In fact, she would willingly embrace a mundane existence free of any cultivation over enduring the dread of those side effects. In her previous life, it was truly Lin Yang who saved her from suffering the terrible consequences of her condition. The mere thought of him cast a shadow over Shun Liuli's face, deepening her sorrow. Chapter 44. Forgetting the past Xiaohua. You've gathered so many fruits. Shun Liuli, carrying a basket, walked along the village path, greeted by the familiar voice of a villager. She smiled and exchanged pleasantries before continuing on her way. Since awakening in the nearby meadow, she had decided to remain here and even adopted the name Xiaohua. Though somewhat commonplace, she found great affection for this name. It bestowed upon her a sense of genuine rebirth. The former Shun Liuli had completely vanished, leaving only Xiaohua in this world. She deliberately chose to forget everything from her past, the affliction and the tribulations of her previous life, embracing the desire to lead a simple, unremarkable life as Shen Xiaohua, free from the burdens of her former self. With her basket in hand, Shun Liuli entered a small courtyard at the edge of the village. "Child, you've picked so many fruits again today." The kindly old woman who had awakened her, Mrs. Liu, emerged with a beaming smile. The villagers affectionately called her Lu Nai Nai. In recent days, Shun Liuli had been living with her. Mrs. Liu, having no children of her own, treated Shun Liuli as if she were her own granddaughter, which was a significant reason for Shun Liuli's decision to stay. As an orphan who had wandered alone for so long, she had rarely experienced such warmth. Yet now, she felt the love she had always yearned for emanating from Mrs. Liu. Setting down her basket, Shun Liuli cheerfully said, "Grandma, I'll prepare dinner." Upon hearing the word dinner, the previously smiling Mrs. Liu suddenly wore a look of resignation, her brows knitting into a frown. "Child, let me handle it. Once you learn how to cook, you can make me a meal." With that, Mrs. Liu hurried into the kitchen, leaving Shun Liuli to chuckle and shake her head. Neither in her past life, nor in this one had she ever cooked. She had no culinary skills whatsoever. When she first moved in, she attempted to cook for Mrs. Liu, nearly burning the kitchen down. However, after days of learning under Mrs. Liu's guidance, she had now mastered the basics of starting a fire and preparing a meal, though the results were less than delectable. "Grandma, let me help you." Following Mrs. Liu into the kitchen, Shun Liuli entered the modest space. The dimly lit kitchen bore the marks of years of cooking. With the walls and ceiling blackened from smoke, the air was thick with the scent of fire. In the past, the cleanliness-loving Shun Liuli would never have set foot in such a place. Yet now, she found that the smoky aroma brought a sense of vitality to her existence. "Child, in a few days, the persimmons on the mountain will ripen. I'll make you persimmon cakes. You've never tasted anything like them." As Shun Liuli sat by the stove, helping to stoke the fire, she listened attentively to Mrs. Liu's ramblings. Though elderly, Mrs. Liu was a quintessential farmer, having lived in the village for decades and rarely venturing beyond the nearby town. Thus, her conversations revolved around the mundane details of village life. Shun Liuli listened earnestly, occasionally chiming in with a smile. This life, filled with the essence of home, brought her immense satisfaction. Once dinner was ready, the two women each filled a bowl and settled on the stone slabs outside to enjoy their meal. The simple fare of porridge was humble, yet both savored it with contentment. After the meal, Shun Liuli intended to tidy up, but Mrs. Liu swiftly took the bowls from her hands, leaving Shun Liuli to sit on the stone slabs in the sun. The warm rays enveloped her, imparting a sense of comfort. Shun Liuli squinted up at the sky, which was a brilliant blue, adorned with scattered white clouds. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Would the spiritual Xian continent truly be engulfed in a dark turmoil that would annihilate everything? Despite her resolve to forget her past and live a tranquil life, memories from her former life would occasionally resurface. Now, the recollection that troubled her most was the notion of impending darkness. Would this calamity truly come to pass? In her previous life, Shun Liuli had dismissed Lin Yang's warnings. Yet after everything she had endured, she began to contemplate them seriously. If the dark turmoil indeed loomed on the horizon, then Lin Yang's actions could be interpreted in a new light. The others, rather than understanding his intentions, had betrayed him. These thoughts pierced her heart with a quiet ache. In this moment, she began to comprehend why Xiao Yueshi had wept so openly upon first meeting her, her face etched with despair. Some mistakes, it seemed, could be mended, yet some mistakes leave no opportunity for redemption. Just as Shun Liuli sat in a daze, lost in thought, the voice of Grandma Liu suddenly broke the silence. After tidying up the dishes, Grandma Liu emerged with 2 straw mats, handing one to Shun Liuli with a smile, saying, "Sit on this, it won't make your backside cold." "Thank you, Grandma," Shun Liuli replied with a smile as she accepted the mat. Grandma Liu settled onto her own mat and turned to Shun Liuli, asking, "I notice you often seem lost in thought. What occupies your mind?" Shun Liuli hesitated for a moment before shaking her head, replying, "It's nothing, just some things from the past." She had resolved to forget the past, and naturally, she had no desire to share those memories with others. Seeing this, Grandma Liu could only shake her head, choosing not to press further. Such leisurely days swiftly passed, and soon more than a month had gone by. The persimmons on the mountain ripened, and Shun Liuli, along with Grandma Liu, went up the mountain to gather a bountiful harvest. Tomorrow, Shun Liuli would finally taste the persimmon cakes that Grandma Liu had praised for so long. However, that night, just as she lay down, Shun Liuli suddenly opened her eyes, her face reflecting profound terror. Chapter 45. This is the path you chose. The night had deepened, and the only sound outside was the chirping of crickets. Yet, not long after lying down, Shun Liuli's eyes flew open, filled with horror. She could distinctly feel a sudden surge of spiritual energy within her. After being killed by those who sought her life, her spiritual energy had dissipated entirely, leaving her as nothing more than an ordinary person. To prevent the resurgence of her toxic physique, she had abstained from cultivation and dared not utilize its powers. Yet now, inexplicably, a new wave of spiritual energy was manifesting within her. This indicated that her cultivation seemed to be gradually recovering, perhaps even suggesting that her toxic physique could autonomously absorb external spiritual energy to grow stronger. In the past, such an occurrence would have filled her with joy and excitement. A body that could enhance itself effortlessly would be deemed the supreme sacred body across the Lingxian continent, a claim that would not be exaggerated. However, now, such a transformation in her body only instilled fear. If her spiritual energy were to restore, would the adverse effects of her toxic physique not resurface? Should the toxic physique erupt again, would Grandma Lu, living next door, and the entire village not be affected? In her mind, the tragic events of the Qingyun sect surfaced. No, this absolutely could not happen. Shun Liuli sat up abruptly, her instinct urging her to escape, to flee as far away as possible. Yet at that moment, she felt a noxious mist, reeking like carrion, emanating from her, spreading like venomous serpents in search of prey. Much of the toxic mist slithered toward Grandma Lu's adjacent room. Shun Liuli's eyes widened in horror as she reached out, desperate to retract the poisonous fog, but it was futile. No, please. Desperation painted her face as she frantically attempted to hinder the mist's advance, but her efforts were in vain. Previously, her toxic physique had erupted without her awareness. Yet today, it manifested right before her eyes, swiftly and uncontrollably. This realization deepened her despair, for she could do nothing but watch as the scene unfolded, powerless to intervene. Even if she fled this very instant, the lingering toxins would surely spell doom for Grandma Lu and the villagers. Unable to halt the encroaching miasma, Shun Liuli cried out in madness, "Grandma, hurry and leave. Quickly!" But her voice was drowned out by the spreading mist. In an instant, the toxic fog had seeped through the cracks of the door, and the once audible chirping of crickets outside fell into a deafening silence, as if time itself had paused. The world outside descended into a heavy stillness. Shun Liuli trembled uncontrollably, having surmised the calamity unfolding outside, yet she lacked the courage to move. Crouched in a corner of her room, she hugged her knees, attempting to shrink into herself. In that moment, she was no longer the illustrious seven absolute fairy of her past life, but merely a frightened young girl, consumed by terror and panic. She comforted herself internally, convincing herself that it was all an illusion, that nothing had transpired outside. Tomorrow morning, when she opened the door, Grandma, who treated her like a beloved granddaughter, would greet her with a warm smile, inviting her to enjoy the freshly made persimmon cakes. The night passed swiftly. As a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, Shun Liuli finally came to her senses. Numbly, she lifted her gaze toward the sunlight that poured in. Never had she felt a night to be both interminably long and fleeting. She yearned for the night to end so she could savor Grandma's persimmon cakes, yet simultaneously wished it would never pass, allowing her to evade the impending harsh reality. Yet the sunlight that now illuminated her room made it clear that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. With a sense of numbness, she stood and walked step by step toward the door. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened it. Previously, each time she opened the door, Grandma's gentle smile would greet her. Today, however, silence reigned outside. The persimmons they had gathered yesterday still hung enticingly from the eaves, their vibrant red hue beckoning. "Grandma." Shun Liuli's voice trembled as she called toward the door, "Grandma, it's time to make the persimmon cakes." Silence. The surrounding stillness was profound. Aside from her own voice, there was no echo, no response. This deathly quiet drove Shun Liuli to the brink of despair. She could no longer contain her anguish and screamed, "Why? Is it too much to ask to live as an ordinary person? Why?" Her voice, filled with desperation, seemed to pierce the heavens. Yet amidst her cries, a faint voice echoed within her. "How can you regret? This is the path you chose, the retribution you must bear. After all, the one who once freed you from all this, allowing you to live joyfully, you have killed with your own hands." Though the voice was weak, its emergence silenced her screams. Trembling, she recalled the memories from her life before rebirth. Within the grand, imposing palace of the heavens, she and her 6 sisters coldly regarded a once close companion. "Lin Yang, You have committed numerous atrocities. Today, you shall die. If there is a next life, let us never meet. Lin Yang, who was on the brink of death from their ambush, displayed no fear. Instead, he looked at them with profound disappointment and nodded slightly. Very well, if there is a next life, let us never meet. Crack! The vision shattered, leaving only Lin Yang's eyes filled with disappointment before her. Indeed, how could she regret? How could she even be worthy of regret? Shen Liuli murmured to herself. Without hesitation, she reached for a dagger nearby. With a swift motion, she plunged it into her own body. She held no belief that her toxic physique could save her in this state, and thus the pain coursing through her brought a strange sense of relief. As she collapsed to the floor, she surrendered to the inevitability of death. A resplendent, multicolored butterfly fluttered down from the heavens, landing delicately upon Shen Liuli. Gazing at this magnificent creature, Shen Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Mingling butterfly." Chapter 46. Lin Yang of this life, Shen Liuli had never anticipated that, having prepared herself for certain death, the last sight she would behold would be this very mingling butterfly. Yet, it was precisely this butterfly that overwhelmed her with tears. It is noteworthy that even after enduring the harrowing events of the previous night, Shen Liuli had not shed a single tear in her despair. However, now, she found herself utterly undone, tears cascading from her eyes. "Lin Yang, brother," she uttered, finally managing to call his name completely. In her previous life, she had always referred to him as brother before their rift, and even after Lin Yang ascended to become the Celestial Emperor, she had never altered her address. Lin Yang had always affectionately called her little junior sister, but since their estrangement, she had only referred to him coldly as the Celestial Emperor. The reason this mingling butterfly could incite such a profound emotional response in Shen Liuli was that it was originally a gift from Lin Yang. The mingling butterfly was a unique entity, a fusion of a living being and a magical artifact. Once bonded with a person, it would never separate. Moreover, it possessed the extraordinary ability to bond with two individuals simultaneously. Should one of them face a life-threatening crisis, the butterfly would manifest in the other person, guiding them to provide aid. In her previous life, Shen Liuli had recklessly ventured into perilous places in pursuit of power, prompting Lin Yang to seek out the mingling butterfly to safeguard her. Each time she found herself in danger, it was the mingling butterfly that led Lin Yang to her rescue. Shen Liuli could hardly believe that having been reborn, the mingling butterfly still existed and had returned upon sensing her imminent peril. Yet, the towering figure that had always appeared alongside the butterfly to save her was nowhere to be seen this time. Instead, the vibrant butterfly danced alone, as if to remind Shen Liuli that many things once lost are lost forever. As Shen Liuli's breath grew shallower, just before she lost consciousness entirely, she was astonished to see a figure descend from the sky, capturing the mingling butterfly and rushing to her side to administer aid. Upon seeing this figure, an inexplicable sense of safety washed over her. In the past, every time this figure appeared, it signified her safety. "Lin Yang, brother," she murmured softly before her consciousness faded into darkness. In her dazed state, Shen Liuli dreamt of returning to her previous life with her 6 sisters, joyfully exploring the world together. However, this bliss was abruptly shattered when her sisters' expressions turned cold and menacing, their voices echoing with cries of vengeance. "Let us slay the Celestial Emperor." Panic-stricken, Shen Liuli flailed to stop them. "No, don't go." In her turmoil, Shen Liuli suddenly awakened, her eyes wide as she sought the last figure she had seen. However, all she found was Xiao Yueshi beside her. Turning to her, Xiao Yueshi, relieved to see her awaken, said, "Sister Liuli, you're awake." "So it was you, Sister Yueshi." Shen Liuli lay back weakly, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had genuinely hoped that the figure accompanying the mingling butterfly would be the one she longed for. Even if that figure were to take her life, she would willingly accept it. But reality had made it clear that the one beside her was none other than Xiao Yueshi. Lying beside Xiao Yueshi, Shen Liuli then noticed that they were resting upon a fluffy white cloud, with Xiao Yueshi clearly exerting herself to propel them forward as if chasing something. After a moment of silence, Shen Liuli could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Sister Yueshi, what happened to Granny Lu and the villagers?" Xiao Yueshi, fully aware of who Shen Liuli was referring to, sighed softly. "I have buried them all." Seeing Shen Liuli's expression darken, Xiao Yueshi quickly added, "Sister Liuli, I don't have the energy to elaborate right now. I am currently tracking the mingling butterfly. You must understand what this means." Tracking the mingling butterfly? Shen Liuli was taken aback. then swiftly realized that the butterfly could bond with only two individuals, herself and Lin Yang. If they could follow the butterfly, it would lead them to Lin Yang in this life. Are you going to see Brother Lin Yang? Panic crossed Shun Liuli's face. Like the previous Xiao Yueshi, she had no idea how to face Lin Yang anew in this life. The mere thought of seeing him again left her breathless. Their past actions could not be resolved with mere apologies. Observing Shun Liuli's sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Yueshi sighed, fully understanding her turmoil. In truth, Xiao Yueshi felt equally anxious, uncertain of what to say or do to earn Lin Yang's forgiveness upon their reunion. Preoccupied with her own chaotic thoughts, Xiao Yueshi had little inclination to comfort Shun Liuli further. Steering the cloud beneath them, she focused intently on pursuing the mingling butterfly. The butterfly's speed was not something Xiao Yueshi, at her current innate level, could typically match. However, this time, the butterfly flew at a manageable pace, enabling her to keep up. After traversing over 10,000 miles, the mingling butterfly finally descended upon a location. Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi followed closely, landing softly on the ground. Anxiety coursed through them as they immediately spotted the butterfly swirling around a large tomb, and the gravestone before it boldly bore the inscription, "The Tomb of the Celestial Emperor Lin Yang." Faced with this chilling sight, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi stood frozen, their minds blank. They had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Lin Yang in this life, even fantasizing about the possibility of being slain by him without a second thought. Yet, they had never anticipated discovering his grave. This revelation left them utterly speechless. No, in this life, Lin Yang had only recently embarked on his path of cultivation and had not yet become the Celestial Emperor. Why then, did the gravestone proclaim it as the tomb of the Celestial Emperor? Xiao Yueshi stared at the gravestone for a moment before abruptly snapping back to reality. In this life, Lin Yang had not become the Celestial Emperor. Even if he were truly dead, his grave could not possibly resemble this. Only those who, like them, had been reborn would know of Lin Yang's ascension to the title of Celestial Emperor. Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi exchanged a glance, and the same thought emerged in their minds. In this world, among those who have been reborn and retained memories of their past lives, only the 7 absolute female immortals and Lin Yang himself remained. Therefore, it was likely that the tombstone before them was erected by one of the 8 of them. Could it be that the Miao Ling Fei Dai appears here because senior brother Lin Yang erected this tomb for himself? Shun Liuli murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy. Xiao Yueshi pondered for a moment before shaking her head decisively. It cannot be senior brother Lin Yang. Given his character, even if he wanted to erect a tomb for himself, he would probably only inscribe his name without the title of Heavenly Emperor. In their previous life, they believed Lin Yang was obsessed with the power of the Heavenly Emperor, which drove him to commit numerous madness-inducing acts. However, their perception of him had drastically changed. Even many of his past actions now appeared justifiable in their eyes. Thus, they could not fathom that he would covet the so-called title of Heavenly Emperor to the extent of including it on his own tombstone. Shun Liuli's complexion turned pale. Yet the suspicion in her eyes grew increasingly evident. But if this tomb was not erected by senior brother Lin Yang, then who built it? Why do the Miao Ling Fei Dai continue to hover here? Upon her words, Xiao Yueshi fell into silence. Indeed, regardless of who established the tomb, the mere presence of the Miao Ling Fei Dai was enough to indicate that everything here was undoubtedly related to Lin Yang. Sister Yueshi, could there be a possibility? Suddenly, Shun Liuli trembled, her voice laced with palpable fear. What if the other sisters found senior brother Lin Yang in this lifetime and killed him, constructing this tomb? No, that's impossible. How could the other sisters possibly kill senior brother Lin Yang? He would never be slain, Xiao Yueshi vehemently denied, though her voice betrayed a tremor, revealing the worry that Shun Liuli's hypothesis had ignited within her. After all, upon their initial return to life, Xiao Yueshi had entertained the thought of finding Lin Yang in this lifetime and eliminating him preemptively. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the other members of the 7 absolute female immortals had similar intentions and acted upon them. I still refuse to believe that in this lifetime, senior brother Lin Yang could be killed by the other sisters. Xiao Yueshi shook her head, her gaze suddenly resolute. Stepping forward, she unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy that manifested as 2 gigantic hands, reaching towards the tomb ahead. Observing Xiao Yueshi's actions, Shun Liuli couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Yueshi, what are you planning to do?" Without turning her head, Xiao Yueshi replied, digging the tomb, examining the corpse. It was clear that Xiao Yueshi intended to excavate the tomb to inspect its contents personally. Only by seeing the corpse could she ascertain the truth. Shen Liuli understood this, standing silently behind her, watching as the tomb was gradually unearthed. Although Xiao Yueshi appeared steadfast, the deepening unease became evident as the tomb was slowly revealed. As the earth was gradually removed, what finally appeared before Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi was an empty grave. Within the tomb, there was nothing, no coffin, no remnants. This scene, albeit unsettling, brought a considerable measure of relief to both Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi. Yet, a mutual confusion lingered in their hearts. Who had constructed this tomb? Why did the Miao Ling Fei Dai, bound to Lin Yang, continue to circle incessantly here? After pondering for some time without arriving at a conclusion, they ultimately decided to remain in this place, waiting for the one who had built the tomb to reveal themselves. That wait extended for over half a year. Seasons changed, and as winter arrived, snowflakes fell, blanketing the earth in white. Beside the tomb, Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi temporarily constructed a few thatched huts for shelter. Initially, Xiao Yueshi worried that her fateful star physique might adversely affect Shen Liuli, which is why she hesitated to reside with her. However, Shen Liuli merely replied, "At this point, it would be better if I were to perish." Thus, they ultimately chose to stay together. On this particular day, with snow having accumulated to knee-deep levels, Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi had just emerged from their hut when they witnessed a piercing sword energy slicing through the sky above. It seemed as though the very heavens had been cleaved in twain by this formidable sword energy. Ultimately, this piercing energy transformed into a crimson longsword that plummeted before Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi. In the next moment, a strikingly poised woman clad in ivory battle armor, her hair tied in a ponytail, appeared before them, exuding an air of confidence. Even more startling was the fact that this formidable woman held two still dripping heads in her hands. Casually discarding the heads into the snow, the woman turned to Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Sisters, it has been a long time." Chapter 48, The Second Sword. The peerless sword, immortal sword sister. Upon seeing this extraordinary woman, both Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli were momentarily taken aback before their faces lit up with joy. They recognized her. This remarkable woman was known as the Second Sword, one of the 7 absolute female immortals. A natural-born sword immortal. She hailed from the prestigious sword clan of Ming Jian Mountain. It was said that the moment she was born, sword energy surged across 3,000 miles, and all the swords of the Ming Jian Mountain simultaneously sang in celebration of the birth of this innate sword immortal. In their past life, she was the most resplendent sword immortal, a paragon for all sword cultivators across the Lingxian continent. The Second Sword was known for her unwavering sense of justice, never tolerating any wrongdoing. Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi never anticipated encountering her here. The Second Sword, too, was equally surprised to find them. However, after scrutinizing the two for a moment, her brows furrowed, and she coldly remarked, "What is the matter with you two? Rebirth is a tremendous opportunity, enabling us to grow stronger than in our previous lives, yet you both exude an aura of decay. At this rate, you won't just fail to improve. You may even end up worse off than in your past life." Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi exchanged a glance, both filled with helplessness. There was no need to elaborate on Shen Liuli's situation. Her toxic body was perilously dangerous, and she dared not practice cultivation actively. As for Xiao Yueshi, while she had not abandoned her cultivation, the impact on her state of mind was too profound. Her progress was nowhere near what it had been shortly after her rebirth. Furthermore, the events they had endured after their return to life were so despairing that their once pure hearts had already been tainted, giving rise to inner demons. Continuing on this path of cultivation would inevitably lead to significant problems. As former members of the 7 absolute female immortals, they were acutely aware of their own issues. However, they also understood that if they could not resolve their inner demons, their problems would remain insurmountable. Thus, they did not intend to elaborate on this matter with the Second Sword, instead redirecting the conversation back to Lin Yang. "Sword sister, have you seen senior brother Lin Yang here? We were wrong in our past life," Xiao Yueshi spoke urgently. Hearing Xiao Yueshi refer to Lin Yang as senior brother, coupled with the expressions of gloom and guilt on both their faces, the Second Sword's smile gradually faded, and her brows knitted together. "You two are acting strangely. Why are you defending that tyrant Lin Yang?" Shen Liuli sighed and spoke, "Sister Jian, it is not that we speak on behalf of brother Lin Yang. Rather, we have come to realize our own mistakes." "Mistakes?" The expression of the Second Sword grew increasingly serious, and the sharp sword energy emanating from her intensified. "In our previous life, we vanquished demons and upheld justice, slaying Lin Yang, the tyrannical celestial emperor. What was wrong with that? Observing the second sword's demeanor, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. They had anticipated such a reaction from her. It was not only the second sword. Even Shun Liuli herself had once reacted similarly. Many matters, if not personally experienced, could not truly convey the extent of one's errors. Yet, when one finally comprehends their mistakes, it is often too late for redemption. With a resigned sigh, Shun Liuli altered her approach. Sister Jian, do you remember what Brother Lin Yang said about your fate in our previous life? He warned that your obsession with the sword would lead to your becoming a puppet of the sword, ultimately transforming you into the very sword demon you despise. The second sword clearly dismissed this notion. However, before she could finish her retort, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, faces filled with urgency, spoke in unison. No, Sister Jian, you must believe this. Our personal experiences have proven that Brother Lin Yang was right. The second sword scrutinized the anxious expressions of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, her brow furrowing. Though I cannot fathom how you both have changed, it matters not. I have constructed this tomb to declare that in this life, I shall personally slay that celestial emperor. This tomb was built by you? Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi were taken aback. They had long suspected that one of the 7 absolute maidens was responsible for creating this grave, yet they had not anticipated it would be the second sword. Moreover, the construction of this empty tomb seemed utterly pointless. Indeed, it was I who built it, the second sword declared with pride. Though in our past life I was hailed as the world's foremost sword immortal, you, my sisters, know that the true, strongest sword immortal is, in fact, Lin Yang. Thus, in this life, I shall defeat him with my own hands and claim the title of the true world's strongest sword immortal. In their previous life, the second sword had indeed been unparalleled. Yet only those closest to her understood that she was not the true strongest sword immortal of Lingxian continent. That title belonged to the celestial emperor Lin Yang. The second sword had challenged him multiple times, only to be effortlessly bested. It could be said that until their rebirth, the second sword's sword island cultivation had never surpassed Lin Yang's. Defeating Lin Yang and becoming the true strongest sword immortal had nearly become an obsession for the second sword. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, as 2 of the 7 absolute maidens, naturally understood this. However, at this moment, they were too astonished to consider such matters and looked at the second sword in disbelief. Sister Jian, if you constructed this tomb, then why is the moth that binds to Brother Lin Yang circling here? What? The second sword's expression changed, her sword energy surging forth like waves, sweeping outwards. As this sword energy radiated, the heavy stone tablet of the tomb suddenly cracked with a resounding noise. A sword energy, rivaling that of the second sword, erupted from the broken tablet. Feeling this astounding sword energy, the second sword's face lit up with excitement. You are correct. Lin Yang has indeed been here in this life, and he has left behind this trace of sword energy on the tombstone I erected for him. This is a provocation against me. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were forced to retreat in the face of the 2 overwhelming sword energies, yet the second sword's words compelled them to gaze at the tombstone. They could imagine Lin Yang's expression upon discovering the monument. Their hearts sank, fearing he would be even more disappointed in them. At that moment, the soaring sword energy from the shattered tombstone suddenly contracted, forming a figure. The second sword gazed at this silhouette, her excitement mounting, even causing her sword to tremble slightly. Chapter 49. Challenge as a sword cultivator. The second sword instinctively felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a challenge from a sword master. However, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, observing the figure stepping forth from the tombstone, were momentarily entranced. The figure, coalescing from the shattered monument, was none other than a handsome young man, clad in white garments, his posture upright, hair simply styled, and his face strikingly beautiful, with a flame-like mark at his brow. Though his attire was remarkably ordinary, the aura he exuded was anything but. Brother Lin Yang, Master Lin Yang, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gasped in unison. The figure formed from the sword energy was none other than the celestial emperor Lin Yang, whom they had slain in their previous life. Yet now, he appeared remarkably youthful. Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi looked on with fervor. This was their first encounter with Lin Yang since their rebirth. However, the second sword, positioned ahead, was even more exhilarated than they were. Lin Yang, in our past life, I was not your match, but in this life my sword is stronger and more formidable. Let us see how you shall overcome me. As she spoke, the second sword unsheathed her sword, its powerful energy radiating outwards, forcing Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi to retreat once more. With a resounding clash, the second sword vanished, and boundless sword energy surged around her. forming a vast river of sword intent that surged towards Lin Yang. The terrifying sword energy within this river threatened to obliterate everything in its path, leaving Xun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi aghast. In their previous life, the second sword had not possessed such overwhelming power when she was at the spirit body realm. Her current prowess was unparalleled. This fierce river of sword intent was potent enough to transcend realms and defeat enemies. Could Lin Yang, relying solely on this trace of sword energy, withstand it? Xun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi exchanged worried glances, desperate to intervene, yet lacking the strength to do so. They could only watch as the menacing river of sword intent enveloped Lin Yang's figure. Kill. The voice of the second sword, filled with murderous intent, echoed as the river of sword intent engulfed Lin Yang. With her murderous intent enhancing its power, the river surged to an even greater level. Yet Lin Yang, shrouded by the sword river, remained remarkably calm. As his figure was entirely consumed by the river, he suddenly raised his head. Insignificant. In that instant, Lin Yang's form transformed into a sword, a true sword. This sword shot forth like a nail, piercing through the river of sword intent conjured by the second sword. The second sword, concealed within the river, could only see a white, jade-like hand drawing ever closer, larger by the moment. Then, that delicate neck of hers was grasped by the hand. In the next moment, her figure was hurled from the river like a ragged sack, rolling several times before landing unceremoniously before Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli. The fearsome river of sword intent disintegrated completely. Sister Jian, Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli rushed forward to assist the second sword. They were not taken aback by the fact that Lin Yang had defeated the second sword. After all, it had transpired in their previous life as well. No matter how many times the second sword had challenged him, she had never emerged victorious. The second sword, which could fall to the ground, appeared somewhat deranged at this moment. Ignoring the two beside her, Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli, she suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the figure ahead. In her previous life, she had been suffocated under the weight of this presence. In this life, she had believed that with her past experiences, she could surpass this figure after recultivating. Yet just moments ago, with a mere stroke of a sword, the opponent had shattered the oppressive sword intent she had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Fixating on the figure before her, the second sword gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Kill me. In the last life, we have already slain you once. If you do not kill me this time, I will eventually perish at your hands." Lin Yang, who had just defeated the second sword, had now regained his previous calm demeanor. Looking down at the somewhat frenzied second sword, he spoke with indifference too weak. Boom! The sword intent that constituted Lin Yang's form dissipated in an instant, causing his figure to vanish as well. However, the second sword remained stunned by his final words. From the moment she was born, she had been regarded as a genius of the sword path, and her performance had never betrayed that title. Yet, before Lin Yang, this prowess appeared as a mere jest. What struck her even harder was the disdain she felt in Lin Yang's gaze. In the end, he could not even be bothered to kill her. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli exchanged worried glances as they observed the second sword. They understood the pride that the second sword held. The blow she received today would likely have a profound impact on her. Sister sword Lin Yang just. Xiao Yueshi attempted to console her, but was interrupted. The second sword, who had previously appeared despondent, now radiated a fierce battle spirit. Sisters, do not worry. Lin Yang believes he can shatter my resolve with this, but he underestimates me. I must thank him for this. As she spoke, the second sword's expression shifted oddly. In my past life, Lin Yang continuously defeated me to suppress my spirit, even taking away my purity. My sword heart has been tempered through countless trials and is now indomitable. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli, who had initially looked worriedly at the second sword, were left dumbfounded by her bold declarations. Sister sword, are you saying that Lin Yang took your purity? How is that possible? Xiao Yueshi's face flushed crimson. Although she had been a revered figure in her past life, she had been rather innocent when it came to matters of romance. It was not just her. Xun Liuli shared the same naivete. In their eyes, each of the 7 celestial maidens merely admired Lin Yang from afar. Yet, hearing the second sword's revelation, it became evident that something was amiss. At the very least, the second sword had evidently shared intimacy with Lin Yang, leaving Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli blushing and incredulous. Chapter 50. Not sister, but sister-in-law. Observing the reactions of Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli, the second sword was initially taken aback, then scoffed. You two are far too innocent. Do you think Lin Yang is as naive as you? He has far more tricks up his sleeve than you can imagine. What? Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief. The second sword huffed. In our previous life, among the 7 celestial maidens, only the 2 of you were well protected by him, untouched by his malice. The rest of us, however, had been deflowered by him centuries ago and became his women. He often took us along. She hesitated to continue, but the implications of her words had already left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli wide-eyed and blushing. You mean, while we were all having fun, you secretly engaged in such affairs? After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Yueshi finally murmured, so, we should actually refer to you not as sisters, but as sisters-in-law? The second sword frowned. That is in the past. Let us not dwell on it. I share this with you to make you realize that you too are sheltered flowers, having never truly witnessed the cruelty of human nature. That is why, after your rebirth, you so quickly changed your view of Lin Yang. As the second sword redirected the topic back to Lin Yang, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, though their emotions were complex, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. They had personally experienced the truth of Lin Yang's words in their previous life. They did not wish to see the second sword walk the same treacherous path, nor did they want her to remain an enemy of Lin Yang in this life. However, they understood that no matter what they said now, it would likely fail to alter the deeply ingrained beliefs of the second sword. Sign. As they contemplated how to persuade the second sword, she preemptively spoke up. You two probably do not know yet, but Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon have formed the Demon Extermination Alliance. The true powerhouses of their respective clans are currently searching for Lin Yang's whereabouts across the Lingxian continent. Once they find him, they will surely eliminate him to prevent further chaos. What? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were immediately taken aback, their expressions turning grave. The Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon mentioned by the second sword were 2 of the most unique among the 7 celestial maidens, hailing from noble lineages. Their clans, the Yao Qi and Moon God clans, were the most powerful on the Lingxian continent, existing alongside its history. Both clans boasted countless formidable warriors. Although Lin Yang possessed extraordinary talent and could one day become an unmatched emperor, his current strength was insufficient to contend with the might of these ancient clans. It was entirely possible that Lin Yang was currently being hunted by the elite of these 2 clans, putting him in a perilous situation. Realizing this, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli lost their desire to persuade the second sword any further. Even if they could convince her, it would not change the intentions of Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon. Xiao Yueshi clenched her teeth and declared, Sister Sword, you are the strongest among us. Quickly take us to see Sister Qi Yao. We have words to share with her. Having spent time together, the second sword had already discerned the shift in Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's attitudes. She could surmise that they intended to dissuade Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon from pursuing Lin Yang. While the second sword did not agree with their perspective, she did not voice any objections. She merely nodded, all right, but as you know, the Yao Qi and Moon God clans are situated far from the Lingxian continent, in a realm beyond. With my current cultivation at the spirit body level, it is nearly impossible to enter that realm. You will have to wait until I break through to the saint level, and then I can take you there. Currently, the second sword was at the spirit body level, and to reach the saint level, she would need to transcend 2 major realms. Even though she was a reborn celestial maiden, achieving this leap would take several years. If they waited that long to meet Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon, it would likely be too late. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves at a loss. In their past life, as celestial maidens, they could go anywhere at will. A trip to the realm beyond would have been akin to a casual outing. But now, the lengthy distance became the greatest obstacle obstructing them. In truth, when Xiao Yueshi was reborn, her inability to locate the other disciples of the 7 absolute female immortals was primarily due to her insufficient cultivation, which limited her range of movement. Otherwise, the locations of the second sword, residing in the Mingjian Villa, and the 2 others, Qi Yao and the Moon Goddess from the outer heavens, were clearly defined coordinates. Finding them would not pose a significant challenge, provided her cultivation was sufficiently high. Observing the anxious expressions on Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces, the second sword finally spoke. Actually, I can take you both to the outer heavens, but you must wait for 7 days. After that, I can bring you to meet Big Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon Goddess. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Sister Sword, you cannot be serious. Although we are eager to see Sister Qi Yao, venturing into the outer heavens entails traversing the chaotic void beyond. It is no trivial matter. Without adequate cultivation, straying into the outer heavens is tantamount to courting death. The second sword raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride illuminating her features. That may apply to ordinary cultivators. But we sword cultivators are different, especially those from the Mingjian Villa. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward, asserting, "Our villa possesses a legendary sacred sword that has been passed down for millennia. As long as I can wield it, a journey to the outer heavens will be a mere trifle." The mention of the sacred sword from Mingjian Villa sent a wave of alarm across Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces. "Sister Sword, you must not touch that sacred sword under any circumstances." Upon hearing the second sword's intention to wield the supreme sacred sword, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli felt a surge of tension. In their previous life, Lin Yang had explicitly warned that the second sword's obsession with swords would lead her to become a puppet of the sword, ultimately becoming a sword demon. The pivotal moment in this tragic fate was indeed tied to the supreme sacred sword, known as the Tianyi sword, which had been enshrined by Mingjian Villa for countless years. Yet no one had ever succeeded in wielding it. In the past, the second sword, born as a natural sword immortal, was the most likely candidate to claim the sword. However, due to Lin Yang's influence, she ultimately failed to gain the Tianyi sword's acknowledgement. Previously, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli would have assumed that Lin Yang's actions were intended to thwart the second sword from becoming the true number one sword immortal. Yet now, they understood that Lin Yang's interference was, in fact, a means of saving her. Otherwise, she would have truly become a puppet of the Tianyi sword. "Sister Sword, you must absolutely refrain from attempting to claim the Tianyi sword," they insisted gravely, recounting their experiences in detail to the second sword. The second sword's brow furrowed as she listened, a look of realization dawning on her face. "No wonder you both appear this way. I had no idea you experienced so much after your rebirth. And if both of you have faced such trials, this matter must indeed be taken seriously." The second sword's demeanor grew solemn. If only one of them had fallen victim to Lin Yang's predictions, it might have been dismissed as coincidence. However, given that both had suffered similarly, it was no mere coincidence. While the second sword harbored a profound disdain for evil, she was not reckless or devoid of reason, and thus began to contemplate the gravity of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's revelations. Seeing their words had such a profound impact on the second sword, Xiao Yueshi felt a surge of hope and continued, "Sister Sword, this is precisely what we wanted to convey to you. Our experiences have shown that Brother Lin Yang has never deceived us. Rather, it is our lack of trust in him that led to our betrayal and harm." The second sword stood, pacing back and forth for a moment before abruptly turning to Xiao Yueshi and shaking her head. "This is an entirely different matter." With a serious expression, she began her analysis. "Sister Yueshi, while it is possible that your and Sister Liuli's experiences align with Lin Yang's predictions, that does not justify his wanton slaughter and malevolence. Moreover," she added with a hint of disdain, "even if the dark turmoil Lin Yang spoke of is real, when has it ever been correct to prevent calamity through indiscriminate killing?" Xiao Yueshi opened her mouth to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. It was Shun Liuli, however, who spoke in a subdued tone. "At the very least, the events we have experienced suffice to prove that Brother Lin Yang has never wronged us. Rather, we owe him far too much." Xiao Yueshi nodded in agreement. Observing the somber expressions on their faces, the second sword pondered for a moment before conceding, "Very well. The events you two have encountered are indeed perplexing. Once I obtain the Tianyi sword, I will immediately escort you to meet Big Sister Qi Yao and the others, allowing them to judge the rightness or wrongness of this matter." "Sister Sword." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, nearly at a loss for words. Their urgent pleas were intended to dissuade the second sword from approaching the Tianyi sword, yet it seemed that no matter what they said, she had resolutely decided to pursue it. The second sword, noticing their anxious expressions, chuckled. "Sisters, you, and even Lin Yang, truly underestimate us sword cultivators. Do you know who the strongest sword immortal in the history of Mingjian Villa is?" Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why she was posing such a question, but after deliberation, they replied, "It must be the first sword immortal, the Yin Yang sword immortal from thousands of years ago." "Not him." The second sword shook her head. "The true strongest sword immortal from Mingjian Villa is an ancestor known as the Sword Slave. He was utterly devoted to the sword, dedicating everything to the sword path, even changing his name to Sword Slave, willingly becoming a servant of the sword. This allowed him to traverse further along the path of the sword, far surpassing all the sword immortals of our villa." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli frowned at this extreme approach to cultivation, finding it hard to comprehend. Yet the second sword appeared quite elated, exclaiming, "Thus, I assert that both of you and Lin Yang truly misunderstand the mindset of sword cultivators. He believes that if I claim the Tianyi sword, I will become its puppet and fall into madness. but he fails to realize that becoming a puppet of the sword is a dream cherished by countless sword cultivators. If it means progressing further along the sword path, even becoming a puppet or a sword demon would be a willingly embraced fate. Xiao Yueshi and Xin Liuli had already been aware of the second sword's fervor for the sword path from their previous life. However, witnessing her current fervent enthusiasm, they could only remain silent. It must be acknowledged that the second sword's reasoning had begun to sway them. Their attempts to prevent her from touching the Tianyi sword stemmed from a desire to spare her from the despairing fate they had endured. Yet for the second sword, this seemingly hopeless fate appeared to be a choice she would willingly embrace. Thus, their efforts to dissuade her seemed increasingly futile. Sister Sword, I hope you will not regret this decision in the future. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli finally sighed after a long silence. For the sake of the sword path, I have no regrets, the second sword declared resolutely. She then smiled, adding, but fret not, dear sisters. Though the Tianyi sword is formidable, I am a reborn sword immortal. My sword intent and will have reached their zenith. It will not be so easy for the Tianyi sword to make me its puppet. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli sighed, their silence reflecting a shared understanding. They both realized that they could no longer prevent the second sword from executing its intentions. All they could do was hope that, as the second sword had claimed, the divine intent sword would not affect her. Sisters, accompany me to the Mingjian Manor. Once I have the divine intent sword in hand, I shall take you to meet Sister Qi Yao and the others. The second sword materialized a colossal sword of spiritual energy, ready to transport Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli to Mingjian Manor. Chapter 52. Burying the past, the immense sword cleaved the sky, hurtling forward with astonishing speed. This mode of travel was both domineering and swift. As the second sword led Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli toward Mingjian Manor, she recounted her experiences since her rebirth. Upon my return, I not only recultivated my swordsmanship, but also ventured forth numerous times to vanquish demons and hone my abilities. Sister Qi Yao once dispatched members of the Yaoqi clan to seek me out at Mingjian Manor, and she undoubtedly sent others to locate you too as well. Do you understand why I chose to construct the Heavenly Emperor's tomb in that particular location? It was there that I first encountered Lin Yang in my past life. By building the tomb, I aim to convey to Lin Yang that all of our shared memories would be buried within it. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli, initially composed, were taken aback by the second sword's final words, particularly Xun Liuli, whose face drained of color as she exclaimed, I see now. Brother Lin Yang must have understood Sister Jian's intentions upon seeing the Heavenly Emperor's tomb, thus burying all our past within it. That is why the moth-like butterfly circles the tomb instead of seeking out Brother Lin Yang himself. Burying the past. Burying the past. The mere thought of those 4 words sent waves of suffocation through Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli. Their quest to find Lin Yang stemmed from a desire to rectify their past mistakes. Yet the tomb, which encapsulated all their shared history, starkly illustrated Lin Yang's stance in this life. Even the moth-like butterfly, which once intertwined their fates, had severed its connection in this lifetime. Should there be a next life, they would remain strangers. In this life, Brother Lin Yang truly wished to be but a distant figure to them. Xiao Yueshi murmured the words that haunted her. Filled with regret, the second sword, standing before the sword of spiritual energy, turned to glance at Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli, who appeared lost and despondent. She furrowed her brow, initially intending to admonish them to avoid succumbing to such sorrowful emotions, which might disrupt their cultivation. However, recalling their previous experiences, she chose instead to swallow her words and offered comfort. Sisters, we must be clear about our grievances and gratitude. If you are certain that Lin Yang aided you greatly in your past life, then in this life, you need only repay him in kind. Xiao Yueshi shook her head. It is a debt I cannot repay. In my past life, Lin Yang gave of his own fortune for my sake. Just that alone leaves me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. The second sword frowned, about to speak further when her expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. Something has happened at Mingjian Manor. With a swift motion, she summoned a sharp, long sword that materialized beside her. In an instant, she soared through the sky like a drawn blade, rushing toward the distance. Xiao Yueshi and Xun Liuli could only hear the hurried words left in the wake of the second sword. Sisters, I shall proceed ahead. With their current cultivation far inferior to that of the second sword, they were unable to match her speed. Initially, both were reluctant to accompany the second sword to Mingjian Manor due to their peculiar circumstances. One being a fateful star bringing misfortune wherever she went, and the other a toxic maiden whose poisonous miasma could erupt at any moment. However, The second sword assured them that it would take her no more than 3 days to fully claim the divine intense sword. Thus, they agreed to join her, believing that their unique conditions would not cause significant trouble within such a short span. Mingjian Manor was a renowned family of sword cultivators in the Lingxian continent. Thousands of years prior, it had produced numerous exceptionally gifted sword immortals whose illustrious reputations established the legacy of Mingjian Manor. Although the manor had diminished from its former glory, it remained a sacred place in the hearts of many sword cultivators. In their past lives, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had visited Mingjian Manor on multiple occasions. Returning now felt akin to revisiting old haunts. As they soared through the air, they caught sight of a colossal sword piercing the heavens. An awe-inspiring sight that emanated an overwhelming sword intent, instilling fear in those who gazed upon it. This immense weapon was none other than the fabled divine intense sword, preserved by Mingjian Manor for countless years. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged astonished glances. No wonder Sister Jian is so intent on acquiring the divine intense sword this time. It truly is formidable. In their previous visit, the divine intense sword had lost its luster, appearing dull and unremarkable, akin to an ordinary stone blade. Now, witnessing its full glory, they comprehended its true power. Having been 7 absolute female immortals in their past lives, they had encountered countless renowned swords, including those left behind by legendary sword immortals. Yet, none compared to the divine intense sword before them. Even as individuals untrained in swordsmanship, the sight of the divine intense sword ignited an uncontrollable urge to grasp it. It was evident that the allure of the divine intense sword for true sword practitioners was immeasurable. However, beyond its might, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli sensed a radiant and sacred aura emanating from the sword. Undoubtedly, the divine intense sword was a weapon of absolute light and holiness. Its divine presence reassured them that, even should Sister Jian be influenced by it and become a mere puppet to the sword, the impact would not be too severe. With relief, they descended into the area where the divine intense sword lay, landing at the entrance of a grand and antiquated manor, Mingjian Manor. The tip of the divine intense sword was situated at the very heart of the manor, which was constructed around it. Despite the decline from its former splendor, Mingjian Manor still hosted a multitude of disciples. Yet, upon their arrival, they found the manor eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Such an anomaly heightened their vigilance. Chapter 53. The Nine Heavens Sword Realm. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged wary glances. The peculiar state of Mingjian Manor clearly indicated something was amiss. If there were external threats, traces of battle should have remained. If there were no external enemies invading, how could everyone in the renowned Jian Mountain Manor vanish into thin air? The two individuals, faces etched with vigilance, cautiously ventured into the manor's depths. As they crossed the threshold, an enigmatic wave enveloped them. Was this the power of space? Both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli displayed expressions of astonishment. For in their previous lives as the 7 absolute fairies, they were exceedingly familiar with such spatial transitions. Moreover, they sensed that their current predicament was not merely a simple spatial shift. Even time seemed to exhibit slight fluctuations. In the face of such temporal and spatial anomalies, in their former lives, they could have relied on their absolute strength to forcibly shatter these irregularities. Yet now, they found themselves helplessly standing by, allowing this temporal space force to completely engulf them. Fortunately, this force was not violent, lacking any destructive tendencies. It simply transported them from Jian Mountain Manor into a realm suffused with boundless sword energy and intent. Here, the very heavens and earth appeared to be forged from swords. The ground bore clear traces of countless blades, as if one could grasp a sword with a mere flick of the hand. Above, streams of sword energy continuously sliced through the air, and even the sun radiating light and warmth resembled a colossal sword of brilliance. As the temporal space force gradually dissipated, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli surveyed their surroundings, their initial vigilance transforming into resignation. They had inadvertently entered the Nine Heavens Sword Realm. This realm, renowned as a hidden sanctuary within the core of the heavenly Tao on the Lingxian continent, was said to be a dreamland coveted by all sword practitioners. For those devoted to the sword, even a single day spent in the Nine Heavens Sword Realm could propel their strength to unprecedented heights, elevating them to true sword masters. In their previous lives, even as the 7 absolute fairies, neither Xiao Yueshi nor Shun Liuli had ever set foot in the Nine Heavens Sword Realm. The method to enter this realm was exceedingly unique. Only by honing one's sword skills to the utmost sincerity could one possibly gain entry. In essence, the Nine Heavens Sword realm served as a reward from the heavenly Tao for those earnestly pursuing the sword. However, it was peculiar that Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who were not sword practitioners, had somehow found themselves within this realm. Such an oddity left them bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. To their dismay, within the Nine Heavens Sword realm, the might of the sword reigned supreme, and the spiritual energy within them was entirely suppressed. Unless they were to change their cultivation to the sword path, they were rendered nearly as powerless as ordinary mortals. Could it be that the power of the heavenly intent sword had cast an encompassing shadow over the entirety of Jian Mountain Manor, submerging it within the confines of the Nine Heavens Sword realm? If the heavenly intent sword truly possessed such capability, its power was even more terrifying than they had imagined. As Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi speculated on the reasons for their entrance into the Nine Heavens Sword realm, they pressed onward. The second sword had already returned to Jian Mountain Manor ahead of them. If they could locate the second sword, the truth would undoubtedly unfold. Yet the Nine Heavens Sword realm stretched infinitely, and with their current lack of cultivation, the chances of finding the second sword here were almost negligible. After several days of searching, they had yet to encounter a single soul. Fortunately, although their cultivation was suppressed within the realm, they could still absorb spiritual energy to sustain themselves and avoid starvation. Just as they contemplated abandoning their search, a crimson longsword descended from the horizon of the Nine Heavens Sword realm, spiraling down towards them like an arrow. "Its sister sword!" exclaimed Xiao Yueshi with delight. This red longsword was indeed the second sword's weapon. Days prior, when they first encountered the second sword, it was adorned with this very blade. As the crimson sword halted before them, a clear voice echoed from it. "Dear sisters, this place is the Nine Heavens Sword realm. If you too have become ensnared here, do not panic. Follow my sword and come to meet me." The excitement in the second sword's voice was apparent. For a sword practitioner of the second sword's caliber, such an opportunity to enter the Nine Heavens Sword realm was indeed a rare and fortuitous chance. Sensing the lingering consciousness of the second sword upon the crimson blade, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli instinctively grasped the hilt. In an instant, the crimson sword soared into the air, enveloping them in its sword energy, and flew away. This scene prompted both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli to shake their heads in disbelief. Here, they were stripped of nearly all their power, while the second sword's strength had likely surged tenfold. Even the sword intent left on the weapon was formidable. Guided by the second sword's weapon, they finally had a sense of direction within this sword realm. As the crimson sword advanced, they soon beheld the gargantuan, heavenly intent sword, which now astonishingly appeared within the Nine Heavens Sword realm as well. Despite being in this realm, the sword remained colossal, its emanating sword energy seemingly suppressing the very fabric of the Nine Heavens Sword realm itself. The heavenly intent sword was undeniably powerful beyond measure. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stared in awe at the heavenly intent sword before them, each encounter reinforcing their astonishment at its might. They began to harbor doubts as to how such a powerful sword had vanished in their previous life. After all, once they ascended to the status of the 7 absolute sword immortals, the heavenly intent sword had already disappeared from Jian Mountain Manor. While legends of the sword still circulated across the Lingxian continent, no one could ascertain its whereabouts or who had laid claim to it. As they pondered these questions, they were swiftly guided towards the heavenly intent sword by the second sword's crimson blade. Before this immense sword lay at least 10,000 practitioners, each with faces alight with excitement, sitting cross-legged as they seemingly harnessed the sword path to enhance their cultivation. At the forefront of this gathering, clad in battle armor and exuding an air of valor, was the second sword, standing out conspicuously. From their attire, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli deduced that all those present were disciples of Jian Mountain Manor. Under normal circumstances, it would be remarkable for even a single sword master to gain entry into the Nine Heavens Sword realm. Yet here, an entire multitude from Jian Mountain Manor, including even the servants and chefs, had inexplicably entered this realm. Such a unique scenario left them in awe. With this wave of enlightenment from the Nine Heavens Sword realm, it was foreseeable that Jian Mountain Manor would rise anew, becoming the most radiant sanctuary for sword cultivators on the Lingxian continent. Just this encounter in the Nine Heavens Sword realm could potentially spawn numerous sword immortals for the manor. The arrival of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli immediately drew the attention of several disciples from Jian Mountain Manor. However, upon realizing that the two had been guided by the second sword's weapon, they hastily closed their eyes again, returning to their meditative training without further inquiry. Within the Nine Heavens Sword realm, aside from those like Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who were not sword practitioners, All other sword cultivators were eager to seize every moment for their training. Even the second sword was no exception. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli had been present for quite some time when the second sword hastily concluded her training and turned to apologize to them. Sisters, I regret that I did not clarify matters before bringing you both into the Nine Heavens sword realm. This is my fault. Xiao Yueshi waved her hand dismissively, saying, Sister Sword, there is no need to concern yourself with us. The opportunity to enter the Nine Heavens sword realm is rare. You should focus on your training, and we can discuss everything once we are outside. Although both Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli were filled with numerous questions, they did not wish to squander the precious training time of the second sword. Unexpectedly, the second sword shook her head, saying, Do not worry about a little time. The opening of the Nine Heavens sword realm will last for at least a month. Xiao Yueshi, taken aback, inquired, Sister Sword, how can this be? The opportunity to access the Nine Heavens sword realm is so rare, yet this time it remains open for such an extended period and allows so many people to enter. The second sword turned to the enormous heavenly wool sword beside her, her face betraying a hint of excitement. This is the power of the heavenly wool sword. Long ago, my ancestors established the Ming sword manor around the heavenly wool sword to harness its power, allowing entry into the Nine Heavens sword realm at will. Unfortunately, the heavenly wool sword must accumulate its sword energy over many years before such an outburst can occur. The last time it unleashed its power, many sword immortals emerged from the Ming sword manor, leading to a period of great strength. However, the second sword clenched her hands tightly, stating, After the heavenly wool sword releases its power, it becomes incredibly vulnerable. The best time to claim it as a master is during this period. If I can seize the heavenly wool sword, I will be able to enter the Nine Heavens sword realm for training whenever I desire. Xiao Yuexi and Shen Liuli were both greatly astonished. The mere ability of the heavenly wool sword to grant access to the Nine Heavens sword realm at any time was already extraordinary. Even someone like her, who had never practiced swordsmanship, felt an overwhelming desire to possess the heavenly wool sword upon hearing of its immense power. Now they understood why the second sword insisted on obtaining the heavenly wool sword despite the potential dangers involved. Such an opportunity was one that no practitioner would willingly forego. Xiao Yueshi glanced at the heavenly wool sword, radiating boundless power, and nodded, Sister Sword. Do you intend to force the heavenly wool sword to accept you as its master right away? Indeed, the second sword replied, a resolute expression on her face. That is why I require your assistance. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli nodded in unison. What can we do to help, Sister Sword? Just give the command. The second sword swept her long hair back from her shoulder, revealing her strikingly handsome face. Although you two cannot employ many secret techniques here, as former 7 absolute immortals, your understanding of formations far surpasses that of others. I need you both to lead the lower-ranking disciples of the Ming sword manor to construct a few sword formations around us, at least to withstand the invasion of saint-level practitioners. Invasion by saint-level practitioners? Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli were taken aback. Are you suggesting that saint-level practitioners will come here? The second sword nodded. Precisely. Throughout the Ling Xian continent, who among the practitioners capable of reaching the saint level would be unaware of the heavenly wool sword of the Ming sword manor? Under normal circumstances, it is nearly impossible to seize the heavenly wool sword, but this is the best opportunity. Not only am I coveting the heavenly wool sword, but other sword practitioners are as well. They will surely seek to enter the Nine Heavens sword realm and come for us. Forming a formation is not a problem. While it may be challenging to repel saint-level practitioners, it is worth attempting. However, I have some concerns. Xiao Yueshi hesitated. If a true sword immortal were to invade the Nine Heavens sword realm during this time, we would be utterly powerless to stop them. Even the second sword, who currently only possessed the strength of the spirit body realm, could not contend with a genuine sword immortal. The Ming sword manor had only 2 saint-level practitioners and 100 or so harmonization realm practitioners. Such strength was insignificant compared to a true sword immortal. Even with their memories as 7 absolute immortals, Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli would not be able to bridge such a vast chasm in power. The second sword immediately waved her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, sisters. No sword immortals will enter here. Their sword hearts are overwhelmingly powerful and almost form a realm of their own. They would face significant rejection upon entering the Nine Heavens sword realm, and when approaching the heavenly wool sword, they would be repelled by its backlash, quickly ejected from the realm. Thus, throughout the years, no true sword immortal has ever come to seize the heavenly wool sword. Our primary concern should be the saint-level practitioners. If that is the case, we can certainly give it a try, Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli agreed. although their current cultivation levels prevented them from activating their powers. Their memories as 7 absolute immortals were invaluable. Moreover, despite the second sword's current spirit body realm cultivation, she held a powerful position and great prestige within the Ming Sword Manor, commanding even the 2 saint-level practitioners and numerous harmonization realm practitioners. With the backing of over 10,000 sword practitioners from the Ming Sword Manor, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli quickly set about arranging an astonishing sword formation around the Heavenly Will Sword. At that moment, a figure emanating an overwhelming sword aura appeared nearby. The first saint-level practitioner had arrived. Chapter 55. The Fate of the Heavenly Will Sword in the Previous Life in the Lingxian Continent. The cultivation realm's progress from foundation establishment to innate, spirit body, harmonization, saint level, and ultimately to immortal. Saint-level practitioners are the most formidable beings, just below the immortal level. This level of strength positions them as undisputed rulers within the Lingxian continent. The moment this saint-level practitioner appeared, the power of the saint-level rules emanating from them surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings. Prepare the sword formation. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's expressions turned grave as they stood among the disciples of the Ming Sword Manor, directing them in the formation's arrangement. Initially, the disciples had looked down upon Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, as most of them were of higher cultivation than the two. However, as Xiao Yueshi helped them create the vast sword formation, their perceptions of her and Shun Liuli had dramatically shifted. Especially now, facing a true saint-level practitioner, even the harmonization realm disciples dared not underestimate the situation. They devoted their full attention to the sword formation crafted by Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Individually, they would stand no chance against a saint-level practitioner. But now, united through the formation, their combined strength manifested as a colossal light sword, successfully blocking the advance of the saint-level practitioner. Indeed, with the assistance of Yueshi and Liuli, the disciples could collectively withstand the assault of 2 or 3 saint-level practitioners. Coupled with the presence of their father and master Mo, both saint-level practitioners stationed behind them, they could hold their ground as long as there weren't too many saint-level practitioners arriving at once. The second sword watched as Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli led the disciples of the Ming Sword Manor in their defense against the saint-level practitioner, her initial worries gradually dissipating. The matter of claiming the Heavenly Will Sword was of utmost significance, not only for the second sword but also for the other talented elites within the Ming Sword Manor, especially the 2 saint-level practitioners, who would also need to attempt the endeavor. Thus, at this moment, it is essential for someone to lead the ordinary disciples of Mingjian Villa to fend off the invasion of external enemies. The arrival of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli is indeed a significant aid to the second sword. My daughter, what is the true origin of these 2 friends of yours, possessing such remarkable abilities? A middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura, approached the second sword with a curious expression. This man, known as Second Yangming, is the current master of Mingjian Villa and one of the only 2 saint-level experts in the villa, as well as the father of the second sword. The performance of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli astonished him, prompting him to inquire about their backgrounds. In response to her father's question, the second sword merely smiled lightly and said, "Father, this is my little secret. I will explain it to you in detail later. Our urgent task now is to secure the Tianyi sword." Upon hearing the name of the Tianyi sword, Second Yangming's expression turned solemn, and he nodded acknowledging, "You are correct. The matter of recognizing the owner of the Tianyi sword is paramount. Although my cultivation and that of your master uncle are significantly stronger than yours, the recognition of the Tianyi sword cannot solely rely on the disparity of our strengths. The success of this endeavor ultimately depends on you. For thousands of years, Mingjian Villa has seen the emergence of many sword immortals, yet even they could not secure the allegiance of the Tianyi sword. Thus, subduing the Tianyi sword is not merely a matter of strength. It fundamentally hinges on personal swordsmanship talent, a fact well known within Mingjian Villa. The second sword is recognized as the most gifted in swordsmanship since the villa's inception, possessing extraordinary prowess that manifested even at her birth. The hopes of the entire villa for capturing the Tianyi sword have long been placed upon her shoulders, including those of saint-level swordmasters like Second Yangming. With pride swelling in her chest, the second sword declared, "Father, rest assured, I shall exert all my efforts to secure the Tianyi sword." Satisfied, Second Yangming nodded and departed, leaving the second sword to gaze towards the distance where Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were still directing the disciples of Mingjian Villa. Yet at that moment, the image of Lin Yang suddenly surfaced in her mind. If he were here, he might find it easier than I to claim the Tianyi sword. In my past life, it was he who took the Tianyi sword from Mingjian Villa. Recalling the events of her previous life, a shadow fell across the countenance of the second sword. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli remained oblivious to the fate of the Tianyi sword in her previous life, but she was acutely aware. In her former existence, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the art of swordsmanship, channeling all her energy into it, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers. Until she met Lin Yang. His overwhelming dominance in swordsmanship astonished and envious her, leading to a natural progression on a beautiful night when she surrendered her innocence to him, becoming his first woman. Initially, all seemed normal. Even the second sword felt that if anyone deserved to be her man, it was Lin Yang. However, she was stunned to discover that when she attempted to refine the Tianyi sword, a crucial requirement was to maintain her pure sword body, that is, her virginity. At that time, she and Lin Yang had already engaged in various intimate encounters. Thus, her pure sword body was irrevocably lost. Unable to refine the Tianyi sword, she placed her hopes on Lin Yang, asking for his assistance. He readily agreed, and shortly thereafter, the supreme holy sword that had resided in Mingjian Villa for countless years vanished without a trace. Even the people of Mingjian Villa were oblivious to who had taken it. Only the second sword suspected that Lin Yang was the one who had claimed the Tianyi sword. When she confronted him, he not only did not deny it, but also assured her that he would eventually return the Tianyi sword to her. Yet this promise remained unfulfilled until the second sword was reborn. Moreover, as time passed, every time Lin Yang and she shared intimate moments, he would oddly remark, "The Tianyi sword has already been transferred into your body." Initially, she dismissed it as playful banter between them, but as time went on, she began to feel that Lin Yang was mocking her instead of intending to return the sword. Enraged, the second sword ceased to mention the Tianyi sword to Lin Yang, until their relationship soured, leading to her rebirth. Chapter 56, The Tianyi Sword Shattered. Memories flooded her mind, causing her emotions to spiral. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally calmed the turmoil within her. With her gaze fixed resolutely on the Tianyi sword radiating immense power before her, her determination solidified. In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly claim the Tianyi sword and surpass Lin Yang entirely. In her previous life, the second sword failed to subdue the Tianyi sword due to the loss of her pure sword body. However, in this life, she retained her pure sword body, granting her unwavering confidence in her ability to claim the Tianyi sword. Furthermore, her urgency to secure it stemmed from the fear that Lin Yang might seize it before her. The second sword had long believed that her inability to obtain the Tianyi sword in her past life had allowed Lin Yang to overshadow her in swordsmanship. If she could claim the Tianyi sword before him in this life, she would undoubtedly surpass him and emerge as the true #1 sword immortal in the world. Suddenly, as the second sword was lost in thought, another saint-level expert appeared in the distance, attempting to breach the defenses of the Mingjian Villa disciples and approach the Tianyi sword. However, this saint-level expert was also thwarted by Xiao Yueshi, who commanded the ordinary disciples of Mingjian Villa. The second sword was jolted from her reverie by the ensuing clash. Casting a glance at the ongoing battle, she dispelled any lingering hesitation and stepped forward towards the Tianyi sword. As she drew nearer, the formidable sword aura emitted by the Tianyi sword surged toward her like a tidal wave. In that instant, the second sword felt as if she were a pebble caught in a raging current, being relentlessly pushed away and struggling to maintain control of her body. "My heart is like a sword. The sword is me." The second sword recited the sword technique of Mingjian Villa, and a fierce sword intent erupted from within her, clashing against the power of the Tianyi sword. Harnessing this surging sword intent, she began her determined march towards the Tianyi sword. To subdue the Tianyi sword, a critical step is to approach it directly. Otherwise, one cannot even touch the sword's essence, let alone claim it. Although the second sword's progress was arduous, she remained resolute. Her pace may have been slow, but it was steadfast. With each step forward, those who had attempted to refine the Tianyi sword before her began to emerge, only to be quickly left behind. Among them were many talented swordsmen from Mingjian Villa, whom the second sword recognized. Their swordsmanship was formidable, yet they paled in comparison to her. As she advanced, the number of figures before her dwindled until only 2 remained, both of whom were the villa's only 2 saint-level experts. One of whom was her father, second Yangming. Despite being saint-level experts with superior strength and talent, they still found themselves distanced from the Tianyi sword. The 2 individuals, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat, struggled to advance, drawing closer to the sword of heavenly intent. Yet, the formidable aura emanating from the sword rendered them nearly immobile. Each step a monumental challenge. As the second sword approached them, effortlessly surpassing their efforts, a mixture of disappointment and exhilaration surged within them. "Daughter, "You must subdue the sword of heavenly intent," called out the second Yiming, his voice echoing towards the retreating figure of the second sword. The second sword offered no reply, merely gesturing with her hand before continuing onward. Although her pace appeared effortless, she bore an immense weight of pressure. In her previous life, she had only attempted to refine the sword of heavenly intent after reaching the saint level. Now, however, she was merely at the spirit body stage, making the endeavor significantly more arduous. Fortunately, the sword's aura primarily tested one's innate swordsmanship talent. Thus, the second sword pressed on, steadily closing the distance to the sword. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 30 steps. As she advanced, the second sword measured her proximity to the sword of heavenly intent. From an initial distance of 1,000 steps, she was now merely one step away. She could clearly see the sword's form, a crystalline blade radiating with ethereal clarity. Despite her preparation, a sense of heat overcame her, and her excitement grew palpable. 16 steps, 15 steps. The second sword found herself softly counting the distance remaining to the sword of heavenly intent. However, just as she was about to reach out and grasp it, a figure materialized before her with alarming swiftness. This presence moved faster than she could, seemingly impervious to the sword's overwhelming aura, and effortlessly grasped the sword of heavenly intent. "No, Lin Yang, how dare you attempt to seize my sword of heavenly intent?" The second sword gasped, her expression shifting dramatically as she recognized the figure before her, none other than Lin Yang himself. At that moment, Lin Yang appeared oblivious to her outraged cries, fixated instead on the sword he had just picked up. After scrutinizing it meticulously, he executed a shocking maneuver that left the second sword aghast. Lin Yang raised the crystalline sword of heavenly intent high. Then, with his hand forming a blade, he concentrated his spiritual energy and struck down upon it with fierce determination. Despite the sword's formidable nature, its essence was surprisingly fragile. With a sharp crack, a visible fracture appeared, rapidly expanding until the sword was reduced to mere shards. Cascading to the ground, the sword of heavenly intent is shattered? The second sword stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that all her efforts to refine it had culminated in such a devastating outcome. "Lin Yang, why would you do this?" Her face darkened as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yang, who began to dissipate before her eyes. Chapter 57. The Second Sword. The world's greatest sword immortal, initially seething with anger, the second sword became momentarily stunned as Lin Yang's figure faded away. In that instant, she realized the sword of heavenly intent remained intact, its crystalline form seemingly exuding a unique allure, beckoning her to claim it. Had it been moments ago, she would have rushed forward without hesitation. Yet witnessing its destruction by Lin Yang had instilled doubt within her. What had truly transpired? Why had Lin Yang shattered the sword of heavenly intent? Pondering deeply, the second sword's eyes widened with incredulity. Could it be that the scene she had witnessed was actually a reflection of Lin Yang's prior life, when he had taken the sword of heavenly intent? While this notion seemed far-fetched, the sword was indeed an extraordinary entity, and given the proximity to the essence of the heavenly Tao, it was plausible for past scenes to re-emerge here. Yet, Lin Yang's act of destruction left her perplexed. Such a treasure would undoubtedly tempt any cultivator, making it incomprehensible for Lin Yang to willingly obliterate it. Just as the second sword grappled with her doubts, voices of excitement erupted behind her. "Daughter, what are you hesitating for? Quickly seize the sword of heavenly intent." "Young master, the sword of heavenly intent is right before you. Hurry. The eldest lady shall surely become a sword immortal. With the sword of heavenly intent, she could ascend as the world's premier sword immortal." Turning around, the second sword beheld her father, the second Yiming, and others, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. It was evident that even if they could not approach the sword, they recognized she was now but a step away from it. Yes, at this moment, I must not falter. Shaking her head to dispel her doubts, the second sword resumed her advance towards the sword of heavenly intent. This time, the remaining distance felt remarkably effortless. In mere moments, she stood before the sword, inhaling deeply as she reached out to grasp it. However, just as her fingers descended, Lin Yang's warning echoed in her mind. "The sword of heavenly intent is a cursed blade. Should you dare to touch it, you will fall under its sway and become its puppet, a mere shadow of a sword demon." Ah! This was Lin Yang's reasoning for shattering the sword. The second sword's thoughts crystallized as she comprehended everything. To Lin Yang, the sword's malevolence was too profound, prompting him to eliminate it without hesitation. Yet, a pressing question lingered. Was Lin Yang truly justified? Memories of their Group S assault on the supreme heavenly palace flooded her mind. accompanied by the haunting vow of eternal estrangement. Very well, should we meet again in another life, let us remain strangers. They had crossed paths with Lin Yang in various ways, only to conclude with such a tragic oath. Lin Yang had always projected an air of omniscience, articulating their fates with uncanny precision. But now, the second sword grasped a crucial truth. If Lin Yang truly possessed such all-knowing wisdom, why had he failed to foresee his own demise? This realization alone sufficed to prove Lin Yang was not infallible. He, too, could err. With her expression now resolute, the second sword resolved, for the pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I shall accept any price. With that conviction, she cast aside her hesitation and firmly grasped the sword of heavenly intent. The sword's crystalline form felt both frigid and yet searingly warm in her palm. The moment she seized it, the entire nine heavens sword realm quivered, and numerous formidable sword laws flickered into existence around her. A mere glance sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. Each law was immensely powerful. Mastering even a few would undoubtedly elevate her to the status of a sword immortal. And the more she comprehended, the stronger her prowess would become. The mere manifestation of the swordsmanship principles over these past 4 weeks has already empowered her beyond her previous life. Regrettably, these principles vanished as swiftly as they appeared. The second sword attempted to draw the heaven's intense sword, yet it seemed as if the sword had fused with the ground beneath her feet, utterly immovable. Conversely, as she endeavored to unsheathe the sword, a grand consciousness suddenly emanated from the heaven's intense sword, instantaneously transmitting into the mind of the second sword. This awareness not only reached her, but also infiltrated the minds of the disciples surrounding the heaven's intense sword. Submit to me, become my servant. This remarkably clear consciousness astonished every disciple of the renowned sword manor in proximity. Simultaneously, tales of the strongest sword ancestor of the manor surfaced in their minds. The prospect of becoming a servant of the heaven's intense sword, in exchange for greater strength in swordsmanship, seemed entirely worthwhile. The second sword hesitated. Although she had previously proclaimed her unwavering commitment to sacrifice everything for swordsmanship, she found herself wavering when confronted with such a choice. Young lady, do not hesitate. Becoming a servant to the heaven's intense sword is nothing to be ashamed of. It is, after all, the foremost sword in the world. Behind the second sword, the excited voices of the disciples of the renowned sword manor continued to echo. Indeed, in their eyes, being a servant to a sword of such caliber was an immense honor. The second sword glanced back at the crowd, and her mind flashed with the swordsmanship principles that had manifested beside her upon grasping the heaven's intense sword. If she could behold these principles daily, the price would be well worth it. After a moment's hesitation, the second sword gradually knelt before the heaven's intense sword. From this moment forth, I willingly serve you. With the second sword submission, the heaven's intense sword in her grasp suddenly emitted crimson tendrils that entwined her arm, merging completely with her being. In that instant, the second sword felt an unprecedented unity with the heaven's intense sword, its sensations coursing through her. With a slight exertion, she effortlessly drew the heaven's intense sword from the ground, holding it aloft. The disciples of the renowned sword manor erupted in a tide of jubilant cheers at the sight of the second sword, the embodiment of the world's premier sword immortal. Chapter 58. This is the price. The second sword's innate talent for swordsmanship was already unparalleled within the renowned sword manor, destined to become a sword immortal. Now, with the heaven's intense sword in her possession, it was foreseeable that she would surely ascend to the pinnacle of sword immortals. Even the second sword herself was filled with exhilaration, raising the heaven's intense sword high. Having united with the sword, her comprehension of the swordsmanship principles had intensified beyond measure. She was now astonishingly powerful, with even greater strength on the horizon. How infuriating! The heaven's intense sword has truly recognized its master. In the distance, those formidable beings from the Holy Realm, witnessing the second sword claim the heaven's intense sword, wore expressions of bitter resignation as they quietly withdrew. From this day forth, the resurgence of the renowned sword manor was inevitable, and they did not wish to sever ties completely. With the absence of external threats, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli finally relaxed. Although they had managed to fend off the two Holy Realm powerhouses, the pressure had been immense, leaving many disciples of the renowned sword manor utterly exhausted. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, yet they felt a profound sense of relief. At least their unique physiques had not erupted over these past few days. Otherwise, without the intervention of the Holy Realm powerhouses, many disciples would have perished. Wiping the sweat from her brow, The two turned their gazes towards the second sword, who stood with her back to them, the radiant heaven's intense sword held aloft. Just her silhouette exuded an air of invincibility. Sister Sword has finally acquired the heaven's intense sword. I hope she does not share our fate. Both Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli felt a mixture of joy for the second sword and an underlying concern for her future. They feared she might encounter a tragic destiny akin to their own. However, for the moment, all seemed exceptionally well for the second sword, who, without the heaven's intense sword, had already become a revered sword immortal. Now, with the heaven's intense sword in hand, her ascendance to the apex of sword immortals appeared imminent. Amidst the excitement and anticipation radiating from Xiao Yueshi, the second sword, and the many disciples of the renowned sword manor, the second sword finally steadied her racing heart, clutching the heaven's intense sword as she slowly turned around. Father, I have fulfilled my mission and secured the heaven's intense sword. She addressed Second Yinming. Yet, to her surprise, the previously exuberant expression on Second Yinming's face seemed to freeze in place. Not only he, but everyone around, including Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, shared the same sentiment. The atmosphere, once filled with elation and cheers, gradually descended into silence as the crowd fell mute upon her turning. Noticing the abrupt change, the second sword furrowed her brow and inquired, Father, are you not pleased? I have acquired the heaven's intense sword. Second Yinming offered a wry smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Well done, you have performed admirably. Before the second sword could respond, the surrounding space suddenly began to stir. It was an indication that the Nine Heavens Sword realm was on the verge of collapse. The second sword raised the heaven's intense sword high and declared, There is no need for alarm. I will use the heaven's intense sword to manipulate space and time, ensuring all of you return safely to the renowned sword manor. Entering and exiting the Nine Heavens Sword realm involved the transition of space and time. Although the thousands of disciples of the renowned sword manor were gathered together, they might scatter upon exiting. Such had been the case for Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, who had searched for several days within the Nine Heavens Sword realm but failed to locate the second sword. Now, with the assistance of the heaven's intense sword in the second sword's grasp, the disciples need not fear being separated, as the familiar sensation of spatial transition enveloped them. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli were the first to arrive back at the renowned sword manor. Following them, Second Yinming and many other disciples returned one by one. Finally, the second sword, wielding the heaven's intense sword, appeared in midair and gracefully descended. Sword child, follow me, Second Yinming said with a serious expression, gesturing for the second sword to accompany him. The second sword nodded but first approached Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli. Thank you both for your assistance. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Xiao Yueshi who spoke. Sister Sword, did you not notice something unusual about yourself? Unusual? The second sword's brows furrowed in confusion. Seeing her perplexity, Xiao Yueshi pointed to the second sword's forehead, saying, There is something amiss here. The second sword raised the heaven's intense sword, using its blade as a mirror, and immediately saw the blood-red character for slave glaring back at her from her forehead. The second sword, whose beauty had rivaled that of Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, was further enhanced by her innate sword immortal aura. Yet now, with the addition of this character, her visage was marred. As she gazed at the character on her forehead, she was momentarily taken aback and instinctively rubbed her forehead. Only then did she comprehend why the disciples of the renowned sword manor had reacted so dramatically upon seeing her appearance. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli regarded the second sword with expressions of concern. They were somewhat apprehensive, fearing that the second sword might not withstand the blow. It is worth noting that when Shen Liuli's mental state collapsed, the agony was not merely periodic, but also resulted in the utter ruin of her beauty. Now, the second sword faced a similar fate. However, a surprising scene unfolded before them. Though the second sword gently touched her forehead with a hint of regret, she soon broke into a smile, exclaiming, Is this the cost of recognizing the Destiny Sword? It is merely an additional character. Such a price is insignificant. My heart is sincere towards the way of the sword, and even if my beauty is destroyed, it bears no impact on me. Observing the carefree demeanor of the second sword, Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but give her a thumbs up, saying, Sister Sword, we cannot compare to you. Just as the second sword was about to continue conversing with Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, her father, Second Yongming, approached with an anxious expression, indicating that he could no longer wait. With a serious demeanor, he said, Sword, come with me to the ancestral hall. I have important matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing the words ancestral hall, the second sword's expression turned solemn. The ancestral hall of Mingjian Villa was the most significant place within the estate, and now that second Yangming wished to take her there, it was undoubtedly a matter of great importance. Chapter 59. Face and substance. As they entered the ancestral hall, the second sword followed closely behind second Yangming. This sacred space was dedicated to the ancestors of Mingjian Villa, with countless tablets almost impossible to count. Upon entering, second Yangming did not speak immediately. Instead, he lit several incense sticks to pay homage to their forebears. The second sword quietly observed the proceedings, fully aware that the reason for being summoned here was undoubtedly related to the Destiny's sword she had just acquired. She had been groomed as the heir to Mingjian Villa since childhood, and now, wielding the Destiny's sword, her status within the estate would surely be elevated. Once second Yangming finished paying respects, he turned with a grave expression and addressed the second sword. My daughter, now that we are alone, tell me honestly, can the character on your forehead be removed? The second sword was taken aback that her father did not mention the Destiny's sword, but instead inquired about the character. She shook her head, frowning slightly. There is no way to remove it, unless I completely abandoned the Destiny's sword. This is the price I pay for wielding it. Upon seeing the character slave on her forehead earlier, she had attempted to dissolve it, but the outcome was disappointing. This character was not only inscribed in her flesh, but also marked upon her very soul. The power of the Destiny's sword was even greater than she had anticipated, especially in terms of its invasive influence on her consciousness. Upon hearing that the character could not be removed, second Yangming's expression darkened. How could this be? How could this be? After several sighs, he regained his composure and looked at the second sword. Daughter, are you willing to sacrifice and dedicate yourself to Mingjian Villa? The second sword furrowed her brows and replied, of course. In her heart, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship was paramount. Yet the significance of Mingjian Villa held great weight as well. In her previous life, after becoming the 7 absolute fairy, she elevated the prestige of Mingjian Villa to unprecedented heights, transforming it into a revered sanctuary for all sword cultivators. Everyone within the villa, including her father, beamed with pride when speaking of her. The second sword's response garnered a nod of approval from second Yangming, yet his tone turned somber as he continued. As a family with a long-standing lineage of cultivation like ours, we require individuals to uphold our reputation, to bring honor to the villa, as well as those who serve quietly in the background, safeguarding the villa without seeking recognition. The second sword initially believed her father was imparting wisdom on how to manage Mingjian Villa. However, the deeper she listened, the more she felt something was amiss. Ultimately, she furrowed her brows and asked, Father, what do you mean by this? Second Yangming remained silent for a moment, fixing his gaze on the character slave on the second sword's forehead for an extended period before sighing in resignation. As long as this character exists, you can only serve as the hidden protector of Mingjian Villa. The public face of the villa will be represented by another. The second sword trembled, incredulous as she looked at second Yangming. After a moment, she slowly said, Father, do you mean to expel me from Mingjian Villa? Expulsion is not necessary. Second Yangming's expression grew increasingly somber as he replied. However, it would be best if you refrain from going out in the future. Remain within the villa to cultivate. Even if you must go out, wear a mask and refrain from revealing your identity as the heir of Mingjian Villa. The second sword's lips curled into a cold smile. All because of this character on my forehead? Second Yangming nodded. Yes, precisely because of this character. The second sword stared intently at second Yangming, scoffing, Father, how could you be so mundane? Have you forgotten that you taught us to respect strength above all else? That the mastery of the sword is of utmost importance? If confronted with injustice, a single strike will suffice. Moreover, I merely bear an additional character. Compared to the great sword slave of the past, what does this even signify? The legendary sword slave was renowned for sacrificing everything to the way of the sword, even changing his own name to sword slave. Second Yangming could discern the dissatisfaction brewing within the second sword, yet he could only shake his head in resignation. His voice low, You are my daughter. Do I wish for this? But given your current appearance, even if you become an unparalleled sword immortal, others may not dare to speak ill of you in your presence. Yet behind your back, they will surely refer to you as sword slave, and even call our villa sword slave villa or slave villa. We have seen the consequences of this before. Second Yangming's agitation grew as he continued, gesturing towards the countless tablets within the ancestral hall. I taught you to learn from the dedication of the sword slave, not to fall into madness. That esteemed sword slave was indeed the strongest sword immortal in our history, but he also represents a dark chapter for Mingjian Villa. Because of him, we have been labeled sword slave villa by countless people, and even now, his name is unworthy of entering the ancestral hall. The second sword was momentarily stunned. Typically, they had only heard of the loyalty of the sword slave to the way of the sword. But this was the first time she had encountered such content. Moreover, without needing verification, she could surmise that Second Yangming's words were indeed true. Seeing the second sword fall into silence, Second Yangming sighed and continued, "Daughter, now that you wield the destiny sword, your future is boundless. If you can remove the character from your forehead, you will still be the most radiant sword immortal of Mingjian Villa. No, the entire Lingxian continent. Therefore, for the time being, you must not go out. Retreat to the sword cliff and cultivate in seclusion to eliminate this character. Otherwise, no matter how strong you become, you will only remain the hidden protector of Mingjian Villa." The sword cliff was a forbidden zone within Mingjian Villa, where no one dared to tread freely. Given the second sword's current condition, retreating to the sword cliff for seclusion was the best course of action. Although the second sword felt a tinge of resentment, she could only nod and reply, "Very well, I shall go to the sword cliff." However, the second sword suddenly raised her head and added, "I hope my two friends can accompany me to the sword cliff." The two friends she referred to were, of course, Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli. The sword cliff was a forbidden area of Mingjian Villa, where outsiders were strictly prohibited. Yet, seeing the determined expression on the second sword's face, Second Yangming could only sigh and say, "I will find a way to permit them to accompany you." Chapter 60. Destined for loneliness, the second sword stood expressionless within the sword pavilion cliff. The incessant gale surrounding her felt akin to a barrage of sharp blades piercing her skin, causing a faint ache. Yet, she remained indifferent, her demeanor cold and detached. After a considerable wait, two figures finally entered the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli. They had initially planned to leave Mingjian Villa promptly, but before they could depart, they were invited by the second renowned to stay. Although the second renowned spoke in a rather cryptic manner, Xiao Yueshi and her companion discerned the underlying meaning. The character inscribed on her forehead indicated that the second sword was not in an enviable position. The second renowned wished for them to assist in comforting and persuading the second sword. Thus, the two remained, discreetly ushered into the sword pavilion cliff. Upon entering, they soon beheld the second sword standing proudly before them, wielding the celestial intense sword, her presence more striking than ever, save for the glaring character of slave on her forehead. "Sister sword," Xiao Yueshi called as they approached. Noticing their approach, the second sword finally displayed a hint of a smile, saying, "Sisters, I took the liberty of bringing you to this place. I hope you do not hold it against me." "Of course not. We are indifferent to our whereabouts," they replied in unison, shaking their heads. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Liuli spoke softly, "Sister sword, that character on your forehead could easily be concealed with a hat or scarf, rendering it invisible." The second sword's smile vanished instantly, and with a cold snort, she retorted, "Having made my choice, I shall not regret it. It is merely a character. I will not be troubled by it. If I were to don a hat or scarf to hide it, I would be unable to confront my own flaws, let alone aspire to master the sword path to its zenith." Even now, the second sword's resolve remained steadfast, filling Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli with a mix of admiration and concern. Shin Liuli nodded slightly, preparing to speak, only to be struck by a sudden pallor, her body trembling violently. Observing her distress, Xiao Yueshi's countenance changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh no, Liuli's ailment is flaring up again." She hurried to support Shin Liuli, but in her anxiety, she felt utterly helpless. Having spent much time together, they had tried countless methods to suppress Shin Liuli's affliction, all to no avail. The second sword, witnessing Shin Liuli's sudden deterioration, was equally astonished. Although she had heard of Shin Liuli's plight from both her and Xiao Yueshi, seeing it firsthand was still shocking. In a previous life, Shin Liuli, despite being the weakest among the 7 exquisite fairies, was still a powerful immortal, blessed with stunning beauty and a vivacious personality, liked by all who encountered her. Yet now, she lay on the ground, her face contorted in agony, resembling a dying patient. "I shall try to heal you, Liuli," the second sword declared after a brief pause, stepping forward to aid her. However, Shin Liuli gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she stood upright. "No, do not approach me. The toxins within me may erupt at any moment. Allow me to be alone for now. And if you sense any poisonous substances nearby, stay far away." With gritted determination, Shin Liuli retreated deeper into the sword pavilion cliff. The second sword and Xiao Yueshi watched Shin Liuli's solitary figure retreat, a profound sense of sorrow washing over them, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox, particularly for Xiao Yueshi. Like Xun Liuli, if no one intervened to alter her destiny, she too was destined to a life of solitude. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yueshi shook her head and addressed the second sword. Sister Sword, I too cannot remain with you for long. However, I will stay here. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon us. With that, Xiao Yueshi chose a direction and ventured deeper into the sword pavilion cliff, leaving the second sword alone. Watching their retreating figures, her expression grew increasingly somber. Initially, she had dismissed the words spoken by Lin Yang in her previous life. Yet, witnessing Xun Liuli's torment now brought those words forcefully back to her mind. You are infatuated with the sword, and in time, you will be controlled by it, becoming a puppet of the blade, a legendary sword demon. This phrase echoed repeatedly in the second sword's thoughts until she forcibly expelled it. My heart is like a sword, impervious to all evils. As long as I remain steadfast, no external entity shall sway me, nor shall I succumb to demonhood. Shaking her head, the second sword grasped the celestial intense sword and proceeded into the depths of the sword pavilion cliff. Unlike Xun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, she possessed a profound understanding of the pavilion's layout. After a few steps, she turned and entered a cave within the cliff wall. This cave had been carved out by the esteemed ancestors of Mingjian Villa during their seclusion in the sword pavilion cliff. Its walls adorned with myriad insights on swordsmanship left behind by those predecessors. As she entered the cave, the walls revealed numerous sword techniques. Yet, these techniques failed to capture her interest. She perused them casually, advancing deeper. The further she ventured, the more intricate the sword techniques became, some even sparking enlightenment within her. Occasionally, she would pause before a particular mural of sword techniques, reflecting upon its intricacies. In her previous visits, she had only managed to reach this point. The deeper techniques had eluded her comprehension. However, now with the celestial intense sword in hand, her understanding of swordsmanship had exponentially increased. She continued forward, soon reaching the depths of the cave, where the sword techniques were even more profound and complex. To her astonishment, most of the techniques seemed to have been inscribed by a single individual. This must have been left by a formidable sword immortal from Mingjian Villa, she mused, excitement illuminating her face. These intricate techniques demanded careful contemplation, even for her, who now wielded the celestial intense sword. She gazed intently at the wall, absorbing each technique. When her eyes fell upon the name inscribed at the bottom of the techniques, they widened in disbelief. Chapter 61, I am you. Beneath the techniques, not just a name was inscribed, but a lengthy passage. I began practicing the sword at the age of 3, entered the innate realm at 7, condensed my spirit body at 15, and was hailed as the most gifted swordsman of my generation in Mingjian Villa. At 16, I roamed the world with my sword, punishing evil, and encountered my one true love. At 18, I returned to Mingjian Villa to attempt the refinement of the celestial intense sword, only to discover that it required a tranquil sword body. Yet I have no regrets. Beneath the phrase "no regrets," many subsequent lines had been deliberately defaced, leaving behind a chaotic array of sword scars. Following these scars down to the very bottom, she finally found another line. I, the second renowned sword, from this day forth abandon the name of the second renowned sword, renaming myself Sword Servant, to serve the sword path for life, pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Sword Servant? The final name nearly rendered the second sword incredulous, her eyes widening in shock. She could never have anticipated this revelation. Carved into these many inscriptions is none other than the most formidable sword servant among the generations of sword immortals from the Mingjian Villa. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, she regained her composure. Upon reflection, everything seemed quite normal. That sword servant possessed astounding swordsmanship, which is why so many exquisite techniques were left behind in this place. What surprised her was that the name of the sword servant bore a striking resemblance to her own, differing by merely one character. The second sword mused silently. According to the inscriptions, this sword servant was originally named Second Mingjian, and her current name, Second Sword, indeed differed by just one character. Moreover, their life experiences were remarkably similar. As she gazed at the characters before her, it felt as though she was looking at herself. She too was gifted. She began practicing the sword at the age of 3, entered the spiritual body realm at 7, left Mingjian Villa for travels at 16, and subsequently met Lin Yang, losing her serene sword body. However, that was an affair of her past life. Now reborn, everything had begun anew. She had not only avoided those past tribulations, but also grasped the sword of destiny in her hands. Merely this fact already placed her far beyond the accomplishments of that sword servant. After observing the inscriptions for a moment, The second sword slowly shook her head. She could discern that something significant must have transpired in that sword servant's life, compelling her to abandon her original name in favor of the title sword servant. Yet, these accounts had been deliberately destroyed, leaving the second sword unable to ascertain what truly occurred. Nevertheless, she held little interest in uncovering these mysteries. Her purpose in coming to the Sword Pavilion Cliff was twofold: to meditate upon her swordsmanship and to attempt to eradicate the character servant from her visage. Thus, after thoroughly examining the inscriptions, she sought to venture deeper into the cave to discover what other exquisite sword techniques lay hidden within. She had previously entered this cave, but at that time her swordsmanship was insufficient, and the mere techniques inscribed on the exterior had left her enraptured, preventing her from delving further. Now, it was her first time advancing so deep. However, just as she prepared to step forward, a barrage of fierce sword energy shot forth from the surrounding walls, obstructing her passage. Had it not been for the Sword of Destiny in her grasp, which instinctively released its own sword energy to counter the onslaught, she would have likely sustained grave injuries. It was no wonder this place appeared deserted. The walls were imbued with formidable sword energy. Previously, this energy had been suppressed by her Sword of Destiny, but now it was too potent to be contained. The second sword surveyed her surroundings, a look of realization dawning upon her. After all, this was a forbidden area of the Mingjian Villa, and such protective measures were entirely unsurprising. If she exerted herself fully with the Sword of Destiny, she might still advance a little further. Yet, she felt no necessity to do so. The sword techniques inscribed around her had already proved immensely beneficial. While deeper techniques might be even more exquisite and powerful, they were not practical for her current state. Therefore, the second sword planted her Sword of Destiny beside her to fend off the surrounding sword energy, and she settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on the surrounding sword techniques, beginning her contemplation. In a shadowy cave, the second sword sat in meditation. Yet her mind was occupied with the principles she sought to merge with. While others might hesitate for a long time during this process, it posed no dilemma for her. Whether in her past life or this, she had but one aspiration: to merge with the path of the sword. Moreover, the sword principles were the ones most compatible with her own. After assimilating the rules of the sword, she would truly embark upon the path of a sword immortal. A naturally gifted sword immortal, and now to merge with the path of the sword. Indeed, the inheritor of the Mingjian Villa's current generation was truly remarkable. Just as the second sword was deeply immersed in her thoughts about her sword path, a piercingly clear voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Accompanying this voice, a vague figure began to materialize from the wall before her. "Who goes there?" The second sword sprang to her feet, grasping the Sword of Destiny in her hand. This was indeed the true forbidden ground of the Mingjian Villa. Even Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could only roam the periphery of the Sword Pavilion Cliff. Yet this figure had silently infiltrated the depths. This naturally put the second sword on high alert. However, in response to her admonition, the mysterious figure merely emitted a series of eerie chuckles. "You ask who I am? I am you." Chapter 62. The Curse of the Sword Servant. Humph. What trickery is this? The second sword scoffed, disdain etched across her face. With a swift motion, she unleashed a fierce sword energy from the Sword of Destiny towards the shadowy figure. As a peak practitioner of the spiritual body realm, she certainly would not believe in the supernatural. Yet to her astonishment, the sword energy she unleashed merely rippled through the shadow as if a stone had been cast into water, creating concentric waves before vanishing entirely. What left her even more horrified was that the shadowy figure finally began to reveal its form. The first thing to emerge was a face that sent chills down her spine. Just a glance at this face was enough to instill a sense of dread, for it was strikingly unique. Judging by its contours, the figure appeared to be a remarkably beautiful woman, her eyes, eyebrows, and lips captivating. Yet, her face was marred by countless inscriptions of the character servant, etched in a deep crimson hue, layered upon one another, rendering her visage akin to a ghastly mask. As she beheld this terrifying countenance, the second sword instinctively recalled the character on her own forehead. While the additional character on her forehead was not overly significant, she could easily conceal it with a headscarf or hat if she wished. However, the face that had emerged from the shadows would likely defy even a complete mask in concealing its multitude of disfiguring marks. Noticing the look of horror on the second sword's face, the shadowy figure seemed to revel in her dismay, a sinister smile creeping across its ghastly features. "So, what do you think? Am I not you?" The second sword brandished the Sword of Destiny before her, furrowing her brow. "Who exactly are you? If you continue to feign such supernatural prowess, my sword shall show no mercy." TSK, TSK. In response to the intimidation from the second sword, the shadow opposite appeared entirely unfazed, instead fixating on the celestial sword in the second sword's grasp, emitting a series of eerie laughs. The celestial sword, truly formidable. You do not presume to think you are the first to subdue it, do you? The second sword, taken aback, furrowed her brow and inquired. What do you mean by that? The celestial sword has resided in the renowned sword manor for over 10 millennia, and according to its records, no one has ever claimed it as their own. Yet the shadow's words insinuated that the celestial sword had previously had a master. The shadow leaned closer, its terrifying visage grinning. Is my meaning not clear? You are merely the second master of the celestial sword. I, the sword slave, am its first master. Boom! The shadow's declaration sent a tremor through the second sword, her expression transforming into one of incredulity. You are the sword slave of legend? However, she quickly shook her head in denial. Impossible. Do not spout nonsense. The sword slave perished millennia ago. Such records are well documented in the sword manor. Upon hearing this, the shadow's face revealed a hint of sorrow. Has it truly been thousands of years? After a moment of melancholy, the shadow's demeanor shifted to one of agitation. The people of the sword manor are becoming increasingly inept. After so many years, they could only produce one genius capable of inheriting the celestial sword. As it spoke, the shadow scrutinized the second sword from head to toe, particularly fixating on the character for slave etched on her forehead, prompting further grotesque laughter. The second sword, feeling the intensity of its gaze, could no longer contain her anger and shouted, "Who are you to speak such nonsense before me?" The shadow, still chuckling, replied, "Whether you believe me or not is immaterial. But heed well my next words. Inheriting the celestial sword should not require servitude. The reason you are facing such a fate is due to my interference. The mark upon your forehead is merely the beginning. Soon, you shall become as horrifying as I." Initially, the second sword harbored doubts about the shadow's words, but the latter statement filled her with dread. She pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship and had little concern for her appearance. However, she certainly did not wish to transform into the grotesque figure before her. While the single character for slave on her forehead was tolerable, the thought of becoming like the shadow sent shivers down her spine. Clenching the celestial sword tightly, the second sword grit her teeth and asked, "Why are you doing this?" "Why? It is for vengeance," the shadow replied with a sinister grin. "Once, I was the most illustrious sword immortal of the sword manor, and the entire manor took pride in me. However, due to a tragic incident, I became this way, and everyone regarded me as a ghost. Those who once praised me began to mock me in secret. Even my parents cast me aside, confining me within the sword pavilion cliff for life." Recalling the past, the shadow's smile grew increasingly ferocious, and it fixed its gaze on the second sword. "Thus, I seek vengeance. I want the people of the sword manor to experience the despair I once felt. Each individual who qualifies to inherit the celestial sword must be the finest talent of their generation. Therefore, I tampered with the celestial sword to ensure that these talents become like me, transforming every finest genius of the sword manor into my sword slaves. Just imagining such a scene is delightful. Ha ha ha." The shadow's derisive laughter echoed throughout the cave. The second sword furrowed her brows, sensing the shadow's spirit had become utterly twisted. Gazing at the shadow, the second sword slightly bowed. "If you truly are the sword slave of legend, I must pay my respects." However, she shifted her tone. "The sword slave is long since past, and what remains is merely a lingering obsession. I advise you to let go of these attachments when the time comes." "Let go?" The shadow's voice turned sharp. "Your words are so easily spoken. It seems you have been well protected, never experiencing darkness or the treachery of the human heart. Do not worry. You will soon understand, ha ha ha." As the shadow's sinister laughter filled the air, the second sword suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her face. She raised the celestial sword before her, using its blade as a mirror. To her horror, she discovered that her fair and delicate visage was now marred by writhing forms, coalescing into two clearly visible characters for slave. Originally, there was but a single blood-colored character on her forehead, small and minimally impactful. However, these new additions were grotesque and ugly, as if they had carved deep gashes into her face, positioned upon the most tender areas. With the emergence of these two characters, one side of her face appeared exceedingly hideous. Although she prided herself on caring little for her looks, witnessing her disfigured reflection through the blade made her gasp in shock. Noticing the change in the second sword's expression, the shadow grew increasingly excited. "This is just the beginning. You will inevitably become like me. At that time, we shall be the same." So, are you me? And am I you? The second sword furrowed her brow, gazing up at the shadow. While uncertain about the truth of the shadow's claims, she at least recognized one undeniable fact. The shadow before her was undoubtedly a madman, a being utterly consumed by despair. You claim these marks upon my face are your doing, correct? The second sword fixed her gaze on the shadow, her voice cold. In that case, killing you will surely make them vanish. With a swift motion, the celestial sword gleamed brightly, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, hurtling towards the shadow. The shadow did not flinch or evade, maintaining its eerie smile as it confronted the oncoming wave of energy. Though the shadow was peculiar, the power it harbored was not particularly formidable. As the sword energy enveloped it, its form was swiftly torn apart, dissolving into nothingness. Seeing the shadow so easily vanquished, the second sword felt no relief. The shadow was far too strange, neither resembling a living creature nor a spirit. Eliminating such an anomalous entity would be no simple feat. Indeed, just as the second sword remained alert, the shadow's voice echoed in her mind. Ha ha ha, little girl, from the moment you chose to wield the celestial sword, we became one. If you wish to slay me, you must first slay yourself. Otherwise, do you think I would say we are one and the same? The sudden intrusion of the voice into her thoughts caused the second sword's expression to shift dramatically. She had no desire to engage in further conversation and immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on sensing her own condition. Sword sister, may I request an audience? At the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stood at the outermost edge, employing secret techniques to send a message to the second sword deep within the sword pavilion cliff. The two individuals possessed unique physiques and, not being affiliated with the renowned sword manor, consciously refrained from recklessly intruding, remaining in the outermost region of the sword cliff. Their presence here was prompted by the fact that the second sword had not made an appearance for over 2 months. It was noteworthy that during their initial days within the sword cliff, the second sword would regularly appear every few days. However, this absence for an entire month had caused concern for both Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli. After deliberation, they decided to come here to call for her. As they summoned her, the figure of the second sword gradually emerged from a cave imbued with sword energy. Upon catching sight of her, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces lit up with joy. Yet, as they raised their hands to greet her, they were taken aback by her current appearance. Sister Sword, what has happened to you? Their voices trembled with concern. The once spirited visage of the second sword now bore numerous crimson characters that resembled scars, rendering her countenance both grotesque and terrifying. The reaction of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli prompted the second sword to furrow her brow and respond, "It's nothing. These marks on my face are merely the result of an accident during my training. They will soon vanish." The exchange between the two friends revealed their profound worry, and they found it difficult to believe her reassurances. They had witnessed her transformation into this state, and the removal of the initial character on her forehead had proven challenging. Sighing softly, Xiao Yueshi urged, "Sister Sword, you should confide in us about your current situation. Perhaps we could devise a way to help you cleanse those marks." "There's no need," the second sword insisted, shaking her head resolutely. "If I say I can remove these marks, I will certainly do so. I'll be back shortly." With that, she transformed into a beam of sword light and shot out from the sword cliff. Although Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli were filled with anxiety, they could only watch as she vanished from sight. Once outside the sword cliff, a flicker of unusual light crossed the second swordess eyes, and she coldly muttered, "Let our wager commence. Indeed, according to our agreement, if you can find someone in this world who does not disdain your current appearance, I shall concede and assist in removing these marks from your face." A voice echoed in her mind, one only she could hear. The reason for her absence over the past 2 months was her relentless effort to expel the dark shadow within her. Yet after 2 months of futile struggle, she had to concede that she lacked the power to banish it. As the shadow had indicated from the onset, upon her grasp of the celestial intense sword, they had become irrevocably intertwined. Thus, the second sword had lowered her expectations and entered into genuine dialogue with the shadow. The outcome of that discourse was the current wager. Should she find someone who does not care about her appearance, the shadow would concede, depart her body, and assist in erasing the marks. However, this was contingent on the person being someone she had previously known, as randomly selecting someone would not suffice. A blind person, for instance, would not truly acknowledge her. Standing outside the sword cliff, the second sword gazed into the distance, her face adorned with confidence. "This wager, you are bound to lose." "Naturally," the shadow retorted. "You may have once been called a fairy, but now you are but a specter. Do you truly believe you are guaranteed to win?" As the thought crossed the second sword's mind, The shadow's voice echoed once more, prompting her to frown. The shadow, now merged with her, could sense many of her thoughts, leaving her with a feeling of vulnerability. Fortunately, the shadow could only perceive certain aspects, such as past memories. Otherwise, her profound secret of rebirth might have been exposed. With her brow slightly unfurrowed, the second sword calmly replied, "If you were to wager on anything else, perhaps I might hesitate. But wagering on my appearance? That is where my victory is assured." Looking into the distance, she declared confidently, "We are neither ordinary beings. Mortals may judge one by appearance alone, but we are cultivators. In our realm, countless extraordinary individuals exist. Even if I bear these marks, what does it matter? Even if my visage were to be utterly marred, it would not alter my essence as a cultivator." Her eloquent words rendered the shadow momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke again. "I advise you not to be so self-assured. You see those peculiar-looking cultivators still alive, yet you are unaware of the scars on their hearts. They survive merely by hiding in darkness, whereas you have always dwelled in light. Now that you have fallen into darkness, your suffering may surpass theirs. Let us wait and see." The second sword retorted with a dismissive smile. Clearly, neither could persuade the other. With a leap, she surged forth, unleashing powerful sword light that rent the fabric of space as she sped away. With the celestial intent sword in hand, her cultivation had multiplied, and her speed had increased dramatically. Her quest was to seek out like-minded friends, those who shared her passions and had never been concerned with their identities. They had always interacted while masked, disregarding each other's true appearance, thus forming bonds based on mutual interests. In this context, the second sword was confident that regardless of her changed visage, their attitudes towards her would remain unaltered. It was this belief in her friends that fueled her confidence in the wager. As she traversed the skies, she suddenly spotted a group of ruthless bandits surrounding a group of travelers, mercilessly attacking them. Several brave souls had already fallen to their blades, blood dripping from the weapons. Some attractive women were being dragged away, their fates ominous. Witnessing such a scene, the second sword's expression darkened. She harbored a deep-seated aversion to such malevolence. Her sword light flickered, and she abruptly changed course, descending toward the chaos. Before she even touched the ground, the potent sword light enveloped the marauders, piercing through them. "Fear not, these bandits are no more. You are safe now," she proclaimed as she gracefully landed before the onlookers. Acts of chivalry were not foreign to her. She would never allow a villain to escape unpunished. The pedestrians, who moments ago trembled in fear from the ferocious bandits, were now struck with sheer terror upon witnessing the demise of the very villains that had menaced them. Fortunately, the timely sound of the second sword alleviated much of their dread. Among them, a bold elder gazed up with profound gratitude at the second sword, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lady." The sentence remained unfinished, as the elder was startled by the visage of the second sword, marred with crimson streaks, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. This reaction darkened the second sword's expression. In her haste to rescue, she had instinctively struck down the foes, completely oblivious to her own appearance at that moment. As she surveyed the crowd she had saved, she noticed their peculiar and somewhat fearful glances directed towards her. The second sword then retrieved a mask, concealing her face. The elder, realizing his earlier faux pas and fearing the ire of the second sword, quickly donned a sheepish smile. Kneeling before her and bowing repeatedly, "Thank you, valiant heroine, for saving our lives." The surrounding crowd hastened to follow the elder's lead, bowing in gratitude. Had it not been for the second sword, they surely would have perished. Their gratitude was sincere, yet the memory of her fearsome visage lingered, instilling a sense of trepidation that kept them at bay. The second sword regarded the crowd, her masked face betraying a hint of exasperation. In the past, after her acts of valor, those she had saved would often express their heartfelt thanks, hailing her as a celestial being or a divine savior. Yet now, the celestial and divine had vanished, leaving only a mere heroine. Though the distinction was subtle, it weighed heavily on her heart, as she sensed that the individuals she had rescued were not as unreserved in their trust as before. Even the elder, kneeling before her, emanated an air of wariness and distance. Upon ensuring the safety of the rescued individuals, the second sword resumed her journey. No sooner had she soared into the sky than the voice of the shadow echoed in her mind. The shadow's reference to the difference in attitudes was unmistakable. It alluded to the stark contrast between her past and present interactions with those she had saved. These mere mortals, lacking in fortitude, often judged good and evil by appearances, a phenomenon not difficult to comprehend. The second sword shook her head. While she felt discomfort at their reactions, she understood their perspective. If she were to face a breathtakingly beautiful woman and a disfigured individual simultaneously, she too would instinctively gravitate towards the former. It is human nature to appreciate beauty. Immortals, in particular, exhibit this inclination. Yet, she remained confident that her kindred spirits among the practitioners would not harbor such superficial judgments. Chapter 65. This wager is mine to win. The second sword did not remove her mask as she navigated the light of her sword, ultimately landing atop a uniquely shaped mountain. This mountain was square and appeared as though it had been meticulously sliced by a blade, its surfaces smooth as a mirror. Boasting an impressive height, only practitioners could ascend here. Common folk would struggle to reach such heights, even with the best of tools. Atop this mountain, there lay a tranquil and elegant courtyard. Flanking the entrance were two couplets, one reading Faceless Man and the other Nameless One. As the second sword alighted at the courtyard entrance, the Shadow's voice resonated within her mind. Is the Faceless Man and the Nameless One your trump card to defeat me? What? Do you wish to retract your words? The second sword inquired, her expression tightening. The reason for her unhesitating acceptance of the Shadow's wager lay in the courtyard before her. This sanctuary had been constructed by her and her like-minded companions. The couplets hanging at either side reflected their group's ethos, Faceless Man and Nameless One, signifying their disregard for names and appearances, instead valuing shared interests and temperaments. For years, they had adhered to this principle in their friendships. Even in her previous life, it was only after she met Lin Yang that she gradually distanced herself from these faceless friends. Thus, the second sword felt assured that even if she revealed her true self, her faceless companions would remain unfazed. Upon hearing the second sword's retort, the Shadow chuckled darkly. Of course not. I would not be so careless before someone of your stature. However, the so-called Faceless Man and Nameless One before you seem to me like mere children playing house. If you genuinely aspired to be faceless and nameless, wouldn't it be wiser to reside in a secluded place rather than forming this laughable little group? The second sword furrowed her brow. She intended to counter the Shadow's remarks, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately shaking her head. Just wait and see. Quickly stepping into the courtyard, the second sword approached the stone platform at its center and unleashed a surge of sword energy into it. This platform was designed as a communication array. Whenever any member arrived here and activated the array, it would summon other faceless individuals. As anticipated, shortly after the second sword activated the stone platform, three figures emerged from various directions, converging upon the courtyard. Though they concealed their features with masks, the second sword could discern their identities through their auras, recognizing the two men and one woman as her closest allies within their organization. "Huh, it's the first time you've summoned us, Sword Master," one of the men exclaimed. "Indeed, we haven't seen you in ages. You've missed our last few gatherings." The other added, "Sword Master, is there some injustice you wish us to address together?" The woman inquired, her voice warm and inviting. As the three faceless individuals landed, they greeted the second sword with smiles. Despite their concealed faces and hidden names, each bore a codename. The second sword was known as Sword Master, while the two male practitioners were called Blade Master and Righteous Man, with the female practitioner named Foxtail. The second sword, also masked, replied gently, "I've encountered some matters lately that prevented me from attending our gatherings. However, I have summoned you today to confide in you about something significant." The Blade Master immediately encouraged, "Sword Master, speak freely. There is no need for hesitation among us." Righteous Man and Foxtail nodded in agreement. The second sword's gaze swept over her comrades before she spoke deliberately. "In the past, I have never revealed my true form to you, but today, I wish for you to see my genuine visage." Upon hearing her words, curiosity sparked in the eyes of her companions. Foxtail, the only woman among them, giggled, "Sword Master, your demeanor suggests an extraordinary presence. I can only imagine your beauty. It would be our honor to witness your true self." Righteous Man scratched his head. "But Sword Master, wouldn't this breach our ethos as faceless individuals?" When they initially formed their group, they had agreed not to unveil their true appearances or reveal their names. Now, the second sword's decision to reveal her appearance indeed contravenes the established rules. The swordsman chuckled and shook his head, saying, "At present, there are only the four of us here. Even if the swordsman were to expose her true visage, it would bear little consequence, as long as we refrain from disseminating her identity." The Righteous Man appeared persuaded, nodding in agreement. As he observed the three gazes fixed upon him, the second sword finally reached up to grasp the mask upon her face, gradually peeling it away. Simultaneously, She fixed her unwavering gaze upon the three before her. For these three friends were pivotal to the outcome of her wager with the shadow. Thus, even the second sword felt a peculiar tension within her. However, to her relief, as her true features slowly emerged, the expressions of the three remained largely unchanged, even upon witnessing her current grotesque visage. Once the mask was fully removed, the second sword calmly inquired, "What do you think? Am I not a disappointment? Not what you had envisioned?" The foxtail shook her head, laughing lightly as she replied, "How could you say that, dear sister swordsman? As faceless ones, we truly care not for our appearances. Regardless of how much your visage may have altered, you will always remain our beloved swordsman." The righteous man promptly concurred, adding, "Foxtail speaks wisely. As cultivators, we prioritize our practice above all else. Appearances are merely superficial and of little significance." The swordsman shook his head in silence. Yet, even the words of Foxtail and the righteous man sufficed to alleviate her concerns. The second sword smiled at her three companions and said, "I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave immediately. In a few days, I shall invite you all for a journey." With that, the second sword soared into the sky, riding the light of her sword. Before she had distanced herself from the stone mountain, she eagerly summoned the shadow from her consciousness. "Did you witness what transpired? Ultimately, this wager is mine to claim." Chapter 66. A Preference for Beauty. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? The voice of the shadow followed closely behind the second swords, unmistakably laced with mockery. This incited a flicker of anger within the second sword as she retorted, "If you wish to go back on your word, simply state it plainly. There is no need for such convoluted antics." The shadow chuckled coldly, saying, "Oh, naive girl, you are far too innocent. These so-called cultivators are the most hypocritical bunch. One may know their face, but never their heart. They may appear amicable on the surface, yet what they conceal is beyond your imagination." The second sword furrowed her brow, asking, "Are you suggesting I spy on the swordsman and the others?" The shadow sneered, "If you lack the courage, then so be it." The second sword straightened her posture, declaring, "What is there to fear? The swordsman and the righteous man are my closest friends among the faceless ones, and Foxtail, being a woman of similar aspirations and interests, is someone who truly understands me. Thus, I have great confidence in them." As she spoke, the second sword concealed her sword aura entirely and employed a technique of invisibility. In her previous life, she had ascended to the realm of immortals, and now, utilizing such a minor trick, even beings of higher cultivation would find it challenging to detect her presence. Once concealed, she abruptly retraced her steps, returning to the stone mountain. Before she could land, she overheard the voices of the swordsman and the others. "Ha! Swordsman, righteous man, are you both regretting your decisions to the point of tears? Foxtail, what nonsense are you spouting? This has nothing to do with us." "How could it not? Remember when you first encountered the swordsman? You didn't even know what she looked like, yet you were all captivated by her aura. Righteous man, you feigned indifference, circling around her daily, trying to catch her attention, and thought no one noticed. And you, swordsman, even adopted a similar name to hers. Your intentions were practically written on your face." Indeed, the swordsman's aura was unique, leading many to perceive her as an ethereal beauty. Who could have foreseen that she would turn out to be Sai? Yes, I too never imagined the swordsman's true appearance would be such. Had I known, I would never have joined these so-called faceless ones. The second sword, concealed in the air, observed the lamenting swordsman and righteous man below, feeling increasingly numb. Their earlier nonchalance had concealed such despair. However, what shocked her most was Foxtail. Even from behind her mask, she could easily surmise that Foxtail's expression beneath was likely one of schadenfreude. Especially upon witnessing the dejected faces of the swordsman and righteous man, Foxtail's voice rang out with pride. "I have always found the swordsman insufferable. She believes her aura is superior, constantly directing us as if I were her subordinate. Once I reveal her true visage to others, let us see who among the faceless ones will still flock to her." These words ignited a fire of anger within the second sword. Indeed, her aura was aloof, unmistakable to any observer, and her beauty was beyond reproach. Coupled with her unique pride, she had drawn many admirers. Even Foxtail had once been among them, calling her sister swordsman daily. Yet, the second sword had never underestimated anyone, especially not Foxtail, whom she had always regarded as a confidant. The revelation that this supposed confidant harbored such sentiments toward her was an unexpected blow. Enraged, the second sword almost revealed herself to confront Foxtail, but ultimately she swallowed her indignation. Engaging in further debate with Foxtail would serve no purpose now. More critically, It seemed she had indeed lost the wager with the shadow. Unless she could find someone entirely indifferent to her appearance, she would not prevail against the shadow. Yet, with her companions displaying such attitudes, she could hardly fathom who might not care about her looks. The shadow's voice echoed once more in her mind. Naive girl, do you now perceive the treachery of human hearts? If you cannot locate someone who disregards your appearance, then this wager is mine. The second sword's expression hardened as she gritted her teeth, declaring, our wager is far from concluded. The shadow replied with a chilling laugh, I shall await the outcome. The phrase, I shall await, had originally been uttered by the second sword. Now, it was returned to her by the shadow. Yet, it must be acknowledged that her current situation was indeed quite dire. Her so-called friends among the faceless ones had proven utterly unreliable. The second sword's mind raced to contemplate other potential allies capable of aiding her in winning this wager. If only Lin Yang were here in this moment of desperation. Lin Yang's name surfaced in her thoughts. In her previous life, whenever she faced peril, she would seek Lin Yang's assistance, and he had never let her down. Thus, in this urgent predicament, her instincts led her to think of him once more. However, she quickly shook her head, setting aside her current relationship with Lin Yang. She doubted he could assist her given the circumstances. After all, Lin Yang was a superficial admirer of beauty. This term, superficial admirer, was one she had learned from Lin Yang in her past life. He had never concealed this fact, often stating in her presence that he only favored beautiful women, dismissing those he deemed unattractive. Given her current appearance, if she were to seek Lin Yang, he would likely not spare her a second glance. Moreover, it was precisely due to Lin Yang's superficial nature, accompanied by her fellow 7 absolute female immortals. They all exhibited a certain inclination towards vanity. Otherwise, the other 6 would have certainly aided her in winning this wager. Just as the second sword furrowed her brow in deep contemplation, her body suddenly trembled, a hint of a resigned smile gracing her face. No, I almost allowed you to lead me astray. The voice of the shadow followed closely. Led astray? What do you mean by that? Regaining her confidence, the second sword shook her head and declared, by engaging in this wager with you, I have been fixated on my appearance, but as a cultivator, what does looks matter? Even if I were to become as you are, it would mean nothing. What truly matters is becoming the world's foremost sword immortal. These are mere trifles on my path to growth. With this realization, the second sword felt a surge of clarity. The despondency that had plagued her in recent days vanished entirely. You wish to sow the seeds of inner demons within me, ultimately leading me to fall. I must say, you underestimate me. Chapter 67. The Path of Demonic Ascendancy, though her features remained fierce and terrifying. The aura of the second sword had fully regained its former sharpness. The path of the sword is my true pursuit. Moreover, should I attain the title of the world's greatest sword immortal, I shall find a way to completely banish you. The second sword spoke without hesitation, having come to a firm conclusion. Presently, she could not expel this shadow from her being, nor could she erase the characters inscribed upon her face. However, as her cultivation continued to rise, there would come a day when she could completely rid herself of both. Surely, walking the righteous path is far superior to the current state of servitude and dealing with this so-called shadow. The shadow sensed the shift in the second sword's demeanor, but maintained its composure, responding with an unexpected tone. Your state of mind is far stronger than I anticipated. Indeed, the second sword replied with pride. Although they had lost their previous cultivation and mental state due to reincarnation, the memories from their past life still lingered, significantly influencing them. At the very least, she would not be easily swayed by the shadow now. She even felt a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for her past memories, she might have been led step by step into temptation, ultimately becoming the sword demon, as Lin Yang had warned. Disregarding the shadow's words, the second sword harnessed her sword light and returned to the sword pavilion cliff. Her intention was to enter a period of seclusion within the cliff to refine her cultivation. Within the sword pavilion cliff, the sudden departure of the second sword left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli in a state of worry. However, upon her return, they felt a wave of relief, especially at the noticeable change in her aura. They eagerly inquired, Sister Sword, have you found a solution for the characters on your face? The second sword responded with a bright smile, not quite, but I have experienced a breakthrough in my state of mind. Stay here with me a while longer, and as soon as I surpass my current realm, I will take you both to the outer heaven and moon goddess palace. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli nodded. As long as Sister Sword is safe, we shall be at ease. Though they felt anxious, they were even less inclined to see the second sword come to harm. After a brief conversation with them, the second sword returned to the cave inscribed with sword techniques. This time, regardless of how the shadow tempted her in her mind, She remained unmoved, even viewing the shadow as a form of inner demon to temper her resolve. With this mindset, her cultivation advanced remarkably. In just over a month, she had stabilized at the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm, on the cusp of attempting to merge with the Tao. On a particular day, while the second sword was deeply engrossed in her cultivation, an unexpected disturbance reached her ears. Her eyes snapped open, filled with vigilance as she turned towards the source of the sound. Ever since the mysterious appearance of the shadow, she had become exceedingly alert to sudden disturbances. Fortunately, this time, it was not the same unexpected occurrence but rather her father, second Yang, the master of the Mingjin Manor, who entered the cave. Upon seeing the current state of the second sword, he was initially taken aback, followed by a profound look of disappointment in his eyes. He had expected that after months of seclusion at the Sword Pavilion Cliff, even if she could not entirely erase the characters from her forehead, her condition would at least improve. However, the reality was that the situation had worsened. Her face was now almost entirely covered in those characters, their blood-red markings appearing both menacing and terrifying. "Father, what brings you here?" The second sword asked with a calm demeanor, smiling. Second Yang sighed deeply. "I came to check on your condition." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Daughter, given your current state, it seems unlikely that you can continue as the young master of Mingjin Manor. Would you be willing to return the sword talisman?" "Sword talisman?" The second sword stared at her father in shock. The sword talisman was a symbol of identity within Mingjin Manor. While it was not inherently significant, the one in her possession was exceptional. It represented her status as the young master of Mingjin Manor, granting her power second only to that of the master. Each generation's sword talisman was held by the most gifted genius, and since she showcased her extraordinary talent at the age of 7, it had never left her side. Yet now, second Yang sought to reclaim this emblem of her identity. The implications of such an action were clear. The second sword fixed her gaze on her father, enunciating each word. "Father, do you wish to strip me of my identity as the young master of Mingjin Manor? Furthermore, is this your decision alone, or is it a collective decision made by all the elders in the manor?" Second Yang did not answer her questions, as even if he did, it would hold no significance. With a somber expression, he sighed, "Daughter, your current condition does not permit you to serve as the young master of our Mingjin Manor. However, once you are restored to normalcy, the sword talisman will inevitably return to you." The second sword remained silent, gazing intently at her father. In the past, each meeting had been filled with pride. Yet now, she could distinctly see disappointment reflected in his eyes. After a long pause, she reluctantly tossed the talisman aside. "Very well. It seems I am indeed unfit to hold this sword talisman any longer." Second Yang accepted the talisman, his expression complex. He had intended to offer further consolation to the second sword, but found himself at a loss for words. He was caught in a difficult position. On one side was his beloved daughter, and on the other, the Mingjin Manor, to which he had devoted his life. No matter the choice he made, it would inevitably be flawed. With a heavy sigh, he turned to leave, leaving the second sword alone, staring at the intricate sword techniques etched on the wall. Her heart beginning to swell with an inexplicable agitation. She could ignore the opinions of others, but second Yang was her father. Although she understood that his choice was not wrong, she still felt a twinge of pain. This was the betrayal of a loved one. Often, it is those closest to us who wound us the deepest. If you're feeling distressed, why not join me? Let us become one and eradicate these hypocrites, paving a path of demonic ascendance with the blood of our kin. As the second sword's mind churned with turmoil, the shadow, which had not appeared for several days, resurfaced deep within her consciousness. Chapter 68. The betrayal of kin. You truly are incorrigible. Upon hearing the voice of the shadow, the countenance of the second sword instantly turned frigid. She had coexisted with this shadow for several months, and was thoroughly familiar with its tricks. The shadow possessed little strength of its own. It merely exploited the vulnerabilities in second sword's mindset, seeking to entice her with various temptations. As long as second sword completely disregarded the shadow's allure, it could not influence her. Clearly, this moment was when the shadow sensed her emotional turmoil, prompting it to emerge and attempt to ensnare her once more. However, such trivial tactics were ones that second sword could easily dismiss. Yet, just as she was about to ignore the shadow entirely, everything around her began to shift abruptly. She found herself in a cave atop Sword Pavilion Cliff, surrounded by dark, oppressive rock walls. Yet now, those walls began to dissipate, revealing a clear blue sky in their stead. "Is this mere illusion meant to sway me?" she thought, coldly surveying her surroundings. She promptly invoked secret arts to dispel the illusion, yearning to return to reality, but to no avail. Is this not a simple mirage? She mused, her brow furrowed in confusion. The spectacle before her was neither an illusion nor wholly unreal, yet it bore no impact upon her. Second Sword could not fathom the shadow's intentions in conjuring such a scene. As she scrutinized her surroundings, numerous figures soon materialized beneath the radiant sky. These figures were all sword cultivators, exuding an impressive aura of sword energy. However, the most striking among them was a young girl with a ponytail, exuding a spirited elegance. She appeared to be merely in her teens, not particularly tall, yet her beauty was captivating, her eyes shimmering as if they contained countless stars, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld her. Before Second Sword's scrutinizing gaze, the girl with starry eyes knelt upon one knee, praying to the heavens. I, the disciple of Mingjian Mountain, Second Mingjian, shall attempt to subdue the Sword of Destiny today, beseeching the heavens for protection, that I may completely tame the Sword of Destiny. Hearing the girl's prayer, Second Sword was jolted, disbelief etched across her features. At that moment, she finally comprehended the nature of her surroundings. The scene unfolding around her was, in fact, a recollection of that senior sword slave's past. In other words, this was the Shadow's own history, a remnant of the senior sword slave's lingering obsession. This obsession had now intertwined with Second Sword, allowing it to draw her into this vivid recollection with ease. This method was known as the heart connection technique. As its name implies, the heart connection technique enables two individuals to share their emotions and thoughts. Second Sword had only heard of this technique before, but now she was witnessing it firsthand. Is the intent to exploit the flaws within my heart and entice me into madness? Second Sword scoffed inwardly. Now that she understood the true nature of her surroundings, she could easily surmise the Shadow's objective. Likewise, knowing the Shadow's aim gave her confidence to resist the encroachment of its memories. My heart is like a sword. This mere heart connection technique shall not sway me. Second Sword thought, her expression cold as she regarded the unfolding scene. She had now fully embraced the role of an observer, rendering her impervious to whatever transpired before her. I have finally tamed the Sword of Destiny. From this day forth, I am its master. The images around Second Sword flickered rapidly. It was evident that the Shadow did not possess the entirety of the senior sword slave's memories. Rather, it retained only fragmented snippets. Thus, the scenes flashing before Second Sword were disjointed and incomplete. She had just witnessed the senior sword slave praying to the heavens, imploring divine protection to successfully subdue the Sword of Destiny. In the next moment, the senior sword slave had achieved her goal. Radiating joy, she was enveloped in a blissful aura that even Second Sword, as a mere observer, could feel. As she watched the unfolding events, Second Sword couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. For any sword cultivator, successfully taming a treasure like the Sword of Destiny was indeed the pinnacle of good fortune. With a sigh, she continued to observe as the scenes transformed. The pony-tailed senior sword slave, having successfully tamed the Sword of Destiny, did not return to Mingjian Mountain, but instead rushed towards another location. I have successfully subdued the Sword of Destiny. Brother Su will surely be delighted. I must share this good news with him at once. With the Sword of Destiny in hand, the senior sword slave landed before a grand estate. As she touched down, a remarkably handsome young man emerged, his face alight with joy. Sister Mingjian, congratulations on successfully taming the Sword of Destiny. I have prepared a feast for you. Let us celebrate together. The youthful-looking senior sword slave, her face radiant with delight, grasped the young man's arm and entered the estate with him. The scene flickered once more. When the imagery around Second Sword reappeared, the joyful atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The senior sword slave now lay on the ground, her expression one of disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Before her stood Brother Su, who had moments ago expressed his eagerness to celebrate, now transformed into a figure of menace, brandishing a dagger. Sister Mingjian, do you know what this is? This is the poison dragon dagger, the most vile of treasures. If I draw a single line across your face with it, the mark will penetrate your very soul, ensuring that you cannot erase it for eternity, even should you become a sword immortal. The senior sword slave, lying on the ground, stared blankly at the young man, repeatedly asking why. Why would you do this? Of course, it is for the Sword of Destiny. Brother Su's expression twisted into a cruel grin as he laughed maniacally. Sister Mingjian, who would willingly relinquish a treasure like the Sword of Destiny. As fellow sword cultivators, I too wish to experience the power of the Sword of Destiny. So, if you obediently hand over the Sword of Destiny and help me claim it as my own, I shall spare you. Otherwise, Do not blame me for using this poison dragon dagger to mar your lovely face, rendering it the most hideous in the world. Chapter 69. Resentment and hatred. You would do this all for a sword of destiny? In the scene surrounding her, the senior sword slave's face turned pale, tears streaming from her eyes. You are my beloved. I have given you everything. If you desire the sword of destiny, just ask, and I shall surely grant it to you. But now, the seemingly fragile senior sword slave displayed a glimmer of determination. Even if you were to carve 1,000 wounds upon me, I shall never yield the sword of destiny. The sword of destiny can only have one master. Moreover, should the senior sword slave refuse to assist, no one else could ever become its master, nor possess the ability to claim it. The senior sword slave's resolute response darkened Brother Su's expression. He pressed the dagger's tip closer to her beautiful face. This is your final opportunity. Do not squander it. Regrettably, no matter how he threatened her, the senior sword slave remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. At last, the man surnamed Su grew increasingly enraged and fiercely thrust his poisoned dagger towards the esteemed swordsman. Are you not the most exceptional genius of the Mingjian Manor? I shall see how many will still regard you as a genius when your face is marred by disgrace. A vivid red character, signifying slave, appeared upon the swordsman's visage. As the confrontation unfolded, the man became more frenzied, wielding the dagger relentlessly across the swordsman's face. The once beautiful countenance of the swordsman transformed grotesquely in a mere moment, marred by countless gashes, blood ceaselessly dripping. Yet throughout it all, the swordsman never closed his eyes, but fixated intently on the man before him, witnessing his beloved inflict wound after wound upon his own face. The once bright and sparkling eyes of the swordsman gradually dimmed. Despite knowing that all of this was a fabrication of that dark figure utilizing the heart convergence technique to manipulate his state of mind, witnessing the swordsman being so cruelly assaulted by his dearest love stirred undeniable emotions within the second sword. No wonder the swordsman harbored such a dreadful obsession. The anguish of betrayal by a beloved is a burden few could bear. Suddenly, the second sword trembled, her expression shifting as the thought of Lin Yang surged into her mind. In her previous life, the 7 of them had chosen to betray Lin Yang, ultimately leading to his demise. Did he not feel the same torment as this swordsman? The realization sent ripples through her previously tranquil heart. After her rebirth, she had endeavored to avoid pondering such matters, yet the scenes before her now ignited those suppressed thoughts. No, our circumstances differ. That man surnamed Su betrayed the swordsman for the sake of the Tianyi sword, driven by selfish desires. But we act to save the world, to protect the entirety of the Lingxian continent. Taking a deep breath, the second sword struggled to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. Just then, the scene around her began to shift once more. The battered swordsman found herself within a cave, her hands and feet shackled by chains radiating a crimson hue. Daughter, surrender the Tianyi sword, and I shall release you at once. Before the shackled swordsman, several men exuding formidable sword energy fixated on her, intent on coercing her to relinquish the sword. The second sword had made every effort to attain inner peace. Yet the sight before her widened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible. These are people from Mingjian Manor? They too wished to seize the Tianyi sword from the swordsman? Moreover, the leader among them is none other than the swordsman's own father? The second sword stared in shock, utterly unprepared for the sordid events that had transpired within Mingjian Manor. The swordsman, having just faced betrayal from her beloved, was now further betrayed by those closest to her. Now, she lay in the cave, disheveled, her once bright eyes now dulled to a lifeless gray. Having failed to acquire the Tianyi sword, the members of Mingjian Manor departed in frustration, leaving the swordsman imprisoned within the cave, her cultivation completely obliterated. Year after year, the swordsman was confined, gradually transforming from a vibrant young woman into a frail, disheveled old crone with a head of white hair. Her face bore hideous scars, rendering her appearance terrifying. I hate. Finally, the swordsman, on the verge of death, lifted her head. Her eyes, devoid of vitality for over a century, now gleamed with profound resentment. I hate. I curse. With all my cultivation, my soul, and everything I possess, I curse the next person to wield the Tianyi sword to endure the same fate as mine, and to become a legendary sword demon, slaying all in their path. With a crack, the visions around the second sword shattered like ice. Yet, the image of the swordsman's final, despairing curse lingered in her mind. She and many within Mingjian Manor had idolized this swordsman, utterly unaware of the tragic fate that befell her. The second sword merely glanced at the swordsman's past, feeling an overwhelming empathy. Were she to find herself in the same predicament as the swordsman, her fate would likely mirror that of the swordsmaness. Now you see, the most terrifying thing in this world is not the demons or monsters, but the betrayal of your dearest love. Little girl, let us merge completely and eradicate these wretched souls together. As the second sword stood in a daze, a haunting voice suddenly penetrated her consciousness. Accompanying this voice, the cave walls around her began to writhe, transforming the once solid stone into flesh. Blood-red tendrils emerged from the walls, swiftly ensnaring the second sword's entire being. Chapter 70. The final confrontation. Despite being momentarily lost in thought due to the previous visions, the second sword reacted with remarkable speed. The instant the fleshly tendrils appeared, she was ready. Soft, you wish to confront me with force? With a cold shout, the second sword summoned the Tiani's sword, unleashing waves of fierce sword energy that sliced through the tendrils one by one. What is happening? Why is the sword energy from Sister Sword Seclusion so intense? Within the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stood, astonished at the entrance of the cave where the second sword was secluding herself. Standing there, they could distinctly feel powerful sword energy surging forth from the cave, unmistakably imbued with the essence of the second sword. The three of them had been at the sword pavilion cliff for months, yet they had never experienced such pronounced fluctuations of sword energy until now. The intensity suggested that the second sword was engaged in a fierce struggle. Worry etched across their faces. Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli prepared to charge into the cave. But just then, the sword energy within dissipated entirely. Following this, the second sword emerged from the cave. Upon seeing her current state, Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli were taken aback. The second sword's face was marred with a blood-red character for slave, and one of her eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie aura. As they gazed at her eye, they felt an overwhelming malevolence threatening to encroach upon their wills. Just as their expressions turned pale and they opened their mouths to speak, the second sword interjected. Her voice was markedly different from before, rough and strained. Sisters, I have little time. I must be brief. You must set up the 7 absolute formation here. If I fall into complete madness when I next emerge, do not hesitate to slay me. With that, without waiting for Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli to respond, the second sword turned and re-entered the cave. Observing her retreating figure, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli wore grave expressions, fully aware of the implications of the 7 absolute formation mentioned by the second sword. It was a formidable killing formation devised by them in a past life. Although their current cultivation was vastly inferior to that of the second sword, with the 7 absolute formation, the two could indeed vanquish the second sword at this moment. How could Sister Sword have instructed us to set up the 7 absolute formation to slay her? What on earth is happening with her now? Xiao Yueshi was utterly astonished. Beside her, Shin Liuli merely sighed heavily, remarking, "You witnessed Sister Sword's condition just now. I fear she is indeed becoming what Brother Lin Yang described, a puppet controlled by the sword, descending into sword demonhood." Xiao Yueshi's complexion turned ashen, unable to suppress her murmurs. How could this be? She seemed fine before. Shun Liuli shook her head, stating, "There's no point in discussing this now. We must heed Sister Sword's orders and set up a formation here. Even if we cannot slay the demonized Sister Sword, we must confine her." Within the cave of Sword Pavilion Cliff, the second sword, with one eye now entirely blood-red, slowly returned to her previous seclusion. At this moment, 2 consciousnesses were fiercely clashing within her. One was naturally the second sword's own, while the other was the lingering obsession of the sword's servant elder. It was this obsession that had transformed one of her eyes into its current state. This obsession had entangled the second sword for months without affecting her, but today it seemed poised to reveal its true intentions, attempting to forcibly seize control of the second sword's body with the overwhelming resentment power left behind by the sword's servant elder. The blood and flesh tendrils that emerged from the surrounding rock walls were merely manifestations of this resentment power. The true core lay within the curse and hatred contained therein, which embodied all the cultivation, soul, and grievances of the sword's servant elder. This intangible resentment surged forth and directly infiltrated the second sword's body, temporarily suppressing her self-will. The blood-red eye of the second sword was a manifestation of this resentment power. Fortunately, this power could not entirely subdue the second sword's will, allowing her other eye to remain unaffected. However, if her will were to be completely eroded by this curse, she would indeed become a puppet, fully succumbing to sword demonhood. Since earlier, The second swords had been engaged in a fierce struggle against this resentment power, which explained her urgency and haste to meet Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli before retreating back to the cave. Now, she needed to concentrate fully on suppressing this resentment power. If she could dismantle it entirely, she would not only regain complete control over the celestial intent sword, but also erase the marks of servitude from her face. Sitting cross-legged in her previous meditative spot, the second sword slowly closed her eyes. Although it appeared she was cornered and deeply pessimistic for having instructed Xiao Yueshi and the others to set up a formation to kill her. This was merely a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. She remained confident in her ability to expel the resentment power from within her. This resentment power, while formidable, was ultimately rootless. As long as the second sword held steadfast to her true self, with time, she would surely dismantle this force. As she began to resist this resentment power with all her might, her body transformed into a battlefield. The clash between the resentment and the second sword's own power raged fiercely. Initially, she could withstand the resentment power. However, as time progressed, it began to grow stronger, leading to substantial portions of her body being gradually overtaken. Just as the resentment power was about to fully dominate the second sword's form, a smile suddenly graced her face. Is this all your power? If this is the case, then you shall be annihilated. Accompanied by a mocking laugh, a radiant heat, reminiscent of the sun, erupted from the second sword, immediately dispelling the darkness and igniting all the malevolent forces surrounding her. The flames did not harm her. Rather, they swiftly eradicated the evil energies enveloping her. Impossible! How could you have mastered the pure Yang sword aura? A shrill voice, filled with terror, emanated from within the second sword. At that moment, the shadowy obsession that had plagued her for months suddenly emerged, desperately attempting to flee from her body. Yet, as it surfaced, the luminous power enveloped it like a parasite. Spare me. I am willing to submit to you. The shadow screamed in anguish, pleading for mercy. But to no avail. The second sword, her expression cold, watched as the shadow was completely consumed, its form reduced to ash. Eliminate evil without mercy. This shadow was the embodiment of pure malevolence. Should it be allowed to persist, it would inevitably return to inflict great harm upon the second sword. Thus, she showed no mercy. With the shadow utterly vanquished, the resentment power that had previously occupied much of her body began to dissipate rapidly. The second sword's form returned to normal, and the peculiarities that had plagued her vanished, including the blood-red eye and the ominous marks upon her face. Feeling this transformation, a look of pride spread across the second sword's face. Had I not been reborn, perhaps I would have been powerless against you. Yet in my previous life, I was a distinguished sword immortal. How could I be swayed by a mere shadow of obsession in this life? As she contemplated this, a wave of weakness washed over her, a consequence of wielding the pure Yang sword aura. This ultimate sword technique, designed specifically to counter malevolence, was strenuous to execute even with her current cultivation. This was why she had refrained from employing it at the outset of her conflict with the shadow, waiting until now to unleash its full power. During the months of entanglement with the shadow, she had quietly cultivated the pure Yang sword aura. Although it was the bane of evil, its existence remained undetectable to others, allowing her to conceal her preparations even while the shadow had merged with her. In the dimly lit cave, the second sword sat cross-legged, her appearance having fully reverted to that of the striking and spirited female sword immortal she once was, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and joy illuminated her face. It is over. All is resolved. The shadow that had tormented her for months had finally been eradicated. Now, she could finally breathe easy. Summoning the celestial intent sword, she scrutinized it closely. The shadow had once been tethered to this sword, but now it was entirely dispelled, leaving no trace of its presence within. This signified that, from this day forth, the second sword had fully mastered the celestial intent sword. With a beaming expression, she gently caressed the sword's blade, unable to contain her pride. From now on, I am the sole master of the celestial intent sword. Not yet. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced her ears, causing her expression to shift dramatically. And an even greater astonishment overtook her. The sword of destiny, once firmly held in her grasp, has now inexplicably vanished. The second sword abruptly raised her head, gazing toward the source of the voice she had just heard. Before her stood a remarkably beautiful young girl, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she smiled at her. The sword of destiny, which had disappeared from the second sword's hand, was now clasped by this girl. Senior sword slave, the second sword furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the girl before her. She had previously glimpsed the past of this sword slave, allowing her to recognize her at once. The girl standing before her was indeed that very sword slave, yet there were no ghastly marks of servitude upon her face. She appeared as a charming and lovely maiden. The second sword examined the sword slave closely, her brow slightly furrowing. Did the pure yang sword energy fail to obliterate you completely? She let out a cold huff, her fingers coalescing to unleash a radiant surge of pure yang sword energy, which shot forth from her fingertips toward the girl. However, upon impact, the energy dissipated harmlessly, failing to inflict any harm upon her. Observing the second sword's actions, the girl beamed with admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. At such a young age, you can wield pure yang sword energy. Your talent surpasses even mine. Alas, while pure yang sword energy can counter all evil, I am composed entirely of benevolence. Thus, it bears no effect on me. Pure benevolence?" The second sword frowned at the girl before her. After expending considerable effort to eradicate the shadow of obsession, she now faced yet another so-called embodiment of virtue, which irritated her further. One after another? Is there no end to this? Do you truly believe this is a place for your frivolities? With a frigid demeanor, the second sword formed a sword technique with her fingers, prepared to forcefully dispel the girl before her. She was disinterested in the nature of the girl's intentions, be they malevolent or benevolent. She would not hesitate to eliminate anything that interfered with her. Noting the second sword's menacing stance, the girl's expression turned serious. Hold on. I must clarify that I am the final trial left by the sword slave within the Sword of Destiny. Only by passing my trial can you truly master the Sword of Destiny. Otherwise, even if you become a sword immortal, you will never be its true master. Regardless of the girl's attempts to explain, the second sword remained indifferent, unleashing a series of formidable sword techniques that surged toward the girl. With a serene smile, she allowed the techniques to pierce and tear through her form. Yet, almost instantly, she restored herself, still beaming at the second sword. The second sword furrowed her brow. Observing the scene, the techniques she unleashed were potent enough to slay formidable foes, yet they had no effect on the girl before her. This was utterly illogical. Scanning her surroundings, the second sword suddenly trembled, realization dawning upon her. Is this the realm of the mind? Chapter 72. The choice. The realm of the mind, as its name suggests, is a world reflected by the power of the mind. In the spirit mystic continent, only those cultivators with sufficiently strong mental prowess can create a genuine realm of the mind. Although this realm is an illusory existence, it has the power to distort reality and even establish its own rules. In her past life, among the 7 exquisite female immortals, fewer than 3 could create such a realm, and the second sword was not one of them. Thus, upon recognizing her current location, her expression darkened. With her current strength, she found it utterly impossible to break free from this realm. Indeed, even if she were to become a sword immortal in the future, deciphering the rules set forth by the power of the mind would be an arduous task. Noticing the change on the second sword's face, the girl standing opposite her expressed mild surprise. "I did not expect you to be aware of the realm of the mind." Then, her expression turned somber. "My true self was harmed by others, my power entirely stripped away. Yet, my unparalleled talent for cultivation remained, so I spent over a century honing my mental strength to its peak. Before my demise, I created myself to serve as the final barrier guarding the Sword of Destiny." After pacing back and forth, the girl's demeanor gradually returned to normal as she addressed the second sword. "I have explained the situation regarding the next inheritor of the Sword of Destiny. You now have 2 paths to choose from. The first is to forgo my trial, but the consequence will be that the Sword of Destiny shall remain sealed by me for a considerable time, unless you can overpower me completely. The second path is to attempt to pass my trial. I assure you, the trial is not overly difficult, and should you succeed, you shall be the true master of the Sword of Destiny. Now, which path will you choose?" The girl wore a gentle smile, gazing at the second sword. The second sword's expression had darkened significantly. The predicament she faced left her quite speechless. Theoretically, choosing the first path would be the wisest course of action. After all, with her past cultivation experience, even without the Sword of Destiny, she could certainly become a true sword immortal. However, she had already traversed that path in her previous life. Hence, she yearned for the opportunity to truly master the Sword of Destiny, to leverage its power to surpass her past self, and even surpass Lin Yang. The image of Lin Yang flickered in her mind, fortifying her resolve as she raised her gaze toward the girl. "What exactly does your trial entail?" The girl's smile radiated even brighter. "It seems you have made your choice. Before we commence the formal trial, may I ask you a question? She paused momentarily, her expression turning solemn, then spoke slowly. Have you ever truly loved anyone in this world? Or rather, who is the person you care for the most? This question caused the second sword to furrow her brow. In this world, her greatest passion was undoubtedly the sword path. Aside from that, her deepest concerns lay with her father, the members of the Ming Sword Manor, her 6 sisters of the 7 exquisite female immortals, and Lin Yang. The name Lin Yang unexpectedly surfaced in her mind, unbidden. In her past life, prior to her betrayal, he had indeed been the one she cared for most. Alas, that was a bygone chapter. Now, her heart was solely devoted to the sword path. As myriad thoughts raced through her mind, the second sword turned to the girl, ready to respond to her inquiry. However, to her astonishment, an ethereal projection of Lin Yang suddenly materialized beside the girl, still clad in white, exuding an air of pride. Despite being merely a projection, an inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from him. With keen interest, the girl observed the projection of Lin Yang. Is this man the one you love most? You have good taste. He appears quite handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting he is no ordinary person. Certainly not an ordinary person. He is the heavenly emperor, unmatched across the entire spirit mystic continent. The second sword scoffed inwardly, though her voice inquired. What is the meaning of this projection? The girl chuckled softly, explaining, this is the realm of the mind, capable of projecting the deepest thoughts of your heart. After I posed my question, the person you thought of most was him, so his image manifested here. The realization that the man she cherished most was still Lin Yang left the second sword momentarily stunned, even finding it somewhat ludicrous. She had joined forces with her sisters and had a hand in Lin Yang's demise. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she found it entirely reasonable. She chose to betray Lin Yang, even to kill him, all for the sake of the common people and the spirit Xian continent, aiming to eradicate evil and uphold justice. However, apart from Lin Yang, she had not encountered many men, and none could compare to him. It is not surprising that the shadow of Lin Yang lingered deep within her heart. Yet, that was all in the past. Now, my heart is solely devoted to the way of the sword. The second sword reiterated this to herself. At that moment, the girl before the second sword grasped the sword of destiny, turned, and stepped beside Lin Yang's projection, plunging the sword into the ground. She turned back to the second sword and smiled, saying, "This is my test. You must choose between the one you care for most and the sword of destiny. As long as you make the correct choice, you will have passed my trial." Observing the girl's serious demeanor, the second sword snorted disdainfully. "Is this truly a test? I have no interest in playing such childish games." The girl, with a solemn expression, replied, "You may think this is child's play, but you must understand, the human heart is inscrutable. My true self suffered a tragic fate because of this sword of destiny, and even in her dying moments, she sought someone who could forsake the sword of destiny for the one they cherish most. This trial is a measure of the heart. I do not fear to tell you," the girl continued, her gaze fixed on the second sword. "If you choose your beloved over the sword of destiny, you will pass my test and become its true master. However, should you choose the sword of destiny, the consequences are unknown." Although the girl had already revealed the correct answer, the second sword's expression grew increasingly grave. She did not doubt the accuracy of the girl's answer, but understood that the test and its solution were traps in themselves. If she chose the sword of destiny, she risked genuine failure. Yet if she followed the correct answer and chose Lin Yang's projection, she might indeed pass the trial and become the sword's master. But her heart would be left with a void, possibly even giving rise to inner demons. Gazing at Lin Yang's projection ahead and the sword of destiny on the ground, the second sword felt a headache coming on. She would rather confront the previous sinister obsession than deal with the smiling girl before her. To her, this test, fraught with traps, was exceedingly tedious, far less straightforward than her previous confrontation with that dark shadow. Just as the second sword was hesitating, the girl suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, the trial of the sword of destiny has been activated once before? How is that possible?" Chapter 73. The same choice. The girl squatted before the sword of destiny, her face a mask of astonishment as she gently stroked the sword's hilt. Waves of energy radiated outward from the sword of destiny, creating ripples that unveiled another realm of consciousness. 2 realms, one above and one below, appeared as if separated by a mirror. A mere glance downward revealed scenes from the other world. Within the realm beneath their feet stood another girl with a ponytail, currently conducting her own assessment, not of the second sword, but of Lin Yang. The second sword, equally surprised, observed the unfolding scenes below. Unlike the girl before her, She recognized instantly that the events playing out were likely from her previous life, when Lin Yang had come to claim the Sword of Destiny. She had seen glimpses of Lin Yang's trial on the sword before, so the reappearance of these images was not particularly astonishing. What took her by surprise was that Lin Yang had faced the same trial she had. Wait! A terrifying thought suddenly struck her. Could it be that Lin Yang, when claiming the Sword of Destiny, was corrupted and controlled by the vengeful power within it, leading to his drastic change and subsequent slaughter? Over the past few months, the Second Sword had been battling this vengeful force, so she understood all too well how tenacious it was. Had she not possessed the memories and experiences of her previous life, she could have easily fallen victim to this dark influence, becoming a sword demon herself. Though Lin Yang had formidable talent, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of such a vengeful force. If my speculation holds true, then his transformation into a demon was indirectly my fault. However, if he was indeed consumed by this vengeful power and became a sword demon, then slaying him would serve as his liberation. The Second Sword sighed inwardly. The girl before the Second Sword, now curious, squatted down to closely examine the scenes unfolding beneath them. As she watched Lin Yang participate in his trial, her brows knitted together, and a smile crept onto her lips. Though I do not understand how this is happening, it certainly makes things more intriguing. Little girl, the one you hold dear, also participated in my trial. I am now even more curious about the choices you both will make. The Second Sword paid no heed to the girl's words, focusing instead on the scenes below. She sought to discern whether Lin Yang had indeed succumbed to madness and been controlled by the Sword of Destiny. Yet, to her dismay, the images below remained unchanged, as if time had frozen. Noticing the look of disappointment on the Second Sword's face, the girl across from her grinned. Little girl, when accepting a trial, you must concentrate. The realm of consciousness below is merely a fragment of time left by the Sword of Destiny, but I can control it, allowing its trials to synchronize with your own. So if you wish to discover what choice that man makes below, simply make your own choice. The Second Sword glanced up at the girl before her and tentatively took a step forward. Indeed, as she moved, Lin Yang's figure in the mirrored realm mirrored her action, both moving in unison. The scenes beneath her feet were merely remnants of the past. No matter how much she watched, they held no significance. What truly mattered was mastering the Sword of Destiny. After casting a few more glances at the images below, the Second Sword resolutely lifted her head, no longer fixating on the past. There were priorities to consider, and she was well aware of them. At this moment, her sole focus was on fully seizing the Sword of Destiny. With determination, she stepped forward toward the Sword of Destiny, and Lin Yang did the same in the mirrored world below. The girl observed with increasing interest. The closer the Second Sword approached the Sword of Destiny, the more animated her expression became. Soon, the Second Sword found herself in the closest position to both Lin Yang's projection and the Sword of Destiny. Here, if she turned left, she would choose Lin Yang. If she turned right, she would select the Sword of Destiny. Though her mind had already made a decision, she hesitated for a moment, looking up at Lin Yang's ethereal form, shaking her head gently. Had she not broken ties with Lin Yang in her previous life, she might have considered choosing him. But now, there was no room for hesitation. Lin Yang belonged to the past. The Second Sword silently affirmed her conviction, shifting her gaze to the Sword of Destiny. Only the way of the sword remained her singular path. To master the Sword of Destiny and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship was the journey she had chosen in this life. Although the choice of the celestial intent sword may indeed lead to trials and potential failure, my resolve shall remain unshaken. As long as my heart for the sword remains steadfast, I shall confront any peril with my blade in hand. The Second Sword stood firm, her countenance resolute, and with a swift turn, she advanced to the right. In just a few strides, she grasped the celestial intent sword, firmly planted in the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall always choose the celestial intent sword. This is the path I have chosen. The Second Sword's voice was unwavering, her sword intent reaching an apex of strength. As she clasped the celestial intent sword, the girl opposite could not suppress her laughter. How amusing. It is truly delightful that both of you have chosen the celestial intent sword, forsaking those you hold dear. Upon hearing this, the Second Sword lowered her gaze, and indeed, saw that beneath her feet in the mirrored realm, Lin Yang had made the same choice, his hands tightly gripping the celestial intent sword. Lin Yang, too, had chosen the celestial intent sword. At that moment, the Second Sword felt a surge of disappointment and anger. Despite their identical choices, their circumstances were vastly different. She chose the celestial intent sword because her relationship with Lin Yang had long since soured, culminating in his demise at her hands. Lin Yang, however, was in stark contrast. During his previous visit to claim the celestial intense sword, their bond was at its sweetest. The second sword believed that had she been the same person then, she would have undoubtedly chosen Lin Yang without hesitation. Yet, Lin Yang still opted for the celestial intense sword. Perhaps we have never truly held a place in Lin Yang's heart, which is why he feels free to deceive us so casually. The second sword's expression grew increasingly frosty. Just as she prepared to withdraw the celestial intense sword from the earth, she witnessed Lin Yang decisively grasping it in his hand. A piercingly cold snort reached her ears. Trash. You think you are worthy to make a deal with me? Chapter 74. Becoming the Sword Spirit. To eternally remain with the celestial intense sword. This clear and cutting voice stunned the second sword. Not only did she feel this way, but the girl beside her was equally taken aback. Having just witnessed both the second sword and Lin Yang make the same choice, she had felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yang's disdainful scoff, she was left bewildered. How can you insult someone when asked to accept a trial? But the insults were merely the beginning. In the mirrored realm beneath their feet, events took a turn that left the girl astounded. Once Lin Yang held the celestial intense sword, instead of treating it as a precious artifact to refine, he channeled all his spiritual energy into a fierce strike against its blade. In that fragile state, the celestial intense sword shattered under his blow, utterly destroyed. Lin Yang showed no hint of regret, casually brushing his hands as though to avoid soil from the remnants of the sword. With the destruction of the celestial intense sword in the mirrored realm, the world around them began to vanish. Even as the mirrored world dissipated beneath them, the second sword and the girl remained in stunned silence for a considerable time. Finally, the girl, filled with confusion and disbelief, looked up at the second sword and asked, "What kind of man is this? How can he disregard the celestial intent sword so easily?" The girl, inherently connected to the celestial intent sword, felt a deep sense of loss witnessing its annihilation. The second sword, still holding the remnants of the celestial intense sword, gazed at the fading mirrored world, and clarity dawned upon her. She recalled witnessing Lin Yang destroy the celestial intense sword before, but at the time, she could not fathom his motives. Now understanding began to unfold. Moreover, the second sword pondered, why did Lin Yang mention a transaction? Had he sensed something amiss? With an uneasy feeling in her heart, she abruptly turned to the smiling girl and demanded, "What does Lin Yang mean by a transaction?" With a cheerful demeanor, the girl replied, "The rules of this realm dictate that there must be an equal exchange. We have already completed our exchange, and it is mutually beneficial." As she observed the seemingly innocent smile on the girl's face, the second sword's expression darkened. From the girl's response, she recognized the lurking danger. The girl continued, "You are so infatuated with the celestial intense sword, willing to sacrifice everything for it. I shall grant you the celestial intense sword, and from now on, you will be its spirit, able to dwell with it for eternity." How wonderful that would be! The girl's smile grew radiant as she circled the second sword, adding, "You will be the spirit of the celestial intense sword, while I will simply take your place to live out your remaining years. Fear not, for I am purely benevolent. After I take your place, I will be more cheerful, kinder, and treat everyone around me better. I will make your later years more perfect and splendid. You intend to usurp my existence." The second sword's expression was as cold as ice. Though deeply devoted to the sword path, she had never contemplated becoming a mere sword spirit. If she were to become an ethereal sword spirit, what would become of her pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship? The girl before her, with an innocent smile, now appeared more sinister than the shadow of resentment that had once sought to lead her astray and incite her to bloodshed. This girl aimed not only to manipulate her, but to entirely supplant her. Moreover, everything the second sword had faced previously could have been a trap set to select an appropriate vessel for possession. As past events flashed through her mind, the second sword, her expression darkening, slowly raised the celestial intense sword, pointing its tip at the girl before her. "If you wish to usurp my being, you must first prove your worth. The essence of possession ultimately lies in the clash of wills. The one with the stronger intent not only regains their body, but can also consume the other, acquiring all that they possess." As the former seven absolute fairy, the second sword held no fear of such possession. She was confident in her swordsmanship to vanquish the girl before her and shatter her ambitions of usurpation. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the second sword raise the celestial intense sword, the girl displayed an expression of even greater confidence than the second sword. "You dare to claim superiority over me in swordsmanship? Since you are so unwilling to concede, I shall grant you another opportunity." With a flick of her wrist, the girl conjured a long sword, smiling as she said, "In this realm, Everything is based on equal exchange. I offer you a chance to challenge me. Should you lose, you must surrender all your memories to me. After all, I will become you, and it would be suspicious if I had none of your memories. Enough of this prattle. Draw your sword. The second sword commanded coldly. A surge of potent sword intent erupting from her, coalescing in a powerful sword energy that shot toward the girl opposite her. With a beaming face, the girl effortlessly wielded her long sword, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The fierce sword energy unleashed by the second sword was almost instantaneously intercepted by the girl's weapon. The young girl beamed with joy, casually wielding the long sword in her hand as she declared, "I am unafraid to tell you that I have already attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. I can even perceive the essence of good and evil in a person's heart through their sword intent. Though you may be considered a genius, you still fall far short in comparison to me." As she spoke of swordsmanship, the confidence on her face grew even more pronounced, tinged with a hint of arrogance. "I have waited for thousands of years in vain for someone capable of inheriting my swordsmanship talent. Little girl, your potential barely catches my eye. You should take pride in that alone." At that moment, the second sword wore a frosty expression, dismissing the girl's words entirely. Yet, as she unleashed a series of formidable sword techniques, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. The girl opposite her effortlessly blocked her fierce attacks with a sword she had casually summoned. In facing this girl, the second sword felt as if she were confronting a second Lin Yang. Their sword paths were equally formidable, both inducing a sense of despair. How could this be? The second sword's complexion darkened as she struggled to accept the reality that there existed another person in this world capable of so thoroughly overpowering her in swordsmanship. Nonetheless, disbelief did not alter the truth. After effortlessly neutralizing her various assaults, the girl smiled and said, "I shall counterattack now." In a flash, a radiant beam of sword light, unlike anything the second sword had ever seen, appeared before her. When the brilliance faded, the girl's sword was poised at the second sword's throat. "I have won. Your memories now belong to me," she said, gazing at the second sword with a grin. This smile, however, appeared terrifying to the second sword, for she felt her memories surging toward the girl like a relentless tide. Chapter 75. The girl's disdain. I began practicing swordsmanship at 3, entered the innate realm at 7. I am a born sword immortal. Su Liang, your swordsmanship has improved greatly. You will soon catch up to me. Lin Yang, how is your swordsmanship so formidable? I fear I may never surpass you. At this moment, the second sword's memories flowed toward the girl, while the girl's memories simultaneously surged toward the second sword. Their memories intertwined and merged. The girl relished these recollections as though they were a feast of rare delicacies, savoring them with delight. Occasionally, she would scoff, "Bah, there ain't a decent man among them. They're all like Su Liang. This Lin Yang will inevitably bring you harm." Despite hearing the girl's remarks, the second sword remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious. She was still entranced by the girl's previous strike, which had undeniably reached the true zenith of swordsmanship, the ultimate realm of swordsmanship in this world. In her past life, the second sword had pursued such a state. She never anticipated that, apart from Lin Yang, another person could attain this level before her. This realization left her feeling quite disheartened, especially recalling the girl's earlier words of self-deprecation. "Sister of the famous sword, if you do not relinquish the heavenly intent sword to me, do not blame me for wielding this poisoned dragon dagger to carve countless marks upon your face. A mere heavenly intent sword? Little sword, I shall procure another for you." This Lin Yang is truly audacious, daring to dismiss the heavenly intent sword so lightly. As the girl continued to absorb the second sword's memories, her expression shifted slightly. The heavenly intent sword held profound significance in her heart. She certainly did not wish to witness anyone disparaging it. However, she suddenly recalled the earlier scenes from the mirrored world, where Lin Yang indeed treated the heavenly intent sword as worthless, carelessly destroying it. This realization brought a hint of embarrassment to her face, and she lowered her voice, saying, "He may truly not care for the heavenly intent sword, but he should not treat it so." Looking up at the dazed second sword, the girl smirked, continuing to absorb the memories flowing from her. "Sister of the famous sword, spare me, do not kill me. I, Su Liang, acknowledge my wrongdoing. I bow before you. But you deserve death. Lin Yang, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If there is a next life, may we never meet. Very well, if there is a next life, let us remain strangers." At this moment, the girl's expression turned grave. She gazed at the second sword, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. I once thought Lin Yang would be your downfall, but it seems you are merely the second Su Liang. I find myself somewhat reluctant to seize your life now. The once dazed second sword suddenly seemed to regain awareness, raising her head sharply to meet the girl's gaze. Receive my final strike. The second sword brought her fingers together, mimicking a sword with them, and thrust toward the girl. Even knowing her swordsmanship paled in comparison, she would not concede defeat until the very end. Moreover, she understood that her own skills alone could never best the girl before her. Thus, she executed a technique reminiscent of Lin Yang's style. In her past life, she had battled Lin Yang numerous times and was intimately familiar with his moves, which invariably utilized his fingers as a sword. Consequently, she decisively abandoned the heavenly intent sword, opting instead for her fingers. Having absorbed most of the second sword's memories, the girl effortlessly recognized the technique being employed against her, and her disdain became more pronounced. With a scoff, she remarked, "You killed him with your own hands, and yet dare to use his techniques? How laughable. Moreover, what you have stolen can never rightfully belong to you." The girl also wielded her fingers as a sword, radiant sword light shimmering at her fingertips as she thrust toward the second sword. This time, the power of her technique was several times stronger than before. The strike obliterated the second sword's attack in an instant, and the girl's finger thrust brutally pierced the second sword's being. Waves of unbearable pain coursed through her. At this moment, the second sword existed merely as an essence, and the girl's strike directly assaulted her consciousness and soul, inflicting excruciating torment. Even her awareness began to blur. Only the girl's icy voice echoed in her ears. "The type of person I detest most is one like Su Liang. I never expected you to be of the same ilk. Initially, I merely intended to make you the spirit of the heavenly intent sword, but now I have changed my mind. I shall sever 90% of your soul, leaving only a fragment of your consciousness, a state sufficient to serve as the spirit of the heavenly intent sword." As the former seven absolute fairy, the second sword was acutely aware of the implications of having 90% of her soul severed. Losing even half her soul would render her a mere shadow of her former self, devoid of self-awareness. In such a condition, the distinction between being alive and truly dead was negligible. Am I to die? The thought suddenly emerged in the second sword's mind as her consciousness began to fade. Since becoming the seven absolute fairy, she had never contemplated her mortality. Now, as she faced the brink of death, the memories of her past flooded her mind, compelling her to re-evaluate her life. Yet, what tormented the second sword even further was, in her current recollection, not only does she possess her original memories, but they are also intertwined with the memories conveyed by the young girl earlier. With the sword of destiny in my possession, I, Su Liang, shall undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost sword immortal in the world. Lin Yang, once I wield the sword of destiny, I shall surpass you and become the true sword immortal of the realm. Although these memories belong to entirely different individuals, they now seem to overlap, leaving the second sword in a state of shock. Have I truly done the same thing as this Su Liang? No, we are not the same. I act for the spirit mystic continent, for the sake of all living beings. The second sword, gripped by fear, instinctively retorted, yet her arguments grew increasingly feeble as her consciousness began to dissipate. Am I truly going to die? Chapter 76. His sword. Why is it not evil at all? The second sword felt as if she was plummeting into an endless abyss, powerless to struggle, unable to breathe. The only sensations that enveloped her were darkness, panic, and dread. Feelings she had never experienced before. Do not fear. You are my women. In the face of danger, simply invoke my name. To be candid, my name will hold power throughout the spirit mystic continent. Just as darkness threatened to consume the second sword entirely, an image of her past with Lin Yang abruptly flashed in her mind. Back then, she had watched Lin Yang boast with a smile, hardly taking his words to heart. Yet now, she felt as if she were a drowning soul grasping at the last straw for salvation, instinctively calling out, "Lin Yang, save me." With her plea, a beam of light suddenly shot down from above, illuminating her surroundings and dispelling the darkness, bringing warmth to her being. The second sword widened her eyes towards the source of the light. Soon, she discerned that the beam emanated from a sword. This sword, majestic and transcendent, resembled the sword of destiny almost identically, save for a noticeable flaw in the blade, indicating it was an incomplete sword. Moreover, inscribed on the thickest part of the blade were the words, "Exclusively for little sword." The second sword stared at these words, trembling uncontrollably. This was the second sword of destiny, the one Lin Yang had promised her. It had been hidden deep within her consciousness all along. In her previous life, Lin Yang had vowed to give her a sword of destiny, yet he had never fulfilled that promise until their relationship soured. Thus, she had believed Lin Yang to be deceiving her. Now, however, she realized that he had indeed gifted her this sword. It was simply incomplete, concealed within her awareness, even accompanying her rebirth into this life. The sudden emergence of this second sword of destiny caused the smiling girl to change her expression slightly. She had been assured of her victory, poised to seize everything from the second sword, even to extinguish her very consciousness. Yet this unexpected sword not only protected the second sword's soul, but also began to retaliate. I have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. No one can surpass me in this domain. The girl coldly snorted, conjuring a long sword in her hand to strike at the opposing blade. As long as she could destroy this sword, everything would remain under her control. However, upon making her move, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The sword's essence far surpassed the clumsy swordplay previously exhibited by the second sword. The power it harbored was overwhelming, seemingly representing the ultimate culmination of swordsmanship, instilling fear even in her who prided herself on achieving the zenith of swordcraft. Crack! In the midst of the girl's horrified gaze, the sword before her shattered, sending countless shards flying in all directions. Each fragment contained an immense power of swordsmanship. The girl wielded her long sword, desperately attempting to block the shards. Yet, merely one shard shattered her weapon and pierced through her body. The girl, filled with terror, struggled to restore herself. This realm of the mind was her dominion. Yet, the power within that shard was so tyrannical that it violently tore her body apart. The horrifying destructive force rendered her incapable of recovery, and she gradually dissipated in sheer terror. As the girl perished, the surrounding realm of the mind began to collapse. The second sword, who had been on the brink of despair and death, now quickly regained her composure. Everything, it has all come to an end. In the dim cave, the second sword's eyes suddenly snapped open. At the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stood solemnly outside the cave, their expressions grave. Around them, sparkling spirit stones illuminated their surroundings, forming the array they had set up. Should the second sword emerge and exhibit any signs of abnormality, they would immediately activate the array to strike at her. As they awaited with tense expressions, at last, the figure of the second sword reappeared in the cave. Sword sister, how are you faring? Xiao Yueshi asked, her gaze fixed on the second sword with concern. Shun Liuli stood beside her, equally apprehensive. The second sword's expression was blank as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet theirs. After a brief pause, she shook her head gently. I am fine. Everything has concluded. I will no longer succumb to darkness. With that, the second sword stepped out, and Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli scrutinized her closely. The second sword bore no trace of the malevolence she had previously exuded. Even the characters of servitude that had marred her face had vanished. Visually, she appeared unblemished, perhaps even more beautiful and spirited than before. However, as they continued to observe her, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's expressions grew increasingly peculiar. They could sense that the figure before them was indeed the second sword. Yet, they also perceived that the vibrant, proud sword aura that once filled her had entirely dissipated. The past second sword resembled a drawn sword, radiating a sharp and fierce energy even from afar. In contrast, the current second sword resembled a broken blade, enveloped in a profound sense of desolation. This despair was fatal for a sword cultivator, as it suggested she may have lost her heart for the sword. Sword sister, are you all right? Unable to contain herself, Xiao Yueshi inquired once more. The second sword shook her head and walked past them. I am fine. I simply need some time to reflect. Continuing past Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, the second sword walked straight to the edge of the sword pavilion cliff, sitting cross-legged against the fierce winds blowing toward her. The winds tousled her hair, but she paid it no mind. The sword of destiny, which she had once treasured dearly, now lay carelessly beside her. The second sword remained there, facing the winds, sitting in silence. Days passed as the sun rose and set, the brilliant twilight appearing and fading in the sky. The second sword remained in her unmoving state, lost in thought. On the seventh day, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could no longer bear to watch. Eventually, Xiao Yueshi approached her, concern evident in her voice. Sword sister, what is troubling you? If you have something on your mind, you can share it with us. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's voice, the second sword turned her head, her expression vacant. Tears suddenly streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and in a hoarse voice, she uttered his sword. Why is it not evil at all? Chapter 77. The ability to perceive good and evil his sword. Why is it not evil at all? The sight of the tear-streaked second sword left them both in shock. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli were both filled with helplessness. They could surmise that the he mentioned by the second sword undoubtedly referred to Lin Yang. However, they could not fathom what had transpired with the second sword that led her to pose such a question. Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi was about to speak when she suddenly saw the second sword, seated before them, topple over sideways. Sword sister. Both Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli's faces turned pale as they rushed forward to support the second sword. Initially, they assumed that the second sword had simply collapsed from the tremendous mental strain of sitting there for 7 days. Yet, as soon as they helped her up, they quickly sensed something was amiss. The second sword's body felt terrifyingly cold, akin to a block of ice, and her skin had entirely lost its color. What was even more shocking was that the fluctuations of spiritual power within the second sword had completely vanished. This revelation sent waves of terror across Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli's faces. It is known that for cultivators, things like pulse and heartbeat are inconsequential and can even be entirely concealed. However, the fluctuations of spiritual power are never supposed to disappear, especially for a spiritual entity like the second sword, whose body had gradually transformed into a spiritual form. Her internal spiritual power should have been the most pronounced. Yet now, Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli sensed not a trace of it within her. Sword sister, is she dead? The two stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what lay before them. Yet, regardless of their unwillingness to accept it, the icy body of the second sword unmistakably conveyed the grim reality. Their sword sister seemed to have truly fallen. What happened? Just a moment ago, she was perfectly fine. Xiao Yueshi, in shock, could not restrain herself from employing healing techniques in an attempt to save the second sword. Shen Liuli did the same. Just as they were in a flurry of activity, a calm voice suddenly emerged from behind them, emanating from the second sword. Sisters, you need not worry, I am perfectly well. Upon hearing the second sword's voice, Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli's faces lit up with joy, and they turned abruptly towards the source of the sound. However, upon seeing it, their expressions became blank, their eyes wide with disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. For at that moment, the Tianyi sword was quietly suspended in midair, and the voice of the second sword emanated from within this very sword. Having once been the 7 absolute female immortals, they immediately discerned some underlying truth upon gazing at the floating sword. Sword sister has become the spirit of the Tianyi sword? Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, their eyes wide with astonishment, could scarcely believe their own sight. They would rather believe that the second sword had been controlled by a demonic sword and transformed into a sword demon than accept that she had become the spirit of a sword, even if that sword was the Tianyi sword. For becoming a sword spirit meant being eternally bound to that sword. Wherever the sword went, the sword spirit must follow. For a sword spirit, the sword it inhabits is a true prison, and such a life of confinement is endless. Moreover, after becoming a sword spirit, one could no longer cultivate, forever trapped within the confines of that sword. In her previous life, the second sword was a renowned female sword immortal, a paragon for countless sword cultivators. Yet now, she had become the spirit of a sword. Not only would she not achieve the status of a sword immortal, but she would also be eternally confined within the Tianyi sword. Sword sister, what on earth happened? How did you become the spirit of the Tianyi sword? Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli gazed at the Tianyi sword in shock. Under their scrutiny, the figure of the second sword slowly materialized within the sword. However, she was now merely a faint apparition, no larger than a palm, looking petite and delicate. Though her form had shrunk, the second sword's expression remained despondent. She did not answer Xiao Yueshi's question, but instead shook her head in sorrow. Sisters, I have finally realized why, when I first met you, you appeared as you did. We were so very wrong. Seeing the second sword's despairing countenance, Xiao Yueshi could not help but shake her head. She, along with Shen Liuli and the current second sword, had traversed nearly identical paths, all having personally experienced pain and despair, allowing them to grasp the extent of their past errors. Yet at this juncture, everything had become irretrievable. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi said, Sword sister, let us put this aside for now. We must first find a way to restore you. It cannot be restored. The second sword slowly shook her head. I am a sword immortal. In terms of understanding swords, none of you surpass me. Therefore, I am acutely aware that in my current state, not even a sword immortal could save me, unless... As the second sword's voice faltered, Xiao Yueshi urgently pressed, unless what? Please tell us. The second sword shook her head, unwilling to continue. Instead, it was Shen Liuli with a somber expression, who spoke, I understand what sword sister means, unless Lin Yang appears. Only he possesses the power to aid her. Lin Yang. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Yueshi's expression also darkened, but she quickly shook her head, saying no, sword sister. According to what Lin Yang said in the previous life, you would simply be controlled by the sword, becoming a sword demon. How did you end up as the spirit of the Tianyi sword? In truth, I was indeed supposed to become a sword demon, just as Lin Yang described. The second sword murmured, pain evident on her face. After transforming into the spirit of the Tianyi sword, she had gained a new ability, the capacity to perceive the righteousness or wickedness of others through their sword intent. If a person were malevolent, their sword intent would undoubtedly exude strong malice. Conversely, if a person possessed goodness in their heart, their sword intent would reflect that goodness. Such traits may have been imperceptible to other cultivators, yet as a sword spirit, she could sense them with utmost clarity. In recent days, the second sword had been utilizing this ability to perceive the sword path left behind by Lin Yang. In her previous life, the 7 of them had betrayed Lin Yang, even ultimately leading to his demise. The root of their betrayal lay in the belief that Lin Yang was a tyrant who slaughtered indiscriminately, a true demon of the Lingxian continent. One would naturally expect the sword intent of such a person to be exceedingly sinister. However, no matter how the second sword perceived it, she could not detect any malevolence in Lin Yang's remaining sword intent. This realization nearly drove the second sword to madness, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Even as she remained unwilling to admit it, she had to begin questioning whether they had truly erred in their previous life. And it was precisely for this reason that she could not help but voice that question. Why is Lin Yang's sword not evil at all? Chapter 78. Did you kill my daughter? The second sword began to recount everything that had transpired to Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. As they listened, their faces reflected utter shock. For the past few days, they had been guarding this place, yet they had not anticipated that within such a short span of time, the second sword would undergo so much, even encountering a confrontation of spiritual dimensions. As the second sword spoke more and more, they finally began to comprehend why she had transformed into her current state. She had nearly been possessed by a young girl, and in her moment of impending death, she had been saved by the sword left to her by Lin Yang. However, the sword Lin Yang had left was merely a broken blade. While it had saved the second sword, it could not restore her fully. Thus, she had become the sword spirit she was now. Regrettably, had Lin Yang left her a complete sword, perhaps she would not have turned into a sword spirit at all. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli both recognized this point, but they merely sighed internally without voicing their thoughts. At this moment, discussing the matter further would serve no purpose other than to rub salt into an already deep wound. The second sword spoke calmly, recounting everything that had transpired before addressing the crux of the issue. As the spirit of the heavenly intense sword, I am inherently endowed with the ability to sense good and evil through the sword's intent. But why does Lin Yang's sword bear no trace of malevolence? By the end of her statement, the previously composed tone of the second sword had transformed, infused with a hint of agitation. Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened as to why the second sword had posed such a question. Their doubts regarding the nature of Lin Yang's sword had long since dissipated, and with the second sword's affirmation, their convictions were only further solidified. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi spoke, Sister Sword, from the very beginning, we acknowledged our wrongdoing towards brother Lin Yang, rather than the other way around. It seemed the second sword did not hear Xiao Yueshi's words. Her expression was somber, yet her voice grew increasingly fervent. Why is his sword devoid of wickedness? What could be the reason? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stared in astonishment at the second sword, who was now murmuring to herself. At that moment, they began to perceive that the second sword had not only transformed into a sword spirit, but appeared to be grappling with her own consciousness. Sister Sword, are you all right? Xiao Yueshi inquired cautiously. The second sword looked up at her, shaking her head. I am fine. But why is his sword not evil? Why is it not evil? Witnessing the second sword's repeated questioning, Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli were suddenly overcome with an inexplicable sorrow. In her previous life, the second sword was renowned as a female sword immortal, an idol revered by countless sword cultivators. She was a figure of grace and righteousness, who evoked admiration from all who beheld her. Yet now, she was trapped within a blade, her wisdom seemingly diminished. At that moment, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could not help but reflect on their own circumstances. In their past lives, one was a distinguished high priestess known throughout the Lingxian continent, while the other was a respected life immortal, both basking in the adoration of many. Now, however, one bore the cursed fate of an untouchable calamity star, while the other was afflicted with a perilous body, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. If only time could rewind, allowing us to return to that moment before we severed ties with brother Lin Yang. How wonderful it would be. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed blankly at the second sword, their hearts heavy with sorrow that they could no longer contain. Yet, they restrained the tears that threatened to fall. Slowly rising, Xiao Yueshi declared, "We can no longer delay. We must expedite our meeting with Sister Qi Yao and the others to prevent them from becoming enemies with brother Lin Yang." Shun Liuli nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon the second sword as she said, "The moonlight of Moon Goddess might restore the damaged will of Sister Sword. For her sake, we must hasten to meet with Sister Qi Yao. Then let us depart at once." Xiao Yueshi bent down to assist Shun Liuli to her feet. Though it was merely a vessel, preserving it well would provide an opportunity for the second sword's revival in the future. Shun Liuli resolutely grasped the heavenly intent sword nearby. Their current cultivation was insufficient to reach the celestial realm where Qi Yao resided. Thus they would need to rely on the heavenly intent sword for their journey. Fortunately, with the second sword as the spirit of the heavenly intent sword, it significantly eased the difficulty of activating its power. However, just as one was supporting the body of the second sword, while the other grasped the heavenly intent sword, preparing to leave the sword pavilion cliff, the figure of the renowned second Yangming approached quietly. He had come to see the second sword. Although he had confiscated the minor lord's token from her, he had done so with the consideration of the Mingjian manor, and as her father, he still harbored concerns for her well-being. After concluding matters at the Mingjian manor, he had stealthily arrived at the sword pavilion cliff to check on the second sword's condition. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who were preparing to depart. A moment of stunned silence passed as they exchanged incredulous looks. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's presence in the sword pavilion cliff had been arranged by him personally, so second Yangming recognized them. However, seeing one of them carrying the body of the second sword and the other wielding the heavenly intent sword, both appearing to sneak away, left him momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, second Yangming's expression shifted dramatically. "You two, in pursuit of the heavenly intent sword, have brought about my daughter's demise." With fury plastered across his face, he bellowed, swiftly launching an attack towards them. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were utterly unprepared for this encounter with second Yangming, and their current predicament left them unable to offer any explanation. In their haste, they could only urgently call upon the second sword within the heavenly intent sword, hoping she would clarify their situation. Yet, it was evident that the second sword was reluctant to confront second Yangming as a sword spirit. Harnessing the power of the heavenly intent sword, she transformed it into an immense blade, unleashing a barrage of smaller swords to ensnare second Yangming momentarily, while she herself commanded the heavenly intent sword to propel Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli into the sky. In a spectacular display of the sword's might, even second Yangming, a formidable saint-level adversary, was temporarily hindered. By the time he dispelled the smaller swords, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had long vanished from sight. Filled with rage, second Yangming immediately summoned all disciples from the Mingjian manor to pursue Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli relentlessly. Chapter 79. A relentless pursuit in the boundless sea of clouds. Layer upon layer appeared as though one had entered a celestial realm. Suddenly, the massive heavenly intent sword pierced through the billowing white clouds, emerging from below. On the broad blade, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli safeguarded the second sword's body while anxiously scanning their surroundings. "Are they still on our trail?" Shun Liuli asked in a low voice, her expression grave. Xiao Yueshi closed her eyes to sense the environment for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "The illusion array I set up should have temporarily trapped them. They have not caught up." Hearing Xiao Yueshi's words, Shun Liuli felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had escaped from the sword pavilion cliff of the Mingjian manor, pursued relentlessly by its experts, particularly second Yangming and another saint-level powerhouse, who had not granted them a moment's respite, attacking them mercilessly along the way. Fortunately, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were exceptional cultivators, and with the second sword controlling the heavenly intent sword, they had managed to narrowly evade the grasp of such formidable foes. As they sat upon the blade of the heavenly intent sword, the magnificent spectacle of the rolling clouds around them was overshadowed by their somber spirits. In their previous lives, they had been celebrated as the 7 absolute immortals, each renowned throughout the Lingxian continent. Yet, now they were being chased like frightened dogs, utterly disheveled. This experience was foreign to them, particularly for Xiao Yueshi. Turning to Shun Liuli, she spoke with a heavy heart, "Sister Liuli, it is my misfortune that has ensnared you both. My calamity star constitution must have started to affect you. or else you would not be pursued so relentlessly. Though Shin Liuli and the Second Sword's current plight had little to do with Xiao Yueshi, she had become a nervous wreck, both fearful and resentful of her unique constitution. Thus, in their dire situation, Xiao Yueshi could not help but think that she had dragged them down to this unfortunate state. Shin Liuli wore a bitter smile and said, "Sister Yueshi, at this point, your constitution is of little concern to us. When we are together in the future, you need not worry about it." After speaking, she lowered her gaze to the Tianyi sword at her feet, hesitating before asking, "Sister Sword, do you truly not intend to meet with Uncle and inform him of the true situation?" The Second Sword remained silent, its massive body quivering slightly, conveying its thoughts. The Second Sword had no desire to see anyone from the Mingjian villa. It was uncertain how to face them. In the past, the Second Sword had been the most gifted genius of Mingjian villa, recognized as the next sword immortal. Yet now, it had become a sword spirit, eternally confined within the Tianyi sword. Thus, the Second Sword preferred that the people of Mingjian villa believe it to be dead rather than confront them in its current form. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yueshi spoke again. "What shall we do next? Should we head to the outer heaven to find Sister Qi Yao and the others?" "Indeed," Shin Liuli replied with unwavering determination. "Sister Yueshi, do not forget that Sister Sword mentioned earlier that Sister Qi Yao is already devising ways to hunt down Brother Lin Yang. If we do not hurry to stop them, and should anything happen to Brother Lin, we shall regret it for eternity." Furthermore, a hint of worry flickered in Shin Liuli's eyes as she continued. "In our previous life, Brother Lin said our fates were tragic. I now fear that Sister Qi Yao and the others may have also fallen into such a tragic fate. We must rush to prevent them." "You are correct," Xiao Yueshi nodded. "If it were only me, my words might carry little weight. But now that the three of us are united, even Sister Qi Yao's domineering nature will likely compel her to consider our words." In their previous life, the 7 female immortals possessed distinct personalities and varying strengths. Yet Sister Qi Yao was undeniably the eldest among them. This superiority extended not just to age but also to strength and other aspects, and she was renowned for her overbearing nature. Thus, to alter the views of the other sisters regarding Lin Yang, they must first persuade Sister Qi Yao. If they could convince her, the remaining 3 sisters would be easily swayed. "Sister Sword, let us change our course and head to the outer heaven," Xiao Yueshi began, addressing the Tianyi sword. However, before her words fully faded, a massive rift suddenly tore through the clouds behind them. 2 razor-sharp sword energies surged forth like beams of light, scattering the clouds in every direction. In the next moment, the second Yangming and another formidable sage from Mingjian villa materialized. These 2 sages exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, and their presence was thick with murderous intent. "Oh no, they are coming after us!" The sudden turn of events caused both Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli to change color. Despite their numerous abilities, the vast gap in realms rendered them powerless against the second Yangming and his companion. Merely delaying these 2 sage-level beings would be their utmost limit, especially since the second Yangming was the biological father of the Second Sword. Even if they possessed a trump card that could threaten the second Yangming, they dared not use it, fearing they might inadvertently harm him. "How could you betray my daughter for a mere Tianyi sword, when she considered you both her closest friends?" The second Yangming's voice, filled with grief and fury, boomed as he appeared. Concurrently, countless light swords coalesced around him, hurtling toward Xiao Yueshi and Shin Liuli. Faced with such a lethal assault, Xiao Yueshi, with a face of resignation, dodged frantically while whispering to the Second Sword, "Sister Sword, we cannot withstand Uncle's onslaught. We must ask you to reveal yourself and clarify the situation." In this life-and-death crisis, even though the Second Sword was reluctant, it had no choice but to manifest from the Tianyi sword. Yet before it could fully materialize, a resplendent full moon suddenly appeared above them. The bright moonlight illuminated the surroundings, overpowering even the sunlight. In the center of this silvery moon, a slender figure emerged, hovering as if a deity looking down upon mortals. This astonishing scene instantly captured the attention of everyone below, particularly the 2 sages from Mingjian villa, who gazed up in shock. The Moon Goddess clan's expert had arrived. In the Lingxian continent, 2 clans existed beyond the realm of mortals, deserving utmost respect even from the strongest practitioners. One was the Yaoqi clan, to which Sister Qi Yao belonged, and the other was the Moon Goddess clan, renowned for its enigma. Wherever the moon shone, the figures of the Moon Goddess clan would appear. The being now present was evidently a formidable member of this clan. Their presence brought forth a luminous moon, capable of eclipsing even the fiercest sunlight with their unique lunar techniques. Xiao Yueshi, Shin Liuli, and the third sword had initially appeared grave. But upon gazing at the moon overhead and the figure within, joy broke upon their faces. Sister Moon Goddess. In their delighted eyes, the slender figure above finally revealed itself. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, stepping forth from the moonlight, tall and radiant, her skin like snow, shimmering under the moon's glow. Her deep blue eyes seemed to conceal boundless mysteries, compelling one to avert their gaze. Her silver hair flowed like strands of moonlight, dancing gently in the wind. She wore a long, cream-colored robe adorned with intricate patterns and celestial designs, glimmering softly in the moonlight. Anyone who caught a glimpse of her would feel a surge of sanctity and reverence. Divine love for all, compassion for all beings. Her soothing voice resonated, penetrating the depths of the soul and stirring profound emotions. Even a sage-level figure like the second Yang Ming felt his spirit tremble, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he regarded the moon goddess. Yet in the next moment, the moon above descended like a meteor, crashing down towards them. The expressions of the two sage-level experts from Mingjian Villa changed drastically as they summoned their strongest sword techniques to block the moon. Though the moon appeared ethereal, it embodied a profound principle, a unique secret technique of the moon goddess clan. Initially, they believed it would be challenging to withstand this moon, but when their swords pierced into it, they were astonished to discover it was merely an illusion. Their blades easily tore through the moon, but as it dissipated, the Tianyi sword and Xiao Yueshi had long since vanished without a trace. "Master, shall we continue the pursuit?" inquired the other sage from Mingjian Villa, his expression grim. The second Yang Ming, troubled, stared ahead for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding, "I fear they have already reached the territory of the moon goddess clan. We shall return for now and deliberate further." Even with his determination to retrieve the second sword and the Tianyi sword, it had become an improbable endeavor. The masters of the Moon God clan are certainly not individuals that a mere saint-level practitioner can provoke at will. Above the rolling sea of clouds, the enormous heavenly intent sword continues its forward flight. Yet, at the tip of the sword, an ethereal figure appears, the previously encountered, seemingly divine woman. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli gaze upon her with astonished expressions. This woman, radiating an aura of sanctity, is none other than the moon goddess, one of their 7 exquisite fairies. If their elder sister, Qi Yao, emanates an air of dominance and strength, then this moon goddess embodies mystery, holiness, and purity. Among the 7 of them, Qi Yao and the moon goddess are considerably older, rendering even Lin Yang a mere younger brother in their presence. In the past, when faced with the moon goddess, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli could only feel reverence. However, upon learning from the second sword that the others had become Lin Yang's women, they could not help but entertain an unsettling thought. Was the moon goddess also as divine and pure when alone with Lin Yang, engaging in intimate matters? Shaking their heads vigorously, they dispelled these inappropriate thoughts. Xiao Yueshi, filled with surprise, inquired, "Moon goddess, what brings you here at this moment? Had it not been for you, we might have faced grave danger." "It was elder sister Qi Yao who sent me to retrieve you," replied the moon goddess, her countenance cool and her voice imbued with an air of aloofness. "Now that I have found you 3, only Qinzi remains unaccounted for among our 7 exquisite fairies. In their previous life, apart from Xiao Yueshi, Shun Lioli, the second sword, and the moon goddess, 3 others remained. Elder sister Qi Yao, the celestial snow Ling Long, and finally, Lin Qinzi." Upon hearing the moon goddess's words, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli exchanged excited glances. "Have you already encountered Ling Long?" The moon goddess nodded slightly. "Indeed. Shortly after our rebirth, Ling Long sought me out in the outer heaven, where she has been with elder sister Qi Yao." Xiao Yueshi's face, initially brimming with joy, suddenly turned anxious as she recalled her own experiences. "Moon goddess, is everything well with you all?" Her concern stemmed from the fear that Qi Yao and the moon goddess might have fallen into the same despairing fate as before. With a slight furrow of her brow, the moon goddess shook her head. "We are all well. Our rebirth is a tremendous fortune, and we are even better than in our previous life. Especially elder sister Qi Yao, who has been consolidating all the powers of the outer heaven. A new supreme heavenly palace is soon to emerge under her leadership." New heavenly palace? The expressions of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli grew solemn as they exchanged glances, recalling their urgency to reach the outer heaven to see Qi Yao. "Moon goddess, what of Lin Yang? Have you found him?" Xiao Yueshi spoke with palpable trepidation, genuinely fearing the arrival of dire news. Yet, the moon goddess's response rendered them both speechless. In this world, Lin Yang no longer exists. The moon goddess's countenance was frigid, yet a flicker of something unusual crossed her serene features upon mentioning Lin Yang. Her answer left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli in stunned silence. Even the second sword, emerging from within the heavenly intense sword, could not help but gawk in disbelief. After a moment, Xiao Yueshi abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation, her face paling. You have already killed Lin Yang? Xiao Yueshi's repeated references to Lin Yang as brother surprised the moon goddess, who cast her a curious glance before shaking her head. Not at all. When we first returned, Qi Yao and I did send experts from the Yao Qi and Moon God clans to pursue Lin Yang in the Lingxian continent, but his whereabouts eluded us. Thus, the moon goddess continued, furrowing her brow. Not long ago, Qi Yao and I utilized the Moon God clan's supreme treasure, the sky-seeking mirror, hoping to locate him. However, the mirror revealed that Lin Yang does not exist in the current Lingxian continent. How can this be? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gasped in shock simultaneously. Even the second sword, emerging from the heavenly intense sword, wore a look of bewilderment. The sky-seeking mirror of the Moon God clan is a treasure of the Lingxian continent, capable of tracing the whereabouts of any divine being, even those of celestial level strength. In their previous life, they had witnessed the mirror's miraculous abilities. Not even Lin Yang, as a heavenly emperor, nor the seven of them, who had ascended to immortality, could evade its scrutiny. Therefore, theoretically, as long as Lin Yang remained in the Lingxian continent, the mirror should certainly reveal his location. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Yueshi shook her head vigorously. This is impossible. We recently saw Lin Yang manifesting his power, and both Liuli and I have used the life sense secret technique to perceive his aura. What Xiao Yueshi referred to as manifesting was an earlier encounter when Lin Yang had left a powerful sword aura upon a tombstone, so intense that even the second sword had been overwhelmed by it. Additionally, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had previously sensed Lin Yang's existence using their techniques, making it difficult for them to accept the moon goddess's claims. The moon goddess frowned, shaking her head. The sky-seeking mirror cannot be mistaken. After pondering for a moment, she continued, Sister Yueshi, what was the situation when you encountered Lin Yang? Is it possible you misinterpreted your perceptions? With a grave expression, Xiao Yueshi recounted the previous events to the moon goddess. She regarded the moon goddess as the most knowledgeable among them, often turning to her for guidance in times of difficulty. The moon goddess listened quietly, contemplating before she spoke again. What you witnessed, and what you sensed through the life sense technique, may merely be remnants of Lin Yang's presence in this world. Remnants? The three of them gazed at the moon goddess in confusion. The moon goddess elaborated. Do you recall what transpired before our rebirth? Of course, they replied, their faces darkening significantly. How could they forget that moment? After orchestrating a scheme against Lin Yang, they had stormed into his supreme heavenly palace. In his final moments, they had all sworn an oath that if they were reborn, they would never recognize each other again. For the past Xiao Yueshi and her companions, such a scene had been inconsequential. Yet now, reflecting on that moment caused a sharp pang of pain in their hearts. However, they were more concerned with understanding the moon goddess's words. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yueshi asked, Moon goddess, how does the past relate to the present? It is of great significance, the moon goddess affirmed. After the sky-seeking mirror failed to locate Lin Yang, Qi Yao and I conducted research on this phenomenon and concluded that such a situation may very well be the manifestation of the oath we made back then. Come to fruition. The fulfillment of an oath? How can that be? Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yueshi could no longer contain herself, rising to her feet. Upon their initial rebirth, she had entertained thoughts of the oath being fulfilled, even feeling joy at the prospect. But now, she had wept countless times in regret, yearning to find Lin Yang in this life, to apologize and make amends. Thus, she was unwilling to believe that Lin Yang truly did not exist in this world. At this moment, Shun Liuli and the second sword were equally perplexed, observing the reactions of the three before her. The moon goddess revealed a hint of skepticism in her eyes, yet she continued to explain. In our previous lives, we were all celestial-level cultivators. The promise we made as 7 individuals carries immense karmic weight. Moreover, after us, Lin Yang also vowed the same. Therefore, my sister Qi Yao and I speculate that our rebirth may very well be a consequence of this tremendous karmic force. She cast a glance at Xiao Yueshi and the other two before continuing. The promise we made was to forever remain strangers to Lin Yang. Thus, in this life, he does not exist in this world, and our vow has naturally come to fruition. However, given that Lin Yang was once closely connected to us, his lingering presence may occasionally appear by our side, In time, these apparitions should cease. Listening to the moon goddess, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces paled considerably. As a sword spirit with a damaged consciousness, the second sword stood in a daze. Although they were reluctant to accept the moon goddess's words, the possibility of their veracity was undeniable. In an instant, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves engulfed in confusion. The driving force behind their persistence thus far was the desire to locate Lin Yang in this life and seek his forgiveness. Yet now, this sole hope had been utterly extinguished. The despondent expressions of Xiao Yueshi and the others prompted the moon goddess to scrutinize them, asking, "But why have you three fallen into such dire circumstances?" At present, the aura of decay surrounding Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli was increasingly evident, and the plight of the second sword, reduced to a mere tool spirit, was even worse. Initially, the three had been eager to find Qi Yao and the moon goddess to unveil the truth, but after hearing the moon goddess's revelations, they felt that these so-called truths had become meaningless. What did it matter how clearly it was articulated? Lin Yang was no longer part of this world. Chapter 82. Seeking Lin Chenxi, the moonlight was resplendent. A vessel, reminiscent of an ancient palace, soared swiftly through the air. Within this vessel, the moon goddess, exuding an aura of sanctity, stood at the edge, quietly listening to the accounts of Xiao Yueshi and the others. The transformation of the three into their current state left the moon goddess filled with doubt. After all, they had been celestial beings in their previous lives, and it seemed inconceivable that they should now suffer such a tragic fate. Yet, as she absorbed their recent experiences, a look of realization crossed her face. After a moment of contemplation, the moon goddess spoke. "Your situation, along with that of Lioli, is indeed challenging to resolve. However, once we find Chenxi, I will take you to reside in the moon goddess temple of my clan for a time. The lunar energy of my lineage possesses the ability to purify all, which may significantly improve your circumstances." As for the second sword, the moon goddess sighed, pondering the second sword's condition, which was exceedingly rare for a cultivator to become a sword spirit, and even more so now, with her consciousness affected. The only course of action she could conceive was to wait until the second sword's awareness was fully restored before finding a method for her revival. Despite the moon goddess offering assistance, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli felt disheartened. The tribulations they had endured in this life had dealt them a grievous blow. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Yueshi spoke in a subdued tone. "Sister Moon Goddess, what shall we do about Lin Yang? Even if he truly does not exist in this world, the wrongs we committed in our previous life must have some resolution." The moon goddess nodded slightly. "As for everything concerning Lin Yang, we shall discuss it when we are all reunited. However, even if Lin Yang was responsible for countless deaths in his struggle against the encroaching darkness, I cannot condone his actions. God loves the world and pities all beings." As the moon goddess recited this tenet of her clan, she appeared increasingly divine, with a sanctified aura enveloping her visage. Her tone softened further. "If there are indeed individuals who have been seduced by dark forces and turned into puppets, we should first seek to heal them, to assist in their restoration, rather than resorting to outright extermination, which would be excessively ruthless." Clearly, while the moon goddess believed the words of Xiao Yueshi and the others, she still harbored reservations regarding Lin Yang, failing to recognize that the harm inflicted upon him in their previous life was their fault. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had no desire to argue with the moon goddess at this moment. Upon learning that Lin Yang might not exist in this world, their expressions darkened, and their spirits sank to new depths of despair. They felt utterly lost. After a moment of silence, Shun Liuli continued, "Sister Moon Goddess, we can discuss Lin Yang's matters later, but you must not allow yourselves to fall into such a tragic fate as we have." Having learned from the misfortunes of Xiao Yueshi and the others, the moon goddess took their words seriously. Her expression grew solemn as she nodded. "If what you say is true, then our immediate priority is to find Chenxi. The fact that she has yet to appear suggests she may have encountered some misfortune." As they traversed the skies above Lingxian continent aboard the vessel, they sought the last of the 7 absolute fairies, Lin Chenxi. Once they located her, the 7 absolute fairies would be reunited. With the moon goddess now aware of the trials faced by Xiao Yueshi and her companions, her urgency to locate Lin Chenxi intensified. Unfortunately, despite Lin Chenxi being one of them, they possessed scant knowledge of her past. Regardless of the various searching techniques they employed, they could only sense a vague presence, unable to pinpoint Lin Chenxi's exact location. After nearly a month of fruitless searching, the moon goddess finally lost patience with this slow pursuit. On the ancient vessel, the tall moon goddess, clad in a pure robe, gazed up at the radiant moon. When the moonlight reached its zenith, she suddenly summoned a round mirror adorned with celestial patterns. This mirror began to hover above her head. Initially, it was no larger than a hand, but in an instant, it expanded to a height greater than a person. The celestial gaze mirror. Sister Moon Goddess, you actually brought this treasure along? Xiao Yuexi's astonished voice interjected. Following her, both Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli approached. The Moon Goddess exerted her full strength to stabilize the hovering mirror, and once it was steady, she found the capacity to respond to Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli. Using the celestial gaze mirror at my current cultivation level is indeed a considerable drain. But if it leads us to Qinxi, the cost is well worth it. We will assist you in activating the celestial gaze mirror. Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli joined the Moon Goddess's side. This mirror was a sacred treasure of the Moon Goddess clan, and its utilization required intricate procedures and significant sacrifices. If not for the desperate need to locate Lin Qinxi, the Moon Goddess would never have employed such a valuable artifact lightly. Although Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli's current cultivation was lacking, they had previously activated the celestial gaze mirror in their former lives, allowing them to assist the Moon Goddess in its operation now. With their help, the Moon Goddess found it considerably easier, but soon, she freed one hand to gently draw a line across her wrist, instantly revealing a wound. A drop of crimson, akin to precious gemstones, dripped from the wound of the Moon Goddess. Lacking the power to activate the celestial mirror with sheer strength, she resorted to using the blood of her divine lineage. As her blood flowed into the mirror, this treasured artifact began to emit a hazy brilliance. The Moon Goddess extended a delicate finger towards the mirror's surface, tracing an ethereal pattern. The blood she had infused began to manifest, swirling in accordance with her movements, soon coalescing into a complete portrait of a woman. This figure was that of Lin Qinxi, a petite yet undeniably beautiful woman, who, as one of the 7 absolute fairies, was easily captured by the Moon Goddess's artistic prowess. Celestial mirror, aid me in locating my sister Qinxi, she intoned softly. As she completed the figure, the mirror gradually absorbed the image of the woman. In the next moment, a vivid scene unfolded on the mirror's surface, but instead of Lin Qinxi, a large serpent appeared. Chapter 83. Neither human nor demon, the 3 goddesses stared, astonished, at the celestial mirror before them. They sought the last trace of their kin, Lin Qinxi, yet the mirror revealed only a serpent. Bewildered, they observed the creature, pondering its connection to Lin Qinxi. Within the mirror, the serpent slithered into a grand estate. You incompetent beast, how can you fail at such a simple task? A middle-aged man's voice boomed as he approached the serpent, brandishing a whip. He struck the serpent mercilessly, leaving it battered before ceasing, tossing the whip aside. Next time you err, I shall take your life. Thank you, master, the serpent replied, to their astonishment. The serpent coiled and gradually transformed into a strikingly alluring woman. Albeit not entirely, visible white scales still adorned her body. Is she of the demon race? The 3 goddesses exchanged looks of growing disbelief. In the Lingxian continent, occasionally, other beings would awaken their intelligence and take on forms, those being the demon race. However, their cultivation faced significant limitations. Though they could assume human shapes, they could never truly rival the human race. Thus, most demons concealed themselves in remote areas or became subservient to other cultivators. This serpent clearly belonged to the latter category, bound to the control of the middle-aged practitioner. The appearance of a demon within the mirror was not particularly rare, yet the Moon Goddess sought Lin Qinxi, who bore no apparent ties to demons. Despite their doubts, the 3 goddesses continued to observe. After her transformation, the serpent spent most of her time in a dim chamber within the estate. Serpents favored the coolness of shadows, and even in her new form, her nature remained unchanged. The chamber suited her well, yet the middle-aged man frequently entered, tormenting her in various ways. Consequently, the woman bore numerous scars, her appearance a portrait of despair. One fateful day, the man, seemingly intoxicated, stumbled into the chamber. The serpent, curled in fear, braced for further torment. However, he unexpectedly seized her, tearing away her garments and pinning her down. The serpent, wide-eyed and bewildered, lay still, not comprehending his intentions. After a night of violation, the man awoke to find her beneath him, his face contorted with anger as he struck her again. Yet from that day forth, the serpent was frequently summoned, compelled to repeat their previous encounters. Before the celestial mirror, the 3 goddesses, their faces aflame with embarrassment, witnessed these scenes unfold. The Moon Goddess, radiating a sacred aura, felt an overwhelming urge to reclaim the mirror upon witnessing such disgraceful imagery. However, recalling their quest to locate Lin Qinxi, she restrained her temper and continued to observe. Is the serpent pregnant? Suddenly, Xiao Yueshi exclaimed, astonished. The mirror depicted the serpent's belly swelling after repeated assaults from the middle-aged man. This sight left the three goddesses speechless. Even the man appeared dumbfounded. Humans and demons were distinct beings. While demons could take human form, it was unheard of for their unions to yield offspring. Although initially seeking Lin Chenxi, curiosity about the serpent's child began to grow within the goddesses. What might this offspring resemble? After all, while demons could assume human shapes, their wild instincts remained intact, ensuring any child born of such a union would be unlike any ordinary life. In the mirror, the middle-aged man stared wide-eyed at the serpent's condition, seemingly captivated by the prospect of the child within her. As time progressed, the serpent experienced an unexpected reprieve. Her living conditions improved, and the once dingy chamber was now clean and tidy, though it bore numerous protective talismans, rendering her unable to escape. A serpent's gestation lasted merely 50 days, yet human childbirth required a full 10 months. This serpent, however, gave birth after only 3 months, delivering a creature that resembled a monstrous infant. Though humanoid, it was covered in scales. The serpent gazed at her newborn with confusion, unable to comprehend this new method of reproduction. For her kind traditionally laid eggs that hatched into young snakes. Regardless, this strange creature was her child. She cradled it gently, using her tongue to cleanse it of impurities. Beneath the grime, the child resembled a typical infant, despite the scales. The serpent's face gradually brightened with joy, recognizing her offspring. Yet in an instant, a large hand snatched the child away. The middle-aged man, treating the infant as if it were a mere stone, strode out of the chamber. Hours passed before he returned, casually tossing the child back to the serpent while cursing under his breath. Not a human, nor a demon, but merely a worthless being. Chapter 84. From now on, you shall be called Lin Chenxi. The offspring of a human and a demon is indeed rather abnormal. Even the serpent woman soon discerned that something was amiss with the child she had given birth to. It neither cried nor smiled. Most of the time, the child lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any outcry. Fortunately, she retained the instinct to feed. Otherwise, even the serpent woman might have doubted whether she had birthed a mere stone. Despite the child's peculiarities, the serpent woman did not reject her. She only knew that this child was hers, and thus she continued to nurture her with care. The child's father, the middle-aged man, had not appeared for a long time. When he finally returned, he resumed his previous behavior, wielding a whip to strike both the serpent woman and the child she had borne. This scaled child would never be acknowledged as his daughter. The only reason he allowed the child to be born was to observe whether the progeny of a human and a demon would manifest as some extraordinary creature. If it proved to be sufficiently remarkable, he could present this creature to a more powerful elder and gain substantial benefits. Yet this child, aside from her scales, exhibited no extraordinary traits, which left him greatly disappointed and somewhat resentful toward her. Hence, as he lashed out at the serpent woman, his whip mercilessly struck the child as well. The serpent woman could only do her utmost to shield her child in her embrace, fearing that the blows might prove fatal. Time flew by. The flickering light within the heavenly peering mirror indicated that several years had swiftly passed. Under the serpent woman's protection, her child soon grew to a few years of age. Their days together were fraught with hardship. The middle-aged man frequently appeared, inflicting punishment upon them, even more often than before. Each time, the serpent woman endeavored to shield her child beneath her. Otherwise, the child would likely have perished long ago. Most of the time, the serpent woman and her child remained quietly in that small dark room. Occasionally, they engaged in brief conversations such as, "Why does he whip us?" "Because he is our master." "What is a master?" "We must have a master to live, and we must obey their words." "Oh, master." However, not long after this exchange, they were once again subjected to the whip. The child, whom the serpent woman had shielded beneath her, suddenly began to resist. She dashed toward the middle-aged man wielding the whip and bit fiercely into his calf. Although the man was a cultivator, he had never anticipated that this mother and child would dare to defy him. Thus, he was caught off guard and was bitten by this little girl of only a few years. In an instant of severe pain, the man erupted in fury. With a mere flick of his arm, he summoned a spirit sword and aimed it at the little girl at his feet. "No!" The serpent woman, who had never dared to defy the middle-aged man, suddenly erupted in defense. Her lower body transformed into a serpent form as she rushed toward him, cradling her daughter in her arms, just as she had done in the past, while striving to intercept the spirit's sword with her serpentine tail. Yet, her flesh and blood could not possibly contend with the treasures of a cultivator. In an instant, the serpent woman's body was severed in two, a scream escaping her lips as she collapsed to the ground, still clutching her daughter. This tragic scene only deepened the coldness of the middle-aged man's expression. A dog that dares to bite its master cannot be spared. Today, I shall slay this pair of abominations. His voice was equally frigid as he raised his sword once more. At that moment, the half-severed serpent woman unleashed her final vestiges of strength, clutching her daughter tightly and charging towards the exit. The small dark room that had confined them for so long was almost instantly obliterated by her force. The serpent woman did not dare to look back. She simply held her daughter close and fled desperately. Behind her, the middle-aged man wore a cold smile, effortlessly directing a treasure to pursue them. Meanwhile, the spirit sword in his hand was propelled by his spiritual energy, transforming into a massive blade aimed at the serpent woman. Although she did not dare to turn around, she seemed to sense the impending danger of the spirit sword. She hugged her daughter tightly and, with all her strength, hurled her child far away. In that moment, the previously emotionless child seemed to awaken to a realization. She fixed her gaze on the serpent woman. Witnessing the moment, the middle-aged man's spirit sword severed her mother's head. Live survive. In her final moments, the serpent woman's mouth opened slightly, though no sound emerged. The child suddenly understood her mother's intent. Then, darkness engulfed her vision. When the child awoke again, she found herself atop a small mountain. This was her first time stepping outside the confines of her small dark room, experiencing the wonders of the outside world. She looked up, gazing at the starry sky, feeling the gentle breeze, hearing the chirping of crickets, and observing the flora and fauna around her with curiosity. These sights were entirely different from the small dark room she had known. However, her attention soon shifted to a figure not far from her. It was a remarkably handsome boy, sitting on a stone, focused intently on grilling meat skewers. The aroma wafted towards her, causing her stomach to rumble. Having never been satiated in her life, she felt ravenous. Despite her lack of emotions, she understood that to survive, she must eat. The words of her mother echoed clearly in her mind. Live survive. Just as the child hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and seize the food, the handsome boy turned to look at her. After scanning her up and down, he extended the skewer towards her. Here, take it and eat. The girl hesitated for a moment, but the pangs of hunger overwhelmed her. She took the skewer and began to devour it hungrily. The boy watched her in silence, and as she neared the end of the skewer, he finally spoke. What is your name? Name? What is that? The girl slowly replied, her speech faltering from lack of interaction. She truly did not know what a name was. Neither she nor her mother had names, nor did they know the name of their master, the middle-aged man. A name is an identifier for a person. Everyone should have a name. For example, I am called Lin Yang. The boy patiently explained. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked, You don't have a name, do you? The girl shook her head in confusion. The boy slapped his forehead and laughed. Then let me give you a name. He pondered for a moment, as a ray of light pierced through the darkness on the horizon. Looking up with a smile, he declared, From now on, you shall be called Chensi, and your surname shall be Lin. Lin Chensi. Chapter 85. Be my master. What is happening? What is this situation? As they gazed at the scenes within the heavenly peering mirror, Xiao Yueshi and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who had mentally accepted the reality that Lin Yang did not exist in this world after the moon goddess' earlier explanation. Yet in an instant, Lin Yang's figure appeared in the heavenly peering mirror. Moreover, the tragic offspring of the serpent maiden turned out to be the younger sister Lin Chensi, whom they had been searching for all along. The two turned their gazes toward the moon goddess, hoping for an explanation. At that moment, the moon goddess furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with confusion. However, she soon regained her composure. As she stared intently into the heavenly observation mirror, she began to ponder aloud. This may be the causal influence I previously mentioned. Now that the four of us are together, the power of causality is exceedingly potent, so much so that it has distorted two worlds. Consequently, the images revealed by the heavenly observation mirror are those from our past life. Currently, this vessel harbored 4 of the 7 exquisite fairies, all of whom had been reborn. The moon goddess's explanation, though somewhat tenuous, was at least understandable. Shaking her head, she waved her hand toward the heavenly observation mirror, channeling her spiritual energy. This search has been a failure. I shall withdraw the mirror for now. In a few days, we shall attempt once more. By then, the images from our past life should no longer appear. To her surprise, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli simultaneously intervened, halting the moon goddess's action to close the mirror. Sister Moon Goddess, even if the images within the mirror are from our past life, we may still glean some clues regarding Sister Chensi. Indeed, Sister Moon Goddess, we know so little about Sister Chensi's past. Aren't you curious about what transpired between her and Brother Lin Yang? Observing the two as they spoke in rapid succession, the Moon Goddess slowly lowered her raised arm, her expression a mix of resignation and understanding. She could clearly see that Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's obstruction was primarily motivated by their desire to gaze at Lin Yang a little longer. However, the Moon Goddess was indifferent to this. In a world where Lin Yang no longer existed, their changing perceptions of him had become inconsequential. In contrast, her curiosity was piqued by Lin Chensi's origins. Lin Chensi was the most innocent and pure-hearted among the 7 exquisite fairies, cheerful, sunny, and inherently kind, beloved by all. Yet, they were unaware that this seemingly pure sister harbored such a tragic past. If it had not been for Lin Yang's timely intervention, rescuing Lin Chensi, she might have already perished at the hands of her own father. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 moon goddesses, the images within the heavenly observation mirror shifted once more. Lin Chensi, the little girl who had just escaped death murmured, as if to engrave the name in her memory. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Yang. The skewers he had given her were the most delectable food she had ever tasted in her life. This exquisite flavor rendered Lin Yang extraordinary in her eyes. Additionally, memories of her mother, the serpent woman, flooded her mind. To live, to survive, we must have a master, and we must obey our master's commands. The little girl stared at Lin Yang for a moment before abruptly kneeling before him. Master, will you be my master? Lin Yang, clearly taken aback by the girl's unexpected action, hesitated before responding, I am a fine young man. Such customs are not in vogue. Let us simply be friends. Friends? The little girl gazed at Lin Yang with curiosity, utterly unaware of the concept of friendship, and shook her head decisively. No, I want a master. Very well, call it what you wish. Lin Yang regarded the little girl with exasperation. He could discern that her logic was somewhat askew. As he engaged with her, the brilliance on the horizon grew ever brighter. The sun ascended, casting its golden rays over the land. The girl, having lived in darkness for so long, instinctively sought shelter from the sudden, overwhelming light. Yet, remembering that her master had issued no command, she gritted her teeth and stood her ground, allowing the sunlight to envelop her. After the initial discomfort, a wave of warmth enveloped the little girl, lulling her into a state of bliss. Let us depart. We must go. Lin Yang's authoritative call snapped the little girl back to reality. Instinctively, she began to move, interpreting this as her master's first command. Thus, a small tail followed Lin Yang. She mirrored his every action, stopping when he stopped. Initially, Lin Yang found her presence rather unusual, but he gradually adapted to her companionship. He led the little girl to a nearby town, where he arranged for someone to bathe her, clean her hair, and even provide her with new clothes. By the time they completed these tasks, the child who appeared in the heavenly observation mirror was transformed into a remarkably delicate-looking girl. She resembled an ordinary child, perhaps even more beautiful, yet the white scales upon her body set her apart. The woman who bathed her was nearly frightened into fleeing upon seeing the scales. Ultimately, Lin Yang had to offer her a large spirit stone to calm her fears. Indeed, the child born of the Serpent Maiden was none other than Sister Chensi. The 3 moon goddesses, observing the now pristine little girl, felt their doubts dissipate. Although she was still a child, the contours of her face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chensi's future visage. However, Lin Chensi did not possess the scales the little girl had. While Lin Chensi was pure and kind-hearted, she was by no means foolish. The revelation of Sister Chensi's tragic past was startling. No wonder she had never spoken of it. The 3 moon goddesses silently acknowledged their ignorance of Lin Chensi's history, a subject Lin Yang seldom broached. Yet, he had remarked that Lin Chensi's fate might be the most tragic among them all. In the warm room, Lin Yang sat at a table laden with an array of enticing dishes. Despite her new attire, Lin Chensi dared not sit, standing anxiously behind him. Without her master's command, she refrained from touching the food before her. Observing her hesitation, Lin Yang sighed and said, "Sit down and eat." Only then did Lin Chensi obediently take a seat and begin to ravenously devour the food, her first encounter with such a bounty of flavors. Each morsel was a delight she had never experienced before. Yet, as she stuffed her mouth, Lin Yang's expression shifted to one of concern. He had found her for a significant reason, but her current behavior left him apprehensive about the future. Could this seemingly troubled little girl truly become the savior of this world? Before the heavenly observation mirror, Xiao Yueshi and her companions exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. They had heard Lin Yang speak of Lin Chenxi's tragic fate, but only now did they grasp the depth of her suffering. Xiao Yueshi could not help but exclaim, "In the previous life, brother Lin Yang actively cared for Sister Chenxi. In this life, without brother Lin Yang's support, I fear that Sister Chenxi's situation will be even more dire." The moon goddess, her expression cold and brow slightly furrowed, replied, "In this life, Chenxi possesses the memories of her past. Even without Lin Yang, she will undoubtedly find a way to overcome her challenges and be reborn." The moon goddess's words eased the worry etched on Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces, though concerns still lingered. In this life, they believed, as the moon goddess had said, that possessing the memories of their past would enable them to lead a better life. Yet the outcome had been utterly despairing. However, Lin Chenxi's circumstances seemed markedly different. With her past memories, perhaps Lin Chenxi could indeed alter her tragic fate. Within the heavenly mirror, Lin Chenxi was frantically stuffing food into her mouth, continuing until she could eat no more, her cheeks puffed. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yang, exasperated, commanded, "Enough! You don't need to keep eating. Just make sure you're full. There will be plenty of food like this every day." "Yes, master," Lin Chenxi mumbled, her words muffled. This was a phrase her serpentine mother often uttered in her memories. When in the presence of her master, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Simply obeying his command sufficed. Thus, when Lin Yang instructed her to sleep, she obediently burrowed into her blankets, tightly shutting her eyes. In the past, all she needed to do to fall asleep was close her eyes, but this time, the softness beneath her and the warmth of the blankets, along with the pleasant fragrance in the air, made it difficult for her to drift off. Nevertheless, she remembered her master's command. Even if she couldn't sleep, she dared not open her eyes. Suddenly, Lin Yang's voice broke the silence, prompting Lin Chenxi to open her eyes once more. As she gazed at her master standing before her, she instinctively wanted to emerge from her cocoon of blankets, but Lin Yang stopped her. He pulled up a chair and sat beside her, saying, "Let us have a casual chat. Have you ever considered avenging your mother?" Lin Chenxi's eyes widened as she looked at her master and asked, "Avenge? What does that mean?" Lin Yang couldn't help but slap his forehead in exasperation. With a resigned expression, he changed the subject, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll teach you about cultivation." Lin Chenxi still stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape. Wanted to ask the same question as before. "Cultivation. What is?" But before she could finish, Lin Yang decisively interrupted. "No questions about what cultivation is. Wake up early tomorrow, and you'll find out then." With that, he stood up and extinguished the candlelight, saying, "No more discussion, it's time for sleep." As she lay in bed, Lin Chenxi softly murmured to herself, "Master, master." The next morning, Lin Chenxi woke up early, recalling her master's instruction from the night before to rise early. Even before dawn, she climbed out of bed. The warmth of her blankets was a comfort she had never before experienced, making her reluctant to leave. Yet, she persevered, forcing herself out of bed. However, the new clothes she had worn the day before posed quite a challenge. After much effort, she couldn't manage to wear them as she had the previous day. They hung awkwardly on her, appearing quite askew. When Lin Yang saw her, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Chenxi looked quite comical. Her upper garment was bunched around one leg, while her pants were haphazardly tangled around her neck. Fortunately, a long skirt managed to cover her modesty. "That is not how you wear clothes. Remember how to dress properly. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at if you go out looking like this," Lin Yang admonished as he helped her change into proper attire. To ensure she wouldn't repeat such mistakes, he patiently taught her how to dress, turning what was supposed to be a lesson in cultivation into a lesson in clothing. Thankfully, Lin Chenxi had a good capacity for learning and quickly memorized how to wear her garments. By the next day, she was able to dress herself properly and stand before Lin Yang. "Well done. Now, we shall begin your cultivation, starting from the basics." Lin Yang praised Lin Chenxi before formally commencing her instruction. However, Lin Chenxi's constitution was remarkably different from that of an ordinary person. While someone with enough talent could sense spiritual energy and quickly establish a foundation, Lin Chenxi was unable to perceive its existence, let alone absorb it. Lin Yang, unfazed by this, murmured, "So it's true. It seems only that particular technique will suit you." After several days of instruction, Lin Yang ultimately relinquished his efforts to teach Lin Chenxi cultivation. The conventional methods proved ineffective for her. Fortunately, he had prepared for this outcome. His departure was intended to seek a technique suitable for Lin Chenxi's cultivation. After giving her a series of instructions, he left alone. Watching Lin Yang's retreating figure, Lin Chenxi, who had never understood the concept of emotion, felt a strange pang of reluctance. Her days with the master were the most comfortable and secure she had experienced since her arrival in this world. She slept warmly each night, enjoyed delicious meals daily, and most importantly, she heard her master's commands, which made her feel that perhaps this was the essence of her existence. Lin Chenxi did not comprehend the meaning of farewell. Yet, watching Lin Yang depart, she felt an inexplicable sadness. Nevertheless, she did not stop him or voice her feelings. Her master's words were undoubtedly correct, and his commands were not to be disobeyed. After Lin Yang left, Lin Chenxi's sole activities, aside from eating and sleeping, were standing at the door, waiting for his return. She firmly remembered her master's parting words. "You stay here and wait for me to come back. I will wait for master to return," Lin Chenxi reassured herself. However, soon events took an unexpected turn. On this day, Lin Chenxi stood at the door as usual, awaiting Lin Yang's return. Their residence was located in a bustling town, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk. Her vacant stance quickly attracted the attention of a group of children. Initially, they surrounded her, attempting to invite her to play, as she appeared to be of a similar age. But soon, someone noticed the scales obscured by her clothing. "A monster!" With a terrified shout, the children scattered in all directions, fleeing in fear and daring not to approach Lin Chenxi again. Confused, Lin Chenxi watched the commotion unfold. She did not understand why these little people had come close to her or why they fled in fright. However, this did not concern her. Her sole purpose was to stand there and wait for her master's return, for others held no significance to her. Yet, who she awaited was not Lin Yang, but rather the parents of those frightened children. A throng of adults wielding knives, guns, clubs, and even hoes approached in a menacing formation, halting just a few paces from Lin Chenxi. The child who had previously spotted the scales on Lin Chenxi's body pointed at her and exclaimed, "It's her. She is covered in scales just like the snake I caught before." Several armed men stepped forward, vociferously intimidating Lin Chenxi, demanding that she reveal her arms. Bewildered, Lin Chenxi gazed at the scene unfolding before her. It was her first encounter with such a multitude. She recalled her master's advice. When faced with others, it was best to offer a smile, as it could elicit goodwill. Yet, what was a smile? After much contemplation, she found herself standing there in a daze. Observing that Lin Chenxi appeared devoid of any extraordinary abilities, one audacious man rushed toward her, tearing her clothing to expose the scales on her body. A cacophony of terrified cries erupted. "A monster! She truly is a monster, covered in scales. Hud, hud, hud." Initially, a few stones were hurled violently at Lin Chenxi, soon followed by the clubs brandished by the crowd. Having endured beating since childhood, Lin Chenxi was no stranger to pain. Yet she could not comprehend why these people were behaving in such a manner. Her garments were rapidly torn to shreds, revealing even more scales beneath. Consequently, the aggressors intensified their assault, leaving Lin Chenxi battered and bruised, before binding her with ropes and suspending her aloft. "Burn her! Burn her!" The fervent shouts from the crowd instilled a sense of dread in Lin Chenxi, hanging helplessly in midair. This reminded her of the days before meeting her master, when she endured a similar fate, each day marked by the harsh lash of the man who had slain her mother. Now, she felt as though the surrounding individuals had morphed into that very man who had once tormented her. "Master, master," Lin Chenxi murmured, for only her master would never treat her this way. The crowd did not truly intend to burn Lin Chenxi alive, as they believed that a small creature like her must have a more formidable demon lurking behind her. They resolved to use Lin Chenxi to lure out this larger threat. Thus, she was suspended in the most conspicuous part of the city, enduring the biting winds by night and the scorching sun by day. Lin Chenxi, whose physical condition was already frail, was gradually reduced to a mere shadow of herself, her mind beginning to spiral into delirium. In her hazy state, she perceived a figure stealthily approaching in the darkness, lowering her from her high perch. "Master?" Lin Chenxi strained to open her eyes, hoping to see her master returning. Instead, she was met with the fierce visage of a woman who had bathed her upon her initial arrival with her master. "Run, do not look back." Though the woman's appearance was menacing, her voice was gentle. She swiftly untied Lin Chenxi, pressed a bun into her hands, and hurried away, fearful of being discovered. Clutching the bun, Lin Chenxi devoured it hungrily, regaining a modicum of strength before scrambling away into the distance. By dawn, it did not take long for the townsfolk to discover that the small demon they had captured had escaped. Yet, before they could mobilize a search party, someone noticed that she had returned to the very spot from which she had been captured. "I will wait here for my master to return." Standing under the sunlight, Lin Chenxi watched as the crowd approached again, her face betraying fear, yet she remained resolute and unmoving. Before the celestial mirror, Xiao Yueshi and her companions fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Shun Liuli spoke softly. If this truly is the experience of Sister Chenxi, how could she possibly betray Senior Lin Yang in the future? Indeed, within Lin Chenxi's heart, only Lin Yang held significance. Given their profound bond, it seemed inconceivable that she would ever turn against him. Thus, it was not only Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli who wore expressions of confusion. Even the usually composed moon goddess displayed signs of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation before the celestial mirror, she finally articulated, "People can change. The current Chenxi is still Navi, a blank slate. As she matures and comprehends the concepts of good and evil, she will inevitably make rational choices." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli initially intended to refute the moon goddess's assertion, but upon reflection, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their own past relationship with Lin Yang had been intimate, yet in the end, they too chose betrayal, even going so far as to take his life. Had it not been for this rebirth, they might never have realized the extent of their folly. With somber expressions, they continued to observe the celestial mirror, eager to uncover what had transpired in Lin Chenxi's life that led her to regard Lin Yang as her sole anchor, ultimately resulting in her betrayal. Stones fell upon her like rain, leaving Lin Chenxi's body battered and bloodied. The crowd showed no mercy towards her, a mere small demon. In the realm of Lingxian, the reputation of demons had long been tarnished. This was why any demon that survived had to be bound to a master. Without one, survival was nearly impossible. Just as Lin Chenxi neared the brink of death from the onslaught, a fierce wind swept through, displacing the stones hurled by the crowd. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resounded. "How dare you?" Accompanied by this authoritative call, a tall figure descended gracefully from the skies. "Master has returned." Lin Chenxi recognized the voice instantly. Her body, succumbing to weakness, collapsed into unconsciousness. The very individuals who had nearly beaten her to death now regarded Lin Yang with utmost reverence, some even kneeling and calling out "Immortal Master." Observing the adoring faces surrounding him, Lin Yang, who had witnessed Lin Chenxi's torment, could only shake his head in resignation. The prevailing norm in Lingxian dictated that any demon encountered must be killed, for those that had attained sentience, if left unrestrained, could become feral and pose a threat to humanity. The cycle of demon and human violence seemed harsh yet fair. Even Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. He had chosen to conceal himself within the city alongside Lin Chenxi, hoping it would facilitate her integration with humanity and aid her in regaining normal emotions. Little did he anticipate that in his brief absence, Lin Chenxi would endure such tribulations. The townsfolk, oblivious to Lin Yang's true identity as a cultivator, were simply ordinary mortals, and so he could only disperse them with reluctance before carrying Lin Chenxi home. Perhaps it was the influence of Lin Chenxi's demonic lineage, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to such injuries due to the frequent beatings she had suffered throughout her life. Regardless, despite her severe wounds, Lin Chenxi's condition improved rapidly under Lin Yang's care. In less than 10 days, she became another little tail who only knew to call him master. Once Lin Chenxi had fully recovered, Lin Yang took her to a small hill outside the city, producing an ancient-looking animal hide. He beckoned her closer. "This is the 12 transformations of the demon saint, a cultivation method specially designed for the demon clan. Chenxi, come and see if you can comprehend this." Lin Chenxi obediently leaned in closer. On the animal hide, she beheld numerous peculiar patterns. Although these designs seemed exceedingly familiar to her, their true meaning eluded her comprehension. Observing this, Lin Yang could only take it upon himself to teach Lin Chenxi. The first pattern depicted a soaring eagle, renowned for its formidable flying abilities. By mastering this image, one could transform into the eagle, acquiring its wings and thus soaring through the skies. The second pattern illustrated a fierce tiger. Its sharp claws served as its primary weapon for capturing prey. This design would enable one to transform into the tiger, gaining its strength and agility. The 12 transformations of the demon sage, while initially modest in power, would eventually allow one to harness the abilities of legendary great demons. For instance, upon achieving the 12th transformation, the practitioner would ascend to the status of a true demon god, possessing powers comparable to those of genuine immortals. Lin Chenxi listened, half understanding Lin Yang's explanations. She was not overly concerned with the so-called 12 transformations of the demon sage, yet she was determined to practice diligently as her master instructed. "Behold, this is the eagle," Lin Yang said, as he held Lin Chenxi aloft, allowing her to observe a majestic eagle up close in the sky. The eagle, Having noticed the pair, instinctively felt a twinge of fear towards the human capable of flying alongside it. It quickly flapped its wings, attempting to evade them. However, as a practitioner, Lin Yang was not so easily deterred. He pursued the eagle with Lin Chenxi in tow, encouraging her to carefully observe the eagle's every movement. This was the simplest method to learn the first transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, to imitate the eagle's actions and then channel a specific flow of spiritual energy, ultimately achieving the transformation. While observing the eagle, Lin Yang also directed Lin Chenxi to watch the movements of tigers. The first and second transformations of the 12 transformations of the demon sage were merely the foundations. Lin Yang, clearly uninterested in spending excessive effort on this, planned to enable Lin Chenxi to swiftly master the first 2 transformations. With this foundation, she could then comprehend the subsequent techniques of the 12 transformations on her own. Under Lin Yang as personal guidance, Lin Chenxi observed with great diligence. She even discovered that without its wings, an eagle would quickly perish, and a tiger without its claws would also lose its life. This illustrated that wings were everything to the eagle, just as claws were vital to the tiger. At such moments, Lin Chenxi would silently muse, "The eagle has its wings, the tiger has its claws, but I have my master." Chapter 89. The desire to be a pure transmigrator. As the wind howled in the heights, Lin Yang, arms crossed, regarded Lin Chenxi with satisfaction. At that moment, an ethereal pair of wings materialized behind her, allowing her to effortlessly stand suspended in midair, soaring like Lin Yang. "Master, I can fly now," Lin Chenxi exclaimed, her joy evident. Imitating Lin Yang, she managed to smile, albeit not particularly graceful. This was the first smile she had ever shown. Lin Yang nodded at her and cheerfully said, "Let us descend and test your newly acquired second transformation." The 2 figures plummeted from the sky. Before they had fully touched the ground, Lin Chenxi's wings vanished, replaced by the spectral form of a tiger. The clarity of its claws became vividly apparent on her arms. As she swung her arms, the illusory claws unleashed an unimaginable force, capable of tearing through the surrounding trees and even rock. "Well done," Lin Yang acknowledged, his approval evident. Lin Chenxi's progress in her training filled him with satisfaction. Hearing Lin Yang's praise, her lips curled up again, this time revealing a much more pleasing smile. Inviting Lin Chenxi to sit before him, Lin Yang unfurled the animal hide once more. His demeanor became serious as he stated, "The previous 2 transformations were merely the foundations. The true training begins now." Observe the 3rd transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage closely. Lin Chenxi obediently leaned forward, fixated on the illustration Lin Yang pointed to. With her prior knowledge from the first 2 transformations, she quickly grasped the method for the 3rd transformation. Yet, she found herself unable to complete it, struggling even to initiate the process. Lin Yang, perplexed by her unusual predicament, speculated that her inability to find a model to imitate was the root cause of her stagnation. Hence, he decided to practice the 12 transformations himself. If Lin Chenxi encountered difficulties in her cultivation, she could mimic his efforts, which would surely ease her learning process. At that moment, Lin Yang couldn't help but complain, "To save this world, I've truly exhausted myself. How I wish to be a transmigrator whose fate is determined by myself, or one who points to the heavens and declares my intent to defy destiny. Alas, what a burden." Despite his grievances, he knew he had to continue with the task at hand. The 12 transformations of the demon sage were not ideally suited for human practitioners, yet Lin Yang's exceptional talent allowed him to progress rapidly. Even the 3rd transformation, which Lin Chenxi struggled with, he completed with ease. Calling Lin Chenxi before him once more, he said with a serious expression, "Chenxi, watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang unleashed the 3rd transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, known as the transformation of Tao Tai. Tao Tai, an ancient fierce beast, had the ability to devour everything. The primary function of this transformation was to consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus enhancing oneself. As Lin Yang's aura shifted, the spectral form of the ancient beast Tao Tai appeared around him, exuding a fierce and violent presence. Simultaneously, as Tao Tai opened its mouth, spiritual energy surged toward Lin Yang like a tidal wave. Though Lin Yang radiated an aura of ferocity, he remained unaffected by it, swiftly explaining the nuances of this technique to Lin Chenxi. The key to mastering the 3rd transformation lay in simulating the fierce aura of Tao Tai. The more accurately one emulated its savagery, the deeper the understanding of the transformation. Lin Chenxi's eyes widened as she absorbed the scene. Simulate the fierce beast's aura? While she understood Lin Yang's words, she found herself unable to replicate them. What did a fierce aura entail? What did being ruthless mean? Lin Chenxi felt tears welling up in her eyes from frustration. Observing her distressed state, Lin Yang recognized the root of her dilemma. You don't understand what it means to be ruthless? He regarded Lin Chenxi with a mix of amusement and concern. As the transformations progressed, the need to emulate the terrifying auras of these beasts grew increasingly vital. These included ferocity, cunning, treachery, and light. However, Lin Chenxi's emotional detachment made this particularly challenging. Even her smile was a recent acquisition. Lacking an understanding of emotions would undoubtedly hinder her cultivation. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yang suddenly spoke. Chenxi, think back to everything that has happened to you, especially the individuals who nearly took your life not long ago. Recall what they were like and simply imitate that. With Lin Yang's guidance, Lin Chenxi gradually found her footing. Her expression became somewhat vacant, as if she was transported back to the days prior to meeting Lin Yang. When she all day long, Lin Chenxi remained in that small dark room with her serpent mother, overwhelmed by the fetid stench of decay that lingered in the air, surrounded only by an infinite abyss of darkness. Occasionally, a flicker of light would appear, but it was merely the figure of a man she would never forget, brandishing a whip as he strode in from outside, mercilessly striking her and her serpent mother. You beasts, you all deserve to die. The curse echoed from the depths of the serpent girl's heart, surging forth like an incantation. Lin Chenxi's body began to tremble, a visage of fear creeping across her face. Yet within that fear, there flickered a hint of savagery and ferocity. Why? Why was it like this? Such questions had never crossed Lin Chenxi's mind before. Yet now they erupted within her consciousness. Moments later, she seemed to relive the horrific scene from not long ago, where she had nearly been beaten to death. Countless faces, twisted with excitement, suspended her in midair, roaring, "Burn her! Burn her!" Why? What was the reason? Lin Chenxi's expression gradually contorted into one of rage and malice. She may not have understood cruelty, but she had firmly etched her master's words into her memory, beginning to mimic the man wielding the whip and those who had once called for her demise. Boom! As Lin Chenxi's features twisted further into a grotesque mask, a gluttonous phantom suddenly emerged from within her. She had successfully mastered the third transformation of the 12 changes of the demon saint. However, in that moment, her consciousness seemed to vanish entirely, her form resembling that of the ancient beast, Taotai, with a sinister face, rolling eyes, and drool dripping from her mouth as she incoherently roared, "Die. All must die." Chapter 90. A surprise enough. Seeing Lin Chenxi in such a state, Lin Yang swiftly appeared before her. Previously, Lin Chenxi had not dared to utter a word against Lin Yang, yet upon his arrival, she lunged at him with fierce intent, as if she meant to tear him apart. However, her meager strength was insignificant before Lin Yang. With a single wave of his hand, he rendered her unconscious. When Lin Chenxi regained consciousness, she found herself lying on her beloved warm wooden bed. Beside her, Lin Yang sat in a chair, his expression grave as he gazed at her. Upon seeing his serious demeanor, Lin Chenxi instantly felt compelled to rise, urgently exclaiming, "I'm sorry, master, I was wrong." Lin Yang sighed. "You did nothing wrong. You performed admirably. This is my fault." Lin Chenxi's face reflected panic, yet she found herself at a loss for words. After soothing her for a moment, Lin Yang stood and walked outside. The previous state of Lin Chenxi weighed heavily on his heart. As he had observed, the greatest issue hindering her mastery of the 12 changes of the demon saint was not a lack of talent, but rather an absence of emotion. She did not comprehend love, nor the terror of hatred. Without hope, she was oblivious to despair. Her mind was like a blank canvas. Thus, when Lin Yang instructed her to emulate savagery, she had indeed succeeded in her imitation, yet she had become completely engulfed by these negative emotions, losing her sense of self. Should Lin Chenxi remain in such a condition, even if she mastered the 12 changes, she would no longer be the Lin Chenxi of today, but rather a monstrous being controlled by various negative sentiments. If Lin Yang wished for Lin Chenxi to truly master the 12 changes, he needed to assist her in restoring her emotions before continuing her training. After lamenting momentarily, Lin Yang resolutely embarked on the journey to help Lin Chenxi regain her feelings. Having never ventured far from home, Lin Chenxi felt a tinge of fear at the prospect of their impending journey, prompting her to inquire, "Master, what are we going to do?" With a smile, Lin Yang replied, "We will witness the most beautiful sights in this world, savor the most delightful foods, engage in the most entertaining games, ascend the peaks of Yun Mountain, explore the depths of the 9 nether valleys, experience the vastness of the ocean, and relish the wonders of life. Lin Chenxi could not fully grasp the significance of his words, yet she felt an inexplicable longing. Moreover, the thought of having her master by her side quelled her fears. In the days that followed, everything unfolded as Lin Yang had promised. He took Lin Chenxi to many places. They indulged in the renowned delicacies of Lingxian continent and explored the breathtaking Flower Sea City. Even the 3 moon gods peering into the heavenly mirror could not help but feel a sense of yearning as they observed Lin Yang and Lin Chenxi reveling in their adventures. As time flowed by swiftly, within mere years, the little tail that had followed Lin Yang around had transformed into a stunning young woman. She stood just half a head shorter than Lin Yang, exuding a graceful stature. Her voluminous black hair cascaded casually down her back, and her oval face radiated beauty and elegance, with delicate skin, a slightly upturned nose, and full, crimson lips that incited affection at first glance. The only regret was that her attire was excessively modest, concealing her figure completely, including her neck. This young woman was none other than the now-grown Lin Chenxi. Compared to the frightened girl she once was, Lin Chenxi had matured significantly, her gaze now imbued with vitality. Lin Yang brought Lin Chenxi to the summit of the tallest nearby mountain, where he cheerfully declared, "Chenxi, we shall rest here tonight and watch the sunrise tomorrow morning." "Yes, master." Though Lin Chenxi had grown, her disposition remained obedient, never daring to contradict Lin Yang. She dutifully retrieved various items, arranging them beside him. Over the years spent by Lin Yang's side, she had learned that her master cherished the pleasures of life and did not advocate for hardship. Even in the wilds, he sought warmth and comfort, accompanied by delectable food. Lin Chenxi had become adept at fulfilling these needs. Although Lin Yang had repeatedly told her she need not go to such lengths, she believed that serving her master was the greatest purpose of her existence. The night passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, illuminating the horizon with the first rays of light, Lin Yang suddenly urged, "Chenxi, look at the sunrise." Lin Chenxi had long since grown accustomed to the sun, finding nothing extraordinary about it. Nevertheless, she complied with her master's request and gazed toward the direction he pointed. In the distance, amidst the layers of clouds, a faint glimmer began to emerge, akin to a silver thread tearing through the night. Soon, the fiery sun revealed its edges, igniting the clouds in a blaze of brilliant colors. This unique scene captivated Lin Chenxi, yet despite her admiration, she quickly averted her gaze. The sun paled in comparison to her master. Lin Yang gazed at her with a hint of exasperation. In recent years, he had taken Lin Chenxi to many places, hoping that through the beauty of the world, she would cultivate the emotion she lacked. While his efforts were indeed beneficial, they seemed insufficient to evoke profound feelings. Perhaps, he mused, it was time to expose her to despair. With that thought, he produced a luminous orb from his possession and handed it to Lin Chenxi. "I have never given you a gift before. Consider this my first present to you." Lin Yang emphasized once again, "Remember, this is called a surprise." Indeed, Lin Chenxi gazed at the luminous orb with a look of astonishment. She vividly recalled that during their recent visit to a grand city, she had encountered this very orb. Her curiosity and fondness for such radiant objects were palpable. Little did she expect that Lin Yang had noticed her fascination and had procured it for her. Surprise. This was the essence of surprise, and the feeling was exquisite, Lin Chenxi mused. Chapter 91. A surprise for the master. The night deepened. Lin Yang reclined comfortably on his bed. As a traveler from another realm, he found it perplexing that practitioners in this world insisted on sitting cross-legged during meditation. Thus, he had devised an unprecedented method of relaxation while cultivating, adopting a posture akin to lounging. The position mattered little, as long as it did not hinder the absorption of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a soft sound interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yang turned, bemused, to see Lin Chenxi, her figure delicate and graceful, approaching cautiously before lying beside him. She edged closer until they were nearly touching, then halted with satisfaction. In the darkness, Lin Yang sighed. "Why aren't you in your own room?" With a hint of panic in her voice, Lin Chenxi replied softly, "I wanted to be with you, master." "Being together is fine," Lin Yang said as he sat up, conjuring a flame that illuminated the room. Under its glow, Lin Chenxi's lovely face revealed traces of anxiety and uncertainty. He gazed at her, continuing with a hint of reluctance. "But I must make you aware of the differences between men and women." Previously, during their outings, Lin Yang had occasionally rested alongside Lin Chenxi, but back then, she was still a child. Now that she had matured and blossomed into a stunning young woman, her understanding of such matters remained minimal. Although Lin Yang aspired to be a gallant hero, he found it difficult to engage with Lin Chenxi in that manner. After imparting a plethora of physiological knowledge, all he received in return was a look of slight grievance and confusion from Lin Chenxi. Never mind, this can wait for another time, he thought, shaking his head. He then escorted Lin Chenxi back to her room, imparting one last piece of advice. Remember, only couples may share a bed. Otherwise, it is simply indecent. Regardless of whether Lin Chenxi comprehended the meaning of indecent, Lin Yang turned and walked away. Observing his retreating figure, a shadow of melancholy crossed Lin Chenxi's face. All she desired was to be near her master, for that was when she felt the safest. Yet, often it seemed that he had little need for her. This feeling of being unnecessary stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. Master. As Lin Yang was about to step outside, Lin Chenxi could no longer contain her voice, softly asking, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Hearing her inquiry brought a flicker of joy to Lin Yang's face. Lin Chenxi's current response was a testament to the emotional growth he had nurtured in her over the years. She had regained much of her former spirit. Otherwise, the Lin Chenxi of the past would never have dared to ask such a question. In those days, she would have simply replied, "Yes, master." He returned to her side, gently ruffling her hair, and his expression grew serious. "Some things it is fine to tell you now. This world will face a grave crisis in the future, and you will be one of the keys to saving it. When the time comes, you will be able to assist me." Lin Chenxi nodded, her eyes beginning to sparkle with understanding. Though she did not fully grasp the concepts of darkness and chaos that Lin Yang spoke of, she finally felt assured that her master needed her. This sense of being needed eclipsed all other feelings. Before the celestial viewing mirror, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's expressions turned excited once more. "Sister Moon, did you see? Brother Lin Yang has been preparing for the dark upheaval all along. His ascension to the heavenly emperor was not a massacre." Xiao Yueshi eagerly turned to Sister Moon, wishing to explain, yet the moon goddess remained remarkably serene. Hearing Xiao Yueshi's fervent voice, she merely nodded slightly. "I see, but I have previously expressed my disapproval of Lin Yang's reliance on slaughter to save the spirit Xian continent. Divine love for humanity should guide us to choose better methods to rescue the world." Xiao Yueshi's excitement gradually waned as she observed the moon goddess's demeanor. She keenly sensed that Sister Moon did not seem overly concerned with the truths of the past life, as if she had already known them. No, that couldn't be. If Sister Moon had known that Brother Lin Yang was not a tyrant, why would she choose to betray him alongside us? Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi dismissed these perplexing thoughts. Suddenly, the moon goddess spoke, capturing Xiao Yueshi's attention once more. "Look, Chenxi's condition seems to be deteriorating." Within the celestial viewing mirror, Lin Yang had shared much regarding the impending chaos with Lin Chenxi before turning to depart. Though he left some time ago, Lin Chenxi remained wide-eyed, replaying their conversation in her mind. "Master needs me." The mere thought of this made Lin Chenxi's face break into an involuntary smile, a sensation of joy she had once shared with Lin Yang. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet, as joy enveloped her, a new thought emerged. "Master needs me, but I must also be of use to him." Over the years, Lin Chenxi had accompanied Lin Yang to many places, witnessing a multitude of events. She had learned that useless things were swiftly discarded by their owners. To remain by her master's side forever, she must render herself indispensable. With this in mind, Lin Chenxi promptly sat up, recalling the 12 transformations of the monster sage. She began to diligently remember the patterns she had previously seen. Though Lin Yang had advised against her studying the 12 transformations for now, she understood that his travels with her ultimately aimed at enabling her to master those techniques. Only by mastering the 12 transformations could she become more useful to her master. Naturally, she could not defy his orders, so she refrained from practicing the 12 transformations, focusing instead on memorizing the designs from the beast's skin in her mind. She aimed to commit every detail to memory, so that when her master permitted her to cultivate, she could begin seamlessly. "One day, I will surprise him," Lin Chenxi silently vowed. Chapter 92. Lin Chenxi's loss of control. Joy crossed out. Excitement crossed out. Surprise crossed out. Lessons on physiology crossed out. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Lin Yang held a pen, crossing out items on a list he had drafted years prior. This list detailed a variety of emotions. According to his plan, if he could guide Lin Chenxi to experience each emotion on the list, her feelings would likely be restored significantly. Once achieved, he intended to have her begin practicing the 12 transformations, ensuring success. His plan appeared to be bearing fruit. Lin Chenxi now seemed considerably more stable than she had just a few years ago. However, Lin Yang found himself at a crossroads. contemplating whether to expose Lin Chenxi to negative emotions such as sadness, anger, fear, and despair. Only by fully understanding these negative emotions, Lin Chenxi's emotions could be deemed truly sound. In fact, several months prior, Lin Yang had already commenced preparations for Lin Chenxi to gradually experience these feelings. However, Lin Yang recently found himself preoccupied with imparting knowledge about the physiological differences between genders to Lin Chenxi, which caused this matter to be postponed. Now, Lin Yang was poised to recommence this plan, starting with anger, and progressively intensifying these emotions. Grasping the paper in his hand, he began to formulate a detailed strategy. Yet, before he could finalize his plans, a fierce and violent aura suddenly surged from outside. Accompanying this was a series of low growls, reminiscent of a wild beast. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, quickly stowing away the papers, and with a flicker of movement, he found himself outside the room. The Lingxian continent was, after all, a realm of cultivation where various anomalies were commonplace. Initially, Lin Yang paid little heed to such occurrences. If any malevolent entity dared to intrude upon him, he could easily dispatch it without a second thought. However, upon witnessing the figure outside, exuding an overwhelming ferocity, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Before him loomed a terrifying shadow, towering several dozen feet high. This shadow resembled a gigantic bear, yet it possessed a pair of unmistakable wings, and its physique was drastically different from that of a typical bear. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key lay beneath the giant bear, where Lin Chenxi was positioned. In that moment, Lin Chenxi resembled a ferocious beast, her limbs on the ground, contorted into an exaggerated pose, her face twisted in a grimace, and the growls emanating from her mouth. Simultaneously, her eyes had transformed into an utterly inky black, appearing grotesquely unnatural. After scanning Lin Chenxi and the shadow enveloping her several times, Lin Yang finally uttered a single phrase: the 8th transformation of the Demon Saint's 12 transformations. The Flying Bear transformation. At this moment, the shadow emerging from Lin Chenxi was indeed a manifestation of the 8th transformation, a testament to her profound mastery of the Demon Saint's 12 transformations. At this level of cultivation, Lin Chenxi's power could rival that of a novice in the sacred realm. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Yang would have rejoiced at her progress. However, he found no joy now, for Lin Chenxi's appearance was unmistakably that of someone completely under the thrall of the Demon Saint's 12 transformations, a scenario that had long been Lin Yang's greatest concern. For years, he had refrained from allowing Lin Chenxi to cultivate this technique, fearing precisely this outcome. Yet, to his astonishment, she had surreptitiously advanced her mastery to such an extent. Boom! As Lin Yang just revealed himself, Lin Chenxi's entirely blackened eyes locked onto him. Simultaneously, the colossal shadow looming over her struck out towards him with a mighty blow, an assault comparable to that of a sacred-level warrior. Lin Yang, not daring to underestimate the attack, swiftly evaded while attempting to awaken Lin Chenxi. Yet, his efforts were in vain. In her conscious state, Lin Chenxi would have abided by even his slightest command, but now she could unleash her fury upon him. This alone weighed heavily on Lin Yang's heart, for Lin Chenxi's condition was evidently dire. The attack from the sacred-level entity unleashed shockwaves that swept through the surroundings, toppling every structure in its path. The earth itself trembled, fissures cracking open across its surface. Fortunately, Lin Yang had chosen a remote location for their residence. Otherwise, Lin Chenxi's strike would have undoubtedly claimed countless lives. With the failure to awaken Lin Chenxi, Lin Yang abandoned that notion entirely. He propelled himself into the sky, halting several hundred meters above the ground, gazing down at Lin Chenxi. Lin Chenxi remained enveloped by the menacing bear shadow, roaring as she leaped toward him. Yet Lin Yang merely waved his arm, unleashing strands of spiritual energy that shot forth like ropes, piercing the giant bear shadow. For other cultivators, even those at the sacred level, it would be challenging to subdue Lin Chenxi at present. However, Lin Yang was different. Having personally studied the Demon Saint's 12 transformations, controlling Lin Chenxi was significantly simpler for him. The source of Lin Chenxi's power stemmed from the giant bear shadow enveloping her. If she could cultivate the Demon Saint's 12 transformations to its utmost, the shadows in her essence would merge, resulting in a unified strength. Yet, Lin Chenxi was evidently not at that level. Thus, by severing the source of her power, Lin Yang could regain control over her. As the spiritual energy strands from Lin Yang penetrated the giant bear shadow, the once ferocious apparition began to shrink gradually. Its form diminished, becoming increasingly ethereal until it ultimately vanished. Lin Chenxi's figure slumped, plummeting from the air. Lin Yang's form was quicker. He caught her before she hit the ground and gently lowered her. Upon examining Lin Chenxi's condition, a grave look settled on his face. It felt as though a dreadful creature lurked within her, a ferocity palpable even to Lin Yang, an outsider. Yet, remarkably, he sensed this overwhelming aura dissipating swiftly, giving way to Lin Chenxi's normal essence. When the violent energy finally vanished, Lin Chenxi's eyes shot open. "Master?" she queried, her expression one of confusion, clearly oblivious to the events that had transpired. Noticing her bewildered demeanor, Lin Yang felt a wave of concern wash over him. The situation had indeed become complicated. Chapter 93. Two choices. The predicament was undeniably intricate. During Lin Chenxi's initial loss of control, she had retained some self-awareness, cognizant of her actions. Yet this time, she had been entirely dominated by the consciousness of the demon saint's 12 transformations, awakening without any recollection of her deeds. Compounding the issue, Lin Chenxi had somehow ascended to the 8th transformation. A tumult of negative emotions had coalesced within her, nearly granting her an entirely separate consciousness, one that was both malevolent and chaotic. If Lin Chenxi were to experience even a modicum of emotional turmoil in the future, this wicked consciousness might easily surge forth, leading to complete chaos. Lin Yang had always sought to avoid such a scenario, yet Lin Chenxi had inadvertently traversed this perilous path. Lin Chenxi, now aware of the unusual atmosphere around her, could not help but inquire, "Master, what has happened?" With a heavy sigh, Lin Yang turned to her and asked, "When did you begin secretly cultivating the demon saint's 12 transformations?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chenxi's face paled with apprehension, shaking her head. "I didn't dare to cultivate without your permission, Master. I merely recalled the images you showed me each day." Observing Lin Chenxi's anxious expression, Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. The demon saint's 12 transformations indeed seemed to be her forte. She didn't even need to engage in deliberate practice. Merely pondering the images in her mind had enabled her to unknowingly reach such heights. Lin Yang was uncertain whether to commend her or chastise her. With a serious demeanor, Lin Yang cautioned her, "You must remember, during this period, do not even think about those images." "I understand." Lin Chenxi obediently nodded. Roar! A terrifying roar reverberated through the forest. Lin Yang, suspended in the air, gazed down with a grave expression at the massive and grotesque creature below. This beast was still a manifestation of Lin Chenxi, yet it was no longer a mere illusion. It had taken on a tangible form. Bound to the ground by countless strands of spiritual energy chains, it appeared to be in a state of frenzy, emitting tremendous roars and struggling incessantly to break free from its chains. This bizarre phenomenon persisted for nearly half a day. Gradually, the monstrous form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a stunning woman adorned with scales. As Lin Chenxi returned to normal, Lin Yang's figure slowly descended, retrieving his garments to drape over her. Observing the slumbering Lin Chenxi, Lin Yang's countenance grew increasingly grave. Recently, he had been sequestering Lin Chenxi in this remote locale, primarily to monitor her condition. If she could manage to gain control over the malevolent emotions surging within her during this time, it would indeed be fortuitous. Not only would it enhance her strength, but it might also restore the emotions she had lost. However, the unfolding reality indicated to Lin Yang that Lin Chenxi's situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Not only was she unable to rein in the insidious while residing within her, but that very essence had also taken root, growing stronger by the day. Lin Chenxi had been obediently refraining from practicing the 12 transformations of the demon sage and was exerting herself to suppress thoughts of it. Yet her cultivation continued to ascend, as evidenced earlier when the monstrous aura enveloping her had manifested into a tangible presence, clearly indicating her attainment of the 9th transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. Furthermore, Lin Chenxi's emotions had been remarkably stable, but the malevolent consciousness still erupted sporadically. Should this evil will continue to flourish unchecked, it was feared that Lin Chenxi's entire consciousness would eventually be engulfed. A solution to this anomaly within her was imperative. With a sigh, Lin Yang watched as Lin Chenxi, nestled in his embrace, began to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Yang's deeply serious expression, she instinctively began to apologize. "Master, I'm sorry, have I made another mistake?" Though she was ignorant of the exact nature of her predicament, she sensed she had caused significant trouble for her master, as his once constant smile had vanished. Seeing Lin Chenxi's demure demeanor, Lin Yang reached out to tousle her hair, shaking his head gently. "You haven't done anything wrong." There's no need to be so eager to apologize. Although Lin Yang's reassurance alleviated Lin Chenxi's anxiety somewhat, an underlying unease continued to gnaw at her. Following this, Lin Yang prepared a variety of delectable dishes for her and engaged her in conversation, which only intensified her foreboding feelings. Finally, as night fell, Lin Yang ignited a bonfire and summoned Lin Chenxi to his side. Morning light, your name was bestowed by me, and the path you've taken was guided by my hand. Therefore, I bear a significant portion of the responsibility for your current state. His expression grew unusually solemn, and the gravity of his words caused Lin Chenxi to panic. Waving her hands in denial, "No, that's not." Lin Yang grasped her flailing hands and smiled gently. "Hold your words for a moment, and let me finish. Your current situation is dire. You risk losing control completely and transforming into a monster. Thus, I wish to present you with a choice." "Make a choice?" Lin Chenxi nodded eagerly, though she was uncertain of what that entailed, having never encountered many choices before. Lin Yang continued, "My first option for you is to live as an ordinary person. I will nullify all your powers, causing the abilities of the 12 transformations of the demon sage within you to dissipate." Upon hearing this choice, Lin Chenxi felt a surge of agitation. She vividly recalled that her master sought her out to combat the impending darkness. If she lost her powers, how could she assist him or remain by his side? Yet, Lin Yang did not grant her the chance to speak, continuing, "The second choice is for you to continue your training in the 12 transformations of the demon sage, while I will endeavor to extricate the malevolent thoughts that have taken root within you." However, his tone shifted to one of gravity. "This malicious was already embedded itself in your soul. Forcefully removing it may result in irreparable flaws in your essence, leaving you unable to comprehend evil in the future." After laying out these options, Lin Yang fixed his gaze upon Lin Chenxi. "Which path will you choose?" Chapter 94. Supreme Celestial Emperor Lin Chenxi would undoubtedly choose the second option. This was the essence of her pure and kind-hearted nature. Before the celestial mirror, Xiao Yueshi and the others could not suppress their sighs. In their memories, their dear morning light was indeed the epitome of innocence and kindness, harboring no murderous intent even towards the most wicked of beings. Such a disposition, however, bore significant flaws. Previously, they had been unaware of the reasons behind Lin Chenxi's transformation, believing it to be a natural disposition. Now, they comprehended the truth, yet the more they learned, the more bewildered they became. If Morning Light had indeed shed all malevolent thoughts, why had she later conspired against Lin Yang? With expressions of doubt, they continued to observe the celestial mirror. Indeed, as they had surmised, Lin Chenxi did not hesitate to respond. "Master, I wish to continue my training. Only by doing so can I assist you, and I want to be your wife." Lin Yang nodded at her response. He had anticipated her choice even before presenting the options. Nevertheless, he provided them to Lin Chenxi to impart the significance of choice. Life is a series of decisions, each moment requiring different selections that may yield varying consequences. Only by understanding how to choose and weighing the pros and cons can Lin Chenxi's character attain true independence. Thus, upon hearing her reply, Lin Yang instinctively nodded. "Since you have made your choice." "Wait, wife? What does that mean?" Realizing the implications, Lin Yang stared at Lin Chenxi in astonishment, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Morning Light, do you understand what being a wife entails?" "Yes," Lin Chenxi affirmed with a nod. "I've heard others say that a husband is a closer relationship than a master, so I wish to be your wife for a deeper bond." "Well then," Lin Yang scratched his head in bemusement. Lin Chenxi's understanding of marriage was evidently far removed from its true meaning. However, he found no inclination to enlighten her at that moment. She would inevitably grasp the concepts in due course. The day after Lin Chenxi made her choice, Lin Yang led her away from the secluded forest where they had been hiding. With Lin Chenxi's strength now comparable to that of a celestial being, extracting the malevolent will from within her would be no simple feat, fortunately. Lin Yang was intimately familiar with all that pertained to the Lingxian continent, particularly the locations of various unique treasures. After days of travel, they finally arrived at a long-forgotten forbidden zone. At the heart of this area lay a jade disc, resembling a mirror. This jade disc, known as the Infinite Jade Disc, was an artifact left behind by an ancient Buddhist sect. Standing before the disc would reveal the duality of one's nature. Thus it was also referred to as the heart disc. Only by employing the Infinite Jade Disc, along with another treasure capable of interacting with the soul, could Lin Yang modify Lin Chenxi's spiritual consciousness. Lin Yang brought Lin Chenxi to the front of the Infinite Jade Bai. As she looked up at the boundless jade, Lin Chenxi was immediately startled. At that moment, not only did her own reflection appear within the jade, but it was also shrouded by the twisting, roaring figure of a monstrous entity. Chenxi, for the next 7 days, you must remain seated here, regardless of what transpires before you. Lin Yang's voice resonated. Instantly, Lin Chenxi obediently sat down before the infinite jade bai. Even though the terrifying figure manifested within the jade was frightful, she resolutely refrained from moving an inch. As time passed, Lin Chenxi clearly observed the horrifying figure that had previously enveloped her slowly being peeled away by a small knife. However, as this monstrous form was extricated, her own reflection became riddled with countless wounds. This bizarre occurrence instilled a sense of dread within Lin Chenxi. Yet she steadfastly remembered Lin Yang's words and remained motionless despite her fear. After enduring this for a full 7 days, the infinite jade bai before her suddenly shattered and dissipated, revealing Lin Yang's figure once more. Master, Lin Chenxi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Although fatigue was evident on Lin Yang's face, he waved at Lin Chenxi with a smile and handed her an object, saying, "This is a treasure I inadvertently acquired. It can eliminate the scales upon you, and no one shall ever call you a monster again." Lin Chenxi accepted the porcelain vial with delight. While she had grown accustomed to the scales on her body, she still harbored a deep-seated concern about their existence, especially since Lin Yang bore none. This difference made her feel a significant disparity between them. The prospect of shedding her scales filled her with immense joy. Furthermore, she began to perceive that the sunlight outside seemed brighter and warmer than ever before. Once the malignant thoughts were extracted from her being, Lin Yang ceased to obstruct Lin Chenxi's cultivation. Previously, her inability to practice the 12 transformations of the demon sage stemmed from her ignorance of emotions. Yet her soul still harbored malevolent thoughts. Thus, whenever she attempted to emulate the sinister aura of the demon sage's transformations, she would be consumed and controlled by that malevolence. Now, however, with all the negative thoughts removed, Lin Chenxi was left with only the purest goodness, rendering her soul incapable of harboring even the slightest trace of evil. Consequently, even if she attempted to mimic the demon sage's transformations, those dark energies would no longer fester within her, let alone seize control. Unfettered by the influence of malevolent energies, Lin Chenxi's progress in cultivation was astonishingly swift. During this period, Lin Yang formally introduced her to other friends. "Chenxi, I am Xiao Yueshi. You may call me Sister Yueshi from now on. I am Xin Liuli's sister Chenxi. Let's go out and have some fun tomorrow." Outside of the celestial mirror, as familiar scenes began to unfold, both Xiao Yueshi and Xin Liuli could not help but smile. Even the moon goddess shared in this sentiment. The images reflected within the celestial mirror captured the most cherished memories of their lives, a time when they had just met, flourished in their cultivation, and lived carefree days filled with exploration. Yet, during this time, Lin Yang was steadily executing his grand design. Utilizing his formidable strength, he suppressed all forces on the Lingxian continent that defied him, ultimately establishing the supreme heavenly palace and becoming the unchallenged emperor of the Lingxian continent. Lin Yang has gone too far. Today he even led a massacre at Bright Mountain. Joyful moments are often fleeting. Soon, an irate voice resonated from within the celestial mirror. Chapter 95. The flaw of kindness under the tranquil night sky. The stars stirred restlessly, while turbulent waves roiled beneath the calm surface of the water. Lin Yang, wielding his absolute power, became the supreme emperor of the Lingxian continent, silencing all dissent. However, this was accompanied by a surge of covert slanders. Today, the emperor personally obliterated the undying mountain, annihilating thousands of disciples within, leaving their souls shattered. The tyrant, the emperor, is so ruthless. He will inevitably face backlash. What backlash? Who could withstand the might of the emperor? Even Xiao Yueshi and her companions began to hear whispers branding Lin Yang a tyrant. Initially, they dismissed such claims, reasoning that Lin Yang had just ascended to the throne and needed to establish order through decisive action, which was entirely reasonable. Yet, as his slaughter escalated and each act of violence was merciless, culminating in the complete annihilation of his foes, Xiao Yueshi and the others began to question Lin Yang's motives. Thus, they took turns visiting the supreme heavenly palace, hoping to persuade Lin Yang to temper his bloodshed. During these encounters, Lin Chenxi would stand up for him, asserting, "Master, no, my lord would never deceive us. His actions are undoubtedly justified." Now, as one of the 7 exquisite fairies, Lin Chenxi had long been instructed by Lin Yang to alter her form of address, no longer calling him master, but rather my lord, or simply Lin Yang. Xiao Yueshi and the others' entreaties fell on deaf ears. Lin Yang's explanation centered on preemptively eliminating potential threats to prevent future chaos. The images within the celestial mirror were not thorough. For instance, the moment Lin Yang helped Lin Chenxi expel her malign thoughts flashed by without revealing the intricacies of the process. After all, these events unfolded over centuries, and now, in a single night, they were insufficiently detailed. Yet, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, positioned before the celestial mirror, could hardly contain their tears as memories from their past life replayed vividly. In recent days, they had contemplated countless scenarios. If only they had not doubted Lin Yang in their previous life, perhaps they would not have turned against him. Nor would the tragedy of storming the supreme heavenly palace and killing Lin Yang have occurred. The moon goddess silently observed, sighing but remaining voiceless. Under the varied emotions of the three, the images within the celestial mirror finally shifted once more. Within the celestial mirror, Lin Chenxi ventured alone to the supreme heavenly palace, seeking an audience with Lin Yang. However, he was not present at that moment. Thus, Lin Chenxi roamed the palace unimpeded, wielding significant authority as one of the 7 exquisite fairies, and no one dared to stop her. Soon, she stumbled upon a place she had never visited before. Though located at the palace's periphery, it was heavily guarded, piquing Lin Chenxi's curiosity. She summoned a guard to inquire, "What is this place? Why are the defenses more stringent than the palace itself?" The guard, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "My lady, this is the blood prison, where the most heinous cultivators are confined." Heinous cultivators? Curiosity flickered in Lin Chenxi's eyes. After Lin Yang had purged her of malevolence, she was left with only the purest goodness, rendering her incapable of understanding why those who committed evil would choose such a path. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chenxi declared, "I wish to enter and take a look." The guards, of course, did not dare to impede her, allowing Lin Chenxi to swiftly enter the so-called blood prison. Within, the imprisoned cultivators were indeed all wicked individuals, exuding an aura of malevolence that even Lin Chenxi could perceive clearly. This oppressive aura made her uncomfortable, prompting her to merely glance around before deciding to leave. Yet, at that moment, as she turned, an excited voice echoed behind her, "Daughter, save me. I am your father. You must rescue me." Lin Chenxi furrowed her brow and turned to the source of the sound. There within a cage, countless chains inscribed with runes bound a cultivator, imprisoning him completely. This scene, although common in the blood prison, sent a shiver through her as she recognized the figure. It was one she had seen countless times in her dreams, yet she had never imagined he was alive and standing before her. Lin Chenxi's gaze fixed upon him, and she instantly recognized the man locked away. He was the one who had left a terrifying shadow in her heart, her father. The man who had tormented her daily and murdered her mother. Memories, nearly forgotten, surged back like a tide. Staring at him, she felt a deep tremor, her eyes wide with a strange light. She recalled a question Lin Yang had once asked her, "Do you wish for revenge?" At that time, Lin Chenxi had not understood the concept of vengeance. But now, she comprehended that revenge meant returning the pain inflicted upon her 1,000-fold. Seeing her, the imprisoned man shouted with excitement, "Daughter, save me. Regardless of everything, I am your father. You cannot abandon me." Lin Chenxi continued to glare at him, and after a long moment, she slowly uttered 3 words, "You deserve death." Yet that was all she could muster. She yearned to slay him in vengeance for her mother, the serpent woman who had perished, but she was at a loss as to how to act. Her strength was formidable, yet since Lin Yang had extracted the malevolent thoughts within her, she had not taken another life. She felt no inclination to kill any being. This peculiar sensation had not seemed amiss to her before. After all, if any wicked souls existed, her master and the sisters she knew would eliminate them before it fell to her. But now, Lin Chenxi desired to personally end this man's life for both herself and her mother. Summoning a celestial sword, she stepped closer to him, the blade's tip piercing his skin. Yet her arm began to tremble. The absence of part of her soul hindered her from proceeding. Even though she knew that a mere thrust would lead to his demise, she found herself unable to do so. This distressing sensation nearly shattered her resolve. She cast aside the sword and fled the blood prison, not waiting for Lin Yang's return, but leaving the heavenly palace alone. She was determined to seek vengeance, an unprecedented intensity igniting within her mind. To achieve this, she first needed to feel hatred and cultivate a desire to kill. Chapter 96. Lin Chenxi's revenge. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. On a battlefield in the Lingxian continent, tens of thousands of mortal soldiers fought fiercely. However, Before a victor could be determined, the space around them suddenly seemed to freeze, trapping them in place, unable to move an inch. What was happening? The soldiers' faces turned pale with terror, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Above them, Lin Chenxi stood serene, resembling a celestial being, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she extracted strands of murderous intent from the soldiers below, consolidating it within herself. As she absorbed the amassed killing intent, a sense of intoxication flickered across Lin Chenxi's face. After bursting forth from the blood prison, she had begun her search for a method to reclaim her own murderous spirit. Her soul was incomplete, rendering her ignorant of what malevolence felt like. Hence, to sense hate and cultivate a desire for vengeance, the only recourse was to siphon the killing intent from others. Yet accomplishing this was no small feat. Even the malevolent consciousness contained within the 12 transformations of the demon saint could not influence her. The ordinary murderous intent of mortals seemed utterly incapable of affecting her. Undeterred, Lin Chenxi scoured various texts until she discovered a solution in an ancient tome. Utilizing the methods described therein, she could absorb the killing intent of others to replenish her own. This method also promised to gradually restore her missing soul. Initially hesitant, fearing Lin Yang's reaction if he learned of her actions, she ultimately resolved to proceed with the ancient tome's instructions. For the sake of revenge, she believed enduring her master's ire would be worth it. Moreover, she had already devised a plan. Once she avenged her mother by slaying that man, she could expel the accumulated killing intent from herself. Thus, even Lin Yang would remain oblivious to her anomaly. In recent times, Lin Chenxi relentlessly traveled across the Lingxian continent, absorbing the murderous intent of others. As a celestial-level powerhouse, she required far more than the killing intent of mere mortals to shake her celestial soul. In fact, she had absorbed the killing intent of at least hundreds of thousands by now. After consuming the killing intent from the tens of thousands of soldiers, she silently departed. Instantly, the soldiers regained their freedom. Confused, they gazed at each other and inexplicably began to perceive their adversaries as strikingly handsome, questioning the rationale behind their conflict. Consequently, the previously hostile forces dispersed, the impending battle dissipating into nothingness. Back in the blood prison, Lin Chenxi returned, her face shimmering with an unusual light. Her eyes transformed from their former clarity to a cold, eerie gleam. The killing intent she had gathered from at least 1,000,000 souls radiated from her. Approaching the man before her, she felt the weight of that intent. As he sensed her malevolence, his expression shifted to one of horror, and he pleaded desperately, "Daughter, I was wrong in the past, but I am still your father. You cannot kill me." Lin Chenxi regarded the pleading man with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration rising within her. "You deserve death." The words escaped her lips once more as a celestial sword materialized in her hand. The blade gleamed as it swiftly cut into the man, inflicting a wound that penetrated his very soul and eliciting anguished cries. The more he screamed, the more invigorated Lin Chenxi felt. She relentlessly thrust her sword at him until, having rendered him a pitiful sight, she finally delivered the fatal blow. "Mother, I have avenged you," she declared, excitement illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with fervor. "Is this truly the sister of Chenxi?" The trio, Xiao Yueshi and her companions, gazed into the treasure mirror, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld Lin Chenxi's fierce visage. They felt no misgivings over her quest for revenge. Even if that man was indeed her father, his actions warranted her vengeance, no matter how many times she might kill him. What truly startled them was the profound transformation Lin Chenxi had undergone. In their memories, Lin Chenxi had never displayed such a fierce and menacing expression. What worried them even more was whether Lin Chenxi's transformation into this state would become the primary reason for her eventual betrayal of Lin Yang. Under the anxious gazes of Xiao Yueshi and the others, Lin Chenxi, within the heavenly observation mirror, personally severed the head of that man and then turned away from the blood abyss. She returned to her dwelling and immediately sat cross-legged, invoking her secret techniques to expel the murderous intent she had absorbed from the countless souls. However, at that moment, an inexplicable voice escaped her lips. "Why should I expel this murderous intent? It seems rather enjoyable." Indeed, Lin Chenxi felt a peculiar exhilaration. She began to understand why the other sisters she had met often spoke of the thrill of vengeance. This sensation, which she had previously failed to comprehend, now ignited a fervor within her. More importantly, she realized that the murderous intent coalescing around her had not significantly impacted her. Her heart remained tethered to her master, and she was still deeply concerned for her sisters. If it did not pose a substantial threat, then why should she feel compelled to cast away this murderous intent? After much hesitation, Lin Chenxi ultimately decided to retain this murderous energy for a while longer. Just at that moment, the other 6 of the 7 exquisite fairies approached her. Sister Chenxi, Lin Yang has recently gone too far. His rampant slaughter in the Lingxian continent has earned him the title of tyrant. We have resolved to join forces to subdue him, and you must stand with us. The words spoken by her 6 sisters took Lin Chenxi by surprise. Instinctively, she felt the urge to oppose them. After all, he was the one who had treated her the best in this world. She could never bring herself to harm him. Lin Chenxi thought to herself,